As she was leaving, Chao Hongmei called out to Su He, "Oh, wait, Xiao He, I almost forgot. You have a letter." Su He took the letter and saw it was from Luo Xiaoling. She had always used Chao Hongmei's address for their correspondence. Su He put the letter in her small bag and strolled back to the flat. She first took a bath before opening Luo Xiaoling's letter. Inside the envelope, besides the letter, there were 10 yuan and 10 food coupons, which Su He expected. Shen Rui and Luo Xiaoling were using this money as bait. The letter started with the usual nonsense about how everything was a misunderstanding and that they would still be good sisters. Then it emphasized how sweet Shen Rui and Qi Yuanqing were and how they wanted to hurt Su He. Finally, it got to the main point. "Xiao He, you mentioned in your letter that you envied us for having the chance to go to university. Now, there's an opportunity right in front of you. I have reliable news that there are recommendation spots for night school in your county, and they're chosen from night school students. Why not sign up for night school now? I can help you find someone to get you a spot." Encouraging her to attend night school? Su He didn't remember this happening in the book, but she hadn't paid much attention to that book, so she might have missed it. Besides, her involvement had changed the plot, so the original content could only serve as a reference. She wasn't very interested in night school since she was preparing for the college entrance exam. However, she was curious about what Shen Rui had planned for night school, and she wanted to infiltrate the night school for her future plans. So, she decided to wait until she could bring Grandma Zhao over to explore. Thinking of Grandma Zhao, she suddenly remembered that she had trouble walking, so it would be best to get her a wheelchair. Such a large item would be too obvious to buy at the trading post, so she didn't know where to find one. After writing a reply to Luo Xiaoling, she stepped outside and called over the wall, "Old man, old man." Old man Gu, hearing Su He's call, came out and said grumpily, "What is it? Do you know where I can buy a wheelchair? I want to get one for my grandma." Old man Gu snorted, "Don't dream. Besides the hospital, buying a wheelchair as an individual requires special procedures, and there aren't any for sale in our county." Old man Gu intended for Su He to ask him for help. Although he had retired, getting a wheelchair wasn't difficult for him. But after hearing his words, Su He nodded. "Ah, I see. I'll go to the hospital tomorrow." Old man Gu, "You think you can just go? Do you really think the hospital will sell you a wheelchair?" Old man Gu scoffed. "You don't really think you can buy a wheelchair from a hospital, do you? That's like asking a barber for clippers, a horseshoe for nails, or a chef for a knife. You're just wasting your time. I suggest you give up. You won't be able to get a wheelchair on your own. Ask me, hurry up and ask me. As long as you acknowledge me as your grandpa, I could get you a whole fleet of wheelchairs." But Su He just smiled and said, "How will I know if I don't try? Wait for my good news." Old man Gu, "Humph, stubborn as a dead duck." He slammed the door and went inside. The next afternoon, Su He returned pushing a wheelchair. Old man Gu. However, upon closer inspection, he realized the wheelchair was probably junk, all rusty. It was more accurate to say Su He dragged it back rather than pushed it. One of the wheels was missing. Even so, he was very curious about how Su He had gotten it. Su He didn't hide the truth. "I went to the county hospital, found a neurologist, and explained my grandma's situation. That doctor was very kind. When he heard I wanted to buy a wheelchair, he got approval from the leaders and gave me a broken one from the storage. I offered to pay, but he refused. There are still good people in this world." Old man Gu, "But I don't trust a single punctuation mark." Most of what Su He said was true. That broken wheelchair was indeed given to her by the county hospital. In the morning, she went directly to the county hospital and, while discussing Grandma Zhao's condition with a neurologist, she casually mentioned that she was a special reporter for the broadcasting station. The doctor immediately became interested. Recently, many units' achievements had been featured on the county broadcasting station, but the county hospital had never been on air. After some back and forth, they quickly reached an agreement. In exchange for a broken wheelchair, Su He would get a chance to appear on the broadcasting station. So, she successfully dragged a broken wheelchair back. That evening, Su He handed the wheelchair to Qi Weimin, Qian Huifang's husband, and asked him to help repair it. Uncle Chi, let me know what parts you need, and I'll find a way to get them. Chi Weimin readily agreed. He worked at a machinery factory, and as long as he had the parts, fixing a wheelchair was a piece of cake. The next morning, He took a bus to Chiping commune. She had timed her visit well. Today, the bus ticket seller, Lu Jing, was off duty. Following Lu Jing's directions, she quickly found Lu Jing's home. Of course, He didn't come empty-handed. She brought a net bag with 2 jars of canned food and 2 bags of steamed cakes. Lu Jing readily agreed. Sister, wait for me at the village entrance tomorrow at 6:30. After thanking her, He took out 10 yuan. This is for you and the driver for gas. Lu Jing hesitated but accepted it. He then went to the office to borrow a bicycle from Director Tang. Director Tang, you really don't hold back. However, Director Tang liked He's boldness. He not only lent her the bicycle but also treated her to lunch at the office. He enjoyed chatting with Director Tang because she liked associating with people who had a sense of purpose. After lunch, he rode the bicycle to Grandma Zhao's house. Grandpa Zhao thought it would take a while longer, so he was surprised when he arrived so soon to pick her up. Tomorrow, I'll borrow a bullock cart from the team to take your grandma to the commune. He smiled. No need. I've arranged for a small bus to come pick her up. Grandpa Zhao. After confirming several times, Grandpa Zhao finally believed He. He thought to himself his granddaughter was impressive. The next morning, the bus arrived at the village entrance, and Uncle Zhao carried Grandma Zhao onto the small bus. He got on the bus and placed the bicycle inside. Lu Jing recognized Director Tang's bicycle license plate and immediately regarded He with more respect. The journey went smoothly, but Grandma Zhao's eyes were red, and tears were welling up. The small bus drove directly to the flat, where Su Yongshi and Grandma Su came out of the house. Knowing he would be picking someone up, Su Yongshi had specially adjusted his shift and waited at the flat. To be fair, Su Yongshi was quite capable. When Grandma Zhao saw Grandma Su, she couldn't hold back her tears and said, "Mother-in-law, I'm sorry for the trouble. My existence is a burden. Not only do I trouble my children, but now I'm bothering you too. It would be better if I were dead." Grandma Su put her hands on her hips and pointed at Grandma Zhao. "What do you mean by that? You come here crying and complaining. If you didn't want to come, you shouldn't have come. My girl has been busy taking care of you, and even brought me here from my hometown. I don't want to see your sad face every day. With you acting like this, you could ruin a good day. You better hold back those tears, or I'll have the small bus take you back to the graveyard to be buried alive, since you don't want to live anyway." Grandma Zhao was completely stunned by the scolding. Although she knew her in-law had a bad temper, she never expected to be yelled at right upon meeting. She looked to He for help, hoping she would back her up. "What are you looking at, girl? What? Trying to use her to pressure me? This is my granddaughter. How can I help an old crybaby like you?" When Grandma Su said this, she felt a bit uncertain and kept an eye on He's reaction. He seemed to ignore the confrontation between the 2 old ladies and said to the stiff-faced Su Yongshi, "Uncle, could you please carry my grandma inside? Sister Lu and the others are in a hurry to get back to the bus station." Su Yongshi quickly stepped forward to carry Grandma Zhao. Seeing that He didn't get involved, Grandma Su felt more confident. She had long been annoyed by Grandma Zhao, who cried all the time as if someone owed her money. This time, she had to teach her a good lesson. He exchanged pleasantries with Lu Jing and the driver. After they left, she finally went inside. Su Yongshi, feeling awkward and having nothing to do, found an excuse to leave. He said to Grandma Zhao, "Grandma, I have things to do. You should rest well. In a couple of days, I'll take you to the county hospital for a checkup." Then she turned to Grandma Su and said, "Grandma, I'm leaving her in your care. Please take good care of her." Grandma Su replied, "What kind of talk is that? You go do what you need to do, and I'll make sure your grandma is comfortable." Grandma Zhao wanted to say something, but before she could, He had already left. With red eyes, Grandma Zhao started to cry.
Bang!
Grandma Su slammed the basin down in front of Grandma Zhao. "Go ahead.
Cry.
I hope you can fill this basin with tears. I'll use it to wash my feet. Grandma Zhao. Grandma Zhao cried loudly, "In-law, you shouldn't treat people like this. If you don't want to take care of me, just say so. Why do you have to hurt my feelings? When Suhi comes back, I'll have her send you back to the countryside and let Shui-yi take care of me." Grandma Su scoffed. "Look at you. You really think Suhi will listen to you? Let me put it this way. If we both fell into the river, Suhi would definitely save me first, and maybe even kick you while she's at it. You really think too highly of yourself. Suhi is only nice to you because of her mother. Just look at yourself crying all the time. Who would want to be around you?" Grandma Zhao was so angry she forgot to cry. She pointed at Grandma Su. You. Grandma Su put her hands on her hips. "What's wrong with me? You say I hurt your feelings? That's hilarious. Did I say anything wrong? Aren't you the one who cries all the time? You're always whining. It's annoying. I don't care how you are at the Zhao family, but here, you have to listen to me. If you keep crying, you'll go hungry. Anyway, missing a meal or two won't kill you." Grandma Zhao was so furious, she couldn't get a word in. Grandma Su was so worked up she was almost foaming at the mouth before she finally stopped. The two old ladies sat at opposite ends of the bed, ignoring each other. After a while, Grandma Zhao finally said, "In-law, I don't want to cry, but my life is so hard." Hard? People went through a 25,000-mile-long march without complaining. What's so hard for you? Grandma Zhao. That's different. It was bad enough dealing with my brother-in-law. You know, I lost Erwa when I was out shopping. Just thinking about it feels like a needle in my heart. Grandma Su rolled her eyes. Are you really missing Erwa, or just afraid others will blame you for losing him? Do you think if you cry, people won't blame you? Grandma Zhao almost fainted from anger. After catching her breath, she said, "In-law, your words really hurt me." Grandma Su's mouth twisted in disbelief. "Hurt you? If I really had that power, I would have turned you into a beehive long ago. I've always disliked your whiny attitude. You may have a bad leg, but you're not out of your mind. You don't need to be pampered every day." Grandma Zhao's eyes turned red with anger, but she couldn't argue back, so she lay down on the bed and fell silent. Grandma Su rolled her eyes, thinking, "I'll show you, old crybaby." Meanwhile, Suhi strolled over to Teacher Yuan's house. Even though she wasn't there, she could guess what was happening at home. Grandma Zhao's tears only worked on people like Grandpa Zhao and Uncle Zhao, who cared about her. Grandma Su wouldn't indulge her. It wasn't that she was unfilial, it was just that Grandma Zhao's constant crying needed to be addressed. Otherwise, she worried that Grandpa Zhao might get sick from it. When she arrived at Teacher Yuan's house, he smiled and said, "You came at the right time. I just bought some pork belly to stew with wild vegetables for dinner." Suhi casually asked, "The wild vegetables are from the grocery store, right? How much are they per pound?" "I don't need to buy vegetables. They were a gift from the machinery factory for the Dragon Boat Festival. They sent not only wild vegetables, but also eggs and 2 small cushions." Suhi was puzzled. "Aren't you from the textile factory? Why did the machinery factory send you things?" Teacher Yuan stood up straight with his hands behind his back. "Both the machinery and textile factories wanted me to be their consultant, so I ended up taking on both jobs. Now I receive 2 salaries, no, 3. The research institute pays me 2. Otherwise, I couldn't afford to hire you as my assistant." Suhi's eyes lit up, and she suddenly saw a new opportunity. She had been stuck in a misconception. Thinking that being a liaison for Huaihua commune meant she couldn't work in a factory was a huge mistake. Now she realized she could have a part-time job. If Teacher Yuan could earn 3 salaries, she could easily earn 10 or 8. Seeing Suhi's excited expression, Teacher Yuan quickly added, "Ahem, even though I earn a lot, my expenses are high, so paying you 1 yuan an hour is already generous. No chance for a raise." Shui. Suhi didn't stay for dinner at Teacher Yuan's house. After all, there were 2 old ladies at home. When she got home, Grandma Su had already prepared dinner. Grandma Su smiled widely. "Dio is back? We were waiting for you to start eating." Grandma Zhao lay on the bed, silent. "Grandma, what's wrong with my grandma? She overate at lunch and is lying down to digest. Don't worry about her. Let's eat first. Grandma Zhao was almost furious. She hadn't eaten a single bite at lunch because of her fight with Grandma Su. She had been starving. She thought he would definitely ask about her, and then she could use that to get up and eat. But instead, he just hummed and went to wash her hands, chatting and laughing with Grandma Su as they ate. Grandma Zhao's tears instantly soaked her pillow. She wasn't there for a checkup but to suffer. He had eaten enough and gave a knowing glance to Grandma Su.
Grandma Su understood immediately.
Mother-in-law, you must be about done, right? Let's get up and eat. Although Grandma Zhao wanted to act tough, her stomach wouldn't allow it. She had no choice but to get up and reluctantly eat 4 big pancakes. Grandma Su rolled her eyes, thinking that someone who always complains about life eats more than a pig. He wanted to help Grandma Su wash the dishes, but Grandma Su insisted she go outside for a walk to help with digestion. Just as He stepped outside, Old Man Gu from next door appeared. He had finally figured it out. There was no need to beat around the bush. The girl wanted him to treat her grandmother, so he might as well have her call him grandfather first. So, he waved to Suhi. Suhi climbed over the wall. Old man, is there something you need? Old Man Gu had prepared himself mentally, but the words got stuck in his throat. After a long wait, he still didn't speak. Suhi cautiously asked, Old man, do you have something on your mind? You seem a bit off. Old Man Gu glared at her. Wasn't it because of this little girl? He took a deep breath. Do you want to be my granddaughter? Suhi looked confused. What? Old Man Gu decided to go all in, gritting his teeth and saying, I ask you, do you want to be my granddaughter? If you agree, I'll treat your grandmother's leg. If not, you can find someone else. Suhi was almost knocked out by this sudden offer. Of course, she wanted to. However, she knew Old Man Gu had a strange personality, and if she agreed too quickly, he might pull some tricks. So, she pretended to think for a moment. Actually, I don't have a habit of taking grandfathers, but since you insist, fine, I'll reluctantly accept you as my grandfather. Old Man Gu. Why did that sound so awkward? At that moment, Suhi rubbed her hands together. Grandpa, shouldn't you give me a little gift for meeting? Old Man Gu. Suddenly, he didn't want a granddaughter anymore. Suhi was just joking, but Old Man Gu took it seriously. When you get married, Grandpa will give you a dowry to ensure you have a grand wedding. Suhi laughed and didn't take it too seriously. Grandpa, once Uncle Chi finishes the wheelchair, I'll take my grandmother to the county hospital for a checkup, and then you can treat her. This way, it won't raise any suspicions. Old Man Gu was in a great mood. He would agree with anything Suhi said, even if she claimed the moon was square. The next day, Chi Weiman delivered the repaired wheelchair. Suhi and Grandma Su helped Grandma Zhao into the wheelchair and pushed her around the yard. Grandma Zhao's eyes were red. This time, it wasn't just habit, it was excitement. Since her paralysis, she had wanted to move, but either had to crawl or be carried by others. Now, with a wheelchair, even if her legs didn't heal, it would make things much easier. Grandma Su rolled her eyes and said sourly, Look how much the girl cares about you. This wheelchair must have cost a lot. It could make dozens of outfits. Grandma Zhao choked up. The girl is so filial. I will take good care of her from now on. Grandma Su snorted. Caring is one thing, but you should stop complaining. Anyone would think you were being tortured sitting in a tiger bench. Grandma Zhao immediately fell silent. Suhi bit her lip, trying not to laugh. Only magic could defeat magic, and her grandmother's fighting spirit was impressive. The next day, Suhi and Grandma Su took Grandma Zhao to the county hospital. Suhi went straight to the same doctor as last time, who examined Grandma Zhao. In this era, examination methods were limited, and the doctor concluded that the leg nerves were compressed by the lumbar spine. There weren't many good treatment options, so he prescribed some medicine and advised Suhi to give Grandma Zhao hot compresses and massages at home. This was similar to the results Grandma Zhao had received before. Suhi got the medicine and pushed Grandma Zhao back to their house. After a while, Old Man Gu arrived. He first checked Grandma Zhao's pulse, then began acupuncture. Grandma Su watched, amused. Mother-in-law, weren't you always complaining about others pricking your heart? Now look, you're being pricked all over. You're almost turning into a hedgehog. Grandma Zhao. What kind of sin had she committed to have such a mother-in-law? He noticed old man Gu was sweating and wiped his forehead with a handkerchief while glancing at Grandma Su. Grandma Su immediately fell silent and awkwardly went to make him a cup of sweet water. Since the needles needed to stay in for half an hour, old man Gu took the opportunity to drink the sweet water. After removing the needles, he asked, Grandpa, will my grandmother's leg recover? Grandma Su blinked. Grandpa? Was this girl confused or what? Even if she called him Grandpa, she should add his surname. Otherwise, people might think she and Old Man Gu were a couple. Old Man Gu pondered for a moment and said, It's been a while, so full recovery is unlikely, but she should be able to walk again. Just take the medicine from the hospital regularly and combine it with acupuncture. After a month, she can start practicing standing, then gradually practice walking. However, this might take some time, around 6 months. Grandma Zhao choked up. Doctor, are you serious? I can really stand again? After receiving a positive answer, Grandma Zhao was in tears. This time, Grandma Su didn't tease her because it was a natural reaction, tears of joy. After Old Man Gu left, Grandma Su finally asked Suhi, Big girl, why do you call Dr. Gu Grandpa? Suhi explained about Old Man Gu wanting her as a granddaughter. Grandma Su laughed widely. That's why I say my big granddaughter is smart. Now we're all relatives, and he won't charge us for consultations. If we have any headaches or fevers, we can save money.
Shui.
However, Grandma Su did remind her, Dear, when Grandpa Gu comes over tomorrow, let him check your pulse too. Grandma Su looked displeased. I'm not sick. Why would I need a pulse check? It's bad luck to see a doctor for no reason. He was a bit speechless and advised, Grandma, even past empresses and noble ladies had doctors check their pulses regularly for good luck. Before she could finish, Grandma Su hurriedly said, I've been feeling a bit dry lately. Let Dr. Gu check my pulse every day from now on.
Shui.
Grandma Zhao silently gritted her teeth. After scolding me to the point of foaming at the mouth, of course, I'll feel dry. Suhi has realized that Grandma Su cares most about 2 things, money and the status of a lady. Every time the topic of a lady comes up, her grandma gets excited. Grandma, once a day, is a bit much. Let Grandpa Gu check your pulse every now and then instead. By the way, when you cook, make sure to save a portion for Grandpa Gu.
Grandma Shuredili agreed.
Although she is stingy, she knows how to weigh the pros and cons. Sending some food in exchange for a skilled doctor is a good deal. After dinner, Suhi arrived at Su Yongsher's house. Chao Hongmei was already waiting at home. Suhi had told her yesterday that they would go to night school together today. Chao Hongmei thought he was there to help her and Su Yongsher find a place, looking quite touched. The county town isn't very big. It takes about 20 minutes to walk to night school. The night school in the county can't compare to the one in the provincial city. It only offers literacy and advanced classes. Chao Hongmei and Su Yongsher were in the advanced class. As they approached the night school entrance, Chao Hongmei suddenly slapped her forehead. Xiaohe, you need a student ID to attend classes. Without it, the guard probably won't let you in. Suhi casually replied, No worries, I have a way to get in. At the night school entrance, there were already quite a few people in line. Hey, isn't that Director Chao from the textile factory? Who's with you? Is this person going to be a big leader in your factory someday? The speaker was a girl in her 20s, and her words immediately sparked laughter. Many in the advanced class looked down on Chao Hongmei and Su Yongsher, thinking that only officials or potential officials should be in the advanced class, and they were not qualified. So they nicknamed them Director Chao and Director Su to mock them. Chao Hongmei quietly told Suhi her name is Zhu Yanli, a staff member from the food factory, and she's the one causing the most trouble. At that moment, Zhu Yanli added, Oh, I recognize you. You're the one who gets harassed by men all the time, right, Suhi? TSK, some rotten flowers attract bees and butterflies. No wonder others are talking about you. Suhi realized that Zhu Yanli was targeting her, and Su Yongsher and Chao Hongmei were just collateral damage. However, she had never met Zhu Yanli before. Why did she have such hostility towards her? Seeing Su He silent, Zhu Yanli became even more emboldened. What's wrong? Feeling guilty? If it weren't for your deliberate behavior, Lin Bo wouldn't have made a mistake and ruined his bright future. Someone like you should be punished publicly. Now Su He understood. Zhu Yanli was infatuated with Lin Bo and was still obsessed. As Zhu Yanli continued her tirade, Su He remained silent. Zhao Hongmei thought, where did this girl's usual fierceness go? But it made sense. Zhu Yanli had many supporters around her, and she was intimidated. Zhu Yanli thought the same, becoming even more arrogant and her words more offensive, almost implying that Su He was selling herself. Zhu Yanli's remarks drew everyone's attention to Su He, and some men looked at her with lewd eyes. Once Zhu Yanli finished speaking, Su He said, Zhu Yanli, let's set aside your slander for now. You seem to be defending Lin Bo, a criminal. It seems you're quite unhappy with the department's decision. Moreover, you seem to support Lin Bo's harassment of women. So, according to you, if a woman is harassed or bullied, it's her fault, right? People like you don't deserve to attend night school, let alone be a staff member in the union. Your attitude shows that there's a problem with the ideological education at the food factory. I will write an article about this for the broadcast station tomorrow, so the whole county can hear about it. Many people from the food factory and the crowd changed their expressions. If this got broadcasted, they would be labeled as having poor ideological education. Where would they put their faces? Zhu Yanli was such a fool. Why bring up Lin Bo while targeting Su He? By defending a criminal. Wasn't she just asking for trouble? At that moment, a man in his 40s approached and coughed a couple of times, saying, Comrade Su He, I'm Yu Guodong, the director of the food factory's office. We take ideological education very seriously. Zhu Yanli hasn't been with us long, and she's just emotional. That's why she spoke out of turn. Zhu Yanli, why don't you apologize to Comrade Su He? Zhu Yanli was furious. She defiantly replied, why should I apologize to her? Did I say anything wrong? It's her indecency that made Lin Bo mess up. If it weren't for her, Lin Bo would still be a star in the county theater. Su He sneered. Oh, from what you're saying, your feelings for Lin Bo are quite special. Since you care so much, why not go keep him company in jail? What are you doing at night school? I see. You're upset because Lin Bo got in trouble, and now you're taking it out on everyone else. You want revenge. No wonder you're trying to stir up trouble against my uncle and aunt. You want to create conflict among the working class. What a malicious intent. Such thoughts are dangerous. Director Yu, this isn't just about whether she apologizes or not. We need to involve the department. Zhu Yanli's mindset is very dangerous. I'm genuinely worried she might take extreme actions, maybe even tampering with your food products. The crowd suddenly stirred. I had Hawthorne canned food yesterday and got diarrhea. Could there really be a problem with the food factory's cans? I found a stone in the cake yesterday. Is she trying to knock out my teeth on purpose? Director Yu, what are you all making a fuss about? Anyone can see that Su He is exaggerating. Zhu Yanli just complained a bit. She wouldn't actually do anything. Besides, the food factory has safety regulations. She wouldn't have the chance to tamper with anything. But now that the public opinion has been stirred up by Su He, if she really writes this in the broadcast, the food factory's reputation will be ruined. He shot Zhu Yanli a fierce glare, then turned to Su He and said, Comrade Su He, your warning is very necessary. Zhu Yanli is no longer suitable for her position in the union. Tomorrow at work, I will suggest to the factory to transfer her from the union position and strengthen her ideological education to prevent her from making mistakes. Su He nodded. Since you say so, I won't say anything more. However, someone like her doesn't deserve to study at night school. Let's give this opportunity to someone more aware in the food factory. Director Yu nodded. Zhu Yanli, give me your student ID. You won't be attending night school anymore. Zhu Yanli could hardly believe her ears. What? The position in the union is gone? Her family worked so hard to get her that job, and now it's lost because of a few words from Su He? She fought fiercely with another union worker for a spot in night school, and now that's gone too? Although night school allows self-registration, most spots come from factory recommendations, which come with subsidies. Many people compete fiercely for these spots. Director Yu, don't listen to Soo-hee's nonsense. She's slandering me. I just don't like her. I didn't mean to help Lin Bo or do anything harmful. Director Yu frowned. Zhu Yanli was being foolish. If she were smart, she would apologize to Soo-hee now, crying and begging for forgiveness. He might have said a few good words, and this would have blown over. But instead, she stubbornly clung to her grudge against Soo-hee, making things worse for herself. Although Soo-hee has no background, she has written many scripts for the broadcasting station recently. If she gets angry, she might escalate the situation. If that happens, he would be in trouble too. He said sternly, enough. Everyone can see what's right and wrong. Hand over your student ID and go home. Zhu Yanli had no choice but to comply and handed her student ID to Director Yu. She glared at Soo-hee, saying, Soo-hee, just wait. I won't let you off. Soo-hee smirked. Did everyone hear that? Zhu Yanli is threatening me. If I have any headaches or illnesses in the next 30 years, it's all her doing. When that happens, I'll report her, and you all better testify for me. Zhu Yanli was nearly furious. 30 years? Why not say for a lifetime? Besides, what do my headaches have to do with you? Unable to hold back, she reached out to scratch Soo-hee, but Soo-hee had already anticipated it and quickly hid behind Director Yu. Director Yu scolded, Zhu Yanli, if you keep causing trouble, I'll recommend your dismissal from the factory. What a fool. Now was the time to calm things down, yet she wanted to make it worse. Zhu Yanli then ran off in tears. Chao Hongmei was stunned. She thought her niece had backed down. Instead, she was holding back a big move.
Goodness.
She didn't even know which way the food factory's door opened, yet she managed to get Zhu Yanli reassigned. And now she lost her chance at night school? She believed no one would dare to bully her and Su Yongshire again. She felt incredibly lucky to have realized this early. Otherwise, she would have been sold out by Soo-hee and helped her count the money. At that moment, Soo-hee, looking apologetic, said to Director Yu, Director Yu, I apologize for my earlier words. The ideological education work at the food factory is quite effective. Zhu Yanli is just an isolated case.
You shouldn't generalize. I'm sorry.
After saying that, Soo-hee even bowed. Even if Director Yu was unhappy, he couldn't say anything now and could only exchange a few polite words. As class time approached, everyone hurried to continue lining up. When it was Soo-hee's turn, she said, Comrade, I'm here for an interview, preparing to write an article showcasing the achievements of night school. Before Soo-hee could finish, the guard politely said, Reporter Soo, please go right in. No joke. If Soo-hee talked too much, he might end up going home to babysit. So, Soo-hee confidently walked into night school. Chao Hongmei was puzzled. Her niece came to help prevent, and now that she had achieved her goal, why was she still going in? Soo-hee followed Chao Hongmei to the classroom and became her desk mate. After a while, the teacher entered and began the lesson. This night school's advanced class was roughly equivalent to high school level but didn't include math. It focused on liberal arts courses, emphasizing ideological and theoretical education. During the break, Soo-hee turned to the classmate sitting behind her and smiled. Hello, I'm Soo-hee. What's your name? The girl was taken aback for a moment, then quickly introduced herself. I'm Yuan Xiaolan from the logistics office of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Soo-hee looked enviously at her. No wonder you have such a good aura. You work at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. That's a good place. Yuan Xiaolan smiled. It's not as good as you say. You're the one who's really pretty. Soo-hee chatted a bit with Yuan Xiaolan, then started talking with her desk mate Zhao Lily, and then with the classmates in front of her. Chao Hongmei finally realized what was happening as she watched Soo-hee mingling around the classroom. She was there to expand her network. Helping herself, vent was just a bonus. By the time night school ended, Soo-hee had already met half the class. Chao Hongmei. If she had that ability, she wouldn't be bullied every day. On the way back, Su-hee said to Chao Hongmei, second aunt, night school is a great place. I'll come to attend classes whenever I have time. I want to study hard and improve every day.
Gao Hongmei.
Sounds nice, but you really want to build connections. Su-hee entered night school with the goal of expanding her network while also wanting to see what Luo Xiaoling and Shen Rui were up to. Chao Hongmei worried about Su-hee's safety on the way back and walked her to the flat before returning. When Su-hee entered the house, Su Grandma and Zhao Grandma were still awake. Su Grandma was giving Zhao Grandma a hot compress on her leg. Su-hee quickly said, "Grandma, thank you for your hard work." Su Grandma replied, "Oh, you silly girl, bringing Grandma over is just to take care of your grandma. This is what I should do. I don't mind a little fatigue as long as your grandma gets better." Zhao Grandma silently gritted her teeth, wondering who was acting like a queen, making her, the patient, give her a shoulder rub and sing. Poor her. Her voice was almost hoarse from singing. The next day, when Old Man Go was giving Zhao Grandma acupuncture, he also checked Su Grandma's pulse and looked at her tongue. "Your tongue is white and greasy, pulse is weak and thin, qi deficiency and blood stasis, and meridians are blocked." With each sentence, Su Grandma's face grew paler. Although she didn't understand, she felt it wasn't good news. Finally, Old Man Go said, "There's no major issue for now. I'll prescribe some medicine for you to adjust, but you need to eat light in the future and avoid extreme emotions." After Old Man Go left, Su Grandma started to cry. "Oh, girl, what kind of fate is this? I finally borrowed some luck to eat meat for 2 days, and now I have to eat plain food again." Zhao Grandma silently watched her, thinking, "Pa, you say I'm the one who cries all the time. What are you doing now? Singing?" Su-hee advised Grandma Su, "Grandma, when I say eat lightly, I don't mean no meat at all. Just eat less fatty meat and reduce oil, salt, and sugar." Grandma Su sobbed, "What's the point of eating lean meat? Fatty meat is so delicious. Why did I get this illness? My life is so hard." As she cried, she suddenly noticed old Zhao looking at her with a frown, and it was as if someone had squeezed her throat. She stopped crying. If she cried any more, wouldn't she just be an annoying old crybaby? Seeing her stop crying, Su-hee added, "Grandma, I'll buy more fish and chicken in the future. They're tasty and healthy." Grandma Su waved her hand. "Big girl, it doesn't matter what an old woman eats. Don't waste your money. Earning it isn't easy." Grandma Su didn't doubt that Su-hee often brought food home. She thought her granddaughter was quite capable of getting good food. Su-hee vaguely agreed, but decided to buy some chicken, duck, and fish from the market regularly to nourish the 2 old ladies. At that moment, old Zhao said, "By the way, big girl, someone named Gu Chiyan is looking for you. She said to go to the agricultural materials office tomorrow." Grandma Su slapped her thigh. "Oh, I almost forgot. I have to say, you old crybaby are a bit useful." Old Zhao gritted her teeth, but said nothing. Su-hee guessed that Gu Chiyan was probably there to inform her about planting fast beans in Su Family Village. She had told Gu Chiyan before that if they were going to Su Family Village, she should let her know, as she could hitch a ride to her grandma's house. Hitching a ride was just an excuse. Her real goal was to swap bean seeds. Of course, the swap wouldn't be done secretly. Breeding research is serious business. If she just swapped them quietly, the harvest data wouldn't match up later, making it impossible to trace back, which would cause trouble for Professor Chu and the researchers at Jingbei. She had already thought of a foolproof plan. Besides swapping the bean seeds, there was another matter to attend to. When she picked up old Zhao, she had specifically reminded Uncle Zhao to hurry up and finalize his divorce from Li Jinping. She didn't know if he had done it, so she would ask when she got back. Zhang Mabua and her daughter were both opportunistic. If they saw the Zhao family doing well in the future, they might bring up dog egg, so it was better to get the paperwork done quickly. The next morning, Su-hee arrived at the agricultural materials office. She was right. Gu Chiyan wanted to tell her that the office was going to Su Family Village to plant fast beans today. So, Su-hee got on the office's small truck. In the cab, besides the driver, there were only 2 seats, one for Professor Chu, and the other was specifically reserved for Su-hee. The people at the agricultural materials office looked at her with envy, but no one said anything. Since he wasn't part of the office, there was no conflict of interest with them. They even tried to please her, hoping she could say a few good words for them in front of Professor Chu. In the truck, Professor Chu was chatting with He. Old Zhao from Jingbei doesn't think highly of our trial planting of Jingdou 18 in County. He says our soil and temperature conditions aren't suitable and that we'll at least see a 1/3 reduction in yield. I share this concern, but time is short and we can't cultivate a new variety, so we have to try planting Jingdou 18 first. He smiled. Professor Chu, I heard that plants adjust to their surroundings. Maybe Jingdou 18 will adapt well in County. By the way, Professor, I have a not-so-mature idea. Please don't laugh at me. Professor Chu chuckled. What's there to laugh at? Go ahead. You mentioned that our bean seeds have a longer growth period and aren't suitable for summer planting, but that's just theoretical. We haven't actually tested summer planting, right? Professor Chu nodded. That's true. Our focus in recent years has been on increasing yield, and we haven't considered this direction. What do you want to say? I was thinking we should set up another test field using the self-saved bean seeds from Family Village as a control experiment. It might give us unexpected surprises. Professor Chu thought it unnecessary since spring and summer beans have different growth cycles, and they might not even produce pods by the frost date. However, he found He likable and thought it wouldn't hurt to try. Even if it didn't succeed, they could still gather more research data. So he nodded. All right, let's open up a small test field and try using the seeds from Family Village. He smiled brightly. Then when we get to Family Village, I'll go find the team leader to buy the seeds. After arriving at the test field location, he greeted Professor Chu and went to Grandpa Zhao's house. Grandpa Zhao saw He and asked, Big girl, what brings you here? Did something happen with your grandma? He quickly replied, My grandma is fine. The agricultural materials office is here to plant seeds, and I just hitched a ride to see you. Grandpa Zhao sighed in relief and said, Your grandma must have worried you a lot, right? She won't change her stubborn ways anytime soon, so just bear with it. He laughed. With my grandma around, my other grandma hasn't cried much lately. She's quite cheerful. Grandpa Zhao was somewhat skeptical, knowing his wife's temperament well. However, seeing his granddaughter care for her grandma, he felt reassured. Noticing Uncle Zhao wasn't home, He asked, Grandpa, where's my uncle? He went to work in the fields. He asked again, Did my uncle finalize the divorce? Yes, he did. He took care of it the day after you left. Seeing Grandpa Zhao hesitate to speak, He asked, Grandpa, is something going on? Not really. It's just that Zhang Mabua introduced a match for your aunt, for Jinping, which is why he hurried to finalize the paperwork.
Shui.
What a seamless transition. But this was good. It would prevent any future complications. Grandpa, the agricultural materials office, wants to buy some bean seeds from the village. Can you take me to the team leader's house to ask? Although Grandpa Zhao was puzzled about why the agricultural materials office wanted to buy seeds from the village, he still took He to team leader Su Dachuan's house. After hearing their purpose, Su Dachuan immediately agreed. If they were buying a lot, he wouldn't sell, but since the agricultural materials office only needed 20 pounds, he could spare some. Of course, the key issue was that He offered a price much higher than the market rate. When they reached the warehouse, He insisted on carefully selecting the seeds, and Su Dachuan agreed. He gave Grandpa Zhao a signal. Although he didn't know what his granddaughter was up to, he found an excuse to call Su Dachuan outside the warehouse. Once Su Dachuan was out, he quickly swapped all the seeds in the warehouse. The village's self-saved seeds had no traceability, so there wouldn't be any follow-up issues. Although a large portion had been used for taxes, it had long been mixed in the granary, making it impossible to trace. The agricultural materials office could only find what was in the warehouse. In the end, they would have to use these seeds and the harvested beans as research samples for further study. While there might be some flaws, this was the most reliable plan He could come up with. As for Jingbei's Jingdou 18, it was just a supporting role. After weighing the seeds, he returned to Grandpa Zhao's house. Grandpa, The agricultural materials office only brought dry rations. Why don't you cook some dishes to send to them? Grandpa Zhao quickly nodded. Right. They didn't hold a grudge about last time, so we should repay them. Grandpa Zhao scrambled to fry the last few eggs at home, stir-fried a small bowl of radish greens and lard, and made a pot of mung bean soup with 2 big spoons of sugar. When Su He and Grandpa Zhao arrived, the agricultural materials office staff were just about to eat lunch. Seeing the dishes and mung bean soup that Grandpa Zhao brought, they were all very happy and thought Grandpa Zhao was quite capable. Later, when the agricultural materials office expanded the test field, the first person they considered for extra help was Uncle Zhao, but that was a story for another time. With more staff at the agricultural materials office, they finished planting the fields by 3 in the afternoon, and Su He returned to the county with a truck. As soon as Su He got home, Fang called over the wall. Xiao He, Director Luo from the commune, called this afternoon. He wants you to return his call tomorrow. Su He thanked Fang and wondered if the head flowers were ready. So soon? But it made sense. Head flowers were much simpler than scrap fabric cushions, and the textile factory's order wasn't too large, so it could be done in a few days. Sure enough, the next day, when Su He called Director Luo back, he said the head flowers were ready and asked her to notify the textile factory to come. Su He felt confident after receiving the approval. In the afternoon, she returned to the textile factory to see Director Gao. Director Gao, how do you plan to sell this batch of hair flowers? Director Gao casually replied, of course, we will send them to the supply and marketing cooperative. We'll sell as many as we can. If they sell well, I will suggest to the factory leaders to place another order. If not, then that's it. The sales model for the textile factory's fabrics was basically the same. Besides the allocated amount, the rest would be sent to various cooperatives, selling as much as possible. Su He thought to herself that it's only because supply is less than demand and resources are scarce. Otherwise, the textile factory would have closed down long ago. Su He blinked her eyes and said, Director Gao, why don't you let me handle the sales for this batch of hair flowers? I promise to deliver impressive sales results. Director Gao was sharp. He smiled and asked, what are your conditions? Su He rubbed her hands together and said, recently, I've had to support 2 elderly family members, so I'm a bit tight on money. I plan to take on a part-time job at the textile factory to earn some extra income. Director Gao frowned slightly. Part-time? It seems the textile factory doesn't have that precedent. Su He smiled and replied, I heard that Teacher Yuan from the textile factory staff quarters is also working part-time. If one can do it, so can I. Don't worry, I will ensure the results are outstanding, making it easier for you to discuss with the leaders later. Director Gao had initially wanted to recruit Su He, but she insisted on shining at Huaihua commune, so he let it go. Now, hearing her proposal, he was somewhat tempted. First, show me the results, and I will discuss it with the leaders. Su He was full of confidence. Just wait and see. But this can't be rushed. I need a few days to prepare. Director Gao was puzzled. Prepare for what? However, he didn't ask further. He only cared about the sales performance. To be honest, while the scrap fabric flowers looked nice, they weren't essential items, so impressive sales figures would be hard to achieve. He was curious to see what Su He could come up with. In the following days, Su He helped Teacher Yuan during the day and attended night school classes on time in the evenings. The classes were just a cover. She used this opportunity to get familiar with her classmates. The teachers didn't pay much attention to Su He as a new face, thinking she was just a new student. Moreover, many night school students had to work night shifts, so attendance was often irregular, making it hard for teachers to remember everyone. One day, before class started, the homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhao, entered and said, in a few days, the provincial night school leaders will come to inspect us. Let's prepare some performances to welcome them. Class leader, please gather everyone's interest and submit the performance list to me. After Mr. Zhou left, inside the classroom, Chao Hongmei whispered to Su He, Mr. Zhou must be confused. We haven't even elected class officers, so where's the class leader? Su He. She immediately stood up and went to the podium. Classmates, you all heard what Mr. Zhou said, right? I'm curious if anyone is interested in performing?
Gao Hongmi.
Oh, dear. Is this a bit inappropriate? Have you forgotten you're just a guest in this class? She thought he would surely be booed down, but instead, everyone began discussing the performances excitedly. Someone said, "We're here to study, not to sing. We could use that time to sleep at home." Exactly. What's the point of performing? It's just formalities. He banged the blackboard eraser on the desk. You all are thinking too superficially. Do the leaders want to see performances?
No.
They want to see your spirit and your learning outcomes. Also, have you considered that the continuing education class is equivalent to a high school diploma, but the provincial night school is like a college program? If you perform well, you might get a chance to continue your studies in the province. This is a rare opportunity. If anyone is interested in performing, please come to me to sign up. As soon as everyone heard this, they became excited. When He returned to her seat, Yuan Xiaolan from the back said, "Class leader, I want to sing My Motherland solo." Zhao Lily quickly added, "Class leader, I want to sing a segment from The Red Lantern." "Class leader, I want to perform Workers and Farmers Are One Family."
Gao Hongmi.
How did this happen? How did she become the class leader? Have you all forgotten she's just a guest? Of course, they hadn't forgotten. It was just that he was so natural about it, and no one could think of anyone better suited for the role. Since she was willing to take it, they thought it was fine. They wouldn't lose anything. At the end of the school day, he went back to the podium and said, "Some students who may not have artistic talent might feel a bit down, so I've decided to organize a class-wide choir, giving everyone a chance to shine in front of the provincial night school leaders." Applause erupted, as many students lacked artistic skills and preferred to participate in a group. He continued, "If everyone agrees, we will stay half an hour later after class to rehearse the choir. Also, please share your addresses and contact information with me for easier communication." Soon, he collected everyone's contact details and home addresses. Chao Hongmei, who was speechless the whole time. The next day before class, he went to Mr. Zhou's office. "Mr. Zhou, here is the performance list, but this is just a preliminary list. It may be adjusted based on practice results." Mr. Zhou had actually remembered that they hadn't elected class officers after returning yesterday. He planned to appoint someone today, but was surprised when he showed up. He didn't think much of it, assuming the students had voted for her. Little did he know, she was just a guest who shamelessly nominated herself as class leader. Teacher Zhou initially thought that not many people would sign up, as they were all minor officials at the factory. However, when he checked, he found a total of 18 performances. Solo singing, dancing, storytelling, short skits, small choruses, and large choruses. Those who knew it was a night school might think it was a county theater troupe. The students were quite enthusiastic. Teacher Zhou was happy, and he found He more pleasant to look at. "What's your name?" "Teacher, my name is He from Suzhou, and he from Seedlings." Teacher Zhou was taken aback.
Shui?
Why did that name sound familiar? Oh, right. The county radio station had recently broadcast several of her articles, and it seemed she had even gotten into a fight at the school gate a couple of days ago. Teacher Zhou wasn't interested in gossip, so after a moment of surprise, he said, "Since you have a way with words, you can be the host." Okay. When he got home that night, both grandmothers were still awake. After he finished washing up, Grandma took out a few colorful strings she had braided. "Tomorrow is the Dragon Boat Festival. Here, my dear, let me tie this on you." In county, colorful strings are usually only given to small children. The reason Grandma tied one on he was simple, to show her love. It must be said that the two of them were quite in sync, treating the colorful string as a messenger of love. He smiled as Grandma tied the string on her. "By the way, Grandma, my second aunt invited us to dinner at her place tomorrow night. Should I invite Grandpa Gu too?" Grandma nodded. "Sure. It's a good chance for him to check on your second uncle's family. He won't be eating for free."
Shui.
Grandma then said to Grandma Zhao, "Let's be clear. Tomorrow, when everyone gathers to celebrate, if you dare to cry, I'll take the wheels off your wheelchair and make you crawl back." Grandma Zhao.
Shui.
Grandma warned her again. almost forcing Grandma Zhao to swear an oath. The next morning, when Grandpa Gu came to give acupuncture, Grandma Su warmly invited him to dinner at the Su family. Grandpa Gu hesitated for a moment, but agreed. In the past, he definitely wouldn't have gone, but now that Su He was his granddaughter, he should get to know the Su family better. Su He also went to invite Teacher Yuan to dinner. Teacher Yuan waved his hand. I don't like crowds. It's too noisy. Don't worry about me. I have plenty of food already. Teacher Yuan wasn't exaggerating. He often helped the children in the family compound with their questions, and many families had sent him zongzi and tea eggs. Su He didn't push it. That evening, Grandma Su and Chao Hongmei prepared a feast. Although there were no extravagant dishes, it was already quite abundant for that era. Most of the ingredients were brought by Su He. Su Jinbao was so happy he could burst. The New Year meals hadn't been this good. It was all thanks to Sister Xiao He. Tai Zhu had red eyes. In the past, during festivals, Lu Qiujuan and his wife wouldn't even let him sit at the table, let alone eat such delicious food. He promised to repay Sister Xiao He well in the future. Grandpa Gu felt a bit emotional. He had been alone for so many years and hadn't felt such a lively atmosphere in a long time. Grandma Su was staring at the greasy braised pork, thinking, is it okay to eat just a few pieces? Seeing the Su family so joyful, Grandma Zhao couldn't help but think of her own family. Her son and daughter-in-law were divorced, and she wondered if anyone was making zongzi for the old man. Probably no one was tying colorful strings for Dog Dan either. Thinking of this, her nose felt sour. Just as tears were about to spill, Grandma Su pinched her hard. Grandma Zhao shivered in pain, and the thought of the wheels made her hold back her tears. At the same time, the Gu family in the capital was having dinner. Old Master Gu had absolute authority at home and was quite strict. There were strict rules about seating and no one spoke while eating. Even with dozens of people at the table, including young children, there was not a sound. However, the atmosphere was a bit strange today, as many eyes were on Gu Chiyan. This favored grandson of old Master Gu had a colorful string tied around his wrist. Gu Chiyan was very much like his grandfather, meticulous and almost harsh, so the colorful string seemed out of place. Moreover, in the capital, most families only tied colorful strings on children. It was rare for adults to wear them. Old Master Gu glanced at Gu Chiyan several times. Gu Chiyan, however, remained calm, eating slowly. After dinner, Old Master Gu said, "Chiyan, come to my study." Upon hearing this, everyone had different reactions. Some were gloating, some were worried, and others were just curious. Gu Chiyan followed Old Master Gu into the study. Old Master Gu pointed at the colorful string. "Where did this come from?" "Someone gave it to me." "Who?" "A woman I like." Old Master Gu frowned. "Whose daughter?" "Not from the capital, and not on your list." Old Master Gu's frown deepened. "Chiyan, I've told you. Your wife must be someone from the list. You need to cut ties with her immediately." Gu Chiyan's expression was cold. "Grandpa, I only have a crush on her right now. It's not to the point of needing to marry her. But if you do something, I might feel like I have to. I still have work at the research institute. I'll come to see you another day." With that, he turned and left. Old Master Gu was so angry he raised his teacup, then couldn't bring himself to do it, and set it down. This brat is definitely doing this on purpose. If he wanted to keep it a secret, he wouldn't have shown off the colorful string. This was a warning to him. He must know that he had people investigating the woman he was writing to. Old Master Gu paced in the study for a few rounds, then dialed a number. No need to continue the investigation. Forget it. What could a girl from a small place be worth? This little brat would probably lose interest in a few days. Suhi naturally had no idea what was happening in the Gu family, and she hadn't thought about Gu Chiyan's name in days. What was on her mind now was how to make money. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, night classes were cancelled, and before class the next day, Suhi came to see Teacher Zhao. "Teacher Zhao, I have a suggestion. This performance is a great opportunity to showcase our night school. Why not invite the county leaders and the heads of various factories to come?" Teacher Zhao frowned. "Is that really necessary?" "It's not a big deal. It wouldn't be appropriate to make such a fuss. The provincial night school leaders are coming to inspect us, so the more grand it is, the better. Also, Suhi paused for a moment before continuing. Additionally, although our night school receives funding from above, the budget is still a bit tight. Why not take this chance to ask those units for some donations? Teacher Zhao looked stiff. He understood every word Suhi said, but he couldn't grasp the overall idea. Donations? The factory leaders aren't foolish. Why would they donate to the night school? However, thinking about the budget made Teacher Zhao sigh. In this era, investment in education is far from enough, and night schools are even worse. Forget about holiday benefits. Sometimes there isn't even money to buy teaching supplies. Though he felt Suhi's idea was a bit outrageous, he said, "You go back first. I'll discuss it with the principal and get back to you." After Suhi left, Teacher Zhao went to see Principal Chen. Principal Chen was over 50, with only a few strands of hair left on his head, which he carefully styled every day. At that moment, he was in front of the mirror, trying to cover more of his scalp. Hearing a knock, he sat back down at his desk and said, "Come in." After Teacher Zhao entered and repeated Suhi's suggestion, Principal Chen's eyes lit up. Asking the factories to donate supplies? This is a great idea. His biggest worry every day was funding. His hair was falling out because of money issues. Quick, call her in. I want to talk to her." Although Teacher Zhao thought it was inappropriate to call someone during class, seeing Principal Chen's excitement, he went to the classroom to fetch her. "Suhi, come out for a moment. The principal wants to see you." Chao Hongmei's expression changed immediately. Could it be that the issue of her niece skipping class had come to light? She had said that being class president was a bad idea. Wasn't that like a mouse wishing the cat a happy new year, asking for trouble? Now it had escalated to the principal. She would definitely be kicked out. Maybe they would even accuse her of fraud and send her to the police station. Chao Hongmei was worried, and the more she thought about it, the worse it seemed. Her heart was in her throat. Meanwhile, Suhi followed Teacher Zhao to the principal's office. Principal Chen was sitting on the sofa with a big smile, pointing to another sofa. "Suhi, please sit." Teacher Zhao stood nearby. Suhi, being polite, quickly said, "Principal, I'm fine standing." In the end, Principal Chen and Teacher Zhao sat on the sofa, while Suhi pulled over a chair to sit. Principal Chen looked eager. "Suhi, Teacher Zhao told me you plan to invite factory leaders to the performance? And you want them to donate supplies to our night school? Please tell me more." Seeing Principal Chen's attitude, Suhi knew he was interested, and she felt more confident. "Principal, we can make this performance a showcase for the provincial night school leaders, county leaders, and heads of major factories to display our spirit. Not only should our advanced class perform, but the literacy class should too. We can create a batch of invitations and, when we deliver them, subtly mention our funding issues. I believe the factory leaders aren't stingy and can donate some supplies. For example, the textile factory might donate some defective fabric, and the food factory might donate some canned goods and snacks. Who knows, the county leaders might be moved and allocate more funding for us next year." Principal Chen nodded repeatedly, even forgetting about his carefully styled hair. In this era, sponsorships weren't common, and Suhi's words opened a new door for Principal Chen. If he had known it could be done this way, he wouldn't have lost so much hair. Teacher Zhao hesitated. The idea is good, but will the factories really donate? Principal Chen shared this concern, nodding. Teacher Zhao is right. "Suhi, have you thought about this?" Suhi spoke confidently. "Principal, Teacher Zhao, although our night school doesn't have business ties with the factories, many of their staff have studied at our night school and are our alumni. Isn't it natural for alumni to help their school? Besides, people care about their reputation. If the textile factory donates, the machinery factory won't want to be left out. Once we convince one, the rest will follow." Principal Chen grew more excited. Yes, that makes sense. Let's do it." Suddenly, Teacher Zhao asked, "Principal, who will deliver the invitations?" Principal Chen. It sounds nice to say they'll deliver invitations, but in reality, it's asking for donations. If they refuse politely, that's fine, but what if they insult us? How would he face the students then? Principal Chen's gaze fell on Suhi. Soo-hee, you are our best student, and since you proposed this idea, you'll be in charge of delivering the invitations. If it works out, everyone will be happy. If it doesn't, it's just Soo-hee who loses face, and it won't harm the night school's reputation. Principal Chen's plan was clever. After all, experience makes one wise. Soo-hee looked troubled. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? I'm just an ordinary student. The leaders might not even want to see me. After thinking for a moment, she said, what if we set up a student council like at the university? I could deliver the invitations as the student council president, which would sound more official. Principal Chen agreed, without hesitation. With only 2 classes in the night school, the student council president was just slightly better than a class president. If she wanted to take the role, let her. Soo-hee added, Principal, once the invitations are ready, besides the official seal, it would be best if you could sign your name personally for added sincerity. Principal Chen agreed. As long as they could get donations, these were minor details. After discussing, Principal Chen said, you handle the performance arrangements. If you encounter any difficulties, feel free to come to me. Soo-hee assured him and then returned to the classroom. Seeing her calm expression, Chao Hongmei finally relaxed. During the break, Chao Hongmei asked, Soo-hee, what did the principal want? Soo-hee sighed. The principal said our night school is going to establish a student council and insisted I become the president. I tried to decline, but in the end, I reluctantly accepted. Gao Hongmei. Not only did a student who skipped class become the class president, but now she was also the student council president? She lowered her voice and asked Soo-hee, does the principal know you're skipping class? Soo-hee casually replied, whether he knows or not doesn't matter. I'm the student council president now. I'm going to check on the literacy class and discuss the performance arrangements. Gao Hongmei. Before long, Soo-hee returned. Chao Hongmei was puzzled. Did you finish the arrangements so quickly? Yeah, I appointed a class president and a vice president. They just need to finish compiling the list and give it to me. Gao Hongmei. You, a student who skips class, now have the authority to appoint class officers? After school, Soo-hee organized her classmates to rehearse the program as usual. Just as they were finishing up, Principal Chen brought an invitation letter to Soo-hee. Soo-hee, oh wow, what great efficiency. This also showed how eager Principal Chen was. Seeing Chao Hongmei's curious expression, Soo-hee took out an invitation letter for her to see. Chao Hongmei was surprised. You're inviting the factory leaders to the performance? Did the principal ask you to deliver the invitation? Soo-hee nodded, yes, and I also need to ask for some donations. Chao Hongmei. No wonder her niece managed to become the student council president. It turns out the principal wanted her to beg for donations. This was not an easy task. It was no different from begging. But with so many people around, she didn't say anything. After rehearsal, as they left for night school, Chao Hongmei said, Xiaohe, this task isn't great. Which factory leader is willing to give away money or things? If they're nice, that's one thing, but some might just insult you. What will you do then? Soo-hee casually replied, I'll just take it as it comes. I'm representing the night school, so if they insult me, they're insulting the school, not me. Chao Hongmei. This is a thankless job. Is it worth it for a student council president? Soo-hee laughed. Second aunt, you're mistaken. This is a great opportunity. If I didn't deliver the invitation, how would I get to know so many important leaders from the factories? Even if I get insulted, next time I meet them, I'll be familiar with them. Isn't that a good thing? Chao Hongmei. She felt like she could freeze her shocked expression on her face. Why does her niece see things so differently from others? However, seeing Soo-hee so relaxed, she decided not to worry too much. The next morning, Soo-hee went to the textile factory to find Director Gao. Director Gao had been anxious lately, wondering how Soo-hee's plans were coming along since he hadn't heard anything. So when he saw Soo-hee come in, he asked, Have you figured out the sales plan? You need to hurry. The head flowers have been sitting in the storage room for too long. Soo-hee smiled and nodded. Almost. Please give me a note to take 60 head flowers for initial investment. Director Gao looked confused. Initial investment? Are you planning to use them as samples at the supply and marketing cooperative? You don't need that many for samples. He said mysteriously, I can't say right now. It won't work if I do. She had become familiar with Director Gao and spoke without hesitation, so even though she was being secretive, he didn't mind at all. He waved his hand. All right, I won't ask. Just remember, if you can't deliver impressive results, don't expect to keep your part-time job. He chuckled. Just wait and see. By the way, I want to deliver an invitation to Factory Director Feng. Can you introduce me? Director Gao was puzzled. Invitation? What invitation? I'm now the president of the Night School Student Council. In a few days, we have a performance and Principal Chen sent me to deliver the invitation. As He spoke, she handed the invitation to Director Gao. Director Gao. Wait, how did you suddenly become the president of the Night School Student Council in just a few days? And being assigned by Principal Chen to deliver the invitation means you're a favorite of his. Just a month ago, you were a nobody, and now you're a liaison for the county commune and a special correspondent for the county radio station, plus the student council president? Is this girl a reincarnation of the Monkey King? Can she really transform like that? Director Gao took a moment to calm down. I'll take you there. So, He happily followed Director Gao to the factory director's office. On the way, Director Gao reminded He, Director Feng is serious and very principled. When you give him the invitation, don't say anything unnecessary, or your part-time job might be at risk. Also, I need to remind you, Director Feng hates flattery, so be careful with your words. He nodded. Okay, I'll stick to the main point. Director Gao knocked on the door, and a voice from inside said, Come in. Director Gao opened the door, and he and He walked in. Director, this is He, the president of the Night School Student Council. She's here to deliver an invitation for an upcoming performance. Director Feng didn't think much of it. These performances were usually just formalities. He could send the logistics director to attend. He quickly handed the invitation with both hands. Director Feng, originally Principal Chen wanted to invite you in person, but he had to deliver invitations to the county leaders today, so he sent me instead. He instructed me to be the first to deliver the invitation to you and said he would apologize to you in person another day. Director Feng's interest was piqued. Principal Chen is delivering invitations to the county leaders? Are they going to attend? He nodded. Principal Chen said that although only the provincial night school leaders are coming this time, this small window can showcase our county's achievements, so he's determined to invite the county leaders. Director Feng immediately changed his mind. If the county leaders were attending, he really needed to go himself. Otherwise, they might think he was being dismissive. He said, All right, tell Principal Chen I will definitely attend on time. Director Feng thought he would leave after that, but she looked a bit embarrassed. Director Feng, Principal Chen also asked me to mention something else, and it's a bit hard for me to say. Director Feng was surprised. Go ahead, it's fine. Principal Chen said our night school is struggling financially, and every year the funds are insufficient. So, he wants the factories to show some kindness, whether in materials or cash. Anything would help. Director Feng. Principal Chen is really shameless. You're struggling? Who isn't? How can you say that out loud? Of course, Director Feng couldn't say what he really thought. He laughed and said, Tell Principal Chen that our textile factory is also having a tough time. We'll support the night school when we're more financially stable. He nodded. Okay, I'll pass your message to Principal Chen. Actually, I think everyone is struggling. I agree that what Principal Chen is doing is a bit inappropriate. Self-reliance is better. But Principal Chen insists on this, and he even decided to thank everyone after the performance and read out a list of donations from brother units. Director Feng. Principal Chen. No wonder you're losing your hair. You're too ruthless. You want to read out the donation list? What if other factories donate while we don't give anything? How will the county leaders see me? Forget the county leaders. The heads of other units will definitely make my life miserable. Meanwhile, Principal Chen, who was drinking tea in the county leader's office, felt a chill down his back, sensing someone was scolding him. That shouldn't be the case. He's a nice guy. Director Feng coughed twice. Little Sue, Our textile factory is indeed facing difficulties, but I just remembered that there is a batch of defective cloth in the warehouse that I originally wanted to use for employee benefits. Since the night school is struggling and has the important task of training talent, I will donate it to you. However, I need to hold a meeting to discuss it. I can't make a final decision just yet. In fact, the meeting was just a formality. This decision was basically set in stone. Suhi immediately looked very touched. Director Feng, thank you so much. No wonder Principal Chen always tells me that you are not only capable at work, but also have a high level of awareness and a lot of compassion. Although this is our first meeting, I have already learned a lot from you. I hope that when you have time, you can give a class to our night school students to enhance our values and overall perspective. Director Gao watched the whole scene with a stiff expression, like a bystander. When he saw the usually serious Director Feng smiling like a spring breeze, he came to a conclusion. Director Feng didn't dislike flattery. It was just that those people didn't flatter him correctly. They were just hitting the horse's hooves. Look, wasn't he enjoying Suhi's compliments? This Suhi is not simple. He thought she was just delivering an invitation, but she not only got Director Feng to agree to attend personally, but also managed to get something from their textile factory. Putting aside the words, her psychological skills are exceptionally strong. Someone so shameless is perfect for sales. Director Gao immediately decided to finalize Suhi's part-time job. Even if she couldn't sell the head flower, he would still make it happen. Such talent must not be missed. Suhi, of course, was unaware of Director Gao's inner thoughts. She felt relieved. As long as she opened a breakthrough, the other units would be easier to deal with. If the textile factory donated, would the leaders of other factories dare to just watch? Especially those with status. They all care about their reputation. After showering compliments, Suhi said, Director Feng, I won't take up any more of your time. I look forward to your presence at our performance. Director Feng nodded. I will definitely attend on time. By the way, please tell old Shen to place our textile factory first in the thank you speech. Suhi readily agreed. I will definitely pass on the message. After leaving Director Feng's office, Director Gao gave a thumbs up. Little girl, impressive. Suhi smiled. Please don't tease me. I still have to deliver invitations to other factories. I'll visit you another day. Director Gao lit a candle for the heads of other units. With Suhi's way with words, even a stingy person would willingly give to her. After leaving the textile factory, Suhi arrived at the machinery factory. She first found Qian Huifang. Aunt Qian, I'm here to deliver invitations for the night school. Can you introduce me to your director, Hu? Qian Huifang felt the same way as Director Gao. Just a few days ago, how did this girl become the president of the night school student council? After her surprise, Qian Huifang took Suhi to meet Director Hu. Director, who was completely different from Director Feng, he always had a smile on his face but was very aware of the situation. As soon as they met, Director Hu praised Suhi. Little Su, I've heard about you for a long time. Recently, the county broadcasting station aired several of your articles, including one praising our machinery factory. You are quite talented. Suhi smiled shyly. Please don't flatter me. I still have a lot to learn from you. The machinery factory has become the leading unit in our county, and you deserve much of the credit. Principal Chen has also mentioned you several times, saying you are not only capable, but also have a high level of literary accomplishment. He even wants to invite you to teach us. Qian Huifang watched the two of them exchange compliments. After finishing her flattery, Suhi handed the invitation to Director Hu. Principal Chen originally wanted to come in person, but he is busy inviting county leaders, so he sent me to deliver the invitation. Director Hu nodded and opened the invitation to take a look. Tell old Shen that I will attend on time. Suhi then repeated her request for donations, emphasizing that the textile factory had already donated a batch of defective cloth. Director, who was cursing inwardly. One was cursing Chen for being shameless. The other was cursing Director Feng for being foolish. If they ask for it, just give it. What will I do if you give it? If I don't give, how will the machinery factory save face? Despite his inner complaints, Director, who still smiled kindly. Little Sue, our machinery factory's products are not really useful for the night school. How about this? I'll see if I can find some spare industrial tickets to donate to your night school. Soohee thought, this smiling tiger is much stingier than Director Foam. After thanking him, she said, by the way, Principal Chen said that the thank you list should be ranked according to the value of the donated items, to avoid any unpleasantness over the order later. Director Hu. Chen, you really are something. Cough, cough, Little Sue, I just remembered that our machinery factory recently partnered with the kettle factory in Qi County. Let's donate a batch of kettles. Soohee smiled and thanked him, then left Director Hu's office with a confused Xian Huifang. Xian Huifang was dizzy. Their director, who was known as the stingiest in county. Why was he so generous today? Not only offering industrial tickets but also kettles? After leaving the machinery factory, Soohee calculated her next stop and headed to the food factory. She first met with the office director, Yu Guodong, who she had encountered at the night school entrance before. Last time, Yu Guodong was just passing by and was not a student of the night school. Soohee explained her purpose, and Yu Guodong immediately took her to meet Director Tian. Soohee used the same speech, but this time she hit a wall. Director Tian put on a tough attitude. Little Sue, our food factory can't compare to the machinery and textile factories. Our situation is very tough. So even if we want to support the night school, we simply can't. If our food factory is not on the thank you list, that's fine. Everyone knows we're the most struggling. Director Tian's words were insincere. The richest unit in the county is the food factory. Because food is the most valuable thing these days. Yu Guodong thought, this young comrade Sue, he is still inexperienced. Last time, you made such a scene at the night school entrance. Although you were right, it was like slapping the food factory's face. Do you still expect donations? In your dreams. Director Tian indeed seemed to have a personal grudge. Last time, although Soohee targeted Zhu Yanli at the night school gate, she also included the food factory, which naturally upset him. It was impossible for him to donate. Not kicking her out was already quite polite. Soohee didn't expect Director Tian to be so petty, nor did she realize that his thick skin was on par with hers. However, she had to find a way to get him to agree to donate. Although the textile and machinery factories verbally agreed, nothing was finalized. If Director Tian turned around and said something to those two, this matter could really fall through. She could find reasons to pressure Director Tian, like saying other factories were doing well, but only the food factory was struggling, which might make county leaders question his leadership abilities. Or she could say that if he refused to donate, others would think he was narrow-minded and seeking revenge. If she said that, Director Tian might agree to donate. But Soohee wouldn't do that because that would create enmity instead of friendship. Director Tian, I will convey your words to Principal Chen accurately. I believe he will understand. By the way, has Principal Chen mentioned the Happy Brand instant noodles to you? Director Tian looked puzzled. Happy Brand instant noodles? The ones produced in Modu? He hasn't mentioned it to me. Why would Lao Chen bring this up? Does he want to buy some? They aren't sold in our county. If he wants them, he'll have to go to the provincial capital. Soohee smiled. Principal Chen isn't looking to buy those noodles. One of his students works at that food factory. Our Baliao province is a major wheat-producing area, so he wants to make connections to introduce this project. He even said that building a new factory isn't cost-effective. It's better to expand your food factory. I thought Principal Chen had mentioned it to you. Since he hasn't, just forget it, and consider that I didn't say anything. Director Tian immediately had several thoughts and said to Guodong, Xiao Su has been here for a while. How come you haven't offered her a cup of tea? Guodong. Soohee laughed. Director Tian, no need to trouble yourself. I'll take my leave now, and we welcome you to our performance. As Soohee was about to leave, Director Tian quickly stood up. Xiao Su, don't rush off. It's not often we meet. Let's chat more. Soohee sighed. Another day, I still have to ask other units for donations. If I don't complete my task, Principal Chen will definitely criticize me. Xiao Su, our food factory is struggling, but helping students is our duty. Even if we have to tighten our belts, we will donate supplies to your night school. How about we donate 10 boxes of canned goods and 5 boxes of cakes? Director Tian, you're also facing difficulties. Let's forget it. I believe Principal Chen will understand, so you don't need to spend money. Director Tian gritted his teeth. 50 boxes of canned goods and 10 boxes of cakes. Suhi looked touched. Since you insist on donating, I won't refuse. Director Tian. At that moment, Guodong poured a cup of tea for Suhi. Suhi was indeed thirsty. This begging was exhausting. She drank half a cup of tea and then stared at the pattern on the cup, silent. Director Tian was frustrated. Now that he had agreed to donate, he wanted to hear something he liked. He coughed twice. Xiao Su, about the instant noodle project you mentioned. Is Lao Chen really planning to make connections? How far along is it? Suhi finally spoke. I haven't asked for details, but I heard Principal Chen might go to Modu for an on-site inspection soon. However, you know the night school has limited funds, so he's a bit hesitant. Director Tian's eyes lit up. Our food factory is very interested in this project. Why not conduct the inspection under our food factory's name? We'll cover all travel expenses. Suhi was surprised. Isn't that inappropriate? What's inappropriate? Just tell Lao Chen the truth. I'll take care of it. Suhi nodded. Okay, I'll convey it to Principal Chen. You get back to work. I won't disturb you. Director Tian saw her off to the office door and reminded Guodong, it's almost noon. Take Xiao Su to the cafeteria for lunch. We need to finalize the donation quickly. Don't keep Lao Chen waiting. Guodong. Okay. Guodong took Suhi to the cafeteria, where the chef prepared several meat dishes and they chatted while eating. At that moment, Zhu Yanli came to the cafeteria with a few female colleagues. She spotted Suhi immediately and felt furious. She thought Suhi was there to spy on her, worried that the food factory wouldn't punish her enough. She said to her 2 dining companions, that fox Su, he must have hooked up with Director Yu. Look at her smiling so seductively. She clearly isn't a decent person. A round-faced girl sitting next to her said, Yanli, I think you're misunderstanding Suhi. I find her quite nice. Another girl with a high-nose bridge agreed. Yeah, I also think Suhi is helpful, not the kind of person you describe. Yanli, you must be mistaken about her. Zhu Yanli was furious. What kind of spell has she cast on you? Why are you both defending her? Are you trying to climb this social ladder now that you see me down? After saying that, she slammed her lunchbox and stormed off. The 2 girls exchanged glances. They were both students at the night school and had a good relationship with Zhu Yanli. To avoid upsetting her, they usually steered clear of night school topics. So, Zhu Yanli was completely unaware of Suhi's recent achievements. They both smiled wryly and continued eating. Zhu Yanli stormed out of the cafeteria and decided to take half a day off from the workshop and went home. Unexpectedly, there were guests at her house. Zhu Yanli's eyes lit up. Cousin, what brings you here? Fu Peng smiled. I've been transferred from the commune middle school to your county night school. I still have some paperwork to finish and will report in a couple of days. Why do you look unhappy? Did someone bully you? Zhu Yanli immediately recounted her issues with Suhi, cursing. That wretch even came to the factory to spy today, worried that I wouldn't suffer enough. If it weren't for Xiaohong and the others stopping me, I would have scratched her face. Fu Peng's eyes flickered. Is the Suhi you're talking about from Huaihua commune? I don't know about that, but her uncle and aunt work at the textile factory. She's always attracting trouble. First, she got involved with Zhao Bin, and recently, she caused Lin Bo to get in trouble. She's just a fox. Cousin, you wouldn't have fallen for her charm, would you? I advise you to stay away from her. No man who gets close to her ends up well. Fu Peng chuckled. What are you talking about? I just thought the name sounded familiar. From what you're saying, she hasn't enrolled in the night school. Yeah, her uncle and aunt are taking classes at the night school, and she randomly showed up there the other day. Fu Peng frowned slightly, but didn't press further, shifting the conversation to other topics. In the afternoon, Suhi went to the grocery store again, and things went smoothly after the initial breakthrough. Before night school classes started, Suhi handed a long list of donated supplies to Principal Chen. Principal Chen was so excited that he almost pulled out the few remaining strands of his hair. He closed his eyes and opened them again, repeatedly asking Su-hee if it was true. After getting a confirmed answer, he incredulously asked, Su-hee, how did you do it? Su-hee didn't hide anything and explained everything clearly. Principal Chen, I thought someone was scolding me today. Turns out it was all your doing. If it weren't for that long list of supplies, I would have had to expel you. After some mental preparation, Principal Chen asked Su-hee, everything else is fine, but when did I mention instant noodles? Besides, I don't have any students working at the food factory in Magic City. Isn't this just nonsense? What if Director Tian takes it seriously and comes looking for me? It doesn't matter if there are students or not. What do you think of this project? Su-hee brought up the instant noodle idea not just to get donations from Director Tian. It wasn't worth telling such a big lie for a few supplies. She genuinely had a plan to set up an instant noodle production line and brought it up at the right moment. For many years to come, instant noodles would hold a significant share of the food market. Although the rise of takeout would squeeze the space for instant noodles in the future, that would be decades later. Moreover, Beiliang Province and the neighboring Jingbei Province are major wheat-producing areas, making this project very suitable. She wasn't completely selfless, but she had a bit of idealism, hoping this project could boost the economy of An County and benefit the community. Additionally, she wanted to take this opportunity to visit Magic City. Magic City has always been at the forefront of the economy in Huaxia, and although the current situation is a bit unstable, spring is coming soon. She wanted to build a network of contacts so that when spring arrives, she could get first-hand information and seize business opportunities. Also, after visiting Magic City, she could shift some responsibilities onto it later. Initially worried about not having money or a letter of introduction, she was more than happy that the food factory was willing to be the scapegoat. Principal Chen pondered for a while and said, this project is feasible, but as a night school principal, don't you think I'm overstepping my bounds? Su-hee replied earnestly, Principal, your knowledge is unquestionable. There's no one in An County who can compare to you. Most importantly, you have many students. They are your strength and resources. People like you were once school heads who could influence government officials. So, don't underestimate yourself. Recognize your abilities and position. As the saying goes, when in poverty, one should focus on oneself. When successful, one should help the world. With great power comes great responsibility. Principal, you carry not just the burden of a night school, but the hopes of all the people in An County. Principal Chen, who had been a bit hunched over, stood up straight like a young poplar tree upon hearing Su-hee's words. Wow, why do I suddenly feel so important? Of course, Principal Chen knew Su-hee was flattering him, but it felt good to hear. Su-hee, although what you said makes sense, I want to do something for the people of An County, but I don't know anyone in Magic City. I'll be lost there, and if I can't even get into the food factory, I won't be able to explain to Director Tian. Su-hee blinked. You can take me with you. You know someone there? No, but I can meet people and make connections on the spot. Principal Chen. After weighing the pros and cons, Principal Chen felt that going there could be worthwhile. Even if he didn't gain anything else, he could broaden his horizons. After the report performance, let's discuss this further. Su-hee knew he had basically agreed. Principal Chen picked up the donation list again and hesitated. These items are nice, but not very practical. It would be better if we could exchange them for money. He was speaking the truth. They couldn't distribute all these items as benefits. What the night school needed was funding, not physical goods. Su-hee smiled slightly. Principal, I have a suggestion. You should go to the county head and complain about being short on funds. He'll definitely say the budget is tight and push it to next year. Principal Chen interrupted. I tried that yesterday and it was just as you said. He pushed it to next year. Go back tomorrow and complain again. When he feels a bit sorry for you, tell him our night school has raised a batch of supplies and ask him to help us convert them into money. We're out of options, but the county has ways. You'll just get the money directly. Principal Chen. Can that really work? But thinking about it, it might actually work. The county needs items for welfare and visits, so they could use these supplies directly. It might look a bit bad to keep complaining, but for the sake of funding, he could bear it. With the funding issue resolved, Principal Chen felt refreshed and looked at Soo-hee with great admiration. He had struggled for funding without success, while this young girl easily solved it. Such an outstanding student deserved a good reward, otherwise, he would feel guilty. Soo-hee, I see your contributions to the night school. We have a recommendation quota for college. Choose a school you like and I'll finalize it in tomorrow's meeting. The meeting was just a formality. As long as Soo-hee agreed, the recommendation would be secured. Principal Chen thought he would be very excited to hear this, as many people would fight for a recommendation quota these days. But Soo-hee remained calm. She said seriously, Principal, you might not know, but I haven't completed my enrollment procedures. I'm not a student of the night school. Principal Chen.
What?
You're not a student of the night school? What about the class monitor? What about the president? So you've been busy all this time and you're just a class crasher? Principal Chen coughed twice. Then you should go complete your enrollment procedures. If you can't pay the tuition, I'll cover it for you. Principal, you misunderstood me. I'm not unable to pay tuition. I intentionally didn't complete the enrollment procedures because I don't want to be a student. I want to be a teacher at the night school. Principal Chen. Please go outside and close the door.
Shui.
You could just say to leave. Soo-hee said with a smile. Principal, let's get to the point. I have a request and you have an answer. Why chase me away? Principal Chen. Never have I seen someone so shameless. Give up on this idea. Your education and qualifications are not enough, so this matter is off the table. Still wanting to be a night school teacher?
Dream on.
A night school teacher must have a college degree, or at least years of teaching experience. You, a girl who only graduated from high school, want to be a night school teacher? What are you thinking? Principal Chen softened his tone a bit, remembering Soo-hee's contributions. Soo-hee, you need to be realistic. Quickly get your night school enrollment sorted out, choose a good university to study hard, and once you graduate, you can come back to teach. Soo-hee blinked. Principal, I don't want to be a full-time teacher. I want to be a part-time teacher, the kind that gets paid on time, but doesn't have to come to work every day. Principal Chen. I want to be that kind of teacher too. Principal Chen pointed to the door. You get out right now. He was afraid that if he listened any longer, he might get angry. Don't rush. Let me finish before you kick me out. Other universities and night schools have counselors. Shouldn't we have one too? I think I would be perfect for the role. I was class president and club president to show you my organizational skills. Not to mention, I can help raise funds for the night school. The salary you give me is nothing compared to the sponsorship I can bring in. Think about how profitable this deal is. Don't worry, I have no interest in a full-time position. Just pay me. I have to support 2 elderly ladies, one of whom needs money for medical care.
My family is struggling.
Principal Chen was speechless for a moment.
So, all this was just about money?
Isn't your vision a bit short-sighted? College may be tough for a few years, but after graduation, you can get a better job. You're just throwing away the basics. Soo-hee's playful demeanor turned serious. Principal, let me be honest with you. I want to attend the university you went to, not the one available now. I believe the college entrance exam will return, so I want to wait a few years. Principal Chen was taken aback, then frowned in silence. As an educator, he knew what the current universities were like. The students' academic levels varied greatly, and the atmosphere wasn't pure. After a long pause, he finally said, Have you thought this through? A person's good years are limited. Once missed, there's no going back. Restoring the college entrance exam? That seems far off. This is a gamble. Soo-hee nodded seriously. I've thought it through. I'm young. I can wait. Besides, going to college isn't the only way out. I believe that even without a college degree, I can shine in the workplace and contribute to modernization. Principal Chen nodded. Although I don't agree with your decision, since you've made it, I won't try to change your mind. As for the counselor position, I'll think about it. After all, we are just a county night school, and the continuing education program only equates to a high school diploma, so having a counselor isn't very necessary. Soo-hee nodded. Alright, then I won't come to night school for now. It wouldn't look good. Principal Chen. If you don't come, how will we report back? If you don't come, how will we gather donations? Isn't this a disaster for me? Principal Chen was so angry that his carefully styled hair became a mess. But then he thought, wanting the horse to run without feeding it grass, there's no such thing in the world. The counselor position can't be established for now. How about this? Sometimes we invite outside counselors to give lectures, like model workers, and we give them some souvenirs or stipends. For now, I'll treat you as an outside counselor. You get paid for each day you attend. Will that work? Suhi's eyes lit up. Then I'll come every day, rain or shine. Principal Chen. Suhi was delighted. Being treated as an outside counselor and getting paid every day was practically the same. Seeing her so happy, Principal Chen felt a bit annoyed and decided to give her a challenge. All the factories have donated materials, and the local communes can't just sit back, especially since there are many members in the literacy class. You handle this tomorrow. If you don't do it well, your stipend will be halved.
Shui.
Seeing Suhi's confused expression, Principal Chen felt great. You little fox think you can outsmart me? You're still inexperienced. He had no idea that Suhi was confused not because of the challenge, but because she was surprised. There was such a good opportunity. Oh wow. Why didn't she think of this before? Yes, she could take the chance to get to know the leaders of various communes. The Huaihua commune's liaison can only receive one salary, but there are 18 communes in An County. These are all her potential employers. But seeing Principal Chen's smug expression, Suhi decided to show some respect and feign a lack of interest. Principal, this seems a bit unfair, doesn't it? Not to mention, there's only one bus to each commune every day. Unless I can master the art of duplication, I won't have enough time. How about this? Can I borrow your phone tomorrow to reach out to the communes? What do you think? Principal Chen readily agreed, knowing that even getting donations in person was difficult, let alone over the phone. He just wanted to see the girl fail, otherwise, he wouldn't feel satisfied. By the way, the counselor situation is not convenient to announce for now, so you should talk to them as the student council president. Suhi nodded. Got it. After leaving Principal Chen's office, Suhi returned to the classroom. She had spent quite a bit of time with the principal, and it was now break time. As soon as she sat down, Yuan Xiaolan from behind excitedly said, "Class president, I heard we have a new young male teacher at our night school. Someone saw him coming to handle paperwork today. I also heard that we will add a Chinese class, and he will be the one to teach it." Zhao Lili smiled. "Class president, do you know why Xiaolan is so excited? Because they say that the new male teacher is really handsome, just like the male lead in a movie." Suhi felt a stir in her heart. Her initial reason for coming to night school was to see what Shen Rui and Luo Xiaoling were up to. But after spending time here, she found that the teachers and students were quite nice, and she hadn't noticed any suspicious characters. This new male teacher seemed suspicious. Still, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, block them. When water comes, dam it. Suhi wasn't afraid. The night school is her territory. 1 can be taken down, and 2 can be defeated. Suhi was thinking to herself, but she didn't show it on her face and joked with Zhao Lili and the others. Chao Hongmei was a bit tempted. Little he was already 18 and should start dating. The last guy she introduced, Zhao Bin, was not a good match. If this new male teacher is decent, it might be worth setting them up. The next day, when Chao Hongmei went to deliver vegetables to Old Lady Su, she brought it up. Old Lady Su scoffed, "You can keep your good intentions to yourself. With your judgment, what kind of good person can you find for my precious granddaughter? Besides, my granddaughter is going to the capital one day. A night school teacher doesn't deserve her. It's not that I'm picky. There isn't anyone in the whole county who is worthy of my granddaughter. In ancient times, only a top scholar could barely be my granddaughter's husband." Chao Hongmei thought, "You've really blown this out of proportion." However, she realized that it might be better not to meddle and cause trouble. Little he is quite determined and probably won't have trouble finding a partner in the future. Old Lady Su boasted for a while and then scolded Chao Hongmei, emphasizing that if they wanted a good life, They should listen to her precious granddaughter and not act on their own. Zhao Hongmei left feeling embarrassed and scolded. As soon as she left, Old Lady Su nodded at Old Lady Zhao, saying, "How about that? I'm a much more impressive mother-in-law than you. I heard that Li Jinping bossed you around, and her mother came to your family to cause trouble. You just met this coward. If it were me, I would have put them in their place long ago." Old Lady Zhao felt a pang of bitterness. Her daughter-in-law wasn't great. If Old Lady Su had stopped there, Old Lady Zhao wouldn't have said anything, as what she said was true. But once Old Lady Su started, she couldn't stop, and every word pierced Old Lady Zhao's heart. Our family is doing better and better, and the biggest contributor is me, because I manage the household well. Not to mention, whose daughter doesn't have to work in the fields. I support both of my girls, including the previous one, to go to school, and only have to do some housework. You, on the other hand, I heard your eldest daughter-in-law had to work like a man when she was a girl. You treat your daughter like a donkey. Old Lady Zhao couldn't take it anymore. If you're so capable, why did your daughter Yufeng get divorced? Old Lady Su, who was spitting words, was momentarily speechless. You old crybaby. Why bring that up? What's wrong with my daughter getting divorced? She said it's a new society, and marriage is free. That dog, LV Xingwang, abused my daughter. Would you want her to stay with him for the new year? You have the nerve to talk about me when your daughter-in-law ran away too? I heard she took your money. If it weren't for my daughter, you wouldn't even have a grandson left. My daughter is different. Not only did she bring Taidan back, but she also shared 200 yuan. Besides, my daughter is beautiful, and our family is getting better and better. Soon, matchmakers will be breaking down our door. She won't have to worry about marrying. Old Zhao just admitted, I'm better than you in every way, so stop getting worked up in front of me. Old Lady Zhao was silent for a moment, and then said, There's one thing I'm better at than you. I have a good son-in-law. Old Lady Su scoffed. Good son-in-law? Your son-in-law isn't anything special. Her words trailed off as she suddenly realized that Old Lady Zhao's son-in-law was her own good son. So, she shot Old Lady Zhao a glare and fell silent. After all, she couldn't insult her own son just to win an argument. Meanwhile, Su He had already dialed the phone number of Director Wu from Chiping Commune. Once the call connected, Su He immediately said, Hello, Director Wu, this is Su He, the president of the student council at the county night school. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm inviting you to attend our night school's performance on June 20th. Since there will be many attendees, we need to arrange seating in advance, so I wanted to ask your preference. Would you like to sit behind the county leaders or behind the heads of the factories? Actually, when Director Wu heard about the performance, he was ready to decline. He had a lot on his plate and no time to watch a show. But when he heard the rest, he swallowed his refusal. If the county leaders and factory heads were going and he didn't go, wouldn't that make him look bad? He thought to himself that Su He was quite capable, casually mentioning that leaders would be attending. If he had refused and then found out later, it would have been awkward.
What, Shui?
Why does that name sound familiar? Oh, right. Huaihua Commune had been dealing with the county's textile and machinery factories lately, and he heard a girl named Su. He was the one making connections. Thinking of this, he asked little Su, Are you the liaison for Huaihua Commune? Su He replied with a hint of laughter, Director Wu, you know me? Director Wu smiled, Of course. Everyone knows that Huaihua Commune has a talented person like you. I didn't expect you to become the president of the night school's student council. Impressive. Director Wu, please don't flatter me. If anyone is talented, it's you. Chiping Commune is the wealthiest in the county. Everyone praises you. Director Tang often mentions you, saying you're a capable leader, and the development of Chiping Commune is all thanks to your good leadership. Director Wu was surprised. The Director Tang you're talking about is Tang Wanjun? You know him? Su He said, Yes, we've met a few times. Director Tang speaks highly of you, and I hope to learn from you in the future. Director Wu felt a bit proud. Tang Wanjun rarely praises anyone, so he was pleased to hear such high praise. This Su He was impressive, even knowing Tang Wanjun. Director Wu laughed. You're quite the smooth talker. Let's learn from each other. Please tell Principal Chen that I will definitely attend on time. Suhi hesitated a bit. Director Wu, there's something I think I should mention. All the factories have donated supplies to the night school. I plan to suggest that our director Luo from Huaihua Commune donate some as well, since many members have attended the night school's literacy classes. Also, Principal Chen will announce the donation list after the performance. I probably shouldn't say this, but since we're somewhat familiar, I thought it would be good to mention it. Director Wu immediately thought He was a good person. If she hadn't reminded him, he wouldn't have thought of it and would have been caught off guard later. He didn't suspect that He was trying to beg him for donations. He mainly thought that Principal Chen wouldn't ask anyone for anything. Those factories would definitely donate voluntarily. Little did he know, Principal Chen was no longer the same as before. At that moment, the old man was in front of the county leaders, crying poor and even pulling at his few remaining strands of hair. Principal Chen worked hard all morning and, at the cost of a few precious hairs, finally convinced the county leaders to agree to buy donated supplies at retail prices instead of factory prices. Principal Chen felt like he had not just hair on his head, but gold bars. He happily returned to the night school, laughing at the thought of He likely frowning in her office. Without even looking, he knew the girl would be in for a tough time. The heads of the communes were stingy and difficult to deal with, and their words could really sting. Surely, this girl would learn her lesson now, right? Would she dare challenge me again? With this cheerful mood, Principal Chen reached his office door and knocked. He opened the door, smiling, and said, "Principal, you're back?" Seeing her forced smile, Principal Chen comforted her. "Didn't get the supplies? Don't be too sad. Life isn't always smooth sailing, and setbacks are unavoidable. You're still young, and there's a long road ahead." He nodded repeatedly, appreciating Principal Chen's comforting words. She even thoughtfully poured him a cup of tea to prevent him from getting dry throat while speaking. After Principal Chen finished his long speech, she picked up her notebook and read, "Chiping Commune voluntarily donates a pig, Sanglin Commune voluntarily donates 5 hens and 50 eggs, and Tuanjia Commune voluntarily donates."
Puffed.
The tea Principal Chen had just sipped sprayed out. Fortunately, He was already standing far away. Principal Chen pointed at He. "What did you just say?" He kindly repeated it, reading the donation list with great emphasis. Principal Chen felt utterly shocked. Other communes aside, Chiping Commune actually agreed to donate a pig? Pigs were treasures these days. How could Director Wu be so generous? "How did you convince him? You didn't put any blame on me again, did you?" He laughed. "Am I the kind of person who shifts blame? I just chatted with Director Wu about everyday things and emphasized the importance of donating to education. He's a big-picture thinker and immediately agreed to give us a pig. He even wanted to donate 2 piglets, but we have no place to keep them, so I politely declined." Principal Chen. Either Director Wu has gone crazy, or this girl is lying. Have you called all the communes? Are there any you haven't called? Call them now. I want to listen. He indeed had a few communes left to call. Each call took about 10 minutes, and she had just taken a few sips of tea when Principal Chen returned. As she was about to dial the phone for Huaihua Commune, Principal Chen suddenly said, "You should call Director Shen from Xiangyang Commune first." He heard this girl had offended Director Shen before. She would definitely face difficulties now. He nodded and immediately dialed Director Shen's number. "Hello, who is this?" came Director Shen's voice from the other end. "Hello, Director Shen. I'm He, the president of the County Night School Student Council. We've met a few times. Do you remember me?" Director Shen. "You're He from Huaihua Commune?" "Yes, that's me." Director Shen, have you been busy with work lately? I should have visited you in person, but I'm currently juggling multiple roles and can't get away, so I'm using Principal Chen's phone to check in. Director Shen was confused. How did this girl end up at the night school again? And she became the student council president? Plus, she said she was using Principal Chen's phone? Were they close enough to borrow phones? Despite his confusion, Director Shen remained calm. "Oh, it's you, Sue. I can't compare to your Director Luo. I have many people and tasks, so I'm quite busy." You wouldn't call me without a reason, so what's up? He explained about the night school's upcoming performance, and Director Shen immediately replied, Su, please tell Principal Chen that I appreciate his kind offer, but I'm too busy with my work, so I won't be able to attend. He was surprised. You really won't come? Director Luo heard that county leaders and heads of major factories would be attending, and is planning to ride his bike over tonight. Director Shen. County leaders and heads of major factories will be attending? Yes, not only them, but Director Wu from Qiping Commune will also be there, and he has donated a pig to our night school. Director Shen, your Xiangyang Commune's economic strength isn't as strong as Qiping Commune's, so don't compare yourself to Director Wu. Just donating a few £100 of eggs would be fine. Director Shen hated when people said Xiangyang Commune was weaker than Qiping Commune. The two communes were quite similar in strength. Suhi's words felt like stepping on his tail. Su, that's a biased statement. Our Xiangyang Commune's overall strength is much stronger than Qiping Commune's. They donated a pig, right? We'll also donate a pig, plus 5 hens. Having said that, Director Shen realized he had fallen for Suhi's trick. This girl was clearly using reverse psychology on him. Feeling frustrated, he was usually careful and rarely let anyone outsmart him. Yet, he had been led into a trap by a girl. Along with his frustration, his impression of Suhi worsened. But once something is said, it can't be taken back. The next moment, Suhi's voice came through the phone. Director Shen, you truly are the head of the strongest commune in county. Your boldness is unmatched. On behalf of Principal Chen and all the teachers and students at the night school, thank you for your generosity. At the end of the performance, Principal Chen will read a thank you speech, and we will definitely place Xiangyang Commune at the top of the list. If you're willing, I can suggest to Principal Chen that you come up and say a few words. What do you think? Director Shen's eyes lit up, and he cleared his throat. With so many leaders present, is it appropriate for me to speak? Suhi smiled. Since Xiangyang Commune is donating the most, it's certainly appropriate for you to speak as the representative. If you have no objections, I'll report back to Principal Chen, and once it's confirmed, I'll call you again. Okay, thank you, Su. Su, please come visit us at Xiangyang Commune whenever you have time. I'll always welcome you. Director Shen's words were sincere. He had disliked Suhi before, but now he liked her very much. Look at how capable she was. He had only donated 5 more hens than Qiping Commune and gained a top ranking and the chance to speak on stage. What an honorable thing. This donation was definitely worth it. Suhi hung up the phone and added a note to the donation list. The Xiangyang Commune voluntarily donates 1 fat pig and 5 hens. Principal Chen, who had listened the whole time, was speechless. After a long silence, he asked Suhi, the ranking issue is fine. We can place the Xiangyang Commune at the top. But what about the speech? You don't really want Director Shen to speak, do you? With so many leaders present, he shouldn't be speaking. If you trick him, be careful he doesn't make things difficult for you. Suhi smiled. That's easy. After you finish the thank you speech, we can have a flower presentation ceremony. Let the heads of the factories and the commune directors come up, and you can hand them flowers one by one. Then each of them can say a few words. Since this is your decision, I can't go against you, and Director Shen won't blame me. Principal Chen was taken aback. What happened to not passing the buck? So he continued, also, besides the flowers, we should give certificates that say Model Unit for Educational Donations. They spend money for recognition, and we get fame and fortune. Everyone wins. Principal Chen thought, well, there is a benefit. But fame? My reputation is ruined. He sighed, thinking, for the sake of education, I'll go along with it. But where do we get flowers? On the day before the performance, just have the teachers pick some wild flowers from the outskirts of the city, Suhi replied. Principal Chen was speechless again. Suhi then called other communes, and this time the script was much simpler. Just letting them know that other communes had donated made them feel obligated to contribute too. Finally, only the Huaihua commune was left. Principal Chen said with a half-smile, Suhi, you are the liaison for the Huaihua commune, and our night school is closer to them than to the other communes. If they donate less, it might look bad. So you and Director Luo need to discuss it and get them to donate more. Soo-hee glanced at him, thinking, this old man is quite clever. She nodded and then called Director Luo. Director Luo, this is Soo-hee. I'm now the president of the student council at the county night school, and Principal Chen needs to speak with you. She handed the phone to Principal Chen. Principal Chen thought, in that moment, I really wanted to expel Soo-hee. But wait, she doesn't even have a student status. He finally understood why she wasn't enrolled. With her behavior, she would be expelled every day. On the other end, Director Luo was confused. The last time he saw Soo-hee, she hadn't mentioned the night school. In just a few days, she had become the student council president. However, being a seasoned person, he quickly regained his composure and said politely, Principal Chen, is there something you need? Although their ranks were similar, Director Luo was respectful because Principal Chen was older. Principal Chen, despite still glaring at Soo-hee, said politely, Director Luo, our night school is holding a performance on the 20th of this month, and county leaders and factory heads will be attending. I wonder if you have time to join us? Director Luo had no choice but to say he would attend, offering a few polite remarks. Then I'll be waiting for you. By the way, Soo-hee has other things to discuss with you, so please hold on. Principal Chen handed the phone back to Soo-hee. This was a taste of her own medicine. You think you can outsmart me, little girl? He thought. Soo-hee smiled at Director Luo and said, Director Luo, all the factories and communes have donated supplies to our night school. Director Shen from the Xiangyang commune even donated a pig and 5 hens. Shouldn't the Huaihua commune show some support too? Director Luo was taken aback. So you're here to ask for donations? Principal Chen, you've changed. He thought. Also, why was Director Shen so generous this time? Had Soo-hee tricked him? Director Luo felt awkward. Although Soo-hee had brought in a few small orders for the Huaihua commune, they were still a poor commune. They couldn't compare to the Xiangyang commune or even the others. But if they donated too little, it would reflect poorly on Soo-hee. Just as he was struggling with this, Soo-hee said, Director Luo, other communes and factories have donated essentials. How about the Huaihua commune donates some intellectual resources? You could rally the community to donate some quotes and books. That's what our night school needs most. It's also the most valuable. Director Luo's eyes lit up. Good idea. Besides those books, our Huaihua commune will also donate some wild vegetables. Soo-hee hung up the phone, grinning like a little fox. Principal, do you think the Huaihua commune's sincerity is enough? Principal Chen was almost fuming. But he had no way to argue. Could he say that quotes and books weren't valuable? Or that the night school didn't need them? He had wanted to see Soo-hee fail, but instead, he ended up frustrated. However, seeing the long donation list made him feel refreshed. Not to mention, those 2 fat pigs were worth a lot. He couldn't even be bothered to scold Soo-hee and hurried off to find the county leaders to plead for more funds. Soo-hee looked at the phone on the table, pulled out Gu Chiyan's phone number from her small bag, and dialed it. Hello, could you please find Gu Chiyan and tell him Soo-hee is looking for him? Fishing sometimes requires a little patience. Also, it was important to let others know that this wealthy catch, Gu Chiyan, was taken. In the capital, at a research institute. Due to errors in the experimental data, Gu Chiyan's face was clouded with frustration. The project team members were silent, not daring to breathe. At that moment, someone came in and said, Engineer Gu, you have a call from a girl named Soo-hee. Gu Chiyan was momentarily stunned, then hurriedly left, almost bumping into the door frame in his rush. The project team members exchanged glances, surprised. Is this really our usually calm Engineer Gu? Gu Chiyan quickly arrived at the project office and picked up the phone on the desk. His heart raced as he steadied himself and said, Hello, this is Gu Chiyan. A clear voice came from the other end. Comrade Gu Chiyan, hello, this is Soo-hee. I'm calling because our county night school is preparing for a performance, and I have no experience in this area, so I wanted to ask for your advice. Is that okay? Hearing her voice made Gu Chiyan's heart race even faster, and he felt his face flush without realizing it. So nervous. He didn't catch what Soo-hee said. He only heard the last part and quickly replied, "Of course, I'm free today." "Go ahead." Soo-hee briefly explained the process of the report performance and then asked Gu Chiyan, "Do you think this is appropriate? Is there anything that needs improvement?" At this moment, Gu Chiyan had regained his ability to think and was surprised. "Did you attend night school? Do you have other plans?" County-level night school is equivalent to a high school diploma, and Soo-hee had already graduated from high school, so there was no need for her to attend night school. Could it be for a university recommendation? If it was for that, he could help her, but he wondered if she would mind. While Gu Chiyan was thinking, Soo-hee's clear voice came through the microphone. "I came to night school to educate others and contribute to the modernization efforts." Gu Chiyan. "I find that hard to believe." He hesitated and said, "Comrade Soo-hee, if it's for a university recommendation, I can help you." "Thank you for your kindness, but no need. Principal Chen already offered me a recommendation, but I declined. You told me to consider the bigger picture, so I must listen to your advice. I plan to stay at the grassroots level and shine, leaving the university opportunities for comrades who need them more." Gu Chiyan. Listen to his advice? Does that mean she took his words to heart and valued them? Gu Chiyan felt a tickle and sweetness in his heart. Of course, he knew that her talk about shining at the grassroots level was nonsense, but did that matter? Not at all. What mattered was that she valued his words. While Gu Chiyan was lost in thought, Soo-hee repeated the report performance process. Gu Chiyan. "Comrade Soo-hee, there might be some issues with the line. I didn't hear what you said clearly. Could you please repeat it?" Soo-hee didn't think much of it, as the phone lines were indeed unstable in that era, so she repeated it. Only then did Gu Chiyan point out a few areas that needed improvement, and they began discussing over the phone. After they had discussed enough, Gu Chiyan asked about old Gu. Actually, Soo-hee had already written about it in her letter. He was just trying to make conversation. Once they finished discussing the tool, old Gu Chiyan found himself at a loss for words, but didn't want to hang up. Soo-hee, knowing this, said, "Comrade Gu Chiyan, thank you for helping me with my questions. I won't bother you any longer. Goodbye." Even though he had caught her attention, it was best to keep some distance. Gu Chiyan didn't want to hang up but couldn't find a good reason, so he said, "Comrade Soo-hee, there might still be some issues with the line. I didn't hear what you said clearly. Could you please repeat it?" Soo-hee frowned. The communication facilities were really poor. While she grumbled, she repeated it again. This time, Gu Chiyan couldn't pretend he hadn't heard and had to say, "Okay, goodbye." Actually, he wanted to say a few more things, but before he could think of how to phrase it, the sound of a dial tone came through the receiver. Soo-hee had already hung up. Gu Chiyan held the receiver, feeling a bit lost. In that moment, he even felt an impulse to buy a train ticket to An County immediately. However, the experiment was at a critical stage, and he couldn't leave just yet. He took a deep breath and hung up the phone. As he stepped out of the office, someone exclaimed happily, "Chiyan, I was just looking for you. I have a few questions about giant computers. Can you help me with them?" The speaker was a young girl with braided hair, wearing a light blue blouse and white shoes. From her attire, it was clear she came from a well-off family. Gu Chiyan's expression was cold. "I'm busy, no time. Also, we're not familiar, so please call me Engineer Gu, or Comrade." After saying that, he didn't even glance at the girl and hurried off to the lab. Shen Monli watched his back, stamping her foot in frustration before leaving. Meanwhile, Soo-hee hung up the phone, locked her office door, and leisurely left the night school. As soon as Soo-hee stepped out of the night school, she saw Tian Xiaodao rushing toward her. "Xiao-hee, I found you." "Something's wrong." Soo-hee was startled. "What happened?" Tian Xiaodao said with a worried expression. "The broadcasting station has been spreading rumors lately that someone reported to the station head that you are abusing your power and that he should revoke your special correspondent status." At first, I didn't think much of it, but today the station head called me in to understand the situation. From what he said, it seems someone has already spoken to him. Regardless of whether you did anything wrong or not, they want to revoke your special correspondent status. Shuebling. Who did this? Was it someone jealous of her at the broadcasting station, or was it Shinrui trying to undermine her? Seeing that she was silent, Tian Xiaotao urged, "Xiaohe, think of a way." Su He calmly replied, "No rush, let's go. I'll treat you to a meal." Tian Xiaotao was amused. "What time is it, and you still want to eat out?" Su He linked arms with her. "Don't worry, I have it under control. Let's eat something good first, and this afternoon, I'll talk to the station head. A talent like me, he wouldn't want to let go." Although Tian Xiaotao thought Su He's confidence was unfounded, seeing her so sure, she decided to go along with her. When they arrived at the state-run restaurant, Tian Xiaotao noticed that today's server wasn't the previous one, but a different person. It seemed the restaurant was on a shift schedule, and the previous server was off today. She thought that without a familiar face, she and Xiaohe would probably have to settle for vegetarian dishes today. Just then, the server approached with a long face. Before Su He and Tian Xiaotao could speak, she impatiently said, "We're out of meat dishes and dumplings. We only have steamed buns and spinach soup. Do you want any?" Su He frowned. "Yesterday, when I was chatting with Director Yu, he said the restaurant had plenty in stock. Now it sounds like you're saying there's a shortage." The server suddenly looked flustered. You know Director Yu? "Not only do I know him, but Director Yu has also donated a lot of supplies to our night school. If you're having difficulties, we might as well not ask for your restaurant's donations. I'll just go talk to Director Yu." As Su He stood up, the server panicked completely. "A comrade, there's no need to bother Director Yu over such a small matter. I said that to avoid you worrying, as we only have steamed buns and spinach soup ready. Since you're not in a hurry, what would you like? I'll have the chef make it fresh for you." Su He hesitated. "Isn't that a bit too much trouble?" The server quickly replied, "Not at all. Our restaurant is here to serve customers. What do you want to eat? Braised fish? For happiness meatballs? Or radish and pork dumplings?" Su He sat back down. "Then let's have those three, plus a lighter dish." The server sighed in relief and hurried to the kitchen to place the order. Tian Xiaotao whispered to Su He, "Why aren't you using that trick to get close like last time?" Su He smiled. "Using the same trick twice won't work. Besides, don't you think pretending to be powerful feels great? Aren't you afraid the bluff will fall apart? If it falls apart, we can just patch it up. It's not a big deal." Tian Xiaotao was at a loss for words. After the waiter finished taking their order, she brought a plate of peanuts and a plate of vinegar potato shreds, smiling widely. "The food might take a while, so you can snack on these." Su He exchanged a few polite words and then chatted with Tian Xiaotao while eating. At that moment, Tian Xiaotao remembered the night school. "I just went to your house looking for you. Grandma Su said you were at night school. What are you doing there during the day?" "Nothing much. I'm now the president of the night school student council. I was just chatting with Principal Chun in his office." With a thud, the peanuts Tian Xiaotao had just picked up fell onto the table. After hearing Su He's story, Tian Xiaotao was silent for a while and then said, "Xiaohe, tell me the truth. Are you even human?"
Shui.
Tian Xiaotao was genuinely impressed. She thought Su He was amazing. Forget everything else. In just a few days, she had become the president of the night school student council and helped secure so many donations. If she were Principal Chen, she would treat Su He like a treasure. She was like a goddess of wealth. As they spoke, more dishes were served. Su He thought the chef at this state-run restaurant was quite skilled, better than many famous places she had eaten at in her past life. By the way, the waiter had mentioned last time that Master Jin's ancestors were imperial chefs, and he had even run a restaurant in the capital. After going through various changes, he ended up in a small county's state-run restaurant. Su He felt intrigued and, after eating a bit more, said to Tian Xiaotao, "I'm going to check the kitchen." "Wait for me a moment." Tian Xiaotao thought, "Why would you want to go to the kitchen? Besides, outsiders aren't allowed in." But the next moment, she saw Su He whispering to the waiter, who then happily led Su He into the kitchen. Tian Xiaotao. Definitely not human. Once inside the kitchen, Su He was almost blinded by what she saw. An older chef with slightly gray hair was leisurely slicing radish shreds. The radish shreds were crystal clear, each thin enough to pass through a needle's eye. Many chefs might reach this level, but none could match the effortless style of this master chef. He even yawned a few times with his eyes closed while cutting. Truly, great talents hide in plain sight. Who would have thought that a small county's state-run restaurant would have such hidden talents? The waiter smiled and said, "Master Jean, this is Soo-hee from the county broadcasting station."
She wants to interview you.
Master Jean continued slicing radish shreds slowly and said indifferently, "What is there to interview? I'm just an old man. Also, this is a restricted area. Outsiders shouldn't enter."
Take her out.
The waiter felt a bit awkward, thinking that while Master Jean was great, his personality was a bit strange. She was about to say something polite when new customers arrived. Seeing Soo-hee signaling her, she had to leave. Soo-hee looked at the white radish shreds on the counter and smiled. "Master Jean actually saying I want to interview you is just an excuse. I really want to ask you a question. Our principal Chen mentioned a famous dish called jinji kwai. He said it's steamed base and that jinji is a special secret ingredient, but he couldn't explain what it is. You're an expert, so I wanted to come and ask you for clarification." Master Jean paused his slicing, surprised. "Your principal Chen knows about jinji kwai?" Soo-hee nodded. "Our principal Chen is very interested in recipes with health benefits, especially those for hair growth." Meanwhile, Principal Chen, who is currently trying to get funding from the county leaders, felt a chill down his back, worried that Soo-hee might be throwing him under the bus again. Master Jean, hearing Soo-hee, smiled. "Steamed base doesn't help with hair growth. He could try eating fish heads with tianma or black sesame walnut porridge instead. The jinji you mentioned is indeed a unique secret ingredient made from a mix of 7 ingredients: scallions, tender ginger, sea salt, green tangerine peel, white plums, chestnuts, and japonica rice, with white plums being crucial." Master Jean spoke at length, and Soo-hee occasionally chimed in, and they enjoyed a lively conversation. When the waiter came back in, Master Jean was still talking passionately, while Soo-hee was munching on the radish pieces he had cut for her. Suddenly, Master Jean said, "Xiao-su, are you interested in learning cooking? I think you have potential." Soo-hee nearly choked on the radish. She was only interested in eating, not cooking. When she lived with Chow Hongmei, it was always Chow Hongmei who cooked. Now that Grandma Sue was here, she was also the one cooking. Soo-hee could cook, but she was lazy. Especially since there were no range hoods back then, just smoke everywhere. She always kept her distance from the kitchen. Besides, how did Master Jean see her as a good candidate for learning cooking? Oh, Professor Chu from the Agricultural Resources Department also said she was a good candidate for breeding research. Are these old men seeing things wrong? Or is she just too outstanding? While thinking this, Soo-hee told Master Jean, "Please don't flatter me. I can't even steam an egg cake properly. It's full of holes. How could I have any talent for cooking?" Master Jean immediately focused on the egg cake. Steaming an egg cake seems simple, but there are many details to pay attention to.
Shui.
Luckily, the waiter saved her. "Master Jean, there are customers waiting to order." Finally, Soo-hee was able to leave the kitchen. Tian Xiaodao was getting a bit anxious. When she saw Soo-hee come out, she joked, "If you didn't come out soon, I would have thought you were going to become a chef here." Soo-hee laughed, "You're not wrong. I almost became a chef here." Tian Xiaodao. But back to business. "Xiao-hee, how do you plan to talk to our station chief?" "I think he's already set on revoking your special correspondent status." Soo-hee squinted and said, "The list Principal Chen wrote earlier missed the county broadcasting station, so I'm going to ask the station chief for some donations." Tian Xiaodao. "You must be crazy. Someone is already trying to undermine you, and you still want our station chief to donate resources? I think you really don't want to keep your job." While talking, Soo-hee and Tian Xiaodao arrived at the county broadcasting station. Many people looked at Soo-hee with strange expressions, speculating that the station chief had called her in to revoke her special correspondent status. In just over a month, she had already messed up her special correspondent title. Soo-hee really knew how to stir things up. The young girl was still so naive. She thought that having a bit of cleverness and talent would let her show off everywhere, but now she couldn't be so smug, could she? Professional matters should be handled by professionals. Some people think they can get by with a few articles and don't know their place. Now they're getting their comeuppance, aren't they? People shouldn't get too cocky or think too highly of themselves. The speaker was Zhang Wenbiao, the most senior reporter at the county broadcasting station, known for submitting the most articles, and jokingly called the station's top talent. However, ever since Su-hee appeared, this so-called top talent had often been scolded by the station chief for being unoriginal and lacking in both ideas and writing skills compared to Su-hee. So, he developed a grudge against her. Before, Su-hee was the station chief's favorite. Although Zhang was unhappy, he only dared to speak behind her back. Now that he saw Su-hee in trouble, he quickly came out to kick her while she was down. Su-hee initially didn't want to pay him any attention. A jumping clown like him wasn't worth her time. Unexpectedly, when Zhang saw that Su-hee was silent, he thought she was afraid of him and became even more aggressive. Some people think that just because they became special correspondents, they are the same as real reporters, boasting everywhere. It's laughable. Fake is fake. Isn't this revealing the truth? There are still people around here flattering her, following her everywhere. If you didn't know better, you'd think she had her own little maid. Su-hee's expression immediately darkened. It was one thing to say a few sour words about her, but when it involved Tian Xiaodao, she couldn't ignore it. She walked straight up to Zhang Wenbiao. Mr. Zhang, if you have an issue with me, you can speak openly. I will correct my mistakes if I have any. But you should never speak in such a sarcastic way or imply things about others. Your behavior is like a rat in a sewer, despicable and unworthy of light. Zhang Wenbiao's face turned pale and then flushed. Su-hee, yes, I am talking about you. I used to hold back for the station chief's sake, but now that you're about to lose your special correspondent title, let's see how you can still show off. Su-hee sneered. You're so sure the station chief will revoke my special correspondent status? How about we make a bet? If the station chief does revoke my status, I will publicly apologize to you and admit you were right, that I deserve this. But if he doesn't revoke it, you not only have to apologize to me in front of everyone, but you'll also have to call me Teacher Su from now on. Do you dare to bet? Zhang Wenbiao didn't hesitate. Let's bet. I'm not afraid of you. He was confident he would win. The station chief had already hinted that he was determined to deal with this girl, and calling her in must mean he would revoke her special correspondent status. Su-hee nodded. Then let everyone witness this. I'll go see the station chief now. After saying that, Su-hee gave Tian Xiaodao a reassuring look and went to find the station chief. At that moment, Station Chief Liao was busy reviewing articles, his brow furrowed. He used to think the reporters at the station were decent, but after reading Su-hee's articles, he truly understood a saying. Comparison leads to judgment. Su-hee's articles, aside from a few harmless typos, were nearly flawless. Then he looked at the nonsense written by those fools. Illogical and utterly banal. Unfortunately, that girl had bad luck and offended someone. Now that the higher-ups had given a hint, though not explicitly stated, it was clear they wanted him to revoke Su-hee's special correspondent status. To be honest, he was very reluctant to do so. But in this world, one can't always act freely. While he was thinking, Su-hee knocked and entered. Station Chief Liao sighed internally. He hadn't even had time to send someone to call her, and she had come on her own. She probably heard the rumors and came to plead with him. But pleading would be pointless. He was also in a tough position. Even though he thought this way, Station Chief Liao's attitude remained friendly. Little Su, you're here? Come sit down and chat. Su-hee readily sat on the sofa, smiling as she said, Station Chief, Zhang Wenbiao said someone contacted you to have me fired. He also said that for the sake of your position, you wouldn't dare offend anyone. Not just me, but even your own daughter, you would have to act against her. Is there any truth to this? Station Chief Liao was furious. He initially thought it was Tian Xiaodao who had tipped Su-hee off, but it turned out to be that fool Zhang Wenbiao. Was he even speaking human language? What did he mean by saying that for the sake of his position, He wouldn't dare offend anyone. Was he Liao Qiguang, the kind of person who is timid and afraid of trouble? He immediately said with a stern face, "Ridiculous. There's no such thing at all." However, little Sue, there have indeed been many complaints recently that you are using your title as a special correspondent for personal gain. Our broadcasting station is the voice of the public, so we have strict requirements for reporters. Please hand over your special correspondent credentials to me for safekeeping. Once the matter is clarified, if you are innocent, I will return them to you. Soo-hee immediately took her special correspondent credentials from her bag and placed them on Station Chief Liao's desk. Station Chief, I will follow your arrangements. Station Chief Liao thought Soo-hee would explain, or at least plead a little, but she handed over the credentials so readily. Now he felt a bit uncomfortable. Little Sue, don't lose heart. I have high hopes for you. You will definitely achieve great things in the future. Soo-hee exchanged a few polite words, then suddenly slapped her forehead. Oh, right. Station Chief, I submitted articles to both the Huaxia Daily and the Chiaowen News recently. Today, a friend in the capital told me that these two articles have passed the initial and secondary reviews and are now in the final review stage. I submitted them as a special correspondent for our county broadcasting station. If they get published, it won't cause you any trouble, will it? Station Chief Liao's voice suddenly rose. What did you say? Soo-hee repeated it, looking apologetic. Station Chief, I didn't expect my special correspondent career to be so short. If I had known, I wouldn't have used our county broadcasting station's name. How about I call the two newspapers and ask them to remove the words special correspondent for an county broadcasting station? Station Chief Liao. The Huaxia Daily and Chiaowen News are currently the two most authoritative newspapers in Huaxia, with the widest reach. Let's put it this way. Station Chief Liao dreams of seeing articles submitted by their broadcasting station published in those papers. Unfortunately, his subordinates wasted a lot of paper and they couldn't even get into the provincial newspapers. Now, Soo-hee actually told him that she had 2 articles in the final review. Getting to the final review means it's almost guaranteed to be published, unless there are serious issues. If that happens, won't their county broadcasting station become famous?
What an honor that would be.
Moreover, being selected by those 2 newspapers shows that Comrade Soo-hee is completely capable. He fired her, which is like openly challenging those 2 major newspapers, right? His career would be over. So, Soo-hee must stay. As for the person who made the complaint, since they didn't say it directly, he would just play dumb. Once the articles are published, that person won't be able to say anything. Station Chief Liao never thought Soo-hee was bragging. After all, to him, Soo-hee was just a young girl who hadn't seen much of the world and didn't have that much courage. Besides, such an easily debunked lie? Wouldn't that be digging her own grave? He had no idea that the person in front of him could brag as easily as eating or drinking, not taking it seriously at all. Furthermore, Soo-hee had a mysterious confidence in herself. She believed her articles would definitely be chosen. She had studied the selection criteria of the 2 newspapers before writing, catering to their preferences, making it almost certain. Station Chief Liao chuckled a few times. Sue, you don't need to worry. I was just teasing you earlier. I didn't really want to take your credentials. Please put them away. As he spoke, Station Chief Liao handed the credentials to Soo-hee, but she didn't take them. Chief, I'm a serious person. Since someone reported me, it's better to clarify things. Otherwise, if someone uses this against me later, I won't be able to explain myself. So, you should keep the credentials for now. Station Chief Liao. Well, the girl was unfairly targeted. She must be feeling uncomfortable, so he had to soothe her. He smiled and said, Don't worry, Sue. If anyone uses this against you, I'll vouch for you. He thought Soo-hee would finally take them, but she still didn't. Chief, Zhang Wenbiao said that professional matters should be handled by professionals. He also said that special correspondents are different from their official reporters, since the official reporters get paid, while I don't earn a dime. Honestly, the money doesn't matter much, but when he said that, it made me uncomfortable. I feel like I'm being treated differently and looked down upon. So, you should keep the credentials for now. I'll go home and calm down. Station Chief Liao. He wished he could sew Zhang Wenbiao's mouth shut. He used to think Zhang Wenbiao had some talent, but now, since Su-he arrived, he looked down on him even more. What a so-called top talent of the broadcasting station. He's just mediocre at best. And now he's starting to stir up trouble again. It was one thing to criticize him for being timid, but why bring up salary? Now, Su-he is asking for a salary. What should he do? If he doesn't give it, this girl will quit. If he does give it, she doesn't have a formal position. Who will pay her? After weighing his options, Station Chief Liao decided to give Su-he a salary because she's a valuable asset. As for the salary, the broadcasting station has a little reserve fund, enough to pay Su-he. After some friendly negotiation, haggling, Station Chief Liao agreed to give Su-he the salary of a 3-year apprentice, which is 21.84 yuan per month. Su-he quickly put her work ID into her small bag. Chief, you have a lot on your plate, so I'll keep my ID myself. Station Chief Liao. Su-he then slapped her forehead. By the way, Chief, I remembered something else. I'm currently the president of the County Night School Student Council, and Principal Chen asked me to invite you to the performance on the 20th. Leaders from the county and the commune, as well as leaders from various factories, will be present, so you must attend on time. Station Chief Liao, when did you start causing trouble at the County Night School? Shining and glowing? Chief, other units have donated supplies, and Principal Chen wants to hold a flower donation ceremony. Shouldn't you donate something too? Otherwise, it will be awkward. I know you're in a tough spot, so how about this? Could you lend us a few sets of speakers and microphones for the night school? Station Chief Liao. Chief, I'll write a report on the performance, and then you can help polish it before I submit it to the Huaxia Daily. What do you think? Station Chief Liao's eyes lit up. He's been around the block. He knows what Su-he means. That means this report will have both their names on it. If it gets published, it would be a huge deal for his family. Station Chief Liao now looked at Su-he more favorably. Not only is she talented, but she also knows how to get things done. He even thought that the salary he just offered was a bit low, so he cleared his throat and said, Su, since you're getting a salary now, you'll also share in the benefits of the official reporters. Previously, during the Dragon Boat Festival, everyone received a bag of flour and a can of oil. You can go to logistics to collect yours sometimes. Su-he smiled and said, Thank you, Chief. Shouldn't you tell the logistics staff? If it's convenient, could you take me to tell them now? Station Chief Liao was in a good mood and readily agreed. He immediately took Su-he to the logistics office. Please register her. She'll receive the same benefits from now on. Make sure to give her the Dragon Boat Festival benefits. The logistics staff were stunned for a moment, but quickly agreed. Station Chief Liao then told Su-he, I'll also make sure to arrange the speakers and microphones as soon as possible, aiming to have them delivered to the night school by tomorrow morning. Su-he immediately showered him with compliments, and Station Chief Liao couldn't stop smiling. He thought to himself, thank goodness he didn't fire this girl. He needs to think carefully about any future matters concerning her. Since Su-he couldn't carry the bag of flour, she first took a can of oil. Then she swaggered into the reporter's office. She said to Tian Xiaodao, why is our station chief treating me so well? Not only did he give me a salary, but he also insisted on giving me the Dragon Boat Festival benefits. I can't carry the bag of flour, so I just took the oil for now. Tian Xiaodao. Su-he then turned to Zhang Wenbiao. Come on, you wanted to challenge me, so apologize. Zhang Wenbiao didn't believe Su-he at all and ran to the station chief's office to verify. Then everyone in the office heard Station Chief Liao's roar. From now on, focus on writing articles instead of gossiping. Go back and write a 10,000-word reflection and submit it to me. Tian Xiaodao covered her mouth and laughed. Our station chief is really tough. A 10,000-word review will probably take half a notebook. Su-he smiled but stayed silent. The person Liao, the station chief, disliked the most right now was Zhang Wenbiao, who was practically asking for trouble. After a while, Zhang Wenbiao returned looking defeated. Someone teased, Zhang the talented, you lost the bet, so hurry up and apologize to Su-he and call her teacher Su. Exactly. In ancient times, even a single word from a teacher was valued. You won't lose face. Apologize quickly, or the station chief might make you write another 10,000-word review. Zhang Wenbiao was both angry and frustrated. He couldn't understand why Liao had changed his mind. Not only did he not revoke Su He's special correspondent status, but he also gave her a salary and benefits. But in front of so many people, he couldn't back down, otherwise he wouldn't be able to survive at the broadcasting station. He gritted his teeth and said, "Teacher Su, I'm sorry." Su He chuckled, "Xiao Zhang, let bygones be bygones. If you hadn't reminded me, I wouldn't have thought about the salary issue. I should thank you." Zhang Wenbiao. "I'm over 40 and you call me Xiao Zhang?" However, he didn't have the mood to argue about it. He wished he could just disappear. After this incident, those who had been gloating before became much more reserved, and a few even shamelessly tried to get close to Su He. Su He didn't mind. It's natural to support those who are doing well. If you're doing well, you'll naturally have good people around you. Su He stayed at the broadcasting station for a while longer, then took some cooking oil back to her house. Grandma Su scolded, "Big girl, we still have oil at home. Why did you buy another bucket?" Su He smiled and said, "Grandma, this is from the broadcasting station. I also got a bag of flour. I'll have my second uncle help me carry it back another day." Grandma Su instantly beamed with joy. "My granddaughter is amazing. I'm not just bragging. There isn't a more capable girl in the entire county. I can't help but worry about which lucky boy will get you. Just thinking about you getting married makes my heart ache." Grandma Zhao also wanted to compliment her, but Grandma Su had already said everything, leaving her at a loss for words. After dinner at home, Su He hurried to night school. Today, Chao Hongmei and Su Yongshi both came. Su Yongshi had more evening shifts, so he wasn't as diligent about attending night school as Chao Hongmei. Even though he hadn't been there, Chao Hongmei had already told him about Su He's impressive achievements. Su Yongshi felt like he was dreaming. They had faced a lot of exclusion at night school, yet Su He had just arrived and was thriving. This was the difference. Su He arrived at Principal Chen's office and knocked on the door. Principal Chen was tidying his hair with a small comb when he heard the knock and quickly put it away. When Su He entered, she smiled and said, "Principal, I suddenly remembered we forgot to send the invitation to the county broadcasting station, so I made a special trip." Station Chief Liao not only agreed to attend on time, but also offered to lend us a speaker and microphone, which will be delivered tomorrow morning. Principal Chen slapped his forehead. He had indeed forgotten about the broadcasting station. He had to admit that Su He was very capable. Just as he was about to praise her, Su He continued, "That's why I say Station Chief Liao is a generous person. Not only did he lend me equipment, but he also suggested giving me a monthly salary and even made up for the holiday benefits. Principal, how can there be such a big difference between people in the same county?" Principal Chen. "Close the door behind you. You little girl. How dare you imply something? Your courage is growing." Strangely, he had dealt with Station Chief Liao a few times and he was quite shrewd. How could he be so generous? Su He left Principal Chen's office with a smile and went to the classroom. As soon as she sat down, Yuan Xiaolan in the back seat excitedly said, "Class monitor, the first class is Chinese. The teacher is the guy I told you about yesterday." Bai Lily also looked excited. "I saw him when I came in. He really looks like the male lead in a movie." Su He raised her eyebrows and joked a bit. After a while, a 24 or 25-year-old male teacher walked into the classroom. Many female students in the class gasped. Even in this era, good looks were an advantage. Su He also looked up at the podium. To be fair, he was indeed good-looking, but compared to her flashy goldfish, he was just average. "Hello everyone, my name is Peng, and I will be your Chinese teacher. Let's learn and improve together." As he spoke, he wrote his name on the blackboard. Su He frowned slightly at the name Peng, as it sounded familiar. Suddenly, her pupils widened. She remembered. There was indeed a character named Peng in the book, and he was a night school teacher. After the original character was abandoned by Lin Bo, she had thoughts of ending her life. If it weren't for Su Yonghua and his wife keeping an eye on her, she might have attempted suicide again. Later, when the news about the college entrance examination came, the original character seized that lifeline. During a chance encounter while buying books in the county, she met Peng. Peng was handsome, had a good job, and didn't care about the original character's past. She quickly fell for him and, under his influence, gave up on taking the college entrance exam. Later, the original character became pregnant. However, before the child was born, Peng abandoned her and insulted her, saying she had a questionable lifestyle and was just a worn-out shoe. Under immense stress, the original character had a miscarriage and lost her ability to become a mother. Peng was then transferred to the provincial capital to teach at a university, living a glamorous life. The book only mentioned the night school when introducing his background, and nothing else was said about it. This part happened 2 years later, which is why Soo-hee hadn't thought of it before. Soo-hee squinted at Peng, who was confidently speaking at the podium. She wasn't unreasonable. She couldn't condemn someone for things that hadn't happened yet. If this Peng didn't provoke her, she wouldn't do anything to him. But if he had ulterior motives, then she'd make him understand why flowers are so red. Halfway through the class, Peng began asking questions. The first to be called on was Zhu Yanli. Zhu Yanli's education level was limited, so he struggled to answer. Peng didn't criticize him. Instead, he encouraged him. After asking a few more students, Peng called on Zhao Hongmei. Zhao Hongmei answered well, and Peng praised her. Zhao Hongmei thought to herself that this young teacher Fu was quite nice, but her mother-in-law had already warned her not to get too close to anyone, or else she and Soo-hee would be a good match. During the break, many female students surrounded Peng under the pretext of asking questions. Peng patiently answered their queries, gaining a wave of goodwill. Section 2. During class, Peng said, "We will use the article by our special correspondent from the broadcasting station, Soo-hee, as an example to discuss the purpose and structure of writing." Peng praised Soo-hee endlessly while explaining, almost calling her the top talent in county. With so many topics to discuss in Chinese class, he chose her article as an example. If he didn't have other motives, who would believe that? It seems Peng was sent by Shen Rui. Of course, Luo Shaoling wouldn't have her come to night school for no reason. She must have set up a plan. Shen Rui has indeed improved this time. She is starting to play tricks. Peng's lavish praise in class would naturally be shared with her by Zhao Hongmei and Zhu Yanli. Just thinking about it, she already has a shadow in her heart. In the future, when they accidentally meet, his flattery will come naturally. Peng had no idea Soo-hee was sitting below him because Zhu Yanli told him that Soo-hee hadn't signed up for night school, so she wouldn't be in the classroom. Moreover, he had checked the roster, and Soo-hee's name wasn't there at all. While Peng was still praising her, Soo-hee raised her hand. Peng's eyes flashed with surprise. He hadn't noticed before that there was a beauty among this group of country bumpkins. "This student, do you have a question?" Soo-hee stood up and said, "Teacher, while my article is good, it is definitely not as exaggerated as you say." She didn't think of so many metaphors while writing. "I think you are overinterpreting it." Peng frowned slightly. "This student, you just don't understand the article deeply enough. If you read more of Comrade Soo-hee's other articles, you'll see that my interpretation is correct." Soo-hee smiled. "Teacher, I won't argue with you about other issues, but I am definitely right this time." Peng's face suddenly turned ugly. In class, he was the absolute authority. Moreover, this was related to his plan. He sternly said, "This student, you are disrupting the class order. By the way, what is your name?"
Smiled lightly. Peng.
At the same time, laughter erupted in the classroom. The classmates had been wanting to laugh. This teacher Fu was too amusing. Clearly, Soo-hee was right below him, yet he was up there flattering her. He was even arguing about the article with the original author. Wasn't that self-inflicted punishment? Peng's face turned pale, cursing Zhu Yanli for providing false information. Wait, the roster really didn't have Soo-hee's name. How could she be here? Could she be auditing the class? Several thoughts flashed through his mind, and then he smiled. "Soo-hee, it seems there was a misunderstanding. I truly admire your talent, which is why I overinterpreted it. Please don't take it to heart. Suhi smiled back. Thank you for your compliment, but it's better to be factual in your teaching to avoid misleading everyone. Fu Peng secretly hated her but said, I will pay attention in the future. Let's continue the class. To be fair, Fu Peng's mental resilience was much stronger than Lin Bo's. After class, Fu Peng returned to the office. He shared an office with the head teacher of the continuing education class, Teacher Zhao. Teacher Zhao valued talent and treated Fu Peng well. Seeing him come in, he asked, How's the class discipline? No one causing trouble, right? Fu Peng smiled. The students are eager to learn and performed well. By the way, Teacher Zhao, is Suhi in your class? Teacher Zhao nodded. Suhi is a good student. Not only is she the class monitor, but she is also the president of the student council. She is hosting the upcoming performance. Teacher Zhao didn't mention the sponsorship that Suhi had arranged, either because he didn't know it had been settled or because he felt it was a bit awkward to bring up. Upon hearing Teacher Zhou's words, Fu Peng suddenly had a guess. He was auditing the class. And Teacher Zhao and Principal Chen probably didn't know. This could be a leverage point. It might come in handy at a critical moment. After school, Suhi practiced her performance for a while before heading home with Su Yongshi and his wife. Chao Hongmei hesitated for a moment before saying, Xiaohe, is that teacher Fu problematic? She had figured it out later. Her niece wouldn't embarrass someone for no reason, and that teacher Fu seemed a bit too eager. Ever since the incident with Su Jinbao, Chao Hongmei's vigilance had increased significantly. Su Yongshi also thought of this and secretly lit a candle for Fu Peng.
Who would you choose to scheme against?
His own niece? That's just digging your own grave, and in the end, you won't even know how you died. He now had an inexplicable confidence in Suhi, believing there was no problem she couldn't solve. Suhi didn't hide it and told them about Luo Xiaoling pushing her to attend night school. Fu Peng was more cunning than Lin Bo. He might try to manipulate Su Yongshi and his wife, so she needed to keep them informed. After hearing Suhi's words, Chao Hongmei was furious. Shen Rui is a white-eyed wolf determined to ruin us. I just don't understand. The mix-up had nothing to do with our Su family. What is she so angry about? Also, when she was at our house, she was lazy and greedy, but didn't have such bad intentions. How did she suddenly become so clever after returning to the provincial city? Suhi felt a stir in her heart. She had always thought Shen Rui targeted her and the Su family out of hatred, but after hearing Chao Hongmei's words, it seemed less convincing. Moreover, the intricate schemes in the book didn't seem like something a country girl could come up with. Even if she later went to the provincial city, it wouldn't be possible for her to wake up so quickly. Could there be something more to it? She carefully recalled the plot in the book and could rule out the possibility that Shen Rui was also a transmigrator since she hadn't done anything inconsistent with this era. So how did she wake up? Or was someone guiding her from behind? Honestly, if it weren't for the Shen family's strong background, Suhi would have already gone to investigate. She smiled. Things were getting more interesting. No rush. She would eventually unravel the truth. She said to Su Yongshi and his wife, Uncle, Aunt, you don't need to worry. And county is my territory. Shen Rui won't be able to stir up any trouble. Su Yongshi and his wife. Niece, aren't you being a bit too arrogant? When didn't county become your territory? Why didn't we know? Although Su Yongshi and his wife thought Suhi was bragging, they felt relieved, as it seemed their niece had a plan. Chao Hongmei asked, Xiaohe, what should we do next? Suhi yawned. Let's stay calm and see what Fu Peng is up to. After dropping Suhi off at the bungalow, Su Yongshi and his wife went home. The two elderly women were still awake, waiting for Suhi. As soon as Suhi entered the room, Grandma Su said, Big girl, I've looked out at the road several times. If I didn't have to take care of your grandma, I would have gone to night school to check. Grandma Zhao scoffed, You haven't even stepped outside. However, she didn't dare to speak up because she was afraid Grandma Su would take away her wheelchair. Grandma Su wasn't uncaring. She just knew Su Yongshi and his wife would bring Suhi back, so she expressed her love verbally. Suhi smiled and said, Grandma, I have my uncle and aunt with me, so you don't need to worry. How can I not worry? You're my favorite. Are you tired? Let your grandma give you a shoulder massage. It's not that I'm trying to boss people around. Your grandma needs to move a bit or she'll get stiff. Grandma Zhao. Thank you. Suhi certainly wouldn't let Grandma Zhao massage her. She missed the days when she could use the massage chair and take baths. Now that the two elderly women were living there, it was inconvenient. Feeling bored before bed, she opened the trading platform. Then she typed in the search bar, "Kill, Hitman." As expected, the search showed no related products. Suhi pouted, how useless. You don't even have services for hiring hitmen. If you did, I could just get rid of Shinrui and relax. You're lucky to have such an easygoing host like me. Otherwise, you'd be a homeless trading platform, just like stray dogs and cats on the street. Don't you think you should thank me? Maybe give me some shopping vouchers or reward points. Trading platform. That last sentence is the key, isn't it? This trading platform has no relevant policies. Suhi blinked. All right, if you don't have it, fine, but isn't it a bit unfair that you don't give me anything? How about you take back the bean seeds I exchanged last time? I won't ask for much. Just give me around 10 to 18,000. Trading platform. Why don't you just go rob someone? This trading platform does not accept any items for return. Suhi snorted. So you won't take them back? Then I won't deposit money here anymore. Before, when I didn't have any savings, you were somewhat useful, but now that I'm doing well, I don't need you. As for that Qingnong shoe, I won't buy it anymore, so don't think you can meet your KPIs. After saying that, Suhi clicked the close button. Then she silently counted. 1, 2, 3. Just as she reached 5, the trading platform popped up again. Only this once, no next time. Suhi found the bean seeds were still there, but her balance increased by 2,000. She felt pleased. Once there's a first time, there will be countless times. Just wait, I'll eventually take everything from you. She was quite happy while the trading platform was closed off. It hadn't earned much from her, yet it ended up giving her points. Is there any justice in this? What kind of trouble did it get into to end up with such a strange host? The next morning, Suhi arrived at Teacher Yuan's house. She hadn't been able to come by for a few days because of night school. Teacher Yuan looked unhappy. You young lady are too unprofessional. You've been slacking off, and my materials are piling up. Suhi explained for a while that she had been busy taking care of her grandma and night school, but Teacher Yuan continued to complain. At first, Suhi patiently explained, but as Teacher Yuan kept going, her temper flared. She slammed the materials on the table. Teacher Yuan, I told you from the start that my schedule is unpredictable, and you agreed. What's the point of nitpicking now? If you don't want to use me, just say it. Give me my pay, and I'll leave. Teacher Yuan slammed his teacup. You little girl think you can throw a tantrum at me? You're late, and still have the nerve to argue? If you want to leave, go ahead. No pay for you. Suhi was amused. This old man thought he could control her with a few bucks. Do you think I would bow down to you for that little money? You really underestimate me, Suhi. Don't think you can control me with just a few bucks. I won't let you. I'm only putting up with you because you're older and useful to the country. Otherwise, do you dare to withhold my pay? Give it if you want, or don't. After saying that, Suhi turned to leave. Teacher Yuan was flustered. He had a little scheme in mind, thinking he could control Suhi because he believed she wouldn't want to lose her pay. Unexpectedly, Suhi wouldn't tolerate his nonsense. Just as Suhi reached the door, he hurriedly called out, Young lady, you have quite the temper. I was just joking. Did you take it seriously? I've already prepared your pay. I'll get it for you right now. Suhi coldly replied, Are you planning to pay me and then let me go? Teacher Yuan came over to pull Suhi back. Of course not. You're my lucky charm, my capable assistant. I can't bear to let you go. Suhi rolled her eyes. Where's my pay? Teacher Yuan hurriedly pulled out an envelope from his drawer. Suhi took it and counted. $58.65. She felt both angry and amused. This Professor Yuan was quite precise with his calculations. But to be fair, working for him was worth several jobs. With a smile, Teacher Yuan said, I was just joking with you earlier. Did you really take it seriously? By the way, you mentioned your grandma has trouble walking, right? I know an old friend who's good at medicine. Should I ask him to take a look at your grandma? Suhi replied indifferently, no need. The medicine from the hospital works well for her. Seeing he hit a wall, Teacher Yuan offered fruits and snacks, being overly attentive. Suhi wanted to laugh but felt embarrassed, so she started organizing the materials. Teacher Yuan felt quite frustrated. He initially wanted to control the young girl, but ended up being controlled by her. It was all Zhuge Hongqiang's fault. He had come by yesterday bragging about his granddaughter, praising her like a flower. He wouldn't even say her name, making it all mysterious. How interesting. Who doesn't have a granddaughter? Even if you don't have a biological one, you can just adopt one. This young girl in front of him was great. She was definitely better than Zhuge's granddaughter. With this mindset, he wanted to control Su He and then casually suggest adopting her as a granddaughter, gaining both face and substance. Unfortunately, not only did he fail to control Su He, but he was also outsmarted by her. Until Su He left, Teacher Yuan couldn't bring himself to tell her about his granddaughter. Su He went to Chao Hongmei's house, and Su Jinbao hadn't seen her for several days, so he was really missing her. Sis, I dreamed about you yesterday. If I didn't have school, I would definitely go to see you. Sis, are you tired? Let me give you a shoulder massage. Sis, this is the chocolate I saved just for you. I take it out every day to smell it, but haven't eaten it yet. Suhi thought to herself, this little troublemaker must have inherited the old lady's charm. However, she really liked Su Jinbao. Even though he could be a handful, he was smart and knew how to get along. She took out a handful of chocolates from her bag and shared them with Taizhu. Taizhu stood by, watching Su Jinbao with envy. He wanted to get close to Sister He too, but he knew he was different from Su Jinbao, so he just watched quietly. He tightened his grip on the chocolate and finally gathered the courage to say, Sister, I got 100 on this exam. Suhi exclaimed, Really? That's amazing. Taizhu quickly pulled out the test paper from his backpack and handed it to Suhi. When Suhi saw it, it was a math test with a bright red 100 on it. Suhi praised Taizhu, and his little face turned red. He was determined to study hard and get 100 every time. Su Jinbao felt a bit jealous and shook Suhi's arm, saying, Sis, I did well too. I passed. I got 65.
Shueri play.
You really have low standards for yourself. Suhi said sternly, Su Jinbao, if you don't score at least 80 on the next exam, just wait and see how I'll deal with you.
Su Jinbao immediately wilted.
He regretted saying anything. If he had known, he wouldn't have mentioned it. Suhi then told Taizhu, after school, help Jinbao with his studies. If he misbehaves, let me know. Taizhu quickly agreed. Whatever sister said was final. After dinner, Su He and Chao Hongmei went to night school. At that moment, in the teacher's office, Fu Peng smiled and said to Teacher Zhao, Teacher Zhao, I have an idea that might be a bit sudden, but I'd like to hear your opinion. Teacher Zhao smiled and said, Young Teacher Fu, just say it. You mentioned yesterday that Su He would host the cultural performance, right? Usually, cultural events have 2 hosts, one male and one female. So, I'd like to volunteer to co-host with Su He. She represents the students and I represent the teachers, which seems more appropriate. Teacher Zhou nodded frequently. You have a point, but I need to check with the principal first. Wait for my news. Fu Peng quickly replied, Thank you, Teacher Zhou. I'm new here and want to contribute to the school. If he became the male host, he would have plenty of chances to get closer to Su He. He believed that with his charm, Su He would soon fall for him. Teacher Zhou was efficient and immediately went to find Principal Chen. Principal Chen was still fiddling with his few strands of hair, reciting poetry as he did. Wildfires can't burn out, spring winds blow and grow again. Hearing a knock, he quickly sat down seriously at his desk. After Teacher Zhou entered and explained Fu Peng's proposal, Principal Chen thought it was a good idea. Just as he was about to agree, he hesitated. This performance was largely organized by Soo-hee, and it was only right to ask for her opinion. Otherwise, if she disagreed, it could cause trouble. If Soo-hee were a student at the night school, Principal Chen wouldn't have this concern. But since she wasn't, she could easily withdraw her support. So, he told Teacher Zhao, "You go back for now. I'll think it over. By the way, I need to talk to Soo-hee about something. Have her come by when she has time." During the break, Soo-hee bounced in. "Principal, you called for me?" Principal Chen explained Fu Peng's desire to be the host. He wants to be the host?
Dream on.
Soo-hee said seriously, "Principal, this is not appropriate." Principal Chen raised an eyebrow. "Why do you say that?" "This performance is meant to showcase the spirit of our night school students, and the sponsorship was secured under that premise. If a teacher gets involved, it won't be good. Besides, Fu Peng is new and hasn't contributed anything. He just wants to take the spotlight. What will the other teachers think? They might even suspect you and Fu Peng are related." Principal Chen glared. "Nonsense. I have no relation to him at all." Soo-hee laughed. "Don't be angry. I'm just stating the facts. You know how important this performance is. Fu Peng knows nothing, and if he says something wrong, all our hard work will go to waste." Principal Chen thought about it and agreed. The attendees would be important figures, and while Fu Peng seemed reliable, he didn't know enough. If something went wrong, it would be a disaster. So he said, "Since you disagree, let's drop it." Soo-hee hesitated for a moment and then said, "Principal, I think Fu Peng is too eager for quick success. His grandstanding is just for show. There are many ways to contribute to the performance, like helping with rehearsals or preparing materials, but he chose the most attention-seeking role of host. Frankly, this performance is something we worked hard for together. Why should he take the credit? Not only that, but he also pretends to be considerate and responsible, which is really uncomfortable." Principal Chen found the term "we worked hard together" a bit awkward, but he was more concerned about what Soo-hee said. After thinking it over, he realized she had a point. Fu Peng was indeed too focused on personal gain. Soo-hee continued, "Also, Fu Peng's teaching ability is questionable. He praised my work so much yesterday that it felt like he was saying I was a genius. Even if he was complimenting me, I find that behavior inappropriate. You've told me that teachers should avoid projecting their personal likes and dislikes during lessons, and he clearly doesn't meet that standard." Principal Chen was puzzled. Did I really say that? However, he did think Fu Peng was unreliable. Then he had a thought. Fu Peng praised Soo-hee's work and wanted to partner with her. Did he have feelings for her? Although they were both single, Fu Peng's behavior seemed a bit petty and calculating. In summary, he was not someone to rely on. When Soo-hee saw Principal Chen's expression, she knew the eye drops worked very well, but that wasn't enough. "Principal, no matter his intentions, he seems to want to help our night school. It wouldn't be good to refuse him outright. How about this? We need flowers, right? Let's have him pick wildflowers by the edge of the city the day after tomorrow. This kind of poetic task is perfect for him." Principal Chen replied, "Okay." He realized that this girl was quite unhappy with Fu Peng. After all, the cultural performance was organized by her, and Fu Peng wanted to take advantage of it right after arriving. How naive. He even wanted to pursue this girl? That was unlikely to happen. Girls like her, who are clever and perceptive, dislike being manipulated, and Fu Peng had made a big mistake. When Soo-hee returned to the classroom, she ran into Fu Peng in the hallway.
Fu Peng smiled. "Sui.
Did you go to the principal's office?" He thought Principal Chen must have talked to her about him being the host. He never considered that Principal Chen would disagree. He believed his appearance was impressive, and his reasons were solid. There was no reason for Principal Chen to refuse. Soo-hee nodded coldly and said nothing. Fu Peng's smile widened slightly. "The principal talked to you about me being the host, right? Let's practice after school today. Even though I'm not familiar with the script, I have experience in this area, and I'm sure we will work well together." Soo-hee frowned. "Teacher Fu, I don't understand what you're saying. What host? Isn't there only one host for the performance, which is me?" Fu Peng was taken aback. "Didn't the principal call you to discuss the host? I volunteered to partner with you." The principal only asked about the rehearsal progress and didn't mention anything else. Teacher Fu, are you saying you want to be the host? This is a student performance. It wouldn't be appropriate for you to get involved. Besides, even if a teacher is chosen as a host, it should be based on seniority, and it wouldn't be your turn. For example, Teacher Lin from the literacy class has experience working at the county broadcasting station. I think he would be more suitable than you. As Soo-hee said this, Teacher Lin happened to come out of the literacy class and heard everything. He initially had a good impression of Fu Peng, but that changed quickly. Trying to show off right after arriving? Did he think everyone else was a fool? Soo-hee was right. Even by seniority, it wasn't his turn. He walked over and said with a half-smile, Soo-hee is right. This is the students' performance. Our job as teachers is to support them. It's better to leave the spotlight for the students. Fu Peng's smile completely froze. After a long pause, he said stiffly, I just wanted to contribute to the school. It seems I didn't think it through. Let's pretend I said nothing. Teacher Lin patted his shoulder. Young Fu, as a teacher, you need to think things through. Don't do anything rash in the future. With that, he left. Fu Peng's expression changed several times as he looked at Soo-hee. Soo-hee, do you have some misunderstanding about me?
I feel like you're targeting me.
Soo-hee replied flatly, Teacher Fu, we barely know each other. What misunderstanding could I have? I'm just stating facts. Do you need something else? If not, I'm going back to class. Fu Peng held back his anger and nodded. You can go in. He watched Soo-hee's back, resentment flashing in his eyes. He thought she would be easy to manipulate, but she turned out to be quite sharp. However, he realized he had been a bit too hasty. He needed to take things slowly from now on. As he thought about this, he returned to the office. When Teacher Zhao saw him, he said, Young Fu, the principal said this performance should focus on the students, so he didn't agree to the host idea. Fu Peng smiled. In that case, forget it. I was a bit impulsive. I just wanted to help our school, I didn't think it through. Teacher Zhao smiled. It's good that you understand. The principal knows your intentions are good, so he arranged another task for you. Many leaders will be attending that day, so the principal wants to have a flower presentation. However, he can't get enough flowers in a short time, so he plans for you to pick some wildflowers from the city edge on the day of the performance. Fu Peng nearly exploded with anger. Pick wildflowers? How could that old man think of such a thing? Seeing Fu Peng's stiff expression and silence, Teacher Zhao quickly added, You won't be alone. Let Teacher Lin from the literacy class go with you. Fu Peng felt even more frustrated. If it were before, it wouldn't have mattered, but now Teacher Lin clearly had a negative opinion of him, and he might team up with others to exclude him. But he couldn't refuse, as he had already made promises. Soon it was June 20th. Early in the morning, Soo-hee arrived at the bus station to pick up leaders from various communes. Principal Chen hadn't thought of this and hadn't arranged for Soo-hee to do this. But for someone like Soo-hee, how could she miss such a good opportunity? So when the leaders got off the bus, they saw a beautiful girl with a bright smile. Soo-hee had never met these leaders, but leaders have a different presence, standing out from the crowd. So she could easily identify the directors of the communes and approach them for a chat. Each leader left praising Soo-hee, calling her a capable comrade. Some directors even wanted to invite Soo-hee to dinner, but she politely declined. Normally, the night school should treat these guests, but in this era, that wasn't the norm. Plus, Principal Chen valued money more than anything else and wouldn't spend it. So Soo-hee spent nothing and became familiar with the directors. After a while, she met Director Shen from the Xiangyang commune. After some small talk, Director Shen lowered his voice and said, Sue, you didn't forget that you promised to put our commune first on the list, right? Soo-hee nodded. Don't worry, Xiangyang commune will definitely be at the top. Director Shen coughed. What about my speech? Don't worry, I've arranged everything clearly. You'll definitely have a chance to speak on stage. Now Director Shen was relieved. Just thinking about speaking in front of so many leaders made him stand a little taller. He praised Soo-hee profusely, making her feel like a flower. Soo-hee smiled and said, Director Shen, since you think so highly of me, why not let me hold a position in your Xiangyang commune? Director Shen was taken aback. What do you mean? I mean I can be a liaison for your Xiangyang commune. That way, if there are any future opportunities, I can share some with you. Director Shen. Director Shen thought he was crazy. Not satisfied with bouncing around in Huaihua commune, she wanted to bounce around in Xiangyang commune too? He had never heard of anyone working part-time in two communes. Besides, the deals she had brought in were small potatoes, and he didn't think much of them. After a moment of silence, he chuckled and said, Little Sue, don't joke like that anymore. Just focus on doing a good job in Huaihua commune. He blinked and replied, Soon, our Huaihua commune will get a big order that will put us in the top 5 in county by the end of the year. If I pull this off, even if you want me to be your liaison for Xiangyang commune, I'll have to think about it. Because by then, I'll be in demand, and all the communes will want me. I'm telling you this early, because we have a good rapport. But if you don't agree, that's fine. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Director Shen's first reaction was that he was bragging. However, seeing her confidence made him a bit uncertain. Could it be true? If it was, then he was a treasure, and he needed to act quickly. Unsure, Director Shen said, Little Sue, I can't decide this alone. I'll think it over and get back to you. He nodded. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Don't feel pressured. If the deal doesn't work out, we can still be friends and handle things as usual. Director Shen. At that moment, Director Luo arrived. Seeing he chatting happily with Director Shen, he asked, What are you two so happy about? For some reason, Director Shen suddenly felt guilty, like he had been caught stealing. Nothing, we just said the weather is nice today. Director Luo sensed something was off. After Director Shen left, he asked Little Sue, what did Director Shen talk to you about? Did he put you in a difficult position? He hesitated for a moment and then said, Director Luo, since you asked, I won't hide it. Director Shen wants me to be a part-time liaison for Xiangyang commune and even mentioned giving me the same benefits as a formal position. Director Luo was furious. How dare you, Shen? Aren't you trying to poach me? No wonder he looked uneasy earlier. It was because he felt guilty. He gritted his teeth. Little Sue, did you agree? He looked a bit lost and confused. Director Luo, I don't know if I should agree. I'm part of Huaihua commune and should dedicate myself to it, but the members of Xiangyang commune are our brothers and sisters too. We should all prosper together. She tugged at her clothes. Also, I need money. My grandmother has spent a lot on medical bills, so earning a bit more would help. I can't decide right now, Director Luo. What do you think I should do? Huaihua commune is her base, and she wanted to give Director Luo a heads up to avoid any misunderstandings. She was sure he would agree. Director Luo was different from Director Shen. He was easygoing and open-minded. Sure enough, even though he was reluctant, Director Luo said, if you can manage, then go ahead and agree. But let's make it clear, you need to bring the orders to us first, and whatever's left can go to Xiangyang commune. He was both surprised and delighted you agreed. I thought you wouldn't. I must have underestimated you. I really should be punished. Don't worry, Huaihua commune is my home. No matter how far I go, I'll always think of you and our commune. Hearing this, Director Luo's remaining dissatisfaction vanished. He then asked about the flower sales. How's the flower sales going? Why has there been no news lately? Suhi smiled. Don't worry, there will be news in a couple of days. Seeing she wouldn't say more, Director Luo didn't press further. After returning from the bus station, Suhi went to night school because she needed to oversee the event setup. It was the first time the night school students gathered during the day, and they were chatting and laughing, creating a warm atmosphere. Suhi didn't stop their fun since the performance was scheduled for 6 o'clock, giving them plenty of time. In contrast to Suhi's calmness, Principal Chun was restless. Although he had toughened up recently, the thought of facing so many donors that evening made him a bit anxious. After pacing around the office, he called for Suhi. Where were you this morning? I looked everywhere for you. If he hadn't been sure that Suhi wouldn't give up her outside tutor stipend, he might have thought she had run away. Suhi quickly replied, I went to the bus station to pick up the directors from various communes. I wanted to ask you for some funds to arrange their meals and accommodations. But then I thought about our night school's financial situation, so I let them handle it themselves. Principal Chen. He hadn't even thought of that. This girl is sharp. But he quickly said, "You're right. We need to save money. Besides, it's not the time for lavish meals. If we get caught, it'll be a disaster." After a pause, he added, "Do you think those people will make snide remarks and embarrass me tonight?" Suhi chuckled. "They've already donated. If they come to mock you, it would be pointless. Besides, even if they say something unpleasant, just pretend you didn't hear it for the sake of the budget." Principal Chen nodded. "That makes sense. I can sacrifice my pride for the budget." Suhi felt a bit moved. In this era, there are many people like Principal Chen who have a strong sense of purpose. It's because of them that the country stands strong. Principal Chen then asked how the performance preparations were going, and Suhi replied, "We just need the flowers. Everything else is ready." Hearing about the flowers, Principal Chen frowned. "They went early this morning. Why haven't they come back yet?" His impression of Fu Peng worsened. If he can't teach well, can't he at least pick some flowers? Just then, loud noises came from outside the building. Principal Chen, whose office was on the second floor, went to the window to look down, and Suhi leaned over to see as well. Both were stunned by the scene below. "Why is there a pig head down there?" The people below noticed them, and someone shouted, "Principal, Teacher Fu got stung by a hornet. We just came back from the hospital." Principal Chen took a closer look and realized that the person with the pig-like face was indeed Fu Peng. His face was wrapped in bandages, and the only visible part of his eyes was a tiny slit. He looked truly miserable. Suhi recognized him too, and felt a surge of joy in her heart. He deserved it. After all the wrong things he had done, even the wasps came out to punish him. Fu Peng also saw Principal Chen and Suhi. Seeing Suhi's gloating expression made him grit his teeth in anger. Actually, Suhi was quite innocent. Although she was indeed enjoying his misfortune, she was trying to maintain her image and showed a worried expression instead. Unfortunately, Fu Peng misinterpreted her expression as gloating. Fu Peng was filled with hatred, feeling that everyone was humiliating him. Early this morning, he had gone to the outskirts of the city with Mentor Lin and others. He didn't know if Mentor Lin and the other teachers had said something, but they all seemed to intentionally distance themselves from him. When he tried to make small talk, they ignored him, so he had to go off by himself to pick wildflowers. After walking for a while, he saw a dead tree stump ahead and sat down on it. Unluckily, there was a wasp nest on the back of the stump, and he had stirred up a hornet's nest. His clothes protected him, but his face was stung into a pig's head. Principal Chen held back his laughter, saying, "Teacher Fu, since you're not feeling well, you should go back and rest. If you can't attend classes in the next few days, we'll consider it a work injury." Fu Peng gritted his teeth and agreed before leaving. Suhi then asked Mentor Lin and the others, "Mentor Lin, where are the wildflowers you picked?" "They're in the venue," they replied. Suhi immediately ran to the venue to help everyone arrange the bouquets. After 5:30 p.m., guests started to arrive one after another. The people from the provincial night school were the first to arrive. Director Liu, who was leading them, was an old acquaintance of Principal Chen, though not a very friendly one. Upon meeting, Director Liu teased him about his hair. "Old Chen, it's been a few months, and your hair seems to be thinning again." Principal Chen. "Hitting someone is fine, but saying things like that can easily get you in trouble, you know?" Director Liu continued. "Why does it look like you've made such a big deal out of this? Even though our provincial night school is a higher authority, you don't need to go overboard." Principal Chen thought to himself, "You really think highly of yourself, not realizing you're just the stepping stone for others." He laughed and said, "This is a great opportunity to showcase our students' learning achievements. Leaders from our county, the commune, and various factories will also be attending." Director Liu raised an eyebrow. "I didn't expect you, Old Chen, to be so eager for recognition. Are you trying to take credit?" Normally, Principal Chen would ignore such comments and not bother with verbal disputes. But now, he was no longer the same Principal Chen. He was now Nohila Chen. It's completely normal and positive for our night school to hold a performance to showcase learning achievements. What do you mean by being eager for recognition? Old Liu, You've been in education and ideological work for many years. You know what should and shouldn't be said. Director Lu's face turned a mix of colors, and a few accompanying teachers stepped in to ease the tension, ending the verbal sparring. Feeling displeased, Director Lu began nitpicking as soon as he entered the venue. Old Chun, I'm not trying to be harsh, but the conditions at your county night school are terrible. Other county night schools are much better than yours. Don't blame me for being blunt. A poor leader burdens the whole team. As the principal, can't you think of a way? He certainly knew that Principal Chen wasn't lacking in ideas, but rather in resources. And county was the poorest in the province, with limited financial income. Forget about increasing funding. Just maintaining the current budget was already a challenge. The accompanying teachers felt awkward, thinking that hitting someone is fine, but Director Lu's words were too harsh. Someone was about to intervene when Principal Chen sighed. You're right. I am indeed lacking. If I had the ability, I wouldn't be worrying about funding every day. From now on, I will focus my efforts on this and strive to improve our teaching conditions as soon as possible. Director Lu, who had prepared a lot to argue, was taken aback. He gave in that easily? Wasn't he just being assertive a moment ago? He scoffed. I'm not trying to dampen your spirits, but a skilled cook can't make a meal without rice. And county is in such a tough spot. No matter how hard you try, it probably won't yield results. I think you should just agree to my previous suggestion to convert the school into a teaching point so the funding can be handled by our provincial night school. Principal Chen remained silent. In fact, whether the school was closed or converted into a teaching point didn't affect him much. His salary would remain the same, and he might even get a raise if transferred to the provincial night school. But for the students in county, it was a different story. Teaching points don't enroll students year-round. They only accept one class of students at fixed times each year. If that were the case, many eager students would miss out on their chance to learn. Seeing that Principal Chen didn't respond, Director Lu pouted. You're just stubborn, refusing to give up until the end. If you want to hold on, go ahead. One day, you won't be able to keep it up. Principal Chen thought to himself. That was the past. Now that Suhi was here, not only could I keep it up, but I also had reserves. Principal Chen didn't want to argue with him. After bringing them to the venue, he asked Teacher Zhao to stay with them while he went to the entrance to welcome others. When Principal Chen arrived at the entrance, Suhi was chatting and laughing with a few directors from the commune. Principal Chen. You only spoke to them once on the phone. Why do you look like long-lost relatives? Oh, right. She went to pick them up this morning. The county leaders arrived last, and by the time they entered, there were less than 10 minutes left before the performance started. Today, besides the night school teachers and guests, there were also many onlookers. Principal Chen thought this was a great opportunity to showcase the night school, hoping to attract more people to enroll, so anyone who wanted to watch the performance was allowed in. However, they couldn't sit in the front rows, and many had to stand to watch. Suhi didn't wear makeup either. It wasn't very popular at the time, as simplicity was valued. She didn't need to look at a script. When the time came, she simply walked onto the stage. Dear leaders and guests, welcome to our county night school. The performances began one after another, and Suhi only needed to say a few words in between. A senior leader from the county smiled and asked Principal Chen, which unit is this Suhi from? She expresses herself well. She's a great talent. Principal Chen was about to explain that Suhi wasn't a student when Director Shen, who was sitting behind the senior leader, chimed in enthusiastically. She is our liaison from the Xiangyang commune, very capable and highly aware. She's a good comrade. Principal Chen. Didn't I remember Su, he being the liaison from the Huaihua commune? Director Luo, sitting a few seats away, was almost fuming. Su, he hasn't even agreed yet. How can you shamelessly announce it on your own? Besides, Su, he is just a part-timer for you. If we're talking about the organization, it should be our Huaihua commune. Director Shen's thinking was simple. Since Su, he has caught the attention of the big leaders in the county, her big order must be reliable. Such a valuable asset must be secured first. Anyway, Su, he has already agreed to be their liaison for the Yangxiang commune, so he was justified in saying this. As for whether Director Luo would be unhappy, that was not even on his radar. Just as Director Shen was about to say more, Director Liao from the county broadcasting station leaned in and said, "Comrade Su, he is still a special correspondent for our county broadcasting station. Her articles are not only well-written, but also have great ideas." Principal Chen, who hadn't spoken up until now, thought. The big leader asked me, "Why are you all so annoying?" Just as Principal Chen was about to speak, Director Liu from the provincial night school chimed in. "Although Su he is indeed good, she is still not as good as our provincial night school students. If she could study at our provincial night school, I believe she would improve even more." Principal Chen thought, "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. What improvement? That young girl is 100 times better than you. At least she can speak like a normal person." Principal Chen ignored him and quietly told the big leader, "Su he is an external tutor for our night school. She is indeed a young person with a high level of awareness. She previously gave up the chance to be recommended for university to contribute to our county's education. To better understand the students' needs, she even experienced life as a student and became the president of the student council due to her popularity." These words were taught to Principal Chen by Su He, as she was worried about her student status being exposed, so she had prepared in advance. In the past, Principal Chen would never have lied to the big leader, but now it seemed like some talent in him had awakened. He spoke the lies naturally, without a hint of embarrassment. His voice was low, and only the big leader and Director Liu beside him could hear. Before the big leader could respond, Director Liu scoffed. "What qualifications does a little girl have to be an external tutor? Old Chen, are you out of your mind?" Principal Chen still ignored him and continued speaking to the big leader. "The supplies I mentioned earlier were arranged by her. The young girl has great ideas." The big leader looked surprised. "Su he arranged them? I thought you cried for them." Principal Chen, "Don't embarrass me like that. Didn't I just cry a few times in your office about being poor?" The big leader, who had only asked casually, now started paying attention to Su He. Director Liu was curious. "Old Chen, what supplies?" Principal Chen glanced at him. "You'll find out soon." Director Liu hit a wall and glared at Principal Chen, falling silent. Among the accompanying staff, there were 2 female teachers who were focused on the hairpins worn by the female students on stage. They had seen a lot in the provincial capital, but they had never seen such unique hairpins and wondered where these night school students bought them. If they were for sale, they could buy some to take home as gifts. Director Gao from the textile factory was also seated below, accompanying factory director Fang. He noticed the hairpins on the female students and remembered the ones Su he had taken earlier. Due to his professional sensitivity, he suddenly understood Su he's intention. The female students performing on stage were the center of attention, and many women noticed the hairpins they wore. After the performance, people would definitely ask where to buy them, but they wouldn't be able to find them. When the supply and marketing cooperative stocks them, they would surely sell out. He felt restless and thought he should go back and arrange production immediately. Otherwise, the stock in the warehouse wouldn't be enough to sell. Peng, standing in the back with his face bandaged, watched Su He shine on stage with a sinister look. The more dazzling she was, the more he felt he couldn't have her. He had to ruin her and bring her down so he could have a chance.
Ha!
A person who hasn't even registered as a student claims to be the president of the student council. That's just flaunting and deceiving. It's a character issue. If he exposed her publicly, not only would she be kicked out of the night school, but other organizations would also dismiss her. However, he couldn't do it himself, as it would upset Principal Chen. He needed someone else to step in. As the performance was wrapping up, Su He took the stage and said, "Let's welcome Principal Chen to give a speech." Principal Chen felt a bit nervous as he stepped to the center of the stage. Director Liu rolled his eyes, thinking Principal Chen would just welcome them with some polite words. He didn't expect this old stick-in-the-mud to start playing along. "Dear leaders, guests, teachers, and students, good evening. First, I warmly welcome your arrival." Su He led the applause. The audience erupted into enthusiastic clapping. Principal Chen felt quite pleased, thinking, the allowance wasn't wasted. Taking advantage of the provincial night school leader's visit, we are holding this report performance. This performance is both a showcase of our learning achievements and a way to thank all sectors of society for their support of our night school. After the brother units learned about our night school's tight funding, they extended their helping hands. I will now read the list of donations. The textile factory donated 500 meters of defective cloth. The machinery factory donated 100 industrial tickets, 50 thermoses. The Yangxiang commune donated a pig and 5 hens, and the Qiping commune donated a pig. Most people in the audience were dumbfounded, especially Director Liu, whose eyes nearly popped out. Just a moment ago, he was mocking Principal Chen for not being able to secure funding, and now he was being slapped in the face. Wasn't it said that in county was poor? Why were these units and communes so generous? Couldn't they keep the cloth for themselves? Wouldn't the thermoses be useful for them? Wouldn't a fat pig be delicious for them? Why did they all donate to the night school? He suddenly remembered Principal Chen saying that He had arranged the supplies and was shocked. Could it be that all these things were requested by He? How did that little girl manage to do this? After Principal Chen finished reading the list and expressing his gratitude, he said, "Please, representatives, come up to the stage." He led the applause again, and Factory Director Feng and others, somewhat confused, stepped onto the stage amidst the warm applause. Principal Chen first shook hands with Factory Director Feng from the textile factory and then handed him flowers and a certificate. He stood by the microphone and politely said, "Director Feng, please step here and say a few words." Although Director Feng wasn't prepared, speaking was second nature to him. He stepped forward and said a few polite words, mainly about how the textile factory would continue to support education. Director Shen, who had been mentally rehearsing a long speech, thought, "You little cheater. Is this what you call giving a speech?" Although Director Shen felt a bit annoyed, he had no intention of confronting He. First, He did give him the chance to speak, even if it was brief and there were many people. More importantly, he was afraid that He might back out of her part-time job at Xiangyang commune, so he didn't dare to upset her. After the flower ceremony, only the final performance remained, which was a choir. Just as He finished her introduction, someone in the audience shouted, "Wait. I want to report He." The speaker had a thin, high-pitched voice, and everyone turned to look at her. Zhu Yanli, seeing herself as the center of attention, looked smugly at He on stage. Half an hour earlier, she had watched the dazzling He from the crowd, her face twisted with jealousy, wishing she could go on stage and slap He. If it weren't for He, she would have been the one on stage. Everything was He's fault. As she gritted her teeth, a familiar voice came from behind. "Yanli, come here." Zhu Yanli turned around and saw Peng, who was wrapped up like a pig's head, and gasped. This drew the attention of those around her. Peng was furious. He had wanted to keep a low profile, but this fool had attracted everyone's attention. Zhu Yanli, unaware of his feelings, exclaimed, "Cousin, what happened to your face? Why is it wrapped like this?" Peng held back his anger. "Let's talk over there." Once they were away from the crowd, Peng said, "I got stung by a wasp while picking wildflowers today. It's nothing serious. It will be fine in a few days." Zhu Yanli finally relaxed. "That's good. Cousin, how did He end up hosting at night school? I heard she became the student council president? Were the people who voted for her blind?" Peng shook his head. "I just got here a few days ago, so I'm not too clear. Besides, her name isn't on the roster." Zhu Yanli's voice suddenly rose. "Cousin, what did you say? Her name isn't on the roster? Isn't she just pretending to be something she's not?" Peng disagreed. "I don't think He is the kind of person you say. Either her name was missed on the roster, or there's more to it. Don't shout. If someone hears you, it could harm He's reputation." Zhu Yanli angrily replied, "Cousin, why are you defending that girl? I think she's up to no good, pretending to be someone she's not. I'm going to expose her and show everyone her true colors." Peng reached out to stop her. "Cousin, you can't do that." Zhu Yanli pushed his arm away and ran towards the venue. A triumphant look flashed in Peng's eyes. As long as Zhu Yanli made a scene, he would surely fall from grace. Then he could be nice to her, and she would definitely listen to him. Of course, he had a backup plan. If things went wrong, it would be Zhu Yanli's fault, not his. Zhu Yanli thought that by shouting, Suhi would panic, but Suhi only looked a bit confused. Zhu Yanli assumed Suhi was just pretending to be calm and shouted louder. Everyone listen. Suhi is just a freeloader, pretending to be the student council president. Her character is terrible, her morals are corrupt, and she is shameless. Her actions are undermining socialism. This is unforgivable. The crowd erupted. If what she says is true, then Suhi is really bold. She's risking her reputation for a little gain? She probably thought she wouldn't get caught. I noticed she was always causing trouble. How could night school let her host? It's ridiculous. Many people felt nervous for Suhi, thinking, this girl usually seems clever. How could she make such a foolish mistake? The night school tuition is not much. Was it worth taking such a risk? Director Shen was even more frustrated, thinking, if you need money, just tell me. I can lend you some. Now look, you've been exposed and your reputation is ruined. He regretted it deeply. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have told the big boss that she was the liaison for Xiangyang commune. The big boss might think he doesn't know how to judge people or that he lacks ability. He also blamed Principal Chen, thinking, how could you be so smart yet make such a silly mistake? You didn't even check if Suhi was a student at your night school, yet you let her be the student council president? Director Liu nudged Principal Chen with his elbow, looking curious. What's going on here? Didn't you say Suhi was an off-campus tutor? That doesn't fit with pretending to be something she's not. Is this woman speaking a bit crazy? Principal Chen. For the first time, he found Director Liu somewhat likable. He lowered his voice to the big boss. It seems there's a misunderstanding. I'll clarify this on stage. The big boss nodded. Principal Chen stood up and went on stage. This lady is partly correct. Suhi indeed does not have student status at our night school. As soon as Principal Chen said this, the crowd erupted again. Zhu Yanli looked smug, imagining how miserable he would be next. All her roles as a liaison or special correspondent would be taken away. She would become a pariah. Everyone would want to avoid her. She might even end up in jail. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became, her face twisting with glee. Peng, standing at the back of the crowd, shared the same thoughts. Suhi was finished this time. This was punishment for opposing him. He had thought she was attractive, and even if he planned to abandon her later, he would have given her some money as compensation. But since she kept making him look bad, he wouldn't feel guilty about turning against her. Principal Chen made a shushing gesture and continued. Although Suhi is not a student at our night school, she has not deceived anyone in this matter. She is a highly aware young person who voluntarily gave up the chance to go to college and applied to be an off-campus tutor for our night school. To evaluate her, I let her experience life as a student to see if she could connect with her classmates. Clearly, she did very well. I had planned to reveal her identity after the performance, but this lady exposed it early, so I had to announce it now. The crowd erupted once more. Director Shen let out a sigh of relief and said to Director Wu, who was sitting beside him, I told you, Comrade Su is not the kind of person to do such things. I've watched her grow up. Her moral character is absolutely reliable. Director Wu. I heard Suhi lived in the provincial capital before. How did you watch her grow up? Director Shen.
I was just saying that.
Just listen, and don't take it too seriously. Anyway, Comrade Su is a good comrade and a great liaison for our Xiangyang commune. Director Wu. A face is a good thing. Zhu Yanli was stunned. She paused for a moment and then sneered. Principal Chen, you are lying. You are just trying to protect Su, by saying that. If what you said is true, why doesn't my cousin know about it? Principal Chen asked in confusion. Who is your cousin? My cousin is Peng. He is a teacher at the night school. Why doesn't he know about this? It's clear that you made this up on the spot. A good listener is better than a good speaker. Your lies can only fool children. Peng, who was in the back of the crowd, was nearly furious. Zhu Yanli, are you out of your mind? Aren't you just selling me out? Normally, Zhu Yanli wouldn't be so foolish, but right now, she was focused on bringing Su-hee down and didn't think much. Principal Chen's expression didn't change, but he was very unhappy with Fu Peng. Zhu Yanli was clearly instigated by Fu Peng. This was personal revenge, narrow-mindedness, and putting the reputation of the night school at risk for selfish reasons. Such a person doesn't deserve to be a teacher. At that moment, Director Liu stood up. Everyone, Principal Chen already told me about this matter, so I can confirm that he is not lying. Principal Chen looked at Director Liu with newfound respect. Director Liu rolled his eyes silently, thinking, "You underestimate me too much. Internal conflicts are fine, but we must prioritize the reputation of the night school." Zhu Yanli gritted her teeth and said, "You and he are in cahoots. Of course, you would side with him." The big leader, who initially didn't want to get involved, saw that things were escalating and decided to help confirm the truth. Before he could stand up, Principal Chen took out a piece of paper from his pocket. The people in the front row could clearly see the words appointment letter written on it, along with a bright red seal. This is the appointment letter for Su-hee as an external tutor. I originally planned to present it to her after the performance. This should be enough to prove that I'm telling the truth, right? The audience stirred again. An appointment letter cannot be faked, so Principal Chen was telling the truth. At this moment, the students preparing for the choir began to speak up. When we elected the class monitor, we already knew he wasn't a student at the night school. How could there be any deception? Exactly. The class monitor helps us solve problems and selflessly contributes. If she were a fraud, then there would be no good people in the world. I know the person who reported this. Her name is Zhu Yanli, and she works at the county food factory. She had a fight with our class monitor before, so she is framing her. She even supported that Linbo before. She has issues and might be deliberately trying to sabotage our performance for her own hidden agenda. The crowd's gaze toward Zhu Yanli changed instantly. So this was personal revenge, using others to harm her. Zhu Yanli was both angry and panicked. She turned to look for Fu Peng, hoping he would help her, but he had already disappeared. Director Tian from the food factory had a dark expression. Their factory was now infamous. He turned to the logistics director, Yu Guodong, and signaled him. Yu Guodong pulled Zhu Yanli away. Su-hee watched from the stage, knowing why Director Tian waited until now to have Zhu Yanli taken away. Because this old fox wanted to test her limits. If she couldn't get through this, her trip to the Magic City would be ruined. In fact, she could have clarified her identity before the performance, but she didn't. First, she wanted to see how far Principal Chen could go for her. If he could handle this situation, she could then pursue her trip to the Magic City without worry. Second, she was sure Fu Peng would take this opportunity to do something. Only by giving him a chance to make a mistake could she deal with him. After this, she believed Fu Peng wouldn't be able to stay at the night school. When dealing with enemies, taking the initiative is the best defense. This also applied to dealing with Shen Rui. Although it seemed like she was constantly on the defensive, she was actually building her strength. Everything she did was to prepare for a future confrontation. She had already woven a large network of connections in County. To put it grandly, even if the Shen family wanted to take action against her now, within County, she could maneuver to escape unscathed. Of course, this network was still not solid. She had many things to do. In the future, County would be her stronghold, her place to settle down. Once Zhu Yanli left, the venue fell silent again. Principal Chen exchanged a few polite words and then presented the appointment letter to Su-hee. Su-hee was moved to tears and gave an acceptance speech. Her words were heartfelt and touching, and some people with shallow tear ducts even shed a few tears. The big leader nodded repeatedly, clearly impressed by Su-hee's promotional skills. As the choir sang, the performance concluded successfully. Principal Chen accompanied the big leader on stage to shake hands with all the students. The big leader said to Su-hee, "Comrade Su, you have a bright future. Work hard." Director Shen, who had been listening intently, suddenly felt energized. The big leader's words were too clear. He wanted to promote Su-hee. It seemed he had made the right move. While he was excited, he heard Director Luo's voice beside him. Su He is our Huaihua commune's liaison, while in your Yangxiang commune, she's just a part-timer. You better know your place. Director Shen rolled his eyes. What you say doesn't matter. It depends on what Comrade Su thinks. A good bird chooses the right tree to perch on. I believe she knows how to choose. Director Luo usually wouldn't argue with him, but today he was really upset and sneered. Comrade Su's roots are in Huaihua commune, and her family is also there. Do you think she will choose differently? The other commune directors watching the two argue felt as if they were witnessing two ancient concubines fighting over favor. In a corner, Director Gao was quietly whispering with Factory Director Feng. Factory Director Feng looked surprised. You mean those hairpins the female students are wearing are from our factory? It's no wonder Factory Director Feng was surprised. He had too much on his plate and only remembered that there was such a thing, but he had long forgotten what the scrap fabric hairpins looked like. Director Gao nodded. Director, I heard many people asking about the hairpins during the performance. Our stock definitely isn't enough to sell. What do you think? Should we place an additional order? Factory Director Feng nodded. We'll have a meeting tomorrow morning to discuss this matter. Director, Su He mentioned to me before that she wanted to work part-time as a salesperson in our factory. I haven't had the chance to report this to you. What do you think? Before he could finish, Factory Director Feng said, agree to her and give her the benefits of a formal employee. Tell her that if she performs well, she can take on other positions as long as they're available in our factory. Director Gao. You really don't know her at all. She dares to do anything. If you say that, what if one day she shamelessly wants to take on the role of factory director? Although Director Gao had his doubts, he kept them to himself. He knew that even if he spoke up, Director Feng wouldn't believe him. After all, most people saw Su He as a well-behaved and sensible person. Only he knew her true nature from their past dealings. Seeing Su He busy with her tasks, he decided not to bring it up. It wasn't urgent, and he could talk to her the next day. Su He was indeed very busy. Although the performance report was over, there were still many things for her to organize. It wasn't until most people had left that she followed Su Yongshi and his wife home. She wanted to discuss Peng with Principal Chen, but he was called away by Director Lu, so she would have to wait until tomorrow. Chao Hongmei said through gritted teeth that Zhu Yanli is definitely being pushed by Peng. You were right. He's definitely Shen Rui's person. Good thing you were alert, or this could have ended badly. Su Yongshi angrily replied, Zhao He, if you hadn't told me to stay out of trouble, I would have wanted to beat Peng up. Why hasn't a wasp stung him to death? Su He remained calm. Uncle and aunt, don't be too anxious. There will likely be more incidents like this in the future, and they will be even more secretive. But don't worry, we can handle it. Look, aren't our lives getting better? After this incident, Shen Rui would definitely be more cautious, and her methods against Su He and the Su family would become more sophisticated. To put it simply, the previous events went smoothly because Shen Rui or her backers underestimated her, thinking she wouldn't make much of a splash. So, she needed to quickly strengthen her connections in County. A trip to Magic City was essential. The next day, Su He went to the textile factory to find Director Gao. Director Gao's eyes lit up. Xiao Su, I was just about to look for you. I didn't expect you to come. Su He smiled. I had a feeling you needed me, so I rushed over. Director Gao chuckled. There are two things. One is to add to the flower order, and the other is that the factory has agreed to your request for a part-time job. Director Feng also asked me to tell you that as long as you do well, you can take on any position in the factory part-time. Su He, can I take on the role of factory director? Director Gao. What did I just say? Su He flashed a bright smile. Just kidding. I don't have such big ambitions. I'd be very satisfied just being a salesperson. Director Gao. I can't believe you. After sharing a few laughs, Su He became serious. Director Gao, I came to discuss the flower order and also to talk about something else. Director Gao raised an eyebrow. What is it? The director of the food factory, Director Tian, sent me to Magic City on a business trip. Before Su He could finish, Director Gao interrupted her. Wait, what did you say? Director Tian from the food factory sent you on a business trip? What he really wanted to ask was, when did you get involved with the food factory?
But he didn't say it outright.
Suhi nodded. Yes, when I delivered the invitation to Director Tian a few days ago, he thought I was talented and earnestly encouraged me to take a part-time job at the food factory. You know, I already have quite a few part-time jobs, so I politely declined. But then Director Tian insisted on supporting me, even offering to reimburse my travel expenses to go to Magic City to relax. Director Gao. Keep dreaming. You must be joking. However, he was genuinely impressed. Just delivering an invitation led her to connect with the food factory, and they even wanted her to go on a business trip to Magic City. These days, business trips are a great opportunity, especially to places like the capital or Magic City. Not to mention, just gaining experience is worth it. After a long silence, Director Gao asked, "What do you mean by telling me this? Are you just trying to make me happy? Are you just showing off?" Suhi rubbed her hands together. Director Gao, I'm part of our textile factory now. Of course, I'm thinking about our factory when good things happen. Hasn't our factory considered expanding our business to Magic City? Director Gao sighed. I wish we could, but there are several textile factories around Magic City, and their technology and products are better than ours. Plus, there are shipping costs. It's impossible for us to sell our products there. Suhi blinked. The fabric may not be competitive, but we can take a different approach and make hair accessories. Director Gao shook his head. You mean using scraps for hair accessories? While they are indeed unique, they might not appeal to people in Magic City. I've heard that people there are very fashionable and have high standards. You're right, scrap hair accessories might not attract people from Magic City, but we can use better materials. How about this? If you provide me with some high-quality fabric and materials, I can have my aunt make some samples for us. Director Gao thought for a moment, but our main business is weaving fabric. Making hair accessories was just a way to deal with scraps. Isn't this a bit off track?
Shui laughed.
Making hair accessories won't interfere with our fabric production. We can outsource the work. Are we already doing that? What's the least valuable thing right now? Labor. Besides, many large factories have side businesses. The steel factory in the provincial capital even has a food factory under it. They can connect unrelated businesses, let alone our hair accessories and fabric, which are related. Director Gao, being in sales, had a more open mindset. After considering it, he found Suhi's points reasonable. All right, have your aunt make the samples first, and I'll take a look. Okay. Suhi immediately went to the warehouse to gather materials and also connected with her aunt to strengthen their relationship. She took the fabric back to her flat, opened the trading platform, and began searching for hair accessory designs to draw inspiration. As always, looking without buying is quite enjoyable. Trading platform and amp, percent and amp. Percent at percent. Grandma Su leaned over to look, praising her as she watched. My dear granddaughter, you draw so well. Even the heavenly weaver girl can't compare to your skill. To be fair, Suhi had just sketched a hairpin shape and hadn't even drawn the flowers on top yet. Hearing her grandma's words, Suhi had a thought. She initially wanted to ask Chao Hongmei to make hair accessories, but now she had two ready-made options. However, she quickly dismissed the idea. It wasn't that she was being petty, she just didn't know Grandma Zhao very well. If she leaked the hair accessory designs, that would be a problem. Never test human nature. With that in mind, she hastily sketched a few more lines and then stopped, turning to go to Teacher Yuan's house. Teacher Yuan greeted her warmly. Xiao Su, you're here? How was yesterday's performance? It went well. I need to borrow your place to draw a few pictures. Teacher Yuan. You're really getting bolder. If I didn't want to take you as my granddaughter, I would have kicked you out. Suhi finished the design drawings at Teacher Yuan's house. Seeing that it was still early, she helped organize some materials for him. Teacher Yuan, I have to go on a trip soon. It will take at least 10 days to 2 weeks. I'll help you organize the materials when I get back. Teacher Yuan was surprised. Where are you going? I'm going to the Magic City. What are you going to do there? On a business trip. A business trip? Which company sent you? I'm not sure yet. It might be a food factory, a night school, or a textile factory. Oh, it could also be a machinery factory or a broadcasting station. Teacher Yuan was speechless. If Suhi hadn't looked so serious, he would have thought she was joking. After confirming that Suhi really was going to the Magic City, Teacher Yuan hesitated for a moment. I do have a few acquaintances in the Magic City, but you know the situation is special now, so it's hard to get in touch. Otherwise, I could help you. Suhi understood his concerns and smiled. No need. As long as I take a stroll in the Magic City, I have friends everywhere. Teacher Yuan couldn't hold back anymore. You're so young and always bragging. Go on, get out of here. Suhi chuckled. I'll bring you a gift when I come back from the Magic City. As Suhi reached the door, Teacher Yuan called out, wait a moment. He then went into his study. Confused, Suhi waited for a bit, and Teacher Yuan handed her a small note with a name and an address written on it. This is an old friend of mine. If you run into any trouble, go find him. Suhi felt warm inside. Teacher Yuan knew this could cause trouble, but still gave it to her. Her voice choked a bit. Okay, I understand. But she decided not to contact the person on the note because she didn't want to trouble Teacher Yuan. Seeing Suhi's eyes turning red, Teacher Yuan realized she was touched by his gesture. He thought this was a good opportunity to take her under his wing. So he said, Little Su, I'm getting old and feel a bit lonely, especially at night. Suhi sniffed. Are you asking me to introduce you to a partner? I can help with that. I'll set up a meeting with some nice ladies for you, and you can sing a song together. Teacher Yuan exclaimed, Get out. Far away. Suhi rubbed her nose, thinking, Didn't you just say you felt lonely at night? Isn't that wanting a partner? Did I just flatter you the wrong way?
Could it be?
You're shy? After leaving Teacher Yuan's house, he went straight to find Chao Hongmei. Su Jinbao came over as usual, and he could almost see a little tail wagging behind him. He took out the fabric and design drawings to give to Chao Hongmei. Andy, when you have time, please make these hairpins. Remember, don't let outsiders see them. Chao Hongmei quickly agreed. Her eyes lit up when she saw the drawings. These hairpins would look great. Little he, are you getting new orders for the Huaihua commune again?
Suena.
It wasn't just about new orders. If all went well, they might be able to set up a branch factory at the Huaihua commune next year. The investment for a textile factory branch was too high, and the textile factory wouldn't agree. But a hairpin branch was much more feasible. Didn't Director Fang say she could take on any position? Then she could be the branch manager. However, this couldn't happen overnight. First, she needed to open up the market for the hairpins and then proceed step by step. Chao Hongmei then asked about Fu Peng. Little he, do you think Principal Chen will punish Fu Peng? I see Principal Chen as a nice person, and since Fu Peng didn't show up, he might just get a verbal warning. Suhi smiled. Annie, you really don't know Principal Chen. Principal Chen has only one sore spot, the night school. Fu Peng wanted to ruin the night school's reputation due to personal grudges, and Principal Chen wouldn't go easy on him. Of course, it also had to do with what she had done to Fu Peng before. Chao Hongmei looked worried. What if Fu Peng retaliates against you? Don't worry, he doesn't have the guts. Fu Peng was different from Lin Bo. He was more cautious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have pushed Zhu Yanli to act. If she hadn't been provoking him these past few days, he probably wouldn't have taken such a risky move. Even if he wanted to retaliate, she wasn't afraid. The trading post had plenty of self-defense items, not to mention the watchdogs there. Trading post. Are you polite? That night, when Suhi saw Principal Chen, the first thing he said was, Fu Peng has been reassigned. After a moment, he added, I spoke with their principal. Someone like him isn't suitable for a teaching position. I believe they will assign him to a more appropriate role. Suhi smiled but didn't say anything. Principal Chen thought she would say something, but when she remained silent, he remarked meaningfully, Are you deliberately hiding your identity to set a trap for him? Suhi looked innocent. Aren't you the one testing me and delaying my hiring letter? Principal Chen. Forget it, that's not important. It's not a bad thing for a young girl to be a bit clever. It helps her avoid being taken advantage of. With Fu Peng's character, if it weren't for the girl's cleverness, she might have fallen into his trap. Principal, has the funding been allocated to us yet? Mentioning the funding made Principal Chen perk up. The big boss had just allocated the funds this morning, and the night school could expand its enrollment now. He brought up her trip to the Magic City again, and Principal Chen seemed hesitant. I have a lot on my plate right now, focusing on expanding enrollment. Let's talk about it in the fall.
Shui.
It's just the start of summer, and you're pushing me to fall? He blinked. If the instant noodle deal goes through, I'll have the food factory donate money to our night school. Principal Chen jumped up. Let's buy train tickets and leave tonight.
Shui.
There's no need to rush. I still have some things to finish up. Once I'm done in a few days, we can head out. By the way, Principal, I'm now an off-campus counselor. Can you get me a desk in your office? I'll work here from now on. Principal Chen. Go outside and close the door. Getting you a desk is one thing, but you want to work in my office?
Dream on.
If you're here, how can I fix my hair? In the end, he went to Teacher Zhou's office. Just then, Fu Peng left, and his desk became hers. Teacher Zhou looked at her with a complicated expression. When she came to deliver the performance list, she was just a student trying to sit in on classes, right? How did she become so bold? Now, she was sitting directly across from him, as a colleague. It was just quite absurd. No matter how ridiculous it seems, He is enjoying her role as an off-campus counselor. Just by showing up in the evening, she can collect her daily allowance. Principal Chen is fuming. Even I, as a principal, don't have it this easy. Chao Hongmei is very efficient. Just a day later, she finished making the hair accessories. As soon as He arrives, Chao Hongmei praises the hair accessories. He, these hair accessories are beautiful. They look much better than those sold in the supply and marketing cooperative from the capital. I bet people would buy them for 150 or even 2 yuan. He is also pleased with Chao Hongmei's craftsmanship. Although there are blueprints, she still needs to refine some details herself. Auntie, would you be interested in learning some design skills? Chao Hongmei looks confused. Design skills? What do you mean? It's no surprise she's confused. In this era, especially in a small county, she knows nothing about designers. How about this? I'll ask a friend in the capital to buy you some related books. You can take a look. He thinks that while Chao Hongmei's education level is limited, she could still be trained as a designer. After chatting with Chao Hongmei for a bit, she took the hair accessory samples to Director Gao at the textile factory. When Director Gao saw the samples, his eyes widened. They look much more high-end than the scrap fabric accessories. Now, there's no need to worry about people from the capital looking down on them. Xiao Su, we probably need to discuss this in a meeting. Come back tomorrow to hear the decision. He rubbed her hands together. When you have the meeting, please mention it. If they agree to send me on the business trip, the factory should reimburse my travel expenses. Director Gao replied, didn't the food factory already agree to reimburse your travel expenses? But I'm also doing work for our textile factory. If this gets out, Director Tian will definitely criticize our Director Feng. I'm doing this for the reputation of Director Feng and our textile factory. Director Gao. Thank you. He feels helpless. She can't just take advantage of the food factory. What if it gets back to Principal Chen? At the night school, Principal Chen, who is styling his hair, sneezes. Why does it feel like someone is cursing at him? After leaving the textile factory, He wandered over to the county broadcasting station. As soon as she entered, she ran into Zhang Wenbiao. Zhang Wenbiao took off like a mouse seeing a cat.
Shui.
She couldn't be bothered with him and went straight to find Station Master Liao. Station Master Liao was all smiles. Xiao Su, you're here. Have a seat. He even personally poured her a cup of tea. Station Master, I'm here to inform you that I'll be going on a business trip to the capital in a few days. Station Master Liao looked puzzled. Going to the capital for a business trip? The night school is sending you to study? That shouldn't be the case. Even if the night school wanted to send her out to learn, it should be to the provincial night school. Why send her all the way to the capital? He shook her head. It's not the night school. It's Director Tian from the county food factory sending me on the trip, and Principal Chen is going with me. Station Master Liao was even more confused. What's going on here? He explained. Principal Chen has students working at a noodle factory in the capital. The food factory wants him to help connect with them to see if they can introduce the noodle project. I'm going as a representative of the food factory. Station Master Liao. Wait, when did you become part of the food factory? Suhi continued. Also, the textile factory wants to talk business with some manufacturers in the capital and wants me to be in charge. I figured if one sheep is good, two sheep are even better, so I agreed. Station Master Liao. After a moment, he nodded. This is a good thing. I fully support it. If you need anything in the capital, feel free to call me. Suhi rubbed her hands together. Station Master, can you also send me on a business trip? Station Master Liao. That's not necessary, is it? What business trip would I send you on from a broadcasting station? Station Master, if the food factory and textile factory succeed in their deals, it would be big news for our county. As a reporter from the broadcasting station, I could cover it and get first-hand information. This news could definitely make it to the provincial newspapers and who knows, maybe even the Huaxia Daily. Station Master Liao silently got up, walked to the door and called out, Xiao Wu, come here and get Suhi an introduction letter. After Xiao Wu prepared the letter, Station Master Liao stamped it with a red seal. Once Xiao Wu left, Suhi looked at him with admiration. Station Master, I knew you had great vision and strategic insight. You're the most knowledgeable person in our county. Station Master Liao, flattered by her praise, felt his earlier annoyance fade away. After leaving the broadcasting station, he went to the machinery factory. She didn't look for Qian Huifang, but went straight to see factory director who was much more welcoming than last time. After some small talk, he asked Xiao Su, are you here for something? Director the food factory, textile factory, county night school, and county broadcasting station are sending me on a business trip to the capital. I thought it wouldn't be right to leave the machinery factory out, so I wanted to ask your opinion. Director what a mess. He quietly took out the freshly printed introduction letter from the broadcasting station and handed it to Director I haven't gotten introduction letters from the other three yet. I can get those before I leave. Mainly, Station Master Liao was worried I wouldn't go and insisted on getting this letter for me right away. After a moment of processing, Director confirmed he hadn't misheard. He wasn't sure whether to say the 4 units were crazy or that he was just too persuasive. Who has ever been sent on a business trip by multiple units at once? Xiao Su, first of all, thank you for thinking of our machinery factory, but we don't have any business dealings with the capital, so there's no need to send anyone on a trip. Director was speaking the truth. Their factory's products only reached the capital, and they had no dealings with the capital. He looked sincere. Director I won't hide it from you. The textile factory wants to discuss hair accessory business with the capital. If it goes well, the scale will be considerable. One important material for hair accessories is hairpins, which we've been sourcing from southern manufacturers. I've researched it, and hairpins don't require high technical skills. With our machinery factory's capabilities, we can replicate them as long as we have samples. Why not send me to the capital to purchase a batch of samples? We can produce them and supply the textile factory. Director frowned and immediately refused. The profit margins on hairpins are very low, and we'd have to set up a separate production line. I don't think it's necessary. Suhi smiled. The profit on hairpins is indeed low, but the volume is high. Of course, I know you might think I'm just making empty promises. Let's take a step back. There are many manufacturers in the capital with imported machinery. I could gather some information that might be very useful. Besides, the machinery factory is the leading enterprise in our county. If I go on this trip without the machinery factory, I feel like it wouldn't be right. Director I think you're just lacking travel expenses. He thought it over. This Suhi is clever and might actually bring back something useful. Travel expenses aren't much, so agreeing to her request isn't a big deal. Moreover, although he had verbally declined the hairpin idea, he was somewhat tempted. However, since the textile factory hadn't even started negotiations yet, he couldn't give in just yet. After weighing his options, he smiled. Xiao Su, since you're eager to volunteer, let's send you on a business trip to the capital. He grinned. Great. I'll come by for the introduction letter before I leave. By the way, could you approve a note to advance some of my travel expenses? Director you really are pushing your luck. Director, who felt he had thick skin, at least among the directors and in county, only Director Tian from the food factory could match him. But now he felt inferior. It wasn't just that He had thick skin. She was truly shameless. In the end, Director Hu still approved He's request. Since he had already agreed to send her on a business trip, there was no need to offend her over such a small matter. After leaving Director Hu's office, he went to find Xian Huifang. She didn't have anything specific to discuss, just wanted to say hello. When Xian Huifang saw her, she smiled. A comrade named Gu called you earlier. He asked you to return his call when you have time. I was going to tell you after work tonight, but I didn't expect you to come by. Perfect timing. I need to step out for a bit, so could you make the call and keep an eye on things for me? He smiled slightly. Thanks, Aunt Qian. She knew Qian Huifang was deliberately stepping out to avoid making it inconvenient for her to make the call. After Qian Huifang left, he dialed the number Gu Chiyan had left. Hello, I'm looking for Gu Chiyan. My surname is Su. Gu Chiyan's voice came through the receiver. Comrade hello. He had just finished a call and, for some reason, felt that he would call him soon, so he hadn't left. Hearing her voice now brought a sweet feeling to his heart. They must have a special connection, right? As he was unsure what to say next, He's clear voice came through the phone. The report performance was very successful, thanks to your guidance. If you come to An County again in the future, I'll treat you to a meal. Gu Chiyan smiled slightly. Once he finished his current tasks, he would definitely go to An County to see old Gu. He talked for a while about the report performance and then said, several units in An County are sending me to the Magic City on a business trip. Is there anything you need me to help with? Gu Chiyan replied, not for now, but I'll let you know if I need anything. By the way, if you encounter any difficulties in the Magic City, feel free to call me. Do you have enough money? If not, I can transfer some directly to the Yangxiang post office in the Magic City for you to pick up when you arrive. He felt a bit sweet inside and replied softly, thank you, but that's not necessary. I've already received an advance for my travel expenses from the machinery factory. Gu Chiyan's hand holding the phone trembled slightly, and his ears turned red. Well, if you ever need money, just let me know. Don't hesitate. He had no idea that the person on the other end didn't understand what hesitate meant. He replied softly, By the way, I haven't received your reply yet. It's probably delayed in the mail. These days, a letter could take 10 days, 8 days, or even months to arrive. Gu Chiyan quickly said, then I'll write you another letter. You'll definitely receive it when you return from the Magic City. Okay. Since it was a call from the machinery factory, he didn't want to talk for too long. After a few minutes, she hung up. Gu Chiyan held the phone, feeling a bit lost. If it weren't for the urgent research, he would have sent himself on a business trip to the Magic City. After chatting with Qian Huifang for a while, he left the machinery factory and headed straight home. Although she could take advantage of other units from a sustainable development perspective, it was better to nurture them first. Fatten them up before the slaughter. The next morning, he went to find Director Gao. Xiao, Director Feng wants you to find clients in the Magic City. If you succeed, we'll proceed with the large-scale production of those high-end hair accessories we discussed. If you come back empty-handed, we'll put this on hold for now. This was understandable. The main business of the textile factory was fabric, and hair accessories were just a side business. Production could only start if there was guaranteed sales. He nodded. What about the travel expenses? We'll reimburse you when you return. Director Gao, I'm broke. I have no money for train tickets, food, or accommodation. Can you give me an advance? Director Gao was speechless. Are you still wearing that runaway look? Haven't you come back yet? In the end, he managed to get an advance of 300 yuan from the textile factory. Director Gao initially wanted to give her only 150, but he calculated. The sleeper ticket from An County to the Magic City is 55 yuan, round trip is 110. I also need to stay somewhere and eat. This amount isn't even enough for snacks. Director Gao replied, we usually take hard seats for business trips. You only travel to the capital. It takes 2 days and nights to get to the Magic City. If I take a hard seat, I think I'll be exhausted. Director Gao really wanted to say, if you're going to be exhausted, do it far away. In the end, he approved the 300 yuan. After Su He left, he slapped his forehead. Wait a minute. Didn't she also take on a business trip for the food factory? Why was she asking the textile factory for travel expenses? After leaving the textile factory, he went to the supply and marketing cooperative. She bought a simple travel bag, which attracted quite a few envious glances as she walked down the street. In this era, resources were scarce and aesthetics were limited. The next day, He took a minibus back to Huaihua commune. She first went to find Director Luo to discuss the hair accessory orders. Director Luo was all smiles. The best decision he ever made was appointing He as the liaison for Huaihua commune. But when he thought about how this precious liaison would have to share half with Xiangyang commune, his heart began to bleed. He borrowed a bicycle from Director Luo to go to the supply and marketing cooperative to buy some things before returning to Huangshi village. It was just in time for lunch. Su Xiaoman saw He and was all over her, even more so than Su Jinbao. One must say, the old Su family had thoroughly implemented the principle that milk is mother. He took a nap in the afternoon, and after dinner, she called the old Su family for a meeting. The members of the old Su family sat in a row on stools. Su Xiaoman shook her little tuft of hair and asked, "Sister, do you want me to summarize our family's performance during this period? I've been keeping notes."
Shui.
He looked at Su Xiaoman, who was eagerly seeking praise and didn't want to dampen her enthusiasm, so she said, "Give me the notebook. I want to take a look." Su Xiaoman happily flipped through her notebook. The little girl was quite resourceful, writing the meeting notes on one side and reporting on others on the back. After browsing through it, He saw that Su Xiaoman had indeed taken diligent notes, with records for each day. The only questionable part was that several entries about Grandma Su had been erased and rewritten. He didn't need to ask. She knew Grandma Su must have bribed this little glutton with treats. Overall, He was still very satisfied. She returned the notebook to Su Xiaoman and gave her an appreciative look, saying, "I'll reward you after the meeting." Su Xiaoman instantly beamed with joy. She knew working for her sister wouldn't be in vain. He lightly cleared her throat. "Let's start the meeting. I'll briefly go over what has happened recently." He hadn't been back to Huangshi village much lately, and even when she did, it was in a rush, so Su Laohan and the others were unaware of recent events. For example, Su Jinbao almost got kidnapped, the couple Su Yongshi nearly lost their jobs, and Fu Peng plotted against He, among other things. After He finished speaking, Su Yufin's eyes turned red with anger. "I always thought that girl Rui had bad intentions, stirring up trouble for area while benefiting herself. When big brother and sister-in-law were begging everywhere to treat her illness, there was one time it rained, and big brother fell into a ravine. If he hadn't been lucky, he might not have survived. That dog meat is useless, no matter how well you treat her. She's just a white-eyed wolf." Su Laohan was so furious that his hand holding the pipe trembled. Had they raised a monster? Su Yonghua clenched his fists tightly. Deep down, after 18 years of raising a child, it was impossible not to have feelings. But what Shen Rui had done crossed his bottom line. He felt like those 18 years had been wasted.
Zhao Kuye silently shed tears.
He frowned slightly. "Mom, are you still reluctant to let go of Shen Rui? If that were the case, she would have to be cautious around her." Unexpectedly, as soon as she said this, Zhao Chui hugged her, crying, "Mom is heartbroken for you. You're only 18. In this unfamiliar county, you've suffered so much. If you weren't so clever, who knows what might have happened." Zhao Chui couldn't continue and broke down in tears. He found Zhao Chui's crying annoying because she used tears as a shield, even as a weapon. But Zhao Chui was different. Her tears were a release of emotion. She felt sorry for He, along with guilt for not being able to protect her daughter, and disappointment and sadness toward Shen Rui. He's eyes also turned red, and she gently patted Zhao Chui's back, saying, "Mom, I'm fine, really. That elder once said, fighting against heaven is joyful. Fighting against the earth is joyful. Fighting against people is joyful. If I'm going to be idle, I might as well have some fun battling with them. Su Xiaoman chimed in, yeah, my sister is just like the big rooster next door. If she doesn't fight for a day, she wilts.
Shui.
Zhao Cui couldn't help but laugh at Su Xiaoman's comment. She patted Su He's hand, saying, big girl, don't worry. Even though I'm not useful, I know what I'm doing. I consider Rui a waste of 18 years of raising her. From now on, whatever you do to her, I'll be on your side. Su He felt relieved. She was really worried Zhao Cui would soften and lose her clarity. Once Zhao Cui calmed down, Su He continued the meeting. Recently, Shen Rui's attempts to target me and our Su family have all failed, and she won't give up easily. Since she can't find a breakthrough with me for now, she might turn her attention to you all. So everyone needs to stay alert. First, Su Yongjin and Zhang Lianxiang are not trustworthy. Shen Rui might incite them to do something. Grandpa, don't let your guard down with them. Su Laohan tapped his pipe against his shoe and replied, big girl, I'm not old and confused. After what happened with the ox, I consider that beast non-existent. Su He nodded and continued, second, Aunt, you just got divorced, and a decent man might come along trying to woo you. You need to be careful and not get tricked. Su Yufan blushed and gritted her teeth, saying, big girl, to be honest, I haven't thought about remarrying. Once was enough. Su He understood that she hadn't moved on from her previous failed marriage, so she didn't push it. Time would heal everything. She looked at Su Xiaoman. Third, Arya, you're easily swayed and could be deceived. From now on, be more cautious about everything, ignore strangers, and don't accept their food. Also, if someone tries to incite you to do something, come back and tell the family the truth. Don't act on your own. Su Xiaoman pouted. Sister, you underestimate me. Even that fool Su Jinbao managed to escape from a kidnapper. I can do even better. I could sell the kidnapper out.
Shui.
Kidnappers are one thing, but I'm worried Shen Rui might set a trap for you. Remember, tell me everything. If I'm not home, tell Grandpa or the others.
Got it?
Seeing Su He's expression suddenly darken, Su Xiaoman shivered and replied, Sister, I got it. I promise to listen to you. Su He turned to Su Yonghua and Zhao Cui. Fourth, Mom and Dad, you are too kind-hearted. I'm worried Shen Rui will play on your emotions to trick you. So, if she comes back when I'm not home, call the team leader and the village elders over. They have more experience, and even if Shen Rui has bad intentions, she won't be able to pull anything off.
Su Yonghua and Zhao Cui nodded repeatedly.
At that moment, Su Xiaoman tilted her head and asked, Sister Rui, no, Shen the white-eyed wolf wasn't as smart when she was home. How did she become so capable now? Su He looked at Su Xiaoman approvingly and said, that's something I'm puzzled about too. First, why is she so resentful towards me and our Su family? Second, how could she mobilize so many people to work for her right after returning to the Shen family? Grandpa, Dad, Mom, do you have any clues? Su Laohan and Su Yonghua thought for a while and shook their heads. Su He didn't expect to find answers from them, so she continued, next, let's discuss the future development plans for our Su family. In the coming days, the commune will issue flower head tasks. Mom, continue your work as a supervisor and also guide my aunt. Perhaps the commune will establish a flower head sub-factory in the future. If you perform well, I'll make you the workshop director. Zhao Cui and Su Yufan were both stunned. Zhao Cui and Su Yufan were truly stunned. A branch factory? As the workshop director? They never even dared to dream of such a thing. After seeing Su He nod, the two were both confused and excited. Su He smiled, this is just a plan, so let's keep it within the family and not spread it around. Also, we need to improve our education. Otherwise, I won't be able to speak up later.
Zhao Cui and Su Yufan nodded repeatedly.
Perhaps because they had some hope and confidence, both of them stood a bit taller than before. Old Su coughed a couple of times. Big girl, I haven't been collecting wild vegetables lately, and I'm feeling a bit empty inside. The old man had been quite impressive recently, strutting around and pointing out things. After the wild vegetables were collected, he couldn't show off anymore, and the psychological gap was significant. I'll get a dry goods order from the commune in the fall, and I'll have you as the supervisor. Old Su nodded in satisfaction, looking forward to summer passing quickly. Su Yonghua hesitated for a moment before saying, "Big girl, you mentioned letting Dad drive the tractor. I just wanted to remind you." He chuckled. "Dad, I haven't forgotten, but the tractor only has work during spring plowing. Once our commune has money, I'll have Director Luo buy a tractor, and then you can drive it." Su Yonghua thought, that might take a long time, huh? However, he still cheerfully agreed. As long as his daughter remembered, he didn't want to put any pressure on her. Su Xiaomen shook Su-hee's arm. "Sister, what about me?" Su-hee glared. "You need to study hard. Jinbao got a perfect score this time. What about you?" Su Xiaoman wilted and fell silent. Seeing her daughter looking so defeated, Zhao Cui quickly said, "Arya has been improving lately. She comes home on time to do her homework. Yesterday, she didn't make any mistakes during the spelling test." Su-hee softened her tone. "Keep working hard. If you don't study well, I might transfer you to a school in the county. What will you do if you can't keep up?" Su Xiaoman immediately jumped up. "Sister, my dear sister, what did you say? You want to transfer me to a school in the county? We'll see how you perform." Su-hee indeed planned to bring Su Xiaoman to study in the county. The teaching quality in Huangshi village was too poor. For Su Xiaoman's future, it was better to study in the county. Seeing Su-hee nod, Su Xiaoman went wild, running around the yard before coming back.
Shui.
After a few closing remarks, the meeting ended successfully. Su Xiaoman wrote in her notebook, June 25, 1975, the second family meeting of the Su family. Attendees: Grandpa, Dad, Mom, Aunt, Sister, me. Taidan is sleeping inside. 1. Shen Bianlang is a bad guy, a really bad guy. 2. Sanshu and Sanshin are also bad guys. 3. Aunt can't find a man. 4. Mom and Dad can't be soft-hearted. 5. Don't ignore strangers and don't eat things given by others. 6. Adults need to work hard, and I need to study hard. No one can fall behind. After finishing, Su Xiaoman eagerly went to Su-hee to show off. "Sister, I can write all the words I couldn't write last time." Su-hee nodded and took a look. Everything was fine, but what did she mean by "Aunt can't find a man"? She drew a line through it and changed it to "Aunt should be careful when looking for a man." However, it must be said that Su Xiaoman's summarizing ability was quite good. "When I come back from the big city, I'll bring you a gift." Su Xiaoman pouted. "A gift is a gift, but a reward is a reward. Sister, you can't fool a child."
Shui.
In the end, Su-hee gave Su Xiaoman 1 yuan. Su Xiaoman dashed out to run around the yard again, like a newly released puppy. In the evening, villagers liked to gather under the big willow tree at the village entrance to chat, and Su-hee strolled over. Since Grandma Su went to the county, Grandma Lu next door had become the leader of the village women, chatting animatedly. As soon as Su-hee arrived, all the aunts surrounded her. "Big girl, I just heard your little sister say you came back. Look at you, getting prettier. I knew from the start that you were going to be successful. I've never seen such a clever girl. No wonder my third uncle's second aunt's little uncle's mother-in-law said the old Su house is a lucky place. Isn't this proof?" Grandma Lu was so irritated her teeth were itching. Ugh. A bunch of flatterers. Then, she approached Su-hee with a big smile. "Big girl, is your grandma doing well in the county? I miss her. Make sure to bring her something nice."
Shui.
Although the people of Huangshi village could be a bit self-serving, they were undeniably quite lovable. The people of the old Su family were the same. Each one was unique, but to her, they were all quite charming. Of course, that was as long as they behaved. Su-hee chatted with the villagers for a while, boosting her popularity, before slowly heading home. The next morning, Su-hee rode her bike to the commune and then took a bus back to the county. As soon as she got home, Grandma Su asked about the family situation. Su-hee smiled and said, "Grandma, don't worry. Everything at home is fine. By the way, I ran into Grandma Lu last night. She asked me to send her regards, and said she misses you. Grandma Su pouted. She misses me? Nonsense. When I'm not in the village, no one can outshine her. She wishes I would never come back.
Shui.
My grandma is truly clear-minded. Suhi spoke to the two elderly ladies again. Grandma, I need to go on a business trip to the Magic City soon. If you need anything, just let my uncle and aunt know. If it's urgent, contact Grandpa Gu and Aunt Qian. Su grandma perked up. My granddaughter is amazing. She just started working and is already going on a business trip to the Magic City. I heard the things there are very trendy, especially clothes. Last time, that ungrateful Rue came back and said people fight over the goods from the supply and marketing cooperative when they arrive in the Magic City. He was very clever and understood what Su grandma meant. Grandma, as soon as I get to the Magic City, the first thing I'll do is buy clothes for you and my grandma. Su grandma quickly waved her hand. No, dear. It's not easy for you to earn money, and besides, they don't accept our cloth coupons in the Magic City. Grandma Zhao quickly added, You've already spent quite a bit on showing me your legs, so don't buy more things. Suhi smiled. Even though cloth coupons aren't accepted, I can exchange them for travel tickets at designated places. It's only right for a younger generation to show respect to their elders, and I'm happy to spend a little money. Su grandma pretended to refuse a couple more times, then said, Since the child has such a good heart, we shouldn't hurt her feelings. Let's buy it. Grandma Zhao was about to speak, but Su grandma shot her a look. Grandma Zhao fell silent. Suhi wanted to laugh but held it back. It seemed her grandma had completely won over her grandma. Su grandma felt very pleased. When she returns to the village, wearing clothes bought in the Magic City, she would be so impressive. It would be no less than a noble lady's grand attire. Old Lu wanted to take advantage of her absence to establish her own authority.
Dream on.
Suhi woke up early and felt a bit tired, so she lay down for a nap. Just as she settled in, the trading platform popped up, eager to get her attention. This trading platform is located in County. If the host leaves in County, there will be additional fees for storing or purchasing items. Storing items costs 10 yuan each time, and purchasing items incurs a fee of 10% of the selling price. Please be aware.
Shui.
The trading platform must have heard Su grandma mention that cloth coupons aren't accepted elsewhere and, after being tricked by her with copper coins, decided to pull the stunt. He guessed correctly. That was exactly the trading platform's thought process. Although the fees weren't high, it would add up over time. You took my money? I'll make you pay me back 100-fold. I'm really clever. To convince Suhi, the trading platform displayed relevant regulations on the screen, looking very formal. The trading platform thought he would be very angry, maybe even argue with it. Instead, Suhi calmly asked, Since there are rules, I will follow them. But I'm curious, how did you locate me? The trading platform felt a bit smug, thinking Suhi had given in. Isn't there a location button on the interface? Once activated, I can locate you. And then there was nothing more. Suhi turned off the location button. Trading platform and amp percent at yuan at percent at Suhi yawned and continued to sleep. After her nap, Suhi went to the night school to find Principal Chen. He was holding 2 strands of hair, sighing heavily. Losing these hairs only added to his already thinning hair. Hearing a knock, he put the hair in the trash and said, Come in. Suhi entered with a smile. Principal, I've finished my tasks. Let's go buy train tickets. Principal Chen quickly stood up. Let's go to the train station. He was hoping to get the donation funds from the food factory soon. The two walked from the night school to the train station. Although County City isn't big, it is a transportation hub with many trains passing through, but there aren't many tickets available. As they walked, Principal Chen said, You just started working and don't have much money. I'll cover the trip expenses for now.
Okay.
Principal Chen thought, Aren't you being a bit too casual? We need to save money. A hard seat ticket from County to the Magic City is 22 yuan each. A round trip will cost us 88 yuan, plus accommodation and meals, at least 200 yuan. Suhi interrupted him. Principal, Are we taking hard seats? I'm young, so it's fine for me. But you're older. You can't sit in a hard seat. We must buy a sleeper. Principal Chen began to patiently explain to Su-hee about frugality and living simply. Su-hee blinked. Director Tian said he would reimburse us. Principal Chen paused and then said, my old bones can't handle that. We really need to buy a sleeper.
Shui.
Of course, spending someone else's money doesn't hurt. Actually, she wanted a sleeper not just to avoid discomfort, but mainly because trains were quite chaotic in this era. Especially in hard seat compartments, with so many people, it was easy for things to get stolen. When they arrived at the train station, the ticket seller acted like someone owed her money, impatiently saying, sleeper? Sold out, no tickets. Principal Chen felt disappointed and asked, are there none for any trains? None. All sold out. Buy or leave. Next. Principal Chen had no choice but to step out of the crowd and said to Su-hee, should we buy hard seats instead? Su-hee glanced at the ticket seller. Although she didn't like the attitude, she was used to it in this era. She told Principal Chen, you wait here, I'll be right back. Principal Chen didn't understand but nodded in agreement. Su-hee turned to a uniformed person patrolling the area. Hello, comrade. The person looked Su-hee over. Hello, what's the matter? Su-hee pointed to Principal Chen in the distance. That's our night school Principal Chen, sent by the county's leaders to the Magic City for a business trip. He's older and wants to buy a sleeper. Could you help us? Upon hearing he was sent by the county leaders, the person's attitude became much friendlier. I'll check the dispatch room. If there are any spare tickets, I'll sell them to you. Su-hee expressed her gratitude. No wonder people say our train station is an advanced unit every year. You really care about the passengers. By the way, what's your name? When we return from the Magic City, I'll send a letter of appreciation to your unit. If everyone had your level of service, we would have achieved modernization long ago. The person straightened up instinctively. Oh, no need for that. My name is Lu Dong. It's my duty. I'll check the dispatch room now. Su-hee slapped her forehead. Oh, comrade, it would be best if you could also get me a sleeper ticket to help take care of Principal Chen. Sure. Before long, Lu Dong waved to Su-hee. She and Principal Chen hurried over, paid, and received 2 sleeper tickets for the next day from County to the Magic City, both lower berths. Principal Chen. Unsure of what to say, he felt he couldn't compare. On the way back, Principal Chen said, I'll have my wife steam some buns, and I'll bring some pickles for us to eat on the train. Su-hee pouted. No need. Let's eat in the dining car. That would be such a waste. Director Tian will reimburse us. Okay. Su-hee returned to the bungalow, and upon hearing that she would leave tomorrow, Grandma Su immediately started preparing dumplings. Dumplings for the ride there, noodles for the ride back. I'll start making the dough. Su-hee wanted to remind Su Yongshi and his wife, so she said, Grandma, let's go to my second uncle's place and eat together. Grandma Su missed Su Jinbao a bit too, so she happily agreed. Before leaving, Grandma Su threatened old lady Zhao as usual. When you get there, have fun for me. If you dare to bring back any cat urine, all the clothes from the Magic City will be mine. Old lady Zhao nodded quickly. Clothes are one thing, but I'm more worried about you taking my car wheels. Su-hee initially wanted to invite old man Gu to go along, but he politely declined. I won't go. Just bring me back some dumplings. Su-hee accepted his decision. She bought a piece of pork belly and some chives at the grocery store and took the 2 elderly ladies to Su Yongshi's house. Fortunately, both Su Yongshi and his wife were home. Su Jinbao followed Su-hee around like a little tail. Sister, I heard from a classmate that the snacks and candies from the Magic City are delicious. Su-hee thought, you really are your grandma's true grandson. The way you ask for things is exactly the same. Su-hee playfully flicked Su Jinbao on the forehead, making him wince, and then look up with a smile. Sister, you're amazing. Your flick hurts more than others.
Shui.
You really have no shame when it comes to food. She was just teasing him, promising to bring back some treats. Su Jinbao immediately bounced off to show off to his friends. Su-hee thought, you haven't even gotten the goodies yet. What are you showing off for? Little did she know, Su Jinbao was thinking, I've already bragged. My sister can't go back on her word. Otherwise, she would lose face. After dinner, Su He called Su Yongshi and his wife to the West Room. The main point was similar to what she said at home, to keep their guard up in case anything happened while she was away. Su Yongshi quickly replied, Don't worry, Su He. I'm very alert now, and won't be fooled by others. By the way, how have those people who invited you to dinner been lately? Su He had been busy and had forgotten to ask about it. They contacted me a few times, but I turned them down for various reasons, so they stopped bothering me. But don't worry, I've got a few buddies keeping an eye on them. If anything happens, they'll let me know right away. To be honest, if those people want to make a move against me, they better think twice. Su He was impressed by Su Yongshi, realizing he was building connections and growing his influence. However, she was worried he might get too cocky, so she gave him a few warnings. Su Yongshi, who had been a bit proud, immediately deflated. In contrast, Su He felt more at ease with Chao Hongmei, giving her a few reminders to keep an eye on Su Yongshi. Before leaving, Su Jinbao leaned close to Su He and whispered, Sister, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on things at home. If my dad doesn't listen, you can just get me a new one.
Shui.
You really are your dad's good son. The next morning, Su He took her travel bag and met Principal Chen at the train station. Principal Chen had an old briefcase and a net bag filled with clothes, a teacup, and towels. Let me carry the net bag for you, Su He offered. Principal Chen hesitated, but in the end, Su He took it from him. He thought to himself, this girl may be a bit too clever, but she has good character, which is why he indulged her a little. It's a pity she doesn't want to go to college, otherwise, she could have a brighter future. Actually, Su He only packed a few clothes in her bag. She left her money and heavier items at the trading post. She even teased the trading post. Oh, it's a shame you can't track me anymore. Otherwise, you could make some good money. Trading post. Do not disturb the introvert. Train travel was quite chaotic back then. Su He and Principal Chen struggled for a while before finally boarding the train and finding their assigned sleeper berths. Their berths faced each other, showing that Lu Dong at the train station did a great job. Su He decided to maintain this connection when she returned from the Magic City, as she would need to travel by train frequently in the future. Noticing that the middle and upper berths were empty, she thought they were probably reserved for later stops. After settling Principal Chen, she said, I'll take a stroll. Keep an eye on our things. Principal Chen thought she was just going to the restroom and agreed, without asking further. Soon, he heard Su He's cheerful voice from the other side of the cabin. Miss, are you going to the Magic City too? Is this your child? So cute and smart. Sir, I can tell by your accent that you're from Huajiang. I heard it snows so much there in winter that it can block the doors. Is that true? Auntie, you look so young. If you hadn't told me your age, I would have almost called you sister. Principal Chen. I can't believe you can chat with anyone on a train. After 2 stops, Su He returned. She was holding a bag of hazelnuts in one hand, a can in the other, and had 2 boiled eggs stuffed in her coat pocket. Principal Chen. Even if this girl had no money, she wouldn't go hungry. Su He took out a few packs of snacks from her travel bag and happily walked away. That's how social interactions work. You have to give and take. When Su He returned again, the train had already stopped at Chuqing Station in Jingbei Province. Chuqing Station was a major stop with many passengers getting on and off. Su He returned to her berth, munching on hazelnuts like a little squirrel. Principal Chen wanted to ask Su He if she felt awkward talking to strangers, but he hesitated. Then Su He handed him a handful of hazelnuts. Principal, just say if you want some. Why hesitate? You're so good to me. I wouldn't mind sharing a few hazelnuts. Principal Chen. Closed the door first. Su He was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. Principal Chen's face turned red, thinking this was his office. It's all Su He's fault. She made him say that. If it were a month ago, Principal Chen would have felt extremely embarrassed right now. But he is not the same person anymore. Now, he can joke and laugh with the benefactor, so a small slip of the tongue is nothing. He pretended nothing had happened and asked Su He, I've always wanted to ask you, Don't you feel awkward getting close to strangers? He quoted a famous saying, "As long as I'm not embarrassed, the one who is embarrassed is others." Principal Chen. He handed Principal Chen a handful of hazelnuts. Principal, remember this. A tree without bark is doomed, and a person without shame is invincible. You need to learn from me during our trip to the Magic City. Principal Chen. What do you mean I'm going with you? You're coming with me, okay? Besides, I won't learn from you. I want to keep my dignity. While He and Principal Chen were joking, for young people in their 20s approached, 2 boys and 2 girls. One girl wore a white outfit and the other wore a blue one, both in white shoes. The 2 boys wore traditional outfits, carrying bags. The girl in white pointed at the narrow step used for getting on and off the train and complained, "This step is so narrow. How are we supposed to climb up? Plus, Dan and I are in these outfits. It's not convenient. We told you to buy lower bunks, but you insisted on getting upper and middle bunks. You can't even handle this simple task." The tall boy smiled and said, "Li Xia, it's hard to get lower bunk tickets. I had to queue all night to get these. Just make do with it." Li Xia rolled her eyes and then looked at He and Principal Chen. Standing above them, she said, "Hey, I'll give you each $5 if you let us have the lower bunks and you take the upper ones." Principal Chen smiled and replied, "Sorry, young lady, I'm older, so it's more convenient for me to stay in the lower bunk." He continued eating hazelnuts, completely ignoring her, as if she were talking to herself. Li Xia sneered, "Are you just complaining about the money being too little? I've seen plenty of people like you. Look at your poor appearance. You obviously come from a small place. $10 should be enough, right?" This time, Principal Chen just smiled and said nothing. Li Xia's face turned sour. "Still not enough? You're really ungrateful. I'll give you each $20. Hurry up and make room for us. If you don't agree, I might say something unpleasant." Yet, Principal Chen and He remained silent. Li Xia became angry. "Are you deaf or mute? I'm talking to you. Are you going to let us have the lower bunks or not?" The short boy scoffed, "Enough already. $20 is probably more than your monthly salary, right?" The tall boy even placed his luggage on Principal Chen's lower bunk, acting as if they had to give in. He blinked. "Principal, why is there a dog barking on this train?" Principal Chen. "If we're talking about insults, you're the one losing." However, he was also unhappy with Li Xia and her friend's behavior, so he said nothing. The girl in blue said sternly, "Hey, you should speak more politely. If they don't want to switch, why insult them?" He raised an eyebrow at her. "Oh, you're quite amusing. Why didn't you say anything when your friend called us deaf and blind? And when your friend shamelessly put their stuff on our bunk, why didn't you speak up? Now you suddenly want to act like you have something to say?" Dan's face turned red with anger as she pointed at He. You. What about me? I'm just sitting on the train and getting bitten by a mad dog, and I'm not allowed to complain? You bought upper and middle bunks while wearing these outfits. That's your own fault. If you want us to switch, just ask nicely. Coming in here with an attitude like you're the boss of the world, do you think everyone else is your mother and has to spoil you? Listen up, no way at all. Don't even think about $20. Not even 20,000 will make me agree. Principal Chen silently thought. If it were 20,000, I might consider it. Li Xia and her friends were nearly furious. Dan's eyes turned red, looking like she was about to cry. The 2 boys had dark expressions, and the tall one even took a step forward, looking like he wanted to fight. Principal Chen frowned, about to stand up to protect He, when he heard her shout, "Uncle, Aunt, I'm Zhao. Someone wants to hit me." As soon as she finished speaking, a crowd rushed over. A shirtless man with a beard shouted, "Zhao, who wants to hit you? Do they want to die?" A plump woman held a rolling pin. "Who wants to hit someone? Is there no law anymore?" A little boy, being held, waved his tiny fists at Li Xia and her friends. "Bad people hit you. Hit you." Principal Chen. With all his knowledge, he was at a loss for words. Li Xia and her friends were startled, especially seeing the fierce-looking bearded man. Dan was about to explain when He started crying. "They want to hit me. They insisted that I and the principal switch bunks, and when we refused, they tried to force us. If you hadn't come, I might have been beaten to death. You done. You were the one who was just shouting. The plump woman pointed at Yu Dan and her friends, scolding them. It's a new society, and you're still acting like bandits? Try touching Xiaohe, and I'll smash you. A bespectacled man spoke sternly. Which unit are you from? I'm going to report you. Li Xia wanted to argue, but Yu Dan held her back and quickly said, This is indeed our fault. We apologize to this young lady. The two boys quickly added, It was all a misunderstanding. We just wanted to mediate, not fight. Yes, it was our mistake. We wouldn't resort to violence. Suhi wiped her tears and said to the crowd that came to help, Since they know they were wrong, let's just let it go. After all, it's fate that we are on the same train, and there's no need to make it too ugly. Plus, they look like people of status. We can't afford to offend them. Thank you all. If it weren't for you, I might have. As Suhi spoke, her voice choked, and she bowed to everyone. This only fueled the crowd's anger more. Everyone pointed at Li Xia and her friends, even escalating it to their improper conduct and messy relationships. The four were nearly spitting blood from anger. In the end, Principal Chen, fearing the situation would escalate, cleared his throat a couple of times, and Suhi finally calmed everyone down and let them disperse. Once those people left, Li Xia wanted to scold Suhi, but Yu Dan stopped her. Xiao Xia, let's go to the restroom and change our clothes. Only then did Li Xia angrily follow Yu Dan to the restroom. After they returned, Li Xia climbed to the middle bunk, while Yu Dan sat on a chair in the aisle, enjoying the view. Once Li Xia got to the middle bunk, she started rocking it back and forth, making it creak. Suhi, who had been lying on the bed reading, could no longer concentrate. Li Xia deliberately said, Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm not used to the middle bunk, so I have to keep turning over. The two boys in the opposite upper and middle bunks exchanged sly glances and grinned. Principal Chen silently lit a candle for them in his heart. After being dealt with like that, how dare they provoke again? They really don't learn from their mistakes. Just wait. Suhi never lets herself get bullied. To Principal Chen's surprise, Suhi simply put her book away, said nothing, and did nothing. Seeing this, Li Xia became even more energetic, even sitting up and deliberately stretching her legs out, her big feet swinging back and forth. The two young men followed her lead, swinging around, making Principal Chen frown. Suhi stood up. Principal, I'm going for a walk. Principal Chen nodded, not saying a word. He would bet that the girl was definitely going to take action. But he didn't know what she planned to do. Was she going to call that bearded man over to scare these people? That probably wouldn't work. Even if they agreed at that moment, they would still do as they pleased afterward. After all, you can't deny them a chance to turn things around, can you? After a while, Suhi returned alone. Principal Chen felt a bit disappointed. Did I guess wrong? Soon, a train attendant came to the adjacent sleeper compartments to ask a few questions, then approached with a stern face. The attendant looked at Li Xia and the others as if they were class enemies. I am the train conductor, Yu Zhongqing. Someone reported that you maliciously damaged the train's sleeper facilities. I have already verified this, and it is indeed true. Come with me to make a record. Li Xia and the others were completely dumbfounded. Did we just sway a little on the sleeper? How did it turn into malicious damage? Li Xia angrily asked Suhi, Did you report us? This is slander. Suhi blinked innocently. The conductor has confirmed it, and the evidence is solid. No matter how you argue, it won't help. I suggest you admit your mistake and compensate for the damages to get a lighter punishment. Li Xia wanted to say more, but Yu Dan quickly spoke to Yu Zhongqing. Comrade, they didn't do it on purpose and didn't know the consequences would be so serious. Please tell us the damages, and we will compensate accordingly. After some pleading, Yu Zhongqing issued a fine of 200 yuan. Li Xia and the others turned pale, but they still paid the money. There was no choice. If they didn't pay, it would escalate to their workplace, and they would be finished. As Yu Zhongqing was leaving, he told Suhi, Comrade Su, please supervise them. If they make a similar mistake again, come find me anytime. Suhi looked serious. Don't worry, I will protect state property at all costs. Principal Chen. After Yu Zhongqing left, Li Xia and her friends were too scared to move, afraid Suhi would report them, lying on the sleeper like 3 mummies. After more than an hour, they cautiously turned over. Principal Chen, though why make things difficult for yourselves? Aren't you just asking for trouble? At that moment, Yu Dandan climbed up to the upper bunk. The 4 of them started chatting. From their conversation, Suhi learned that they all worked at the Chuqing textile factory. They were visiting the top textile factory in Modu for study. Yu Dandan sighed. Last year at this time, we had just graduated from university. I can't believe a year has passed so quickly. They began talking about university life, occasionally making snide remarks about Suhi, implying she was uneducated. Principal Chen sighed internally. This girl insisted on not going to college. I wonder if she'll regret it in the future. Just then, Yu Zhongqing rushed over. Li Xia and the others were startled, thinking he was coming for them again. Which passenger speaks English? We urgently need a translator. Li Xia's eyes lit up. We do. We are all graduates of Chuqing Industrial University. Yu Zhongqing changed his attitude, smiling. Great. Come with me. Li Xia and her friends climbed down and followed Yu Zhongqing. Before leaving, they shot a triumphant glance at Suhi. Li Xia even said, You probably can't even recognize English letters, can you? Country bumpkin. Although she had heard Suhi call Principal Chen principal, she thought he was just a small school principal. Yu Zhongqing heard this, but said nothing. He urgently needed to find a translator to resolve the current issue. After they left, Principal Chen heard someone say, I saw a lot of foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes getting on the soft sleeper carriage when I boarded. They must be looking for a translator. Principal Chen was puzzled. Usually, foreign guests have dedicated staff accompanying them, including professional translators. Why would they look for a translator among the passengers? Puzzled as he was, he said to Suhi, Little Su, you see, you really should go to college. Otherwise, where will you learn English? If you could speak English, this opportunity would be yours. Think it over carefully. It's not too late to change your mind now. Once I give the recommendation to someone else, you won't have a chance. Suhi remained silent, thinking, did foreigners really come to China in 75? And travel by train so openly? She opened the trading platform and began to research. As she searched, some of her preconceived notions were overturned. Although 75 was still a turbulent time, China had already established diplomatic relations with her country, and leaders from M country had visited China back in 72. Thus, there were indeed foreign visitor groups in China, and shopping stores specifically for foreigners had emerged. Moreover, since 57 there had been trade fairs in spring and autumn. Of course, China needed foreign exchange to import goods. How could they get foreign exchange without selling anything?
Ismail.
A vast world full of opportunities. Principal Chen had been earnestly advising her for a while, but when he saw Suhi grinning, he suddenly felt furious. Not listening to the advice of the elders will lead to regret. You'll see one day. After saying that, he took his teacup and sat down in the aisle chair, sulking. Just as Suhi was about to explain, Li Xia and her friends returned looking defeated. Yu Zhongqing had a stern face. You still call yourselves high achievers? Your behavior of pretending to understand in front of foreign guests is tarnishing our country's reputation. No wonder you caused damage to the train's sleeper facilities. Your moral character is questionable. The tall young man said with a sad face, We really are high achievers. We always rank among the top in exams. Who knew foreigners spoke so fast? We couldn't understand them at all. Li Xia gritted her teeth. They must have done it on purpose, speaking so quickly. Yu Zhongqing sneered. Done it on purpose? You really overestimate yourselves. Next time, think about your own abilities before you speak, to avoid embarrassing yourselves. Yu Zhongqing took a deep breath and asked again, Is there anyone else who speaks English? They must have real skills, otherwise it reflects poorly on our country. He timidly raised her hand. I do.
Huffed.
Principal Chen, who was drinking water, suddenly spat it out. Fortunately, Principal Chen was sitting in a chair, so the spit landed on the table and not on anyone. Principal Chen didn't even bother to wipe the table and said with a serious face, "Xiao Su, stop messing around. You're just a high school student. Even if there are English classes in high school, how much can you really learn? Can you be better than Li Xia and the other college graduates? This isn't just a small matter. If you mess it up, it will reflect badly on our country." Li Xia scoffed. "Exactly. We college graduates can't do it, so how can a country bumpkin like you? You probably didn't even graduate from middle school, right?" A tall young man chimed in. "At least we can say a few words, but you probably can't understand even one. I advise you not to make things worse." Yu Dandan's eyes flickered and she smiled. Since this comrade is eager to volunteer, it shows she is confident. Why not let her try? She might just be capable. He was well aware of Yu Dandan's tricks. This Yu Dandan was deliberately encouraging her to embarrass herself. Compared to Li Xia, it was clear that Yu Dandan had worse intentions. He ignored her, picked up her small bag, and said to Yu Zhongqing, "Comrade, please take me over there." Yu Zhongqing had a good impression of He because she helped the train crew earn 200 yuan. After hesitating, he said, "Xiao Su, those foreign guests are a bit unstable. Especially after the commotion earlier. If you mess up again, I'm afraid things will escalate. So, I need to confirm, do you really know English?" He smiled and chattered a few sentences. The train staff didn't understand English, and Principal Chen had learned Russian, so everyone looked at Li Xia and her group. Li Xia scoffed. "With that level, how dare you?" Yu Dandan quickly interjected, "Xiao Su speaks very fast, so we couldn't hear clearly. Her level should be higher than ours." He gave Yu Dandan a half-smile. She had just babbled nonsense, and anyone with a bit of English knowledge would know how ridiculous it was. This Yu Dandan was just waiting for her to embarrass herself in front of the foreign guests. Hypocrites are even more detestable than real villains. Hearing Yu Dandan, Yu Zhongqing sighed in relief. "Xiao Su, then you can come with me to the soft sleeper carriage." Principal Chen still felt uncertain. "Xiao Su. He smiled. "Principal, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Seeing her confident demeanor, Principal Chen didn't say anything more. After Yu Zhongqing and He left, Li Xia muttered, "What nonsense was she saying just now?" Her word order and grammar were all wrong, and some of her pronunciations were strange. She's bound to embarrass herself. Principal Chen's expression immediately changed. He shot a cold glance at Yu Dandan but didn't say anything. While Yu Dandan was annoying, the main issue was still with Xiao Su herself. This girl is usually sharper than a monkey. How could she do something so foolish today? But then he thought, although He is young, she is very reliable and shouldn't make such a basic mistake. Principal Chen felt anxious, alternating between thinking it would be fine and worrying that He would cause trouble. He even went to the entrance of the soft sleeper, but there were guards, so he had to return to his seat. Meanwhile, He followed the train staff to the soft sleeper carriage. As soon as she entered, an older man with glasses approached, looked He up and down and frowned. He was very distrustful of young people. Those four had just claimed to be top students, but couldn't even understand what the foreign guests were saying. "Which university did you graduate from?" He politely replied, "I graduated from the second high school of Baliao province, and I haven't attended university." The old man was taken aback, then angrily said, "What nonsense." Yu Zhongqing almost cried. "Oh, dear. You've put me in a terrible spot." But he still said, although this comrade Xiao Su hasn't been to university, she really knows English. Those young people just said she's quite capable. The old man sneered. "Do you believe what those four fools said? Take her back. If there's really no suitable candidate, call the dispatch office at Luqing Station and have them send a high school English teacher to board when we arrive." Yu Zhongqing thought, "There's only half an hour until we reach Luqing Station. There's no time for that. If not, it might delay the departure and affect the arrival of the next train." But since he was ordered, he didn't dare say anything and could only nod in agreement. At that moment, He frowned and said to the old man, There's a foreigner inside who is insulting our Chinese people, calling us uncultured and all-country bumpkins. The old man frowned. Are you serious? He nodded. He also said we treat foreigners like ancestors, like servants. The old man was so angry that he broke the leg of his glasses. I knew these foreigners were no good. If it were decades ago, I would have shot them.
Shui.
I thought you were a cultured person. Turns out it was all a facade. He wasn't lying. There really was a foreigner inside making outrageous comments. Although foreign guests are screened in this era, there are still many who are insincere. Most foreign guests come with good intentions, but there are also many who look at us critically and even harbor bad intentions. That's why our country sends people to accompany them throughout. However, the other foreign guests are trying to persuade him. Most of them are good people. The old man calmed down and looked at He suspiciously. You're not just making this up, are you? If you dare to fabricate this. He took out her certificates. Her Huaihua Commune Liaison Certificate, Special Correspondent Certificate, and County Night School Tutor Certificate, and County Textile Factory Employee Certificate, and County Machinery Factory Employee Certificate, and County Food Factory Employee Certificate. The certificates from the machinery and food factories were obtained by her asking for special treatment for business trips. As for whether she would return them, that was uncertain. I am a person with a proper job, and I stand by what I say. The old man and Yu Zhongqing. Are you a professional at showing certificates? The old man took the stack of work permits from He. Fortunately, in this era, fake documents weren't widespread. Otherwise, the old man would have thought He was involved in forgery. He flipped through the permits and thought, this range of jobs is quite impressive. Not to mention, just looking at these 3 factories, they must be really short on staff to hire the same person as a salesperson. Then the old man considered that if this young girl could secure so many jobs, she must have some skills. Why not let her give it a try? At that moment, He said, that foreigner called you a hick. The old man asked in confusion, hick? What does that mean? It means you're a country bumpkin, unsophisticated. The old man broke another leg of his glasses. His face was filled with anger, and the man beside him, Yu Zhongqing, even trembled a bit. The old man clearly had seen violence before. He finally understood why he wore glasses. Without them, those foreigners might mistake him for someone there to silence them. Just as He thought the old man would explode with rage, he took a deep breath, pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket, and muttered softly, unity is formed and developed through contradictions. People's hearts differ, each with their own face. We seek to coexist with differences.
Shui.
So this old comrade was giving himself a pep talk. It made sense. He clearly had experienced war and held hostility toward some foreigners. He probably feared letting personal emotions interfere with work, so he prepared this paper to remind himself to keep the bigger picture in mind. He quietly said, we should unite for friendly foreign guests, but we must deal with those who speak disrespectfully. Otherwise, they'll think we Chinese are easy to bully. Being friendly is fine, but it must be based on mutual respect. The old man stopped reading and looked at He. What you say makes sense, but it's hard to find the right balance. If things go wrong, other foreign guests might complain. He smiled. We are in the right, so why worry? Besides, weak people find it hard to earn respect. If we keep yielding, they'll get the wrong idea. The old man thought for a moment and gritted his teeth. All right, give it a try. But let me be clear. If you can't control the situation, I will have to blame you and give you a good scolding. If someone else heard this, they would likely quit. I'm here to help, not to take the blame. But He showed no hesitation and nodded. Okay. The old man raised an eyebrow. Aren't you afraid of not being able to handle it and facing harsher punishment? He stood tall, straightened her back, and said seriously, Sir, people from your generation sacrificed their lives for China. They still shine in their roles today, even enduring hardships for the greater good. What is my small sacrifice compared to that? I would willingly accept punishment, even give my life. No regrets in joining China. I would choose to be Chinese again in my next life. Though He's words were a bit dramatic, She genuinely felt a surge of patriotism when she heard that foreigner talking disrespectfully. At that moment, her love for her country reached its peak. The old man was deeply moved. Although it wasn't appropriate for him to pat a young girl on the shoulder, he still did. "Good. You are a great comrade." Yu Zhongqing was also touched. He didn't expect this young girl to have such patriotic feelings. It was impressive. Suhi asked the old man, "Could you briefly introduce the situation of these foreign guests? It would help me understand better." The old man's impression of Suhi improved even more. This girl was much better than the previous four fools. At least she knew to ask about the situation in advance. Unlike those four who rushed to talk to the foreigners without understanding a word, making fools of themselves. The old man briefly explained the situation. His name was Gu Chiyan, and he was from the Ministry of Foreign Trade. These foreigners had attended the April trade fair in Sui, and although they didn't reach any purchasing agreements, they were interested in many products. After learning this, the Foreign Trade Ministry organized them in batches to visit factories, hoping to facilitate cooperation. In reality, many of these foreigners were more interested in free travel, spending most of their time sightseeing. The accompanying staff couldn't say much and had to go along with it. Originally, this group had a translator, but just before boarding the train, the translator suddenly had severe stomach pain, possibly due to kidney stones or appendicitis, and was rushed to the hospital. According to Gu Lao, they should delay the departure and assign a new translator. But some foreigners refused to wait. They insisted on leaving immediately. With no other choice, Gu Lao took them on the train and asked Yu Zhongqing to find a temporary translator on board. After hearing Gu Lao's words, Suhi was thrilled. She had been eyeing the trade fair. Although the spring fair had ended, the autumn fair was still coming. But it was tough for a small place like N County to secure a spot. Unexpectedly, an opportunity had arisen. If she could help Gu Lao manage this group of foreigners, she might secure a spot for the autumn trade fair. As for what products to showcase, she didn't have time to think about that. Securing the spot was the priority. Once Gu Lao finished speaking, Suhi strode confidently inside. The soft compartment was divided into small booths, but the foreigners had gathered in the dining car reserved for them. A big bearded foreigner was loudly expressing his opinions in English. "China can't compare to our country. It's just a bunch of country bumpkins. Not to mention, in such a vast country, there are hardly any who speak English." The speaker was named John, and he enjoyed being the center of attention. After all, these Chinese people didn't understand English, so he could say whatever he wanted. Even if they did understand, what could they do? They still had to show him respect. As he spoke, he noticed everyone looking behind him, so he turned around. A young Chinese girl, looking about 17 or 18, was approaching. She was dressed simply, but her confidence radiated from within, making her look vibrant. The foreigners had only seen Chinese people who either glared at them, fawned over them, or appeared timid. This was the first time they encountered such a composed and confident girl. Suhi stepped closer, smiled, and said in English, "Hello, esteemed guests. My name is Suhi, and I am a translator from the Ministry of Foreign Trade. I will provide you with excellent service during our journey." Suhi speaks English quite well, but it is a bit too casual. However, this isn't a serious academic conference, so it's good enough. After hearing Suhi, most foreigners responded friendly, nodding at her. Only John and a few others looked down on her. Mr. Gu and Yu Zhongqing sighed in relief. It seemed Suhi had real skills, much better than those four fools. Suhi exchanged a few polite words before stepping up to John. "Excuse me, sir. What should I call you?" John glanced at her and arrogantly replied, "John Bacalin." "Mr. John, do you speak Chinese?" John rolled his eyes. "Of course not. Isn't that obvious? If I could speak Chinese, why would I need you?" Suhi chuckled lightly. "Since you don't speak Chinese, can I call you a country bumpkin, as you said earlier?" John was taken aback, then exploded with anger. "What do you mean by that? Are you trying to argue with me? Do you know I'm your guest? If you offend me, you won't have a good outcome." Mr. Gu frowned slightly. Although he couldn't understand what John was saying, his aggressive demeanor indicated he wasn't saying anything nice. He felt a knot in his throat. Deep down, he hoped He would teach John a lesson, but he worried about upsetting other foreign guests. He remained calm. Our country has always valued etiquette, and the door to friendship is open to friends from all over the world. But all of this is based on mutual respect, and Mr. John, your previous words clearly lacked basic respect. Is it wrong for me to ask you to apologize? As we say in our country, your behavior is like eating meat with a bowl in hand and cursing with chopsticks down. It's heartless. If you have any complaints about our hospitality, please express them. Personal attacks only show your lack of character. You don't need to threaten me. I'm not afraid of that. And do you know that Mr. Gu, whom you called a country bumpkin, single-handedly defeated an entire battalion of your country in the 1952 war? I truly admire your courage. John and the other foreigners instantly looked at Mr. Gu differently. Especially since Mr. Gu had broken his glasses and wasn't wearing them, he looked quite fierce. Mr. Gu was confused. What had He said that made the foreigners act like mice seeing a cat? John, who was over 6 feet tall, took 2 steps back, nervously saying, "This is a time of peace. If you lay a hand on me, it will be an international incident." He smiled. "Don't worry. We are a country of etiquette and won't resort to violence easily. As I said, when friends come, we have good wine, but when wolves come, we have guns. As long as Mr. John sincerely apologizes, this matter will end here." At that moment, a middle-aged woman said to John, "John, your words were indeed rude. You should apologize." Once she spoke, many foreign guests urged John to apologize as well. Reluctantly, John finally apologized. He kindly taught him a phrase in Chinese.
I'm sorry.
Hearing John awkwardly say "I'm sorry" in broken Chinese, Mr. Gu remained calm on the outside but felt like he had seen a ghost inside. This foreigner could apologize? Although he didn't take foreigners too seriously, he had to endure some things due to the current economic and technological lag of their country. As their old leaders would say, they could only endure and wait for their country to become strong again to regain their pride. Mr. Gu, having seen many things, was surprised but graciously said a few polite words, which He translated for John. Yu Zhongqing's eyes were a bit moist. As a train conductor, he had often seen foreign guests in soft sleeper cars and witnessed many uncomfortable and humiliating moments. But for the greater good, he couldn't do anything. He never expected he would make this John lower his proud head. It seemed he was right. As long as one has reason and evidence, foreigners aren't that impressive. At this point, he smiled and said to the foreign guests in English, "All right, let's put this matter behind us and not mention it again. In our country, we have a saying, it takes 1,000 years of good fortune to share a boat. Meeting here is a rare opportunity, and I hope we can enjoy the journey ahead together. Let's start with a simple self-introduction for better communication." Although these foreigners had already spent some time together and didn't need to introduce themselves, they cooperated after he had just shown them her authority. He noted everything down, imagining the foreign currency coming her way, and felt delighted. Mr. Gu, though he didn't understand English, recognized some names and knew the foreigners were introducing themselves. He thought it unnecessary, but said nothing. Once everyone finished introducing themselves, he cheerfully said, "To avoid boredom on our journey, let me sing a segment from the Peking opera, Taking Tiger Mountain by Strategy." He started singing without hesitation. Although she couldn't compare to a professional, entertaining a few foreigners was more than enough. After singing, he began sharing some Chinese anecdotes, humorously engaging the foreigners, who laughed continuously. Yu Zhongqing and Mr. Gu exchanged glances, both astonished. Isn't a translator just a tool? Why does it seem like he has become part of the entire foreign guest group and is firmly in control of the pace? John, who had been holding back his anger, finally found an opportunity to speak up. After our visit, we've found that your country is very backward, at least 50 years behind our country. Do you admit this fact? All the foreigners turned to their gazes filled with curiosity, disdain, or schadenfreude. Seeing the atmosphere shift, Mr. Gu asked Su He what John had just said. Su He translated John's words to Mr. Gu word for word. Mr. Gu frowned. This question was difficult to answer. If he denied it, he would be lying, as the gap between the two countries was evident. If he admitted it, he would lose face in front of these foreigners and lack confidence. Not to mention Su He, even he couldn't think of a suitable response in such a short time. Even if he did, he couldn't say it because John was asking Su He. If he spoke and let Su He translate, it would give them something to hold against him. But Su He smiled and said, Mr. John, you are correct. I admit that our country is indeed relatively backward now and lags behind some developed countries in many areas. Your claim of 50 years isn't exaggerated, but we have abundant resources, hard-working people, and a civilization that has lasted for 5,000 years. We are confident and capable of narrowing this gap. I believe and am certain that one day our country will stand tall at the top of the world again. Let's wait and see. Su He's words surprised many foreigners, and the woman who had persuaded John even started clapping for her. Encouraged by her, several foreign guests joined in the applause. Of course, John did not clap. He just curled his lip, but said nothing. Mr. Gu was curious about what Su He had said, so she repeated her words in Chinese. Before Mr. Gu could respond, Yu Zhongqing gave a thumbs up. Well said. Our country will become strong sooner or later. We won't be bullied anymore. Mr. Gu nodded, impressed by the girl's eloquence. It was time for dinner, and the foreign guests had a decent meal with a variety of Chinese and Western dishes. Seeing Su He standing, Mr. Gu invited her to sit down and eat with them. Su He hesitated. Mr. Gu, I came here to accompany Principal Shen from our county's night school on a business trip to Shanghai. He's getting older, and I'm worried about him. How about I head back now and come back tomorrow morning? Mr. Gu was anxious. You can't leave. These foreigners will drink red wine and cause trouble tonight. What will I do without you? Let's have your principal move to the soft sleeper car too. Su He had the same idea, but it was different for her to suggest it to Mr. Gu. So, after thanking Mr. Gu, she hurried to find Principal Chen. At that moment, Principal Chen was already pulling out his hair, worried. Where had Su He gone for so long? Meanwhile, Li Xia and a few others were making snide remarks. That Su He must have messed up and got locked up. With her limited skills, she really asked for trouble. In this era, university students were rare, so they considered themselves superior. They were frustrated and angry that Su He had outsmarted them. Principal Chen sighed, realizing why Su He didn't want to go to university. Look at what kind of people they were raising. He didn't want to argue with them and occasionally checked the soft sleeper car, but each time he was sent back by the guards. Just when he was at a loss, Su He bounced back in. Principal Chen finally relaxed. Su He, why did you take so long? Did everything go well? Su He smiled and said, It went okay, but we can't stay in the sleeper. Li Xia immediately laughed. You got kicked off the train, didn't you? Serves you right. You shouldn't have acted all high and mighty without the skills. Su He ignored her and said to Principal Chen, Principal, we will stay in the soft sleeper car now, in a small private room. Principal Chen was confused. What did you say? Su He cheerfully replied, I said the leader invited us to stay in the soft sleeper in a small private room, so you can let me close the door again. Principal Chen. Was this a dream? So Su He not only spoke English, but also did a great job translating? After a moment, Principal Chen confirmed he wasn't dreaming. Before leaving, Su He told Li Xia, even though we haven't gotten along well, you're straightforward, which isn't bad. So let me give you a friendly reminder. Be careful when making friends, or you might get taken advantage of. Li Xia was taken aback. What do you mean? Explain yourself. Su He glanced at Yu Dandan above and hinted, think carefully about what happened before. Were you used by someone? The idea to shake the bed was probably theirs, right?
Why didn't they do it themselves?
They made you do it. You got punished and almost faced consequences, but they're just fine. All right, I won't say more. Just be more cautious in the future. After saying that, Su He walked away, without caring about Li Xia's reaction. Just wait, you dandan, you little schemer, I'll deal with you. It was amusing to see them turn on each other. As Soo-hee passed by the travelers who had helped her, she greeted each one and took out a big bag of fried peanuts to share. Everyone looked reluctant to part, and a little boy even started to cry. Then, they spontaneously wanted to walk Soo-hee to the soft sleeper door. Principal Chen. What is this? A grand send-off. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were relatives. But in reality, they had only known each other for less than half a day. No, to be precise, Soo-hee had only talked to them for a little over an hour. It was quite absurd. Yu Zhongqing had been waiting at the soft sleeper door for Soo-hee and was stunned by the scene. Soo-hee was followed by a group of people, mixed with the sound of a child crying. What was going on? At the soft sleeper door, Soo-hee smiled and said, "Everyone, don't see me off. If fate allows, we will definitely meet again. Didn't I leave you my address? You can write to me." Everyone agreed, and the little boy sobbed, "Sister, when I grow up, I'll marry you and make you my wife."
Shui.
No need for that. Everyone laughed at the little boy's words. Soo-hee said a few more words before entering the sleeper car. Yu Zhongqing couldn't help but ask, "Soo-hee, are they all your fellow townspeople?" "No, I just met them on the train." Yu Zhongqing. "Now I understand why you have several work permits." Soo-hee brought Principal Chen to meet Mr. Gu. Mr. Gu was very polite and treated Principal Chen with great respect. Principal Chen was a bit taken aback. Although he didn't know Mr. Gu's position, it was clearly much higher than his. After dinner, the foreign guests started a party, which Mr. Gu referred to as a wild celebration. Soo-hee picked up a glass and went over to chat with several foreign guests, even getting invited to dance by a male guest. Principal Chen looked worried. Mr. Gu asked, "Are you worried about Soo-hee being deceived by those foreigners?" Principal Chen shook his head. "I'm worried those foreigners will be deceived by her. If she can fool those fools from in county, what if she tricks the international friends too? How will that end?" Actually, Principal Chen was overthinking. Although Soo-hee wanted to take advantage, she also understood the importance of balance. The main reason was that she didn't want a one-time deal. She aimed for sustainable development. To her, these foreigners represented shiny foreign currency, so she smiled warmly and sincerely. Like a butterfly, she flitted among the guests, complimenting a lady on her youth and elegance, and praising a gentleman's understated, yet gentlemanly tie. She effortlessly referenced foreign landmarks and anecdotes, making the guests feel right at home. Unknowingly, she gathered a lot of information from them. From this jumble of information, Soo-hee figured out what types of products interested these people and which aspects mattered most to them. By nearly 11 at night, the foreigners began to return to their private rooms. As Soo-hee was about to head back with Principal Chen, John called out to her. "Sue, wait a moment." Soo-hee politely asked Mr. John, "Is there anything I can help you with?" John pulled out a stack of $100 bills from his wallet. "Sue, this is a tip for you." 3 other foreigners stood behind John, all watching Soo-hee with amused expressions. They knew that staff from Huaxia were not allowed to accept gifts or money from foreign guests, so they deliberately flaunted it. Besides showing off their wealth, they wanted to see greed and disappointment in Soo-hee's calm demeanor. The money was right in front of her, yet she couldn't take it. What a painful situation. However, they never expected Soo-hee to take the stack of foreign currency from John and smile, saying, "Thank you, Mr. John. You are truly a generous gentleman. I will help you donate this money to schools in need. On behalf of the students, thank you, John." "Sue, you are violating the rules. You will be punished." Soo-hee laughed, "No worries. I'm just a temporary worker." "John." Soo-hee thought to herself, "I was going to let you off the hook, but since you approached me, it wouldn't be fair not to take advantage." She turned to the astonished Mr. Gu and said, "Mr. Gu, this Mr. John heard that our night school is short on funds and has voluntarily donated $1,000. Although Mr. Gu didn't understand English, he could tell from John's shocked expression that the donation was anything but voluntary. He frowned. "Sue, don't be silly. Give the money back to him." Soo-hee nodded and said to John, Mr. Gu says that this $1,000 is a few years' salary for you, and you need it to support your family, so let's return it. John scoffed. Sue, in our country, the average salary is $2,800 a year. My salary is even $8,000. Why would I care about $1,000? If I say it's yours, it's yours. Sue frowned. Is your salary really that high? As she said this, she looked at the three foreigners standing behind John. All three nodded arrogantly. At that moment, their sense of superiority peaked. This Sue really had never seen the world. She looked so poor and pathetic. Since that's the case, I wonder if the three gentlemen can be as generous as Mr. John and donate to our Huaxia education? The three foreigners. Just as they were about to refuse, Sue continued, forget it, I understand that when traveling, everyone cares about their image. It's normal to talk big. Besides, how many people in the world are as generous as Mr. John? The three foreigners suddenly looked displeased. Being looked down upon by a woman, especially a Huaxia woman, was a blow to their pride. They all took out their wallets and shoved a stack of foreign currency into Suhi's hands. Who do they think they're looking down on? Suhi quickly declined this. Isn't it inappropriate? You aren't wealthy. How can I accept your money? As she spoke, she tried to return the foreign currency to John and the three foreigners. The more she tried to give it back, the more they refused, as if the money were burning hot. This wasn't just foreign currency. It was their pride. Suhi looked at Mr. Gu with a troubled expression. Mr. Gu, you insisted I return the money to Mr. John, and now look, they've donated so much. Mr. Gu, I may not speak English, but I have a brain. He frowned. What's going on? Suhi explained everything and then whispered, since they want to be generous fools, let them. Mr. Gu. In the past, Mr. Gu would have scolded Suhi and made her return the money. But now he felt a subtle change inside. Especially seeing John and the others looking dumbfounded, he felt quite satisfied. So he said, you're not from our foreign trade department, so it's fine for you to accept it. But if they go around talking about it, it could affect Huaxia's reputation. Suhi blinked. Don't worry, I'll draft a donation agreement for them to sign. You can check with the higher-ups. If it's approved, you can use this as a model for publicity. Who knows, maybe more foreigners will donate to us. Mr. Gu. Give me a break. Only these four fools fell for your trick. Seeing Mr. Gu had no objections, Suhi nudged the dazed Principal Chen. Principal, do you have paper and a pen? Principal Chen finally snapped out of it and shakily took out paper and a pen. Oh my goodness. I said she would trick the foreigners, and look, it really happened. He quickly drafted a donation agreement. She had Yu Zhongqing bring a box of ink, and Principal Chen pulled out the night school's official seal from his pocket. Smack. The seal was stamped. Mr. Gu. Do you really carry an official seal when you go out? Principal Chen hadn't planned to bring the seal. It was Suhi's idea. Principal, what if a kind person in the Magic City wants to donate? Not having the seal would delay things. Just bring it. Although Principal Chen thought Suhi was daydreaming, he figured the seal wasn't heavy, so why not? In later years, this wouldn't be allowed. But in this era, many systems were incomplete, and there were plenty of management loopholes. Suhi smiled as she showed the agreement to John and the others. The agreement was written in both Chinese and English, so they could understand it. Suhi praised them extravagantly, saying things like love knows no borders and great love exists in the world, all filled with flattery. Although John and the others had calmed down and regretted their actions, the atmosphere had built up to this point, so they could only sign their names with reluctance. Suhi also had them leave their fingerprints. John suddenly remembered a play he had seen in Huaxia, where the four of them resembled the pitiful old man selling his daughter. Suhi put away the agreement and said to Principal Chen, Principal, please shake hands with them and thank them. Principal Chen stepped forward to shake hands with John and the others, then expressed his gratitude. Suhi helped translate. By this time, it was almost midnight. After a few more words, Suhi and Principal Chen returned to the private room. Principal Chen was still holding a thick stack of foreign currency. He counted it and found $3,600. At that moment, the exchange rate of M currency to Chinese currency was 1.97 to 1, meaning that $3,600 was equivalent to 7,000 yuan. This was definitely a huge sum. Sue, does this money belong to our night school? Principal Chen asked nervously. He nodded. Principal, there are regulations about foreign currency. We need to exchange it for Chinese currency. Tomorrow, I'll talk to old Gu and ask him to help with the exchange. Principal Chen felt like he was dreaming. Then he was overwhelmed with joy. With this money, they could build more classrooms and enroll more students. They could even hold mobile literacy classes in the countryside to help more farmers learn to read. Principal Chen thought that the best decision he ever made was to team up with He. That night, he couldn't sleep well and even laughed in his sleep, startling He. She thought to herself, "You old man, your mental strength isn't great. This is just the beginning. I still plan to help you establish a university." The next morning at breakfast, John and the others all had dark circles under their eyes, clearly having not slept well. After everyone finished eating, He briefly mentioned the donation, not to ask other foreign guests for contributions, but to prevent John and the others from saying something misleading. She also specifically thanked John and his friends, leading the applause. The other foreign guests joined in. John and his friends smiled awkwardly. He didn't dwell on the topic and instead said, "To make the journey less dull, let me introduce you to the local customs and culture of the cities we'll pass through." Old Gu listened to He talk. Even though he couldn't understand everything, he occasionally caught a few city names and guessed she was describing the scenery along the way. He asked Principal Chen, "Isn't this girl just a high school graduate? How does she have such talent?" Principal Chen thought, "If you ask me, who should I ask?" Finally, he managed to say, "I guess she's just a genius." Old Gu nodded, remaining silent. After introducing the scenery, he naturally shifted the topic to County. My hometown in County is a small county that you probably haven't heard of, but it's a beautiful little city. If you ever visit our country again, you're welcome to come and be our guests. Thanks to He's introduction, the foreign guests now had a good impression of County. So much so that when they returned home and were asked where the best place in China was, they would immediately say, County. Who knows, they had never even been there. He found a moment to speak privately with old Gu, saying, "Old Gu, I would like to ask for your help in exchanging this foreign currency for Chinese currency." With such a large amount of foreign currency, she couldn't exchange it herself, and it might cause trouble. Old Gu readily agreed. "You give me the foreign currency and leave me an address. I'll send the money to you later." After thanking old Gu, He rubbed her hands together. "Old Gu, I have one more request. I know it might be a bit forward, but I've thought it over and really want to try." Old Gu assumed he wanted to join the Foreign Trade Department and sighed. Although this girl was indeed a good candidate, the Foreign Trade Department was not easy to enter. There were strict reviews, and you needed a university diploma, which he clearly didn't have. As old Gu was thinking about how to politely refuse, he said, "Our county wants to participate in the autumn trade fair. Could you help us apply for a spot? We don't need a prime location, just a corner will do." Old Gu was taken aback. He couldn't help but smile, realizing he had underestimated this girl. Her vision was much broader than his. "What products does county want to showcase?" he asked. "I haven't decided on specific products yet, but we have grass weaving crafts that foreigners will definitely like." Old Gu frowned slightly. Grass weaving crafts are common in many places and lack competitiveness. How about this? Since there's still some time before the autumn trade fair, if county can come up with competitive products, I'll help you secure a spot.
Great.
I'll call or write to you once I have a plan. He had anticipated that old Gu would respond this way. Many places fight for spots at the trade fair, so he couldn't just agree right away. The rest of the journey went smoothly. John kept his eyes on He, and whenever their gazes met, he quickly looked away. He didn't think much of it, assuming he was just scared. That night, as soon as He lay down, the trading platform interface popped up. Isn't it inappropriate to just look and not buy? Once or twice is fine, but doing this every time is too much. The local customs and culture Sue he introduced were all from books she found on the trading platform, and since the books had display pages, she got them for free. The trading platform couldn't take it anymore and finally popped up. Sue he knew the platform was upset about the button issue, so she decided to take advantage of it. This time, she didn't bully it and bought a 1975 map of the city and the city did. Isn't it inappropriate to just look and not buy? Once or twice is fine, but doing this after a while, it popped up again. Why are you manipulating me? Why are you tricking me? I have a lot of complaints. Shouldn't the host treat it like a god or a treasure? Shouldn't it be the one in control, not the other way around? Why was it different with her? Sue he yawned. Why do you have so many questions? If you have complaints, keep them to yourself. Don't disturb my sleep, or I won't give you a penny in the future. A bunch of gibberish appeared on the trading platform screen, silently cursing. Unfortunately, Sue he had already fallen asleep. The next day, after breakfast, Sue he introduced the local customs and culture of the city, then said, "We will arrive in the city soon. Once we get there, other translators will take over my work. I'm very happy to have accompanied you on this journey, and I hope we have the chance to meet again in the future." Some foreign guests tried to persuade Sue he to continue as their translator, but she politely declined. After all, she was just a temporary translator and couldn't overshadow the main guests. At that moment, John stood up, holding a flower made from a handkerchief. "Sue, will you be my girlfriend?" Sue he was speechless. Previously, it was all bad luck and love, and now here came a foreign peach blossom. Sue he felt that John's love came as suddenly as her grandmother's. Her grandmother's love was like a tornado, while John's was like a hurricane. Seriously, how did you end up developing feelings for me? She didn't doubt that John was joking, because his face was as red as a monkey's bottom. "Mr. John, I am honored to be liked by such a caring and charming gentleman like you. However, I already have a boyfriend, so I must apologize to you. To be honest, I feel like I've missed out on $1 million. It's really a shame." Sue he's slightly exaggerated expression made everyone laugh, easing the awkwardness of John's rejection. John smiled and said, "Sue, you are the most charming lady I have ever met. I hope we have the chance to meet again." "Sure." Mr. Gu and Principal Chen, who were clueless about what was happening, wondered, what just happened? Why does it look like that foreign guy has taken a liking to Sue? Did he really develop feelings while trying to take advantage? Seeing Sue he put away the handkerchief flower, the two old men finally relaxed. "Come on, we have so many excellent young men in our country. How can such a great girl be taken away by a foreigner?" As they were about to get off the train, Mr. Gu called Sue he aside and handed her 30 yuan. "Sue, this is your pay for the past 2 days." Officially, a month's salary was only 87 yuan and 50 cents, so 30 was quite generous. Sue he smiled. "Mr. Gu, I just helped you a little. How can I take money for that? Besides, a soft sleeper ticket is much more expensive than a hard sleeper ticket, so I actually made a profit." In the end, Sue he didn't take the money. You have to give to receive. She needed to impress Mr. Gu and hoped he would help her secure a spot at the trade fair. Seeing that she genuinely didn't want the money, Mr. Gu didn't insist, and thought even better of her. She is a good person who isn't greedy. If Principal Chen knew what he was thinking, he would definitely splash him with tea. Not greedy? During this trip, she kept asking for the allowance for off-campus counselors. Mr. Gu felt a bit guilty and asked, "Do you have a place to stay while on business in the city?" "We plan to stay at a guest house." "How about this? I'll write you a note. You can find Director Chu at Jinxiang Hotel, number 8, Zhongluo Alley on Yingbin Road. The conditions there are better." Sue he had checked the information before. After 1973, China's foreign policy had relaxed and many foreign guests were visiting. Beijing and Shanghai had renovated many foreign guest houses, which were much better than regular guest houses, and some even had televisions. Jinxiang Hotel is a foreign guest house. Staying there is 100 times better than a guest house. Sue he said a few polite words and agreed. Finally, it was time to part ways. Although they had only spent 2 days together, Mr. Gu felt a bit uneasy. Being with Soo-hee made him feel relaxed, and she often made him laugh. Yu-jong also felt a bit strange and gave Soo-hee a model train. This is usually a gift for foreign guests. Principal Chun, watching from the side. You could have given me a model train too. The foreigners were shoving perfumes, handkerchiefs, scarves, and cigarettes into Soo-hee's hands, and she couldn't refuse. Seeing Mr. Gu nod at her, she accepted. In this era, receiving gifts from foreigners had to be reported, or you could get into trouble. She even asked Mr. Gu to write her a note to avoid any misunderstandings later. Mr. Gu didn't have a stamp, so Soo-hee had Yu-jong act as a witness and stamp it with a train ticket inspection stamp. Yu-jong. But he understood Soo-hee. It's better to be cautious, especially when dealing with foreigners. After Mr. Gu and the others left, Principal Chun asked Soo-hee, "Sue, how do we get to Jinxiang Hotel?" To be honest, Principal Chun felt a bit lost at that moment. He had been to Beijing and had seen the world, but maybe it was because he had spent too long in county. Suddenly arriving in Shanghai left him a bit flustered. No wonder he felt this way. The train station in Shanghai was bustling with people everywhere. In an unfamiliar place, what should they do? Soo-hee, however, appeared calm and composed. She asked someone for directions and then took Principal Chun to a ticket booth. It was labeled as a tricycle ticket office. After buying tickets, Soo-hee and Principal Chun got on a human-powered tricycle. It was basically a bicycle with extra wheels and a canopy. These tricycles were managed by the government, just like buses. The driver initially seemed indifferent, but when he heard Soo-hee and Principal Chun were going to Jinxiang Hotel, he suddenly became more enthusiastic. In somewhat broken Mandarin, he asked, "Jinxiang Hotel is a foreign guest house. Are you from the Foreign Trade Department?" Soo-hee replied in Shanghai dialect, "Not exactly, but we have acquaintances there from the Foreign Trade Department." The driver was surprised. "Wow, you're really impressive, speaking our Shanghai dialect. Are you from Shanghai?" Soo-hee smiled and said, "I'm from Beilu Province. I learned a few phrases, but I'm not very fluent. How long have you been doing this job, sir?" The driver chuckled. "It's been years. I used to pull a rickshaw. I don't have much skill, so I just work hard." "Sir, that's not true. Labor is the most honorable. Besides, your job as a driver is something many people would love to have. If someone from my hometown gets a driver, they celebrate with firecrackers." The driver suddenly felt special. "Yeah, even though I'm driving a tricycle, I'm still an honorable driver." With that motivation, he pedaled faster, almost making the pedals smoke. Soo-hee then started talking about the various factories in Shanghai, especially the food factories. The driver, who usually roamed the streets, loved gossiping. He chatted away, his mouth frothing. Principal Chun, who was just watching. "Seriously, how do you even speak Shanghai dialect? What can't you do?" The pedicab driver and Soo-hee chatted happily. Principal Chun looked confused, unable to understand, as if he were listening to English. The driver reached the Jinxiang Hotel in half the usual time. "Young lady, we've arrived." Soo-hee took out a pack of local snacks from her bag and said, "Driver, this is a specialty from my hometown. Please take it home and try it." It was hot, and Soo-hee had learned a lot from him. The driver hesitated but eventually accepted it. Before leaving, he gave Soo-hee a phone number. "This is our team's number. If you need a ride, just call this. If you can't get a cab right away, just say you're a relative of old Guai Luo." Soo-hee smiled and thanked him. In this era, there were no taxis like in the future. The pedicab was like a taxi. You could call for a ride, but it was uncertain when one would be available. She might actually need this old Guai. Once the driver walked away, Principal Chun asked Soo-hee, "How do you speak Shanghai dialect?" Soo-hee casually replied, "When I was in school, we often had transfer students, and I learned from them. I not only speak Shanghai dialect but also Cantonese. It's not hard. If you meet people who speak it, you can learn quickly too." Principal Chun suddenly didn't want to continue the conversation. He didn't want to see Soo-hee's seemingly humble but actually showy attitude. He said nothing, feeling tired. Soo-hee, feeling a bit smug, said to Principal Chun, "Principal, let's go inside." As an international hotel, there were reception staff at the entrance. At first, the two receptionists thought Soo-hee and Principal Chun were just passing by. When they saw them approach, they exchanged glances. One of them said, "Sorry, comrades, this is an international hotel, and we don't accept domestic guests. There's a budget guest house if you turn left at the next intersection." Actually, what the receptionist said wasn't wrong, but his tone and attitude were somewhat arrogant. In this era, being chosen as an employee at an international hotel, especially as a receptionist, meant not only looking good but often having connections. So some people acted superior. They were overly accommodating to foreign guests, but looked down on domestic visitors, especially those who seemed powerless. Soo-hee smiled and said, "We were introduced by old Gu from the Foreign Trade Department. I have his approval letter." The receptionist was taken aback and then smiled widely. "Oh, I see.
Please follow me."
Soo-hee didn't want to argue with him and followed him to the hotel lobby. Looking at the lobby's decor, although it couldn't compare to the future, it reminded Soo-hee of the seaside resort hotel she stayed at before entering the book. While Soo-hee was reminiscing about the beach and the waves, the receptionist had already taken them to Director Chu's office. After reading the approval letter, Director Chu smiled and said, "Our hotel has foreign guest rooms on the 3rd floor and above, while the 1st and 2nd floors are for domestic accompanying staff. Is it okay to arrange you on the 2nd floor?" Soo-hee had no objections. Being picky would be ungrateful. Director Chu continued, "As per usual, the room fees will be settled by the Foreign Trade Department, so you don't need to pay for the room. Also, we provide 3 meals a day for free at the following times." Principal Chen kept a calm face, but was overjoyed inside. This saved a lot of money. Going out with Soo-hee was comfortable, taking a sleeper train, staying in an international hotel for free, and having free meals. Even the county leaders hadn't enjoyed such treatment. From then on, whenever Soo-hee mentioned going out, Principal Chen would jump up faster than a monkey. Soo-hee wasn't surprised about the free room. Since old Gu had arranged for them to stay, he wouldn't let them pay. Looking at Director Chu's attitude, Soo-hee concluded that old Gu's influence was quite useful. "By the way, Principal Chen, Comrade Soo, as this is an international hotel, there are some important rules I need to share with you. First, you cannot enter the 3rd floor area without permission. Second, when interacting with foreign guests, be mindful of your words and actions. We must not tarnish our country's image. Third, do not take photos or go out with foreign guests without permission, and do not accept gifts from them. If you must accept something, it needs to be reported and registered." After finishing, Director Chu handed them a commitment letter for Soo-hee and Principal Chen to sign. Once they signed, Director Chu called a staff member to take them to their room on the 2nd floor. Their rooms were next to each other, which was convenient. "Principal, you didn't rest well on the train, so let's take a day off at the hotel and explore tomorrow," Soo-hee suggested. Principal Chen indeed hadn't slept well last night. He dreamt of counting money. So he nodded in agreement. Back in her room, Soo-hee saw it was hot water supply time and went to take a shower. After her shower, she took out the Shanghai newspaper she bought from the exchange and started flipping through it, taking notes. Knowing both sides is key to victory. Although she learned some things from the pedicab driver, it wasn't enough. The exchange seemed to have a mind of its own, floating in front of Soo-hee as she read. Soo-hee said, "What are you looking at?" "Host, please mind your language. I just wanted to ask, why are you working so hard?" Soo-hee replied irritably, "What do you mean why? I'm trying to make money quickly to meet your KPIs. I'm working myself to the bone for you, and instead of being grateful, you're looking for trouble. Tell me, are you an ingrate? Have you lost your conscience?" The exchange. "That seems somewhat reasonable. Am I being a bit too much? Should I reward her with some points?" Seeing the exchange's interface twisting, Soo-hee knew the annoying system had been tricked. Why was she working so hard? On a personal level, she needed to strengthen herself to confront Shen Rui and the Shen family behind her. The Shen family's influence in the provincial capital wasn't much, but Soo-hee was wary of their branch in the capital. According to the book, the Shen family in the capital had been entrenched there for years. Although they had faced ups and downs, their foundation remained strong. On a broader level, When poor, one should focus on self-improvement. When wealthy, one should help others. Since she had the exchange as her advantage, she needed to do what she could to strengthen the country. After a while, the exchange realized it had been outsmarted by Soo-hee again, and its interface twisted into a braid. When dinner time arrived, Soo-hee went next door to knock. Principal Chun, dinner is ready. Both domestic and foreign guests dined in the restaurant on the first floor, so when Principal Chun and Soo-hee entered, they saw many foreigners. Soo-hee and Principal Chun picked some food they liked and found an empty seat to enjoy their meal. The chefs at the International Hotel were quite good. While eating, a voice from the next table exclaimed, "Shoot." Soo-hee frowned and looked over to see a foreigner angrily yelling at a waiter. "I'm your esteemed guest. I can take as much food as I want. What's the problem if I can't finish it? Waste? Only a poor person would care about such trivial things." Soo-hee's gaze fell on the foreigner's table, piled high with food that had only been nibbled at before being discarded. He even used bread as a napkin to wipe the table. Thinking of how her grandmother would scold for 3 days over a single fried egg, Soo-hee felt her anger rising. A basic requirement for staff at the Foreign Affairs Hotel is to speak English. They may not be fluent, but they can handle simple daily conversations. In the restaurant, many waiters looked unhappy when they heard the foreigner complaining loudly, especially the waitress who was being scolded. Her face was flushed with anger, and she was even trembling slightly. Soo-hee put down her chopsticks, ready to stand up and give the foreigner a lesson, but then she saw a woman who looked like a supervisor approaching. Soo-hee decided to stay put. It was better for the hotel staff to handle it. The waitress, feeling reassured with the supervisor's arrival, quickly said, "Sister Lu, I didn't want to get involved, but you saw it too. This guest is wasting too much." Before she could finish, Sister Lu interrupted sharply Wu Xiaoshuang. "What did I tell you in the meeting? Don't get into conflicts with foreign guests. It will harm our country's reputation. Quickly apologize to this gentleman." After speaking, Sister Lu forced a smile at the foreigner, saying, "Mr. Daniel, I'm sorry for our poor service. I'll have her apologize to you right away." Daniel smirked, knowing that these people from China treated them like gods and wouldn't dare offend them. Seeing Wu Xiaoshuang silent, Sister Lu shouted, "Wu Xiaoshuang, apologize now. Otherwise, I'll report you to Director Chu for punishment." Wu Xiaoshuang's eyes turned red. Earlier, she was just angry when Daniel scolded her, but now she felt wronged. She didn't want to apologize because she didn't think she did anything wrong, but if she didn't, she might face punishment. Soo-hee couldn't take it anymore and stood up, coldly saying to Sister Lu, "Apologize for what? I think this waitress, Wu Xiaoshuang, did the right thing. You, as her leader, should support her instead of forcing her to apologize. What kind of leader are you? You should be the one facing punishment." Sister Lu frowned at Soo-hee. She knew Soo-hee was introduced by Mr. Gu, but seeing that Soo-hee was just a salesperson from a small county food factory, she didn't take her seriously. She argued, "Our hotel's first principle is to treat guests politely. Wu Xiaoshuang offended a foreign guest. What's wrong with asking her to apologize?" Soo-hee's expression grew colder. According to the Code of Conduct for Foreign Affairs Room Attendants established in February 1973, we must uphold our country's dignity against unreasonable provocateurs and fight with reason and principle. This Daniel is deliberately wasting food and is clearly a provocateur. Is it wrong for Wu Xiaoshuang to remind him? Sister Lu's face turned pale with anger. She didn't expect Soo-hee to cite the relevant regulations and didn't know how to respond. Frustrated, she said, "If we don't make Wu Xiaoshuang apologize, how will this end?" Soo-hee smirked. "How will it end? Of course, Daniel should apologize and pay a fine of $100. Sister Lu was speechless. Make a foreigner apologize? And pay a fine? Soo-hee was clearly just a small-town person talking nonsense. Just as she was about to mock Soo-hee, Soo-hee walked up to Daniel and pointed at the wasted food on the table, saying, "Mr. Daniel, whether in our country or yours, wasting food is shameful. Our waitress came to remind you, and you should have corrected your mistake instead of responding with insults. Now, Please apologize to our waitress and pay a fine of $100. Daniel was taken aback and scoffed. I'm a VIP from your country. I just wasted a little food, and you expect me to apologize? And pay a fine? Is this how you show hospitality? Soo-hee's expression grew colder. Just a little wasted food? Do you know that many people in our country are hungry? Some have never eaten such a feast in their lives. We would rather tighten our belts to provide the best food for guests. Isn't that enough to show our hospitality? Daniel was getting more agitated and angrily replied, in the end, you are just poor. Even your best food is garbage in my eyes. In contrast to Daniel's anger, Soo-hee remained calm and composed. We may be poor, but this has nothing to do with wealth. In your wealthy country, is it common for guests to insult their hosts and waste their food? If that's the case, I have nothing more to say. I will directly suggest to the Foreign Trade Department to report your behavior to your country's media. I believe your citizens will be proud of you. Daniel didn't realize he was just a guest, and thought she was from the Foreign Trade Department. Hearing her, he felt a bit anxious. After all, no matter how things were privately, swearing and wasting food were not acceptable. At that moment, Brown, sitting at the same table, said with a smirk, Daniel, although the food provided by China isn't great, that's still no excuse to waste it. Just apologize. As for the fine, it's only $100. Think of it as giving a beggar some money. Daniel chuckled awkwardly and then said a half-hearted sorry, tossing two $50 bills onto the floor. In the restaurant, not only were there people from the US, but also many from other countries. They all looked at Soo-hee, expecting her to be furious or even cry. However, Soo-hee smiled brightly. Do you think throwing money on the ground insults me and our country? Do I need to remind you that your $50 bill has your 18th president on the front and your Capitol building on the back? What you threw on the ground is not just your manners, but also the dignity of your country. You don't want it, right? Then I'll have someone bring a broom to sweep these two bills into the trash. Seeing a staff member actually bringing a broom and dustpan, Daniel and Brown hurriedly picked up the two bills, their faces turning pale. They intended to humiliate Soo-hee, but ended up embarrassing themselves. Soo-hee wiped the smile off her face. Today, no matter where this happens in the world, we are the reasonable party. If you continue to act unreasonably, you will only damage your reputation and that of your country. Furthermore, we do treat foreign guests well, but that is based on mutual respect. If this matter escalates, we won't favor you. You might even be expelled from the country. If you don't want it to go that far, sincerely apologize to our waitress and pay the fine with a proper attitude. Oh, and Mr. Brown, I just noticed you wasted quite a bit of food too. You should pay a fine of $50. Brown. If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten involved. Daniel and Brown knew they were in the wrong, especially when they saw some foreign guests pointing at them, so they had to admit defeat. After John, he taught two more foreigners the phrase in Chinese. I'm sorry. Sister Lu stiffly accepted the $150. Did Soo-hee really make the foreigners apologize? And even make them pay a fine? Soo-hee reminded, remember to give them a receipt. We are following the rules. Also, it's already 1975. We Chinese have stood up long ago. Sister Lu's face turned pale, and she lowered her head. Soo-hee returned to her seat to eat. After all, eating is the most important thing. Principal Chen looked at Soo-hee, who was enjoying her meal. I wonder how you develop such strong mental resilience? Although he didn't understand English, he could see that the two foreigners were apologizing and paying money, clearly having been dealt with by Soo-hee. The old man felt proud. Even though these subordinates had to share with several units, they were still his subordinates. After Daniel and Brown sat down, they grew angrier. Daniel, not paying attention, stuffed the bread he had just used to wipe the table into his mouth. Brown looked at his knife and fork, then at Soo-hee's chopsticks, and said to Daniel, some countries are backward for a reason. Just look at their utensils. They are behind ours. Daniel was taken aback, then sneered, of course. They have limited steel production, so they can't afford knives and forks. They can only use two sticks like savages. Their comments resonated with some foreign guests, who began to chatter about how knives and forks symbolize civilization, while chopsticks represent backwardness. Suhi took a bite of her fried egg, feeling frustrated. She just wanted to enjoy her meal. Why was it so difficult? She stood up, holding her chopsticks, and said, "Chopsticks have a round head and a square tail, symbolizing heaven and earth. They are 7 inches and 6/10 long, representing human emotions and desires. Holding them in the middle signifies the harmony of heaven, earth, and humanity. When using chopsticks, one is active and the other is passive. The active one represents yang, and the passive one represents yin, symbolizing duality. A simple pair of chopsticks contains the wisdom and heritage of our Chinese people. We started using forks 4,000 years ago, but they were gradually replaced by chopsticks. I'm not saying chopsticks are better than knives and forks. Utensils have no inherent value or superiority. It's just a matter of habit." As she shook her chopsticks, she continued, "We call chopsticks a pair, not two, because only when both chopsticks work together can they pick up food. They are indispensable. This is similar to the relationship between China and other countries. We need mutual benefit and cooperation to achieve a win-win situation." Perhaps in the near future, more and more Chinese will like using knives and forks, and more foreigners will enjoy using chopsticks. The world is one big family. We should unite and help each other, just like one family. Suddenly, someone started clapping, and the restaurant erupted in warm applause. Principal Chen, though he didn't understand what Suhi said, clapped enthusiastically, deciding to learn English when he got back. As soon as Suhi finished her meal, she was surrounded by a group of foreign guests. "Sue, we didn't quite understand what you said about chopsticks. Can you explain it again?" "Sue, are you a translator from the Foreign Trade Department? Why haven't we seen you before? Sue, can you teach us Chinese?" Principal Chen pushed to the edge of the crowd. Fortunately, Director Chu appeared just in time, giving Suhi a chance to escape. Suhi followed Director Chu to his office, and Principal Chen eagerly followed along. "As long as you don't kick me out, I'll pretend nothing happened." Director Chu had arrived at the restaurant just as Suhi and Daniel were clashing, but he had stayed back in the crowd without intervening. As the head of the Jinxiang Hotel, he was also conflicted. On one hand, he disliked the arrogance of the foreigners. On the other, he needed to provide good service. So he wanted to see how far Suhi could take this. Even if things got tense, he could step in to smooth things over. He did not expect Suhi's performance to exceed his expectations. This young girl had extraordinary courage and impressive knowledge. No wonder Mr. Gu arranged for her to stay at the Jinxiang Hotel for free. Director Chu thanked Suhi, and she humbly responded. Director Chu then asked, "Sue, how should we write the receipt? Should we just write fine?" Suhi nodded. "Yes, just write fine. Also, please draft a dining policy immediately. Any further food wastage will incur fines to prevent this from happening again. By the way, change the effective date to a month ago, so we have a solid basis."
Directeur que. OK.
As soon as Suhi left Director Chu's office, she was surrounded by a group of waitstaff. Wu Xiaoshuang looked at her with admiration. "Comrade Suhi, you are amazing. You have no idea how tough those foreigners are. They often waste food on purpose and are picky. We didn't dare to confront them and felt so frustrated.
Today was so satisfying."
Comrade Suhi, can you write me an encouraging note? I want to keep it as a memento." Wu Xiaoshuang said, pulling out a notebook and a pen to hand to Suhi. Suhi didn't want to refuse, so she wrote a few encouraging words and returned the pen and notebook to Wu Xiaoshuang. Suddenly, a crowd of waitstaff pulled out their notebooks and pens.
Shui.
How did I accidentally become an idol? Principal Chen watched from the side, feeling a bit sour and itching to join in. It took Suhi a while to finish signing a thick stack of notebooks. As soon as Suhi returned to her room, a waiter brought her a fruit platter and various pastries. Principal Chen, staring longingly at the treats, thought. Suhi handed Principal Chen a piece of watermelon and said, "Principal, let's go visit the food factory in Magic City today." Before leaving, Suhi stuffed the shopping bags from the hotel into Principal Chen's briefcase. Principal Chen, confused, asked, "What do you need this for?" Soo-hee blinked. "Your briefcase looks too flat. It doesn't look good." "Principal Chen, I don't believe you." Soo-hee and Principal Chen left the Jinxiang Hotel and arrived at the bus stop. It was already very hot in early July in the Magic City, and the heat made people irritable. While waiting for the bus, Soo-hee and Principal Chen witnessed several groups arguing. Finally, when the bus they needed arrived, a large crowd pushed forward, squeezing Soo-hee and Principal Chen to the back. Seeing they might miss the bus, Soo-hee quickly said, "Oh, someone dropped their money." A crowd rushed down, eyes wide, searching the ground for money. Soo-hee pulled the confused Principal Chen onto the bus. Principal Chen. At that time, buses had conductors. If you had a monthly pass, you showed it. If not, you paid cash. Soo-hee bought 2 tickets, found a spot with a handrail, and reminded Principal Chen to hold on tight. After swaying for half an hour, they finally reached their destination. Principal Chen wiped his sweat and said, "This Magic City is nice, but riding the bus is such a hassle." The heat, the crowd, and Principal Chen's age made him feel a bit faint. Soo-hee nodded. "It really is a hassle. Let's have the food factory send us back to the hotel later." Principal Chen. "What nonsense are you talking about so early in the morning? Who do you think you are? They won't send a car for you."
Dream on.
While they were talking, they saw the entrance of the Magic City food factory. There was a long line outside, with many people holding briefcases, clearly salespeople. The factory's main product was not instant noodles, but the popular Little Rabbit milk candy. This candy was already very popular in the country, and a few years ago, the president of M country, who visited Huaxia, loved it, which helped it gain popularity in M country. Since there was no shortage of buyers, Little Rabbit milk candy was only sold in big cities, and to get more supplies, you had to fight for it at the factory. The guards at the Magic City food factory were also quite arrogant. "Did you make an appointment with our sales department?"
No appointment?
"Then come back when you have one." Next. "Why City? You think your small place can sell our Little Rabbit milk candy? Don't waste your time. We can't even supply big cities, let alone your tiny place. Our sales department is too busy to see so many people. We're only letting in 30 today. The rest can come back tomorrow." Those waiting after the 30th person looked disappointed, gathering in small groups to talk, not leaving right away, hoping for another chance. If this scene happened later, it would be a joke, but in this era, it was common. With demand exceeding supply, sellers had the power. Principal Chen felt disheartened. First, they hadn't made an appointment with the sales department. Second, their county wasn't even as big as Huai City. Third, they weren't even in the 30th group. It seemed they had come for nothing today. He glanced at Soo-hee, who had suggested getting a ride back, but now they couldn't even enter the gate. What a slap in the face. Just then, he heard Soo-hee say, "Principal, give me the shopping bag from your bag." Principal Chen asked while pulling it out, "What do you need that for?" Soo-hee took the shopping bag, noticed it was a bit empty, and tossed Principal Chen's notebook and pen inside. Then she said to Principal Chen, "Let's go ask them." Principal Chen thought it was pointless to ask. They had made it clear that without an appointment, they couldn't enter. Soo-hee walked to the guard's registration area and pulled out a handful of foreign candies from her small bag. These were given to her by some foreigners that morning, and she had reported it to Director Chu, so there was no issue. "Thank you for your hard work, comrades. These are gifts from foreign friends. Please have a taste." The guards, who were about to say something rude, swallowed their words. Their eyes shifted between the foreign candies on the table and the shopping bag Soo-hee was holding. One guard asked, "Which unit are you from? Are you here to discuss the Little Rabbit milk candy business?" "I'm temporarily under the management of the Foreign Trade Department and currently staying at the Jinxiang Hotel. I'm here because some foreign guests want to order a batch of special Little Rabbit gift boxes to take back home. Since the request was made this morning, I didn't have time to make an appointment with your sales department. I know this isn't following the rules, but since it involves foreign guests, and we are a country of etiquette, it wouldn't be good if we can't meet even this small request. So, can you make an exception and let me in?" Upon hearing this, the guards hurriedly allowed Soo-hee and Principal Chen to enter, kindly informing Soo-hee, The sales department is on the first floor of the office building, but it's very busy today, so you'll have to wait in line. You can go directly to the third floor to find Section Chief Wei. After thanking them, Soo-hee led the nervously composed Principal Chen through the gate of the Magic City Food Factory. Principal Chen looked around like a thief, ensuring no one was watching them, and whispered, "Sue, you used to exaggerate, but now you're pretending to be from the Foreign Trade Department. Be careful not to get into trouble." Soo-hee laughed. "Principal, when did I say I was from the Foreign Trade Department? I said I'm temporarily under their management, since we're staying at the Foreign Affairs Hotel." Principal Chen. The art of language is indeed profound. What about the candy gift boxes? When did the foreign guests say they wanted them? They don't want them now, but they will once I get back. Principal Chen. Creating something from nothing, huh? He thought he had good composure, having seen many things, but being with Sue, he made his heart race. It was too thrilling. However, thinking about how bringing the instant noodle production line to An County could improve the lives of the locals, he steeled himself and moved forward. Seeing him look determined, Soo-hee chuckled. "Principal, you don't need to be so nervous. I've got everything covered." Principal Chen, seeing her carefree demeanor, shot her a glare but felt less tense than before. They entered the office building and went straight to the third floor. The first room on the left was the office of the sales department chief. Soo-hee knocked on the door.
Come in.
Soo-hee pushed the door open. The office was not large, and a middle-aged man with glasses scrutinized Soo-hee and Principal Chen. His gaze lingered a bit longer on the shopping bag in Soo-hee's hand. He turned to Principal Chen and asked, "Comrade, which unit are you from?" He naturally assumed that Principal Chen was the one with authority. However, Principal Chen remained silent, fearing he might say something wrong and expose them. Instead, Soo-hee confidently said, "Section Chief Wei, hello. I'm Soo-hee, an external tutor from the night school in County, and this is our Principal Chen." Section Chief Wei was taken aback. What could a night school from out of town want with him? They were completely unrelated. Although Director Wei was puzzled, he exchanged a few polite words and invited Soo-hee and Principal Chen to sit down before asking, "What brings you two here?" Soo-hee smiled and said, "It's a long story. We came to the Magic City to visit the night school for learning." Principal Chen thought, "How come I didn't know about this?" Soo-hee continued, "But on the train, we met Mr. Gu from the Foreign Trade Department. Since the translator had a last-minute issue, I stepped in as a temporary translator. Mr. Gu was worried we might struggle to find a suitable place to stay in the Magic City, so he arranged for us to stay at the Jinxiang Hotel and even covered our meals and accommodation." Director Wei, who had been sitting casually, straightened up. Their food factory had overseas business, so they often dealt with the Foreign Trade Department and naturally knew Mr. Gu. Anyone recognized by Mr. Gu was certainly not ordinary. Soo-hee was quietly observing Director Wei's reaction and felt more confident. She continued, "You know, the Jinxiang Hotel is a foreign affairs hotel, and there are many foreign guests staying there. During our stay, a small incident happened that allowed me to become friends with those foreign guests. In our conversations, I mentioned the little rabbit milk candy produced by your factory, and several guests from Country M praised it. Other guests from different countries wanted to take some gift boxes back home for their friends and family. However, the guests from Country M were not satisfied with your factory's candy jar packaging. They felt it lacked uniqueness. So they wanted to customize a batch of special packaging for the little rabbit milk candy and asked me to discuss it with your factory. Normally, I'm neither from the Foreign Trade Department nor the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, so it would be too presumptuous for me to come directly to you. But those guests were very sincere, and I felt this was a great opportunity for your factory to expand its overseas market, so I came here. I hope you can understand." Director Wei smiled and said, "Comrade Sue, you don't need to be so modest. You're thinking of our factory, and it involves foreign guests too. However, our gift boxes are mass-produced, so it might be difficult to customize them if the order quantity is too small." Soo-hee nodded. "You're right. Customizing new tin or paper boxes would take time, and it wouldn't be worthwhile for a small quantity. I thought of a few practical alternative solutions for you to consider. First, we could buy some small woven baskets to place the milk candy tins inside. Second, we could use silk to make small pouches for the candy, decorated with traditional Chinese knots to showcase our culture. Third, we could buy some small red lanterns to hold the candies. He listed over 10 alternative ideas, leaving Principal Chen incredibly shocked. Forget about the quality of these ideas. The key question was, when did this girl come up with them? Did she start brainstorming right after confronting those two foreigners in the morning? People say some have a keen mind. She must be a genius. Director Wei initially had little hope, thinking he was an outsider with no good ideas. But the more he listened, the brighter his eyes became. As someone who had dealt with foreigners, he knew that He's packaging ideas would definitely appeal to them. After He finished discussing the alternatives, she added, this could also serve as a market research opportunity. If the feedback from these foreign guests is positive after they return home, your factory can start improving the packaging. For example, we could focus more on traditional Chinese designs for the candy jars, selecting representative landscapes or cultural treasures like folk embroidery or paper cutting. This would not only attract foreign interest, but also promote our Chinese culture. Of course, I'm an outsider, so please forgive me if I say anything incorrect. Director Wei smiled broadly. Comrade Su, you really shouldn't be so humble. What you said is excellent and has given me great inspiration. Let me report this to the leadership and get back to you. He nodded. Great. I'll note down your office phone number. If you have urgent matters, you can also call the front desk of the Jinxiang Hotel. They all know me. Principal Chen thought. Here we go again. Another subtle show-off. Are you trying to tell everyone how well-connected you are at the Jinxiang Hotel? How does everyone know you? Principal Chen was right. Director Wei's eyes flickered slightly, thinking, looks like this he is quite a character. He suddenly exclaimed, oh, Director Wei, those foreign guests wanted some samples of the little rabbit milk candy. If it's convenient, could you get me some? Director Wei naturally wouldn't refuse and immediately had someone bring all the existing gift box packaging from the factory. Most were tin cans and boxes along with some simple plastic bag packaging. They filled a whole cardboard box. He hesitated. Director Wei, we have to take the bus back, and this is a bit inconvenient to carry. How about you lend me a bicycle, and I'll ride it back? Director Wei was perceptive and saw through He's intention. However, he didn't mind. If the girl had no ulterior motives, she wouldn't have befriended those foreign guests. So he smiled and said, I'll have someone send a car for you. He beamed. That's too kind. But honestly, I'm fine. Our Principal Chen is older, and taking the bus would be quite uncomfortable for him. He mentioned that it would be great if there was a car to pick us up. Principal Chen thought, you've cleared out all the bamboo shoots on the mountain. He continued smiling. Director Wei, I was just joking. Whether we take a car or the bus doesn't matter. It's mainly for the foreign guests to see. We want them to notice how much our food factory values them, which is beneficial for future cooperation. Director Wei's expression changed. It seemed he had been narrow-minded. He thought the girl was just enjoying herself and being a bit vain, but she was actually considering the bigger picture. This girl is impressive. Director Wei initially planned to send an old car to take Principal Chen and He back, but after hearing He's words, he immediately dispatched a brand new Magic City 760A sedan. Director Wei even personally saw He off to the office building entrance, waving until she got into the car. Principal Chen thought, we came empty-handed and are going back not only with a ride but also a whole box of milk candy? The well-educated Principal Chen was once again at a loss for words. But how would he explain this lie later? What if those foreign guests don't buy the little rabbit milk candy? In the car, Principal Chen curiously examined the interior. He had ridden in small cars before, but they were mostly old. This was his first time in such a new one. The style of this small car was also quite modern. He didn't have any other thoughts. Even after receiving a large donation, he was focused on improving school conditions and enrolling more students. He, on the other hand, was cheerfully chatting with the driver. Driver, thank you for making this trip in this hot weather. May I ask your name? As she spoke, He placed a box of cigarettes on the passenger seat. The driver smiled and said, you can call me Old Su. He replied with a smile, so it's Master Su. I'm Soo-hee, just call me Little Sue. I bet your driving skills are the best in our factory. Master Sue laughed. Why do you say that, little girl? Because this car is brand new. The leaders must have given it to the most skilled driver. Also, since we left the factory, I haven't felt a single bump. Your driving skills are amazing. Master Sue grinned widely. You're quite the talker. Are you here for business? Next, Soo-hee happily chatted with Master Sue, skillfully gathering a lot of information about the food factory, especially regarding the Happy brand instant noodles. Principal Chen. Forget it, this is her routine operation. I'm used to it. As soon as the car stopped in front of the Jinxiang Hotel, 2 receptionists hurried over. In this era, those who could ride in small cars were either rich or important, so they were very attentive. Seeing Soo-hee and Principal Chen get out of the car, the receptionists were surprised but still greeted them warmly and even offered to help carry the boxes. They both admired and feared Soo-hee. She dared to confront foreigners, and if she got upset, they might lose their jobs. Master Sue thought to himself, it seems Soo-hee is quite popular at the Jinxiang Hotel. After returning, when Section Chief Wei asked, he told the truth. Now, Section Chief Wei paid even more attention to Soo-hee. Upon entering the Jinxiang Hotel, Soo-hee took out several bags of little rabbit milk candies from the box and shared them at the front desk. Wu Xiaoshuang happened to be nearby and asked Little Sue, did you go to the supply and marketing agency? Are you planning to give these little rabbit milk candies as gifts? Many people choose little rabbit milk candies as gifts because they are impressive to bring back. Soo-hee smiled and said, I didn't buy them at the supply and marketing agency. I went to the Motive Food Factory today, and Section Chief Wei from their sales department was so enthusiastic that he insisted on giving me a whole box of milk candies. Principal Chen. I'll just quietly watch you talk nonsense. No matter the era, gossip spreads the fastest. Soon, it began circulating in the Jinxiang Hotel that Soo-hee had connections at the Motive Food Factory, and even Section Chief Wei looked at her differently. After going upstairs, Principal Chen asked, aren't we here to discuss the instant noodle production line? Why didn't you mention it today? Soo-hee looked confident and replied, the timing isn't right. There's no rush. Principal Chen didn't ask further. He had already accepted his role as a follower. Whatever Little Sue said was what it was. He wouldn't ask unnecessary questions or think about unnecessary matters. At dinner, Soo-hee brought several cans of little rabbit milk candies to the dining room and enthusiastically distributed them to the foreign guests. Daniel scoffed, in our country, we have many high-end candies and various chocolates. I'm tired of this milk candy. Seeing Soo-hee look at him, he quickly shut up. Unfortunately, Soo-hee still walked up to him. Mr. Daniel, what did you just say? I didn't quite catch that. Daniel replied, I said this candy is very tasty. After saying that, he unwrapped a candy and popped it into his mouth, chewing loudly.
Shui.
Your fighting spirit isn't strong. I haven't said anything, and you're already backing down. The events of the morning had left Daniel feeling anxious, fearing Soo-hee would launch into a long rebuttal that would embarrass him. Soo-hee smiled. I also think this candy is quite good, but the packaging is a bit plain. The gift boxes from their food factory with a Chinese style are much prettier. I'm not just flattering them, they attract a lot of attention wherever they go. Daniel chewed and swallowed the milk candy, looking skeptical. Why haven't I seen that kind of gift box in the friendship store in my country? Soo-hee explained, because those gift boxes are handmade limited editions, very few are made, and they are only provided to specific clients. They aren't sold publicly.
What?
Do you want to buy some? If you do, I can negotiate with the food factory, but these gift boxes are quite expensive, and there's a limit on the quantity. I don't think it's necessary. It's too extravagant. Daniel's temper flared up immediately. Expensive?
Extravagant?
Who do you think you're looking down on? Sue, money isn't an issue. Get me 10 boxes. Soo-hee showed a surprised expression. 10 boxes? That's a lot. Are you sure? Their prices are really high. Seeing Soo-hee's astonished look, Daniel felt quite pleased. Look at your naive expression. Even if the price is 10 times higher, it doesn't matter. I said, I want 10 boxes. Suhi nodded. All right, I'll go to the food factory tomorrow to negotiate this, but the quantity you want is a bit much. They might not agree to sell. Su, then it depends on your skills. When Daniel said this, there was a hint of provocation in his tone. But Suhi didn't mind, because she found Daniel quite likable at that moment. She enjoyed dealing with such easy targets. Many foreign guests overheard Suhi and Daniel's conversation, and someone immediately said, Su, I also want to buy that kind of gift box to give as a gift. Can you help me get 10 boxes too? With her taking the lead, many others also expressed their desire to buy. After all, to them, handmade and limited editions represented scarcity, making such gifts more impressive. Suhi looked troubled. You all want too many. I can only say I'll try my best. It might not work out. If it doesn't, please don't blame me. Daniel muttered. Aren't you quite capable? I didn't know you could fail. Seeing Suhi turned to look at him, he quickly shut his mouth. I didn't say anything. Brown was very quiet. Ever since he got involved in the morning mess, he learned that silence is golden. After Su, he counted the other people's orders. He said to her, Su, I want 10,000 boxes.
Shui.
Suhi confirmed several times that Brown was not joking. Brown's business in Country M was wholesale candy. A few years ago, the Little Rabbit milk candy caused a buying frenzy, but later sales became average. The difference lies in the gimmick. If they launch a gift box with a Chinese style, it could spark another buying craze. Then he would make a big profit. Suhi hesitated and said, Mr. Brown, 10,000 boxes is too much. The special gift boxes require a lot of labor, and we probably can't produce them in a short time. However, the food factory is currently developing another type of Chinese-style gift box that can be mass-produced quickly. She couldn't contradict herself and needed to keep her story consistent. Brown thought for a moment and said, Let me see the samples first, then I'll decide which one to choose. The supply time can be extended, but the main focus is on product quality and style. Suhi replied, Okay, I'll coordinate this with the food factory tomorrow. In all honesty, she just wanted to secure a small order to make her presence felt with Director Wei, paving the way for future discussions about the instant noodle production line. How did she accidentally end up negotiating an international big order? Sai, being too excellent can be a burden. Back in her room, Principal Chen asked Suhi, Little Su, I saw you were counting. Did they agree to buy the milk candy gift boxes? How many boxes do they want? Suhi held up one finger. 100 boxes? Suhi shook her head. 1,000 boxes? She shook her head again. Principal Chen's voice changed. 10,000 boxes? Suhi nodded. To be exact, it's 10,510 boxes. Principal Chen slumped onto the sofa, speechless for a while. Were those foreigners too easy to fool, or was Little Su too good at it? In just the time it took to have dinner, they sold over 10,000 boxes? After a long silence, he said, Little Su, we need to consider the international impact of our actions. Don't take advantage of those foreigners too much. Just do what's reasonable. He had no doubt that if she sold those foreigners something, they would help her count the money. Heaven help him, as a night school principal in a small county, he now had to think about international matters. At this rate, he might lose the few strands of hair he had left. Suhi was a bit speechless. Principal, you're overthinking it. Business people are profit-driven. They see the value in the Chinese-style candy gift boxes. You should go back and rest. I need to draw some design sketches. Principal Chen sighed. Sigh, I'm getting old and useless. Now I'm being pushed out.
Shui.
Why did it feel like Principal Chen was possessed by her grandmother? Suhi closed the door, took out paper and pen, and started drawing design sketches. The simple designs she mentioned before would work, but for mass production, she needed to refine them. Then, she opened the trading platform and started getting free stuff. Trading platform. Despicable. Shameless. Stingy. Unbelievable. The next morning after breakfast, Principal Chen asked Suhi, Little Su, are we going to the food factory today?
Suhi nodded yes.
Principal Chen immediately said, Then let's go. It's rush hour, so the bus will definitely be crowded. We might have to wait for several buses to squeeze on. No need for the bus. I'll have Director Wei send a car for us. Principal Chen. Even though you secured a big order, isn't it a bit much to take advantage like this? He immediately called Director Wei. When Director Wei heard it was he joked, "Little Su, you're quite eager. We haven't finalized our research yet. I'll call you when we have results." Director Wei, there's an urgent situation. A foreign guest wants to order 10,000 Chinese-style gift boxes, and I want to discuss it with you in person. He held the phone away from her ear, and she heard Director Wei's booming voice. What? A foreign guest wants 10,000 boxes? You're not joking, are you?
How could I joke about that?
I'm taking the bus over now, but the buses are crowded at this time. Don't worry, I'll arrive before noon. Why take the bus? Wait at the hotel. I'll send a car to pick you up. Principal Shen. Some people don't need to take advantage because the other party will come to them. Before long, Master Su arrived in the car. Master Su is even more enthusiastic than yesterday. He often drives people but rarely picks them up. Little Su is truly remarkable. Wherever she is, there's never a dull moment, filled with laughter. Principal Shen was happy to follow Little Su out, enjoying the comforts of a sleeper train, staying in a foreign affairs hotel, and being driven around. What a delight. Most importantly, none of this cost him a dime. The car drove right to the office building, where Director Wei was already waiting at the entrance. It wasn't that Director Wei was making a big deal out of it. He just understood the importance of export revenue in this era. Although the Little Rabbit milk candy had opened up overseas markets, sales had been disappointing. Now that he heard he had secured an order for 10,000 boxes, he saw a business opportunity, which is why he was so eager. He didn't take advantage. She explained the situation. Of course, she added some embellishments to avoid contradicting what she said yesterday. But that didn't matter. What mattered was Brown's order for 10,000 boxes. He showed the design sketches to Director Wei. Brown wants to see the samples before choosing which product to order, so we need to rush the samples. Director Wei quickly replied, I'll arrange for someone to rush the samples. They can be ready in 2 days at most. He nodded, yes. Please pay attention to all the details. Foreigners care a lot about this. If you trust me, I can help as a quality inspector. Principal Shen. This girl is clearly up to something. Director Wei didn't think too much about it, and quickly agreed. Little Su, you've helped us a lot this time. Regardless of whether we get this order, our factory will show our appreciation. We'll also compensate you for the packaging design you created. Director Wei, you're being too formal. You helped me first. I'm just returning the favor. Besides, earning foreign exchange for the country is a great honor. I'm happy to contribute selflessly. Director Wei couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. This Little Su's awareness is truly impressive. But they still needed to give her something. They couldn't take advantage of a young girl from a small factory. Principal Shen lit a candle for Director Wei. This girl always puts on a show before pulling a fast one. The more convincing the act, the deeper the pit she digs. He chatted with Director Wei for a while and then said, Director Wei, I won't disturb you any longer. Please take care of the sample issue, and I'll come back tomorrow. He didn't mention transportation because she knew Director Wei would arrange a car for her. Sure enough, Director Wei said, All right, I'll have Su take you. You can set the pickup time with him for tomorrow morning. He didn't refuse. It would have been unnecessary at this point. After leaving the food factory, he said to Master Su, Master Su, could you please take us to the department store on Jinqiao Road? If she weren't familiar with Master Su, she might have had to persuade him a bit, but now, she could ask him to take her anywhere, even to An County. Master Su readily agreed and said, Xiao Su, you have local fabric coupons, right? Although the department store has a window for exchanging out-of-town tickets, the line is usually long. I'll take you to the exchange point on Ho Hot Road, where there are fewer people. After you exchange your coupons, I'll take you to the department store. He thanked Master Su. As expected, the exchange point on Ho Hot Road was not crowded, and He and Principal Shen quickly exchanged their fabric coupons. Principal Shen looked at the thick stack of coupons in He's hand and couldn't help but ask, Where did you get so many fabric coupons? Director Gao from the textile factory gave them to me. I couldn't refuse, he insisted, and it was quite bothersome. Principal Shen. In reality, He had said to Director Gao, the department store in the Magic City has the most complete and high-end fabrics. If I pick some high-quality or unique fabrics to bring back, it will definitely be valuable for reference. Director Gao found it reasonable and ended up giving her a stack of fabric coupons. Principal Chen paused for a moment and said earnestly, even though you have fabric coupons, you still need money to buy things. Earning money is not easy, so be careful with your spending. He meant well, worried that the young girl might get carried away by the bustling atmosphere and make impulsive purchases, only to regret it later. He nodded, yes, you're right. Even though I can get travel allowances from the food factory, textile factory, machinery factory, county broadcasting station, and county night school, it's still better to spend wisely. Principal Chen. What did you say? He repeated herself and added, except for you being stingy, the other units have all advanced my travel expenses. Principal Chen looked at He and didn't want to say anything more. Thinking about the train ticket money he had paid up front, his heart ached. Then he had an idea. Should he call the county night school and say he was there for an inspection so they could reimburse his travel expenses? Master Su dropped them off at the department store. He initially wanted to wait for them to finish shopping and then take them back to the Jinxiang Hotel, but he politely declined. Although Director Wei treated her well now, she needed to know her limits and not overdo it. Principal Chen had been worried that he might get carried away, but now he felt relieved. The young girl, though young, was very composed in her actions. The department store was packed with people, with long lines at every counter and occasional arguments breaking out, making it feel like a market. Not only was it hard to buy anything, but they couldn't even see the products behind the counters. Principal Chen stumbled as he was pushed around, but he quickly steadied him. He guided Principal Chen to a relatively quiet corner. Wiping his sweat, Principal Chen said, "This isn't shopping. It's a battle for survival. It's exhausting." He was quite pleased, realizing how impressive the purchasing power of the people in the Magic City was. If she could secure the head flower business, the sales would be significant. Moreover, whatever was popular in the Magic City would quickly be followed by smaller cities. But there were too many people, making it impossible to see the products behind the counters. She blinked at Principal Chen and said, "You sit here for a moment while I see if I can find someone I know." Principal Chen. "I get it, pay as you go." He looked around and finally focused on the quietest counter. It was the counter selling porcelain tableware. In this era, people preferred enamel products and porcelain was fragile and heavy, so outsiders wouldn't buy it as gifts. Additionally, the porcelain tableware at this counter was high-end and expensive, so there were only a few scattered customers. He strolled over. The sales clerk didn't even look up, continuing to knit. In this era, sales clerks had secure jobs, and no one would question them even if they slacked off at work. "Wow, sister, your hands are really skillful. I once served a foreign guest who wanted to buy a handmade sweater. I wish I had known you back then." What he said didn't need to be perfect. What mattered was that she praised the sales clerk's skills and showed off her experience with foreign guests. Sure enough, the sales clerk looked at He and smiled, saying, "Little girl, you have a sweet tongue. Do foreigners really appreciate our hand-knitted sweaters?" He laughed, "Not just sweaters. They love this porcelain too. They often buy boxes and boxes at the friendship store. It's a pity this department store isn't open to foreigners. Otherwise, you would be busy." The sales clerk's attitude warmed up a bit more. "Little girl, from what you say, do you often deal with foreigners? Are you from the foreign trade department?" He took out a piece of foreign candy from her small bag and placed it on the counter. "It's not convenient to say, sister, but please try this foreign candy." The sales clerk immediately imagined that the young girl had an impressive background and became even more enthusiastic. "Little girl, did you come here today to buy something?" "Mainly to help the food factory in the Magic City with market research and to bring some people to buy things. But there are just too many people. I can't even squeeze to the front with my small frame. If I had known, I wouldn't have let Master Su drive away. I would have had him take us back to the Jinxiang Hotel." The sales clerk's eyes flickered, and she lowered her voice, saying, "This is easy. Our department store closes at 6:30, and we start clearing out and counting inventory at 5:30. Come by at 5, and you can find me when we start clearing out. Soo-hee's eyes lit up. That sounds great. By the way, sister, my name is Soo-hee. What should I call you? You can call me Sister Zhang. Soo-hee chatted a bit more with Sister Zhang before going back to find Principal Chen. Principal, let's go look around elsewhere and come back at 5. Principal Chen looked confused. Why come back then? We'll have the place to ourselves for shopping. Principal Chen. Principal Chen almost thought there was something wrong with his ears. Did they really reserve a whole department store for shopping in this huge city? Soo-hee quietly explained, and Principal Chen finally understood. The old man felt like he was seeing the world in a new way. Traveling by sleeper train, staying for free at a foreign affairs hotel, being picked up and dropped off, and now they could shop in a private store? Even the big leaders from their county wouldn't enjoy such treatment. After leaving the department store, Soo-hee took Principal Chen to Shengyuan. Shengyuan is a classical garden, full of ancient charm. Principal Chen perked up, shaking off his fatigue and running around the garden. Seeing someone taking photos, Soo-hee and Principal Chen each took a picture and a group photo together. Back then, cameras used film, and they couldn't get the photos until the next day. Soo-hee said to Principal Chen, "Our night school should buy a camera. It would be convenient." Principal Chen shot her a glare. "What do you mean by?" "A camera costs over 400 yuan, enough to pay a teacher's salary for a year." He was speaking the truth. Cameras were definitely luxury items in that era. After a pause, Principal Chen added, "You could suggest the broadcasting station buy one. As a reporter, you should have a camera."
Shui.
Principal Chen, you've learned some bad habits. They were both joking, of course. After wandering around, they found a state-run restaurant nearby. Even though the waitstaff seemed a bit clueless, it didn't bother Soo-hee at all. Not only did they enjoy the restaurant's specialty dishes, but they were also given a plate of watermelon for free. Noticing Principal Chen looking a bit tired, Soo-hee arranged for him to take a nap in the restaurant's break room. Principal Chen. This is quite ridiculous. Meanwhile, Soo-hee continued chatting with the waitstaff. Don't underestimate these waiters. They see all kinds of people and know many things that most don't. Just like ancient taverns were often places for sharing information. You know, those foreigners are really interesting. They ignore fresh vegetables and insist on buying our dehydrated ones. I've tried them, and they're not as good as our own dried vegetables. But they're convenient. Just soak them in hot water. You don't understand. Foreigners don't like to steam or fry like we do. They just want convenience. Soo-hee blinked, realizing they could create a vegetable pack for instant noodles. Now everything was ready. They just needed to secure the instant noodle production line from the food factory. When Principal Chen woke up, Soo-hee was busy picking vegetables with the waitstaff. If someone didn't know better, they might think she was one of the staff. Estimating it was about time, she returned to the department store with Principal Chen. Sure enough, they started ushering people out at 5:30. Sister Zhang had a word with the staff, and Soo-hee and Principal Chen stayed behind. Soo-hee noticed they weren't the only ones. A few people were lingering around other counters too. In short, from 5:30 to 6 o'clock was shopping time for familiar faces. Soo-hee first went to the hairpin counter and felt reassured. Although there were many types of hairpins for sale, none were as beautiful as the samples she brought from in county. Next, she visited the clothing counter and bought a set of clothes for each family member. Luckily, summer clothes were light. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to carry them all. Finally, she reached the watch counter and spent 120 yuan on a watch for Gu Chiyan. To be honest, it hurt a bit to spend that much. But since he was so generous to her, she couldn't be stingy. Principal Chen also bought some things, but compared to Soo-hee, he was much more frugal. He asked Soo-hee, "Aren't you buying something for the leaders of those units?" He felt this wasn't typical of Soo-hee. "But I still have a box of rabbit milk candies." "That's enough to share. The gifts are the same, so they won't think I'm favoring anyone." Principal Chen. You really do make the most of everything. After finishing her shopping, Soo-hee chatted with Sister Zhang for a bit and then asked, "Sister Zhang, which department manages our department store's purchasing?" "The goods are coordinated by the supply and marketing company." "Why do you need to contact them?" After Soo-hee nodded, Sister Zheng said. They work in that building at the Friendship Store on Nankang Road. They're quite impressive. But since you've dealt with foreign guests and have connections with the food factory, they'll probably treat you differently. Suhi smiled and chatted a bit more before leaving the department store. Next to the department store was a public phone booth with an attendant. I must say, this city is much more advanced than in county. Suhi dialed the tricycle ticket office. Hello, I'd like to order a tricycle at the department store entrance on Jinxiao Road. The person on the other end sounded annoyed. All the vehicles are out, and there are many people ahead of you. It'll be at least 2 hours. Comrade, I'm a relative of old Luo. Please help me out. Oh, you're old Luo's relative. Wait a moment. The car will be there in 15 minutes. Suhi paid for the call and waited with Principal Shen at the department store entrance. The trading post popped up. Didn't you promise to buy fabric for the textile factory?
Why didn't you?
Are you planning to buy it from me? Although it was just text, Suhi could feel its excitement. The trading post was indeed excited. No matter how big or small the deal, it felt satisfied as long as it could earn money from the stingy host. Suhi replied slowly, Do I still need to buy fabric? Once I finish with the food factory, I'll visit the textile factory in the city and have them send me some fabric samples. Trading post. Yuan percent at percent yuan and amp. Percent 15 minutes later. The tricycle arrived. Suhi chatted with the driver the whole way, while Principal Chen sat quietly. When they got out, Principal Chen couldn't help but say, You talk so much in one day. Aren't you tired? Suhi sighed. Of course I'm tired. But what can I do? I'm just trying to save you some money and help the people in our county live better lives. Principal, other units have raised my salary. Can't you give me a little extra allowance too? Principal Chen looked confused. Xiao Su, what are you talking about? Why does my hearing suddenly seem off?
Shui.
Oh, Principal, did you lose a strand of hair? Principal Chen panicked, forgetting the things he was holding, and dropped them to check his hair. Seeing Suhi stifling a laugh, he realized he had been teased by the girl and huffed in annoyance. Just then, Director Chu came out of the hotel and bumped into them. You went to the department store? It's great there, but it's too crowded. You must be exhausted. Suhi blinked. It was fine, but there were only me and Principal Chen shopping. It was a bit quiet. Director Gu. Director Chu's first reaction was that Suhi was bragging. A department store is always crowded. How could there be only 2 customers? But then he thought, Suhi had no reason to lie. Following the principle of asking when unsure, he asked Suhi, What's going on? Suhi didn't hide anything and briefly explained the situation. Director Gu. Is that really possible? If he had known it could be done this way, he wouldn't have lost his shoes just to grab a radio. Director Chu already thought Suhi was talented, and now he thought even more highly of her. This girl is really clever. After a few pleasantries, Director Chu left. Suhi returned to her room, took a shower, and then lay on her bed, thinking about her next plan. The trading interface popped up. Host, do you need sweet milk tea? Host, do you need chilled watermelon? Host, do you need after-sun spray? Host, do you need a massage chair? Suhi replied, No, I don't need any of that. The trading system was about to cry. Why was it so hard to make some money off her? Its KPI was in serious danger. Just as the trading system was about to break down, Suhi squinted and said, I'll give you a big order in a few days.
I hope you won't let me down then.
The trading interface turned golden. Really? You're not lying to me? Suhi nodded. Of course it's true. Hey, let's discuss something. Trading system. You're the one to talk. Your whole family is like that. But for the sake of its KPI, it decided to swallow its pride. It would accept anything. Suhi continued, You know I'm tight on cash. Can I pay in installments for my purchases in the future? For example, if the Book of Healing costs 1 million, I could pay 100 as a down payment and pay the rest in installments. What do you think? Trading system. Yuan at percent yuan, how could you even suggest that? You'd be paying for 1,000 years. By the time you finish, grass would be growing on your grave. The trading system was about to explode. A long-lost mechanical voice returned, even trembling. Host, don't be too unreasonable. I have my limits. If you keep this up, I'll go into self-sleep mode and never wake up. Seeing it get upset, Soo-hee comforted it. I'm just joking. You have no sense of humor. The instant noodle production line at the food factory has many issues. Once we bring it back, I'll need to buy a lot of replacement parts from you. And they need to be custom-made because they have to look similar to the originals. So isn't that a big order? Trading system. Actually, the host is pretty good. I want to serve the host for a lifetime. The next morning, Master Su came to pick up Soo-hee. Soo-hee actually wanted Principal Chen to rest at the hotel for a day, but the old man insisted on following her. Of course, it was more fun to watch little Sue eat snacks than to stay at the hotel. When they arrived at the food factory, Section Chief Wei led them to the conference room. On the table were several samples. I must say, Section Chief Wei's efficiency this time was impressive. So, efficiency is forced out. The samples displayed were the ones Soo-hee had mentioned before: grass-woven baskets, silk pouches, red lanterns. These were easy to handle. Just buy the materials, put the candy jars inside, and add some simple decorations. Soo-hee made a few suggestions, like putting a little rabbit logo on the outer packaging and standardizing the packaging materials. When Soo-hee made suggestions, she always started with a compliment and then gently pointed out the issues, so the food factory staff had a very good impression of her. Before long, they were all calling her Little Sue, and even 2 women in their 40s wanted to introduce her to someone. Principal Chun. Routine operation. No surprises. As the end of the workday approached, the packaging factory sent over samples of the huaxia-style paper boxes and tin cans, clearly made in a rush overnight. Soo-hee made more suggestions, and after some discussion, Section Chief Wei immediately sent someone to communicate with the packaging factory to hurry up and create new samples. Soo-hee also suggested ordering a batch of paper bags because they would look more upscale. In this era, excessive packaging wasn't popular, so everyone found it interesting. Section Chief Wei, with a try-it-out attitude, had the packaging factory make some samples to see. When they finished work that evening and the samples hadn't arrived yet, Section Chief Wei said, "Little Sue, I'll have old Sue take you back to the hotel. You can come back tomorrow morning." Soo-hee shook her head. "I think the packaging factory will deliver the samples tonight, so I'll wait here at the factory. The sooner we finalize things and sign the agreement, the more at ease I'll feel." Section Chief Wei actually felt the same way, but hadn't wanted to bring it up. Now that he saw Soo-hee take the initiative to say it, he had an even better impression of her. After dinner in the cafeteria, Soo-hee chatted with Section Chief Wei, and they eventually talked about instant noodles. Section Chief Wei sighed. "When we went to Japan, we saw their instant noodles selling like hotcakes. After returning, we developed a production line, but the results were disappointing. On one hand, the annual output is only 2 million bags. On the other hand, the market doesn't really accept it. People think the price of 15 cents is too high, and they also can't accept the taste. Only a few curious people buy a bag to try." Soo-hee thought that the output wasn't the main issue. 2 million bags at 15 cents each would still yield a sales figure of 300,000 a year. In this era, that was a huge amount. The key was still the price and taste, which is why sales were low. Section Chief Wei continued, "We invested a lot in developing this equipment, and if we stop production now, all that investment will go to waste. But if we continue producing, we'll be in a loss every month. In short, the instant noodle business is a dilemma, tasteless to eat, but too valuable to discard." Soo-hee tentatively asked, "What if a manufacturer wants to take over? Can our factory transfer this production line?" Section Chief Wei smiled wryly. "Who would take on this hot potato, knowing it's a losing deal?" Soo-hee thought for a moment. "If you trust me, I could help make some connections. I came to the city for another task. Our county's food factory wants to introduce a canned luncheon meat production line, and I was sent to inspect the other factory. But after hearing you, I think it might be better to introduce our factory's instant noodle production line instead." Principal Chen, who had been quietly listening. "Aren't we here to discuss instant noodles? When did we start talking about canned luncheon meat? No one can spin a tale like you." Director Wei was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Xiao Su, we are old friends. I can't let you down. If you bring this production line back, it will be a burden. Besides, even though we developed this production line ourselves, and it's much cheaper than imported ones, it's still second-hand equipment that costs around 100,000 yuan. To be blunt, a small food factory in county probably can't afford it. Suhi nodded. You're right, it is a bit expensive, but I think there might still be a chance. Our food factory in county is eager to produce new products. Canned luncheon meat is too expensive, and the domestic market isn't very large. Instant noodles are also pricey, but we can find ways to reduce costs. And county is a major wheat-producing area, so we can save on raw material costs, and labor is cheaper than in Shanghai. Most importantly, neighboring provinces like Jingbei are used to eating noodles, so selling instant noodles shouldn't be a problem. Of course, these are just my simple thoughts. If you are willing to transfer it, once the gift box matter is settled, I'll call back to discuss it. If possible, let our factory manager, Tian, come over to negotiate with your factory. She was just a salesperson and could only make connections. The final decisions had to be made by Manager Tian. Of course, Manager Tian couldn't decide on his own either. He would need to consult with the county first. In short, the process was quite complicated and wouldn't be resolved in a few days. Seeing that Suhi was serious, Director Wei thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll ask the factory's opinion. Once it's confirmed, you can contact in county. Xiao Su, if this can really be done, you will have helped us a lot." Principal Chen. What can I say to you? Getting sold and still helping count the money. However, this isn't entirely Director Wei's fault. Who would have thought he was after the instant noodle production line? After all, she hadn't hinted at it before. And who would have thought a small county's food factory would have such ambition? They waited until after 8 in the evening when the packaging factory delivered the revised samples. The original samples had already satisfied the food factory staff, and now the improvements amazed them even more. Director Wei felt that even if Brown wasn't satisfied, this new packaging would definitely appeal to both domestic and foreign customers. It seems that appearance matters. They really need to pay attention to product packaging in the future. He was also very pleased. Given the current technology and production capacity, achieving this was quite impressive. Director Wei, I'll go back to the hotel and talk to Brown to see when he's available to look at the samples.
Great.
We'll stay in touch by phone. By the time Suhi returned to the hotel, it was around 9 o'clock, so she didn't seek out Brown. The next morning, during breakfast, she told him about it. Su, I have no plans today. Let's go to the food factory after breakfast. Suhi nodded. Okay, I'll have them send a car to pick us up. Daniel leaned in. Su, I also want to see the samples of my 10 boxes.
Shui.
You just can't stay away, can you? With Daniel saying this, other foreign guests also expressed interest in visiting the food factory. He had no choice but to call Director Wei. Director Wei had arrived at the office early, worried about missing Suhi's call. The food factory occasionally hosted foreign guests, so after hearing Suhi's request, Director Wei said, I'll send 2 large buses to pick up the guests. As soon as Director Chu arrived at work, he saw Suhi holding a small flag, leading a group of foreign guests onto the bus.
Directeur que.
How did Xiao Su become a tour guide? The food factory was very efficient. A welcome banner was already hanging at the entrance for the foreign guests. Director Wei and the factory leaders greeted them with smiles at the door. The food factory had overseas business and had a dedicated translator. However, Brown insisted that Suhi be his translator because he didn't trust anyone else. Once everyone was in the conference room, the samples were already laid out on the table. Daniel immediately spotted the packaging with the red lanterns. Su, this one is great. I want all 10 boxes to be like this. Everyone had their preferences, and many liked the other packaging as well. However, the most popular was the mass-producible Huaxia-style packaging. This packaging was easier to store and more convenient. Especially with the included tote bags, it looked very high-end. Brown was very satisfied, and next came the price negotiation. After some back and forth, they settled on a price of $6 per box. This price was much higher than Director Wei's initial expectation. He thought it would be at most $5. No wonder there's a saying about buying the box and leaving the pearls behind. It seems packaging is very important. Brown also added an order for 5,000 more boxes, totaling 15,000 boxes. Other foreign guests also bought some, adding up to over 16,000 boxes in total. Principal Chen calculated with his fingers. 16,000 boxes at $6 each. That's $96,000? She just chatted a bit and made such a big deal? Director Wei was overjoyed. On one hand, he was thrilled about the order, and on the other, he could see the booming overseas market. After signing the agreement, He sent the guests back to the hotel, then returned to the food factory to discuss the production schedule and shipping issues with Director Wei. Director Wei smiled at He and said, "Xiao Su, are you interested in developing at our food factory? Although getting a household registration in Shanghai is difficult, if you're willing to come, I can help you with that." Principal Chen's expression changed immediately. "You little rascal. You're trying to poach my staff." Then he started to worry. Shanghai is far better than in county, a complete advantage in every way. Not to mention He, even he would be tempted. Previously, this girl came to work as a part-time quality inspector. Maybe that was her plan all along. Thinking about losing He as a shared subordinate made Principal Chen's heart ache. Without He, who would help him with networking. Without He, who would take him on free business trips. Without He, who would let him eat fresh melons. Just as Principal Chen felt destined to lose He as a shared subordinate, he heard He say, "Director Wei, thank you for your recognition. But compared to Shanghai, and county needs me more. And county is still very poor. My fellow villagers are still struggling, and I want to do my best to help them escape poverty and become prosperous." To be sentimental, while Shanghai is indeed prosperous, and county is my home, my forever unbreakable hometown. Principal Chen's anxious heart finally settled down, filled with emotion, and even his eyes turned red.
He knew it.
Xiao Su is a good comrade with awareness. How could she abandon in county, night school, or him? Then he saw He rubbing her hands together. "Director Wei, while a full-time position isn't possible, I can work part-time. How about I run between in county and Shanghai? I can not only handle business negotiations, but I can also draw design plans, and translation won't be a problem. When needed, I can even go abroad for business trips." Principal Chen. Ultimately, it was misplaced trust. The share of shared subordinates was about to decrease again. Director Wei was clearly shocked by He's response. Part-time job? Although this isn't a new term, there really isn't any concept of part-time work at the Moda food factory. What surprised him even more was He's high level of awareness. If it were an ordinary girl, hearing about a job opportunity in Modu, she would surely agree without hesitation, without thinking about helping her hometown overcome poverty. Director Wei looked at He with newfound respect. She was a good comrade with great ambitions and awareness. "Little Sue, although our factory doesn't have a precedent for part-time work, I will do my best to help you. Wait for my good news when you get back. Also, since you helped the factory secure an order and contributed design samples, there will be corresponding rewards. I'll call you once it's approved." He nodded and said a few polite words, then added, "Please also keep an eye on the instant noodle production line. Once I have definite news, I can contact the in-county food factory."
Sure.
As usual, Director Wei had Master Su drive He and Principal Chen back to the hotel. After exiting the food factory gate, He smiled and said, "Master Su, please take us to the Modu First Textile Factory." Master Su cheerfully replied, "Sure. By the way, the first textile factory is quite established here in Modu. People from all over the country come daily, so you need to make an appointment a day in advance to enter." "Did you make an appointment?" He nodded. "Yes, we did." Principal Chen thought, "When did you make an appointment?"
I didn't know about it.
"Are you just making things up?" When they arrived at the textile factory gate, He deliberately took her time in the car before getting out. "Master Su, you don't need to wait for us. We'll find our own way back to the hotel after we finish our business." Master Su politely insisted for a moment before driving away. The guards at the textile factory stretched their necks to look over. These days, there were very few small cars, especially brand new ones. Seeing Principal Chen and He get out of the car, they instinctively thought their identities were not simple. Su-hee, holding a shopping bag from the Gu Chiyan hotel, walked to the entrance. "Comrades, I'd like to speak with your sales department head about fabric exports. Is he available?" Sui spoke with a somewhat imposing tone. The guards wanted to ask if she had an appointment, but her demeanor intimidated them, and they didn't dare to ask. Who would offend someone arriving in a small car, staying at the Gu Chiyan hotel, and coming to discuss export opportunities? Not only did they not dare to ask, but they also politely said, "Director Yu is in the factory, working on the second floor of the office building." Su-hee nodded. "Thank you." Then she entered the textile factory with the expressionless Principal Chen. Principal Chen had developed a skill, maintaining a straight face while Su-hee was making bold claims. Once inside the factory, the old man couldn't hold it in anymore. He cautiously looked around, and when he saw no one was paying attention, he whispered, "Why are you making things up again? Aren't you afraid of being exposed?" Su-hee remained calm. "Principal, it hurts my feelings to hear you say that. I have connections with foreign guests, and I'm trying to help the textile factory create export opportunities for our country. How does that become making things up in your words?" Principal Chen replied, "Then let me ask you, which foreigner wants to buy fabric? I'll take the samples over for them to see. Who knows, maybe someone will want to buy them. If no one buys, that's fine too. There's no rule that business has to be successful, right?" Principal Chen felt there was something off about this, but he couldn't figure out Su-hee's intentions, so he continued to play along. The two entered the office building, reached the second floor, and found Director Yu's office. Su-hee knocked on the door.
Commune.
Su-hee and Principal Chen pushed the door open and saw Director Yu sitting behind the desk. Su-hee almost laughed out loud. It wasn't for any other reason, but because this man had the same hairstyle as Principal Chen. Both had only a few strands of hair left, styled to cover as much area as possible. Director Yu's gaze lingered on Principal Chen's head for a moment. Then he looked at Su-hee with a sense of mutual appreciation. "Comrade, which unit are you from? What brings you here?" Principal Chen was still lost in sympathy for Director Yu. At least he was over 50 when his hair started thinning, but Director Yu looked to be in his early 40s. Balding at such a young age. How pitiful. Su-hee quickly said, "Hello, Director Yu. I'm Su-hee from the County Night School in Bailiang Province, and this is Principal Chen from the County Night School." Director Yu was taken aback. What could two night school representatives from out of town want with him? However, he politely invited them to sit down. Su-hee smiled and said, "Director Yu, you must be curious about our purpose here, so I'll be straightforward. I'm here to connect the foreign guests staying at the Gu Chiyan Hotel with your factory to see if we can facilitate cooperation." Director Yu had noticed the shopping bag Su-hee was holding, but upon hearing her words, he found the situation a bit absurd. He picked up his teacup to drink. "Comrade Su-hee, first of all, thank you for your goodwill. However, the foreign guests from several diplomatic hotels in Modu have already visited our factory and showed no interest in cooperation. So, I'm afraid you might be wasting your time." Principal Chen felt a sinking feeling.
See?
"I told you, this bluff will eventually be exposed. They were already being offered tea. They should leave quickly. Otherwise, if they said something unpleasant, they would have no place to hide their faces." Su-hee smiled. "Director Yu, I firmly believe in one thing. Success comes from effort. Just because those foreign guests didn't show interest before doesn't mean they won't in the future. They weren't interested in rabbit milk candy before, but through my connections, we just signed a contract for 16,000 boxes this morning." Before Su-hee could finish, Director Yu choked on his tea, coughing so hard that his carefully styled hair became disheveled. "What did you say? You helped the food factory secure a contract for 16,000 boxes of candy?" Su-hee nodded. "Yes, if you don't believe me, you can call Director Wei from the food factory's sales department right now. I have his phone number." Director Yu certainly wouldn't call, and even if he did, he wouldn't do it in front of Su-hee. Moreover, he thought Su-hee wouldn't dare to tell such a huge lie. He quickly stood up and poured tea for Su-hee and Principal Chen. "It's hot outside. Let's have some tea to cool down. Little Su, you're right. We in sales must have perseverance. Who knows, with a little effort, we might succeed. Principal Chen thought. What a talent. How can you just disregard your dignity? Suhi followed up on Director Yu's words and agreed a few times, then said, Director Yu, to better introduce our products to the foreign guests, may I visit our workshop? Of course. I'll go with you. Director Yu agreed eagerly. Not only would he take her to the workshop, but if Suhi asked to visit his home, he would gladly agree as well. Section Chief Yu immediately accompanied Suhi to the workshop. The textile factory has many workshops, and Section Chief Yu guided her through them one by one according to the production process. The first spinning workshop introduced foreign production lines, so both the scale and technology were much better than those of the in-county textile factory. Suhi thought to herself that it was only because supply was less than demand. Otherwise, the in-county textile factory wouldn't survive at all. After more than half an hour, they finally arrived at the finished products workshop. While Section Chief Yu was introducing things to Suhi, Director Lien from the finished products workshop signaled that he needed to talk to him. Section Chief Yu asked Suhi and Principal Chen to look around on their own first, then went to the workshop office with Director Lien. As Suhi was focused on looking at the finished products, she heard a sarcastic voice behind her. Hey, isn't this our big translator? What brings you to the first spinning workshop? Suhi turned around and saw 3 people approaching, 2 women and 1 man. The 2 women were wearing gray work uniforms, and the man was in a blue work uniform. The 2 women were Li Xia and Yu Dandan, whom Suhi had met on the train, and the man was someone she didn't recognize. Suhi remembered that Li Xia had mentioned they were employees from the Chuqing textile factory and were here to learn. Li Xia was the one speaking. Earlier on the train, Suhi had stirred up trouble between her and Yu Dandan, leading to a big fight. However, Li Xia was foolish. After a couple of reconciliations, they were back to being friends, and now she held a grudge against Suhi, thinking Suhi was causing trouble. Suhi couldn't be bothered with Li Xia. She wasn't worth her time. She remained silent and continued to look at the finished products. After a few sarcastic remarks from Li Xia, seeing that Suhi didn't react, she planned to leave. At that moment, Yu Dandan said to the man, Group Leader Liu, this Suhi has dealt with foreigners before, and she doesn't have anyone from our factory with her.
Do you think?
She didn't finish her sentence, but the implication was clear. Suhi had ulterior motives and might be sent by foreigners to cause trouble. Group Leader Liu had a bit of interest in Yu Dandan. After hearing this, his expression darkened, and he questioned Suhi and Principal Chen. How did you get in here?
Who let you in?
Were you sent by foreigners to cause disruption? You need to come with me to the security office and explain yourselves. Yu Dandan looked at Suhi with smugness. She knew that Suhi and Principal Chen must have had someone with them to get in, but given their status, the person accompanying them wouldn't be of high rank. So even if it turned out to be a misunderstanding, she wouldn't face any trouble. But Suhi and Principal Chen would suffer the humiliation of being misunderstood. Principal Chen frowned and said to Group Leader Liu, You shouldn't jump to conclusions. This is the sales department. Group Leader Liu interrupted him directly. Whatever you have to say it at the security office. Hurry up. If you keep stalling, I won't be polite. Saying this, he pushed Principal Chen, causing him to stumble. Suhi initially saw this as a farce and wasn't angry. But now, her expression darkened, and her eyes were filled with coldness. She pointed at Group Leader Liu and the others. You all better watch out today. No one is getting off easy. Li Xia shivered, recalling the fear of being forced to act like a mummy. She swallowed hard. Suhi, I didn't say anything about foreigners. This has nothing to do with me. Suhi looked at her. Then you can be a witness and tell the whole story. I'll let you off the hook. Otherwise, I'll make sure you lose your job at the Chuqing textile factory. Yu Dandan frowned. Li Xia, don't listen to her nonsense. Li Xia was momentarily indecisive. Suhi sneered. Li Xia, you're a college-educated person. You must have a basic sense of right and wrong, right? We may have personal grievances, but Yu Dandan is labeling me as an enemy and a spy. Don't you find that frightening? What if one day you offend her, and she labels you the same way? Your whole family could suffer. Just as Yu Dandan was about to say something, Section Chief Yu arrived after hearing the commotion. What's going on? Su He's expression shifted from anger to indignation. Section Chief Yu, I was kindly helping to connect our first spinning workshop with foreign guests, and this Yu Dandan and group leader Lu are slandering us as enemies and spies. Wanted to take us to the security office for questioning. This group leader Lu must be a minor leader, right? Does someone like him even deserve to be a leader? First, he lacks common sense. What kind of bad person would openly commit wrongdoing? Second, he's abusing his power. To please Yu Dandan, he disregards the facts and falsely accuses good people. Third, he's morally corrupt. He shoved Principal Shen without clarifying the facts, almost causing a heart attack. I now question your factory's personnel selection process. A glimpse reveals the whole picture, and I also doubt your factory's ability to cooperate with foreign guests. Principal Chen. I didn't know I had a heart condition. He then silently pressed his hand against his chest, showing a pained expression. Section Chief Yu frowned tightly. Lu Dagong, what's going on? Lu Dagong's eyes flickered. Section Chief, I didn't know they were your guests, so I asked a few simple questions. It wasn't as exaggerated as this lady claims. Suhi sneered and looked at Li Xia. You tell Section Chief Yu what just happened. Li Xia stammered. Su, he is telling the truth. Yu Dandan slandered her as someone here to cause trouble, and group leader Lu wanted to send them to the security office without asking any questions. He even pushed that old gentleman. After speaking, she looked down at her toes, admiring her beautiful shoes. Su, he dared to threaten Section Chief Yu. She might really get Li Xia fired from the Chuqing textile factory. What could she do? She could only be a fence-sitter. After hearing this, Section Chief Yu was furious. Lu Dagong. This is absolutely unacceptable. Expect a reprimand from the factory. Then he turned to Yu Dandan. You came here to learn from another factory, right? Our first spinning workshop does not welcome people with ulterior motives. Go back where you came from. Yu Dandan's face turned pale. If she was sent back to the first spinning workshop, she probably wouldn't last long at the Chuqing textile factory either. Knowing it was useless to plead with Su He, she turned to Principal Chen, looking for a more sympathetic ear. Old gentleman, I was just momentarily confused. I apologize. Please help me plead with Section Chief Yu not to kick me out. She thought Principal Chen would soften, but instead, he pressed his chest and said to Su He, Xiao Su, it's too stuffy here. I'm having trouble breathing. Before Su He could react, Li Xia suddenly rushed to Principal Chen's side, holding onto his arm. Old gentleman, let me help you get some fresh air.
Shui.
Li Xia was also quite anxious. Su He had just said a few words to Yu Dandan before being chased out. If she didn't perform well, she might also get kicked out. She put all her cleverness into this moment. She didn't dare to look at Yu Dandan at all. After all, a dead friend is better than a dead monk. Besides, she only spoke the truth. Principal Chen was helped out of the workshop by Li Xia and Su He. Section Chief Yu, fearing any problems, immediately wanted to send a car to take Principal Chen to the hospital for a checkup. Principal Chen weakly said it's nothing serious, just an old issue. I'll be fine after a while. Medical resources are so tight. I don't want to trouble the country.
Shui.
I just asked you to imitate, not to surpass. Seeing that Principal Chen wouldn't help her plead, Yu Dandan began to beg Su He. Su He, please help me. I finally graduated from university and got assigned to the textile factory. If I get kicked out, my future will be ruined. If you don't help me, I might as well die. Shui laughed. Are you trying to morally blackmail me? You've got the wrong person. For some minor mistakes, I can turn a blind eye, like Li Xia. Although she's a bit foolish and bad, at least she's not so malicious. You're different. You disregarded the country's reputation to frame me on the train, and now you want to label me as an enemy. People like you are inherently bad and will do anything to achieve your goals. If I help you plead, I'd be afraid of being struck by lightning. Besides, people like you value their lives the most. You can't afford to die. So, your moral blackmail won't work on me. However, since we've met, I'll give you a piece of advice. Stop doing harmful things, or you won't have a good ending. Yu Dandan realized it was useless to say more, shot a resentful glance at Su-hee, and turned to leave. Su-hee said to Section Chief Yu, Principal Chen isn't feeling well. We'll head back to the hotel now. Please give me some samples to show the foreign guests. Section Chief Yu immediately handed Su-hee a thick stack of sample books and repeatedly expressed his apologies before arranging a car to take Su-hee and Principal Chen back to the Jinxiang Hotel. Before getting in the car, Su-hee called Li Xia aside and said, Yu Dandan will definitely hate you now. If you want to have an easier time in the future, call the textile factory in Chucheng right away to explain what happened. Otherwise, she might accuse you and shift all the blame onto you. Also, weren't there 2 male colleagues who came with you? You need to clarify things with them too. Otherwise, under Yu Dandan's instigation, they might not only be dissatisfied with you, but could also set you up later. Li Xia's face turned pale. What if they don't believe me? Su-hee patiently taught her. Then you cry. Just cry like Yu Dandan usually does. And always emphasize that it was Yu Dandan who got kicked out, not you. So, the mistake must be hers. The factory won't wrong a good person. Li Xia nodded vigorously, finally saying with a sob, Su-hee, you're really a good person. All the past was my fault. In the future, if you need my help, just ask. I'll do anything for you. Su-hee casually replied, I just can't stand her always putting you in trouble, trying to help you out. Alright, follow my advice, and you'll be fine. If we meet again, great. If not, let's pretend we never knew each other. After saying that, Su-hee got into the car. Once the matter was resolved, she left quietly, hiding her achievements and name. Li Xia's voice, filled with tears, rang out. Su-hee, I'll write to you.
Shui.
For heaven's sake, I just wanted to teach you some tricks to deal with Yu Dandan, so she wouldn't come back to life. Why do you really think I'm a good person? Your honesty is making my conscience hurt. The car arrived at the Jinxiang Hotel, and Principal Chen and Su-hee got out. The receptionist's eyes widened in surprise. Wow. Why did these two change cars? One of the receptionists eagerly came over to help Su-hee with the fabric sample books and took them directly to the second-floor room. Su-hee handed him a handful of little rabbit candies. The receptionist was instantly flattered and left happily. Su-hee took a shower, lay on the bed, and let her mind go blank. Although she had the wisdom of the 36 strategies flowing in her blood, she could still get tired and needed to clear her mind. The trading system popped up. Host, would you like some ice cream?
No.
Cold food isn't good for your health. I'll treat you for free. Get me a strawberry flavor. Trading system. The trading system indeed sent Su-hee a strawberry ice cream for free. While eating, Su-hee asked, So, what do you want from me? The trading system hesitated. It's nothing much, but I remember today that our trading system also needs skins. Can you buy me a nice set?
Shui.
As the trading system started showing her various skins, each with different styles, the cheapest one cost 88. Host, how about a cute style? Or a huaxia style is fine too. I'm not picky. I'll like whatever you buy for me. Su-hee initially didn't want to respond, but then thought it might be nice to give it a little treat occasionally. Otherwise, it might get too gloomy, which would be annoying. So, she browsed through the interface, found the discount section, and bought a set of Ninja Turtle skins for $8.80. Trading system. Yuan at yuan percent at percent. The ice cream cost $5. While it was feeling grumpy, Su-hee painted a bright picture for it. I'm too broke right now, so I have to be frugal. When I make a lot of money in the future, I'll buy you 365 skins, one for each day, making sure you're the most stylish one. Trading system. The host is so nice. The host is a great person. Su-hee took a nap and woke up just in time for dinner. Since she promised Section Chief Yu, she thought she should at least make an effort, so she took 2 fabric sample books to the restaurant on the first floor. As soon as she entered, Daniel came over eagerly. Sue, what do you have there? Fabric sample books from the #1 textile factory in Magic City. I picked up a few during my visit today. If you see anything you like, I can help you get a discount. Su-hee placed the sample books on an empty table, indicating that everyone could browse through them. As Section Chief Yu said, Most of the foreign guests had already visited the #1 textile factory, so only a few were flipping through the books. Soo-hee didn't have high hopes, so she wasn't disappointed. She grabbed a plate and started picking her favorite food. Just as Soo-hee sat down with her meal, a foreign guest named Lisa approached her. Sue, when I visited the textile factory, I found a few types of fabric I liked, but the prices weren't ideal, so I didn't negotiate with them. Could you help me talk to them? If the price is right, I'll sign a contract. Soo-hee thought, oh no. I just wanted to get a few sample catalogs, and now I really have to deal with an order? Although she felt both surprised and happy inside, she kept a calm expression. Ms. Lisa, which fabrics are you interested in? How much do you need? What is your ideal price? After hearing the quantities Lisa mentioned, Soo-hee lost her appetite for dinner and wanted to talk to Section Chief Yu about the prices immediately. In total, Lisa wanted to order about 100,000 meters of fabric. Even though the fabrics were low-end, priced between $1 and $2, that was still a significant amount. After noting down Lisa's bottom price, Soo-hee said, I'll try to negotiate a better price and give you a definite answer tomorrow. Once Lisa left, Daniel came over and whispered, that woman is a miser. The price she offered is 10% lower than the market rate, and the factory won't agree. You might as well not waste your time. Soo-hee knew Daniel meant well, but she thought some people just need to be put in their place. Once you do that, they not only don't hate you but want to be close to you. Thanking Daniel, Soo-hee began to think about how to secure this order. The factory wouldn't make a losing deal, and Lisa didn't want to pay more, so she needed to come up with a plan. She was a bit distracted during dinner, and when she returned to her room, Principal Chen asked, What's going on, Sue? Soo-hee explained the situation. Principal Chen shook his head. This will be tough. The fabric has its costs, and if the factory gives her a low price, other foreign manufacturers will find out, and it will be chaos. Just go through the motions tomorrow. It's still helping to pull in an order, and Section Chief Yu won't say much. Seeing Soo-hee looking worried, Principal Chen hesitated and said, Sue, as an elder, I want to share a few words with you. Soo-hee quickly replied, Please go ahead, Principal. Although we haven't known each other long, you've had a smooth journey and accomplished things many only dream of. But life isn't always easy. You'll face setbacks, so don't put too much pressure on yourself or carry too much weight. If the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. You don't need to push yourself so hard. Principal Chen spoke from the heart. He saw Soo-hee as a child, busy like a spinning top every day, and sometimes it pained him to watch. After all, life isn't always smooth sailing, and he wanted to cool her down a bit to prevent her from feeling too discouraged when facing challenges. Soo-hee felt warm inside, and her nose tinged with emotion. I understand, Principal. Just as Principal Chen was about to continue comforting her, Soo-hee said, But I'm enjoying it. Principal Chen thought, I shouldn't feel sorry for this girl. Soo-hee smiled and said, Principal, I know you're worried about me. Don't worry. I have it under control. Setbacks are inevitable, and I'm prepared for them. Besides, problems are temporary. Isn't life just about solving one problem after another? Seeing her optimistic outlook, Principal Chen decided not to say more. However, he was sure Lisa's order wouldn't go through. After seeing Principal Chen off, Soo-hee called up the trading system. Can you help me secure this order? If you can, I'll buy you 10 skins. The trading system twisted and turned but couldn't come up with a solution. Soo-hee didn't expect much from it. She just wanted it to realize how useless it was. She didn't want it to foolishly try to set her up for failure. Even though it was her first time, she wasn't naive. If you give the system a little kindness, it will take advantage of you. In short, the host and the system are always in a power struggle. She had to keep it in check. The poor trading system had no idea what Soo-hee was thinking and was still trying hard to turn the green ninja turtle skin into red. Soo-hee lay in bed, trying to recall all the recent information about the textile factory, including gossip from old Luo and news from the Magic City Daily. Exhausted, she soon fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Soo-hee suddenly sat up. The trading system bounced out. Host, you resurrected? Soo-hee ignored it. She had just dreamed of something old Luo mentioned. Last year, The textile factory received an order for printed hemp fabric from country R, but there was a mistake during dyeing, causing the patterns to overlap and become chaotic, so they had to reproduce it. Since this was a production accident, the factory penalized a group of people. Old Luo had shared this gossip with her, and she had only half listened at the time. Suhi narrowed her eyes, thinking she might be able to use this to her advantage. After pondering for a while, she fell back into a deep sleep. The trading system bounced around for a bit before shutting down. The next morning, after breakfast, Suhi called a tricycle and took Principal Shen to the textile factory. Although she could have used the same approach to ask Section Chief Yu for a ride, it wasn't necessary. First, she wasn't that familiar with Section Chief Yu yet, and second, the order might not even go through, so it was better to keep a low profile. When Suhi and Principal Chen arrived yesterday, it was afternoon, and there weren't many people at the factory entrance. Today, however, it was packed with people. Suhi and Principal Chen went straight to the front, not even glancing at the guards, and walked right in as if they were factory employees. The guards exchanged glances, but didn't stop them. After all, these two had left in a factory car yesterday. They must be important. When Suhi reached Section Chief Yu's office door, she knocked, but no one answered. She asked in the nearby procurement office and found out that the factory was having a morning meeting and Section Chief Yu was attending. Suhi chatted with the people inside and quickly got into a lively conversation. Not only did she get 2 seats, but she also got 2 cups of tea. Principal Chen, quietly observing, thought. He suddenly remembered what Suhi had said before coming to the Magic City. As long as she walked around, she would find familiar faces everywhere. At that time, he thought she was bragging, but now it seemed she was being modest. She walked around the Magic City and found relatives everywhere. When Section Chief Yu returned from the meeting and passed the adjacent office, he heard laughter and paused. Sister Zhang from the procurement department was known for being grumpy. How could she be laughing so happily? Curious, Section Chief Yu peeked into the room and saw Sister Zhang, who usually had a stern face, as if someone owed her money, laughing joyfully. Oh my Xiao Su, you really know how to flatter. I'm already 46. I'm not as young as you say. Sister Zhang, please don't be modest. When I walked in, I thought you were only in your early 30s. No one would believe you're over 40. You must share your secrets with me so I can take care of myself like you do. Section Chief Yu thought, this Xiao Su really knows how to tell tall tales. No wonder she helped the food factory secure such a large foreign trade order. While thinking, he asked, Xiao Su, are you here to see me? Suhi quickly replied and exchanged a few polite words with Sister Zhang before bringing Principal Chen to Section Chief Yu's office. Section Chief Yu, there's a foreign guest named Lisa who is interested in placing an order. Please give a quote. As she spoke, Suhi handed Section Chief Yu a piece of paper listing the types and quantities of fabric Lisa wanted. Upon seeing the quantities, Section Chief Yu's eyes widened. To be honest, he didn't have high hopes for Suhi. After all, foreign trade orders weren't easy to secure. He didn't expect Suhi to actually bring in a big order. After calming himself, he said, for fabric number 125, it's $1.22 per meter. For fabric number 217, it's $1.53 per meter. And for fabric number 316, it's $1.71 per meter. Suhi frowned slightly. Section Chief Yu, what's the bottom price? Xiao Su, our textile factory has fixed foreign trade prices, so there's no room for negotiation. The prices I gave you are the lowest. Suhi calculated and realized Daniel was right. Lisa's offered price was indeed about 10% lower than Section Chief Yu's bottom price. She didn't hide it and shared Lisa's quote. Section Chief Yu shook his head. No way, that's too far apart. If it were a smaller difference, we could negotiate further. I think Lisa has no real intention to buy. Suhi's eyes flickered. Section Chief Yu, I don't think she lacks sincerity. She just wants to get a better deal. By the way, I heard our factory received an order for printed linen from country R last year, but there was a mistake during dyeing, causing overlapping patterns and messy colors. Do you know if that batch is still around? Section Chief Yu sighed. Foreign customers have strict quality requirements. Defective products have no market. We turned our focus to the domestic market, but printed linen isn't well received here. We tried selling it through the supply and marketing agency in the big city, but after months, only a few meters sold, so it's still sitting in the warehouse. Why do you ask about this? Suhi blinked. Section Chief Yu, can I take a look at that batch? Maybe I can sell it. Section Chief Yu thought he was joking, but he still led her to the warehouse. He had the warehouse keeper bring out some returned items from the supply and marketing agency, looking regretful as he said, "Look at how the originally nice patterns turned out like this. Who would want them?" Suhi's eyes lit up. It was much better than she expected. The original flower patterns on the printed linen had become quite unique due to the overlaps and color chaos. Of course, for people of this era, it was almost unwatchable. Section Chief Yu, may I take a few samples? Section Chief Yu thought the girl was probably disappointed about not securing the previous order and was now eyeing the defective fabric. She's still young. If it were that easy to sell, it wouldn't have been sitting in the warehouse for so long. However, he didn't want to dampen Suhi's enthusiasm, so he let the warehouse keeper give her some samples. Principal Chen followed silently, like a background character. He suddenly remembered Suhi's past achievements. According to her, she got the liaison position at the Huaihua commune thanks to the defective fabric from the textile factory. Last time, she managed to leverage that defective fabric to get a loan from Tiniu. What did she want to do with these defective fabrics this time? The three returned to Section Chief Yu's office, and after sipping some tea, Suhi asked, Section Chief Yu, what's the ideal selling price for this batch of printed linen? Our order with Country R was $1.26 per meter, but since this batch has defects, we'd be satisfied if we could sell it for $0.
80 per meter.
To be honest, we were planning to sell it at half price, 60 cents per meter. Suhi asked, how much stock do you have of this fabric? About 50,000 meters. Suhi wasn't surprised by the quantity. If it weren't for the large order, they wouldn't have had so many people involved. She thought for a moment and said, Section Chief Yu, how about this? I'll find a way to sell this batch of printed linen to Lisa. Let her accept a price of $1 per meter for this batch, and then we can give her the other products at the price she suggested. When signing the contract, we'll use the normal price, keeping the total the same, so it won't disrupt the pricing. Section Chief Yu was speechless. You'll find a way? What kind of way? Unless Lisa is a fool. How could she possibly accept $1 per meter? Principal Chen also thought he was joking, but he held back his words of discouragement. He thought it might not be a bad thing for the girl to face some setbacks, so she wouldn't get too overconfident. Young people need to stay grounded to achieve great things. Thinking of this, Principal Chen recalled the thousands of dollars Suhi secured for the night school and the $100,000 order she brought to the food factory. He actually felt she could accomplish even bigger things. Who is really being overconfident here? At that moment, he heard Section Chief Yu say, Xiao Su, your idea is good, but don't blame me for being blunt. Lisa isn't stupid. She might not even want it at half price, let alone a high price. Suhi nodded, you're right. If this batch is defective, Lisa naturally wouldn't want it. But if this batch is a unique item, she might cry and beg to buy it. Section Chief Yu looked confused. Unique item? Suhi nodded again. Yes, our factory's unique items. Only this batch exists. There won't be any more in the future. Plus, each piece made from it has a different pattern, making them all unique. Section Chief Yu was taken aback, then shook his head. Although your sales pitch is good, Lisa's bottom price shows she's a savvy businesswoman. She probably won't fall for that. You're right. I can't just use that point alone. I need to add some value to this batch of defective fabric. When I talked to Lisa, she mentioned the abstract art movement, which is very popular in Country M right now. I think our batch of defective fabric can be considered abstract dyeing art, and since it's made of linen, if I use this angle, Lisa might be able to make a big profit. Business people seek profit. I believe I can persuade her. However, you need to help me find some books about the abstract art movement so I can study, and then use the theory to convince her. Director Yu looked confused. Abstract art? Is there such a style? In this era, information was not well developed, especially foreign news, so it was not surprising that Director Yu didn't know about it. Principal Chen also looked puzzled, but he didn't doubt that He was lying. Since He and Lisa were speaking in English, which he didn't understand, he naturally didn't know if they had discussed abstract art. He nodded. That's right, abstract art. That's what Lisa said. You can ask our factory's designers. They should have heard of it, and see if they have any related books. Seeing that He was serious and not joking, Director Yu let her and Principal Chen wait in the room while he went to the technical department. At that time, design concepts were not highly valued, so technical staff and designers were both part of the technical department and not separated. After a while, Director Yu returned. Xiao Su, I asked, and there is indeed such a thing as abstract art, but foreign books are limited, so they don't have any related books. How about this? I'll bring a few people over to explain it to you. He nodded. Okay, thank you. Director Yu laughed. Xiao Su, you got that wrong. If you can help sell that batch of printed cloth, you'll be a great help to me. Director Yu immediately took He to the conference room and called over a few designers from the factory to explain some basic theories of abstract art to her. He took out a notebook and diligently took notes, even asking about representative figures and works. Actually, this was just a cover. After seeing that batch of defective cloth, she searched for abstract artworks that she could borrow ideas from. He even had lunch in the conference room. Director Yu was quite touched. Xiao Su was really diligent for the sake of their textile factory. However, Director Yu felt uncertain. Even if they dressed it up with Impressionism, Lisa might not be willing to buy it, let alone accepting a price of $1 per meter. It wasn't until around 2 in the afternoon that He put away her notebook. She thanked the designers and then took the samples back to the Jinxiang Hotel. Of course, it was Director Yu who sent her and Principal Chen back. Principal Chen had been dozing off in the conference room, mainly because what they discussed was like a foreign language to him. Once back at the hotel, the old man seemed more awake. Xiao Su, how confident are you? 10 out of 10. Principal Chen, I'm going back to my room. He washed up in her room and only took the samples to the restaurant at dinner time. She had no choice. The Foreign Affairs Hotel had rules that she couldn't go to Lisa's room, and Lisa couldn't go to hers. Moreover, Lisa might be out during the day, making dinner the best time to discuss this matter. After entering the restaurant and finding Lisa, the two went to the lobby and sat down. Ms. Lisa, your offer is about 10% lower than the textile factory's price, so the factory doesn't agree to this price. Lisa shrugged. If that's the case, then forget it. He smiled and said, however, I found a business opportunity at the textile factory. If you're interested, let me tell you about it. Lisa leaned forward slightly. What opportunity? He opened the samples on the table. Please take a look at these samples first. Lisa examined the samples and frowned. These must be defective products due to dyeing errors, right? He gave her a thumbs up. You really know your stuff. Yes, this batch of cloth is indeed defective, due to dyeing errors. It was originally meant for export to country R, but due to the errors, it has been stored in the textile factory's warehouse. I think this is a business opportunity. We have a saying in China about picking up bargains, and this is a big one. Lisa looked confused. I don't understand what you're saying. How can these defective products be a business opportunity? He smiled and said, scarcity creates value. These defective products are unique. Each piece of clothing made from them will be one of a kind. Using this as a selling point, they can definitely fetch a good price. Lisa was taken aback, then smiled. I've been in the fabric business for over 10 years. Implying that she wouldn't be fooled. He glanced around and lowered her voice. What I just said was just a way to talk to the textile factory. If you take a closer look at these samples, don't you find them somewhat familiar? Lisa paused, carefully examining the samples, then shook her head. What exactly are you trying to say? He pointed to one of the pieces. Don't you think this fabric pattern is very similar to Kandinsky's composition number 4? This piece is reminiscent of Mondrian's composition with red, yellow, and blue. These fabrics may be seen as defective by some, but if you package them well, they could be masterpieces of abstract art in the eyes of many customers. Especially since they are made of linen, which already carries an artistic vibe. Lisa's eyes lit up. He was right. Business people seek profit, and she had already seen the opportunity and profit in Soo-hee's words. As long as they marketed it as impressionist, these defective fabrics could definitely sell for a good price. However, she quickly reined in her excitement and said, "Sue, although what you said is very appealing, these are still defective fabrics. Unless the price is very favorable, I won't buy." Soo-hee nodded. "This is what I discussed with the textile factory. The original price for this batch of cloth was $1.26 per meter. If you can buy it at $1.20 per meter, then the previous order you mentioned can be at your price. This batch totals 50,000 meters, which means this cloth is only $1 per meter. You could sell it back home for at least $2 per meter, even $3 per meter, with a very large profit margin. The textile factory is just not aware of the overseas market trends. Otherwise, they wouldn't be selling at a discount. Opportunities are fleeting. You should make a decision quickly." Soo-hee intentionally quoted 20 cents higher to give Lisa room to negotiate. Lisa's eyes flickered, clearly weighing the pros and cons. At that moment, Daniel walked over. "Sue, what are you two talking about behind my back?" Soo-hee pointed to the cloth on the table. "I'm discussing business with MS.
Lisa.
Daniel looked at the cloth and scrunched his face, about to say something like how ugly it was, but Soo-hee cleared her throat. Daniel immediately exclaimed, "What beautiful patterns! It's as if God spilled a paint bottle. This is a masterpiece. It's even more beautiful than the exhibits I've seen in the art museum." Oh God, I lied again.
Shui.
Daniel is quite a person. He really steps up when needed. These fabrics look even better than the artworks in the gallery, which shows they have an artistic vibe. This perfectly matches what she said earlier. When Daniel noticed Soo-hee giving him an appreciative look, he felt very pleased. He didn't think it was embarrassing to back down in front of Soo-hee. His belief was that the strong deserve respect, and it's normal to bow to them. Besides, why should he be the only one getting taken advantage of? If he can pull someone in, he will. Daniel felt he could still contribute, so he asked Soo-hee, "Sue, I'm really interested in these fabrics. How much are they per meter?" Lisa quickly said, "Daniel, Sue and I have already made an agreement. I'll take all of this batch of fabric." Daniel showed a regretful expression. "In that case, Sue, when you have more of this fabric, you must let me know. I want as much as you have."
Suenadi, okay.
Daniel took a few lingering glances at the samples before leaving. Lisa had no doubt that Daniel was a plant. After all, Soo-hee and Daniel had argued before, and Daniel, being from the US, had no reason to get involved in this mess. So, she really thought Daniel was trying to steal her business. "Sue, your reasoning convinced me, but $1.20 per meter is too expensive. If it's $1 per meter, I'll accept." Soo-hee frowned. "Ms. Lisa, $1.20 is already the lowest price from the textile factory. The batch of fabric you wanted before was below market price, so overall, this printed linen is only $1 per meter." Soo-hee was good at reading people's psychology. If she agreed too quickly, Lisa would definitely think she had quoted too high and might back out. So even if she accepted $1 per meter, she had to play it out. While they were bargaining, Daniel returned, but instead of coming over, he sat at a distance watching them. Lisa suddenly felt a sense of urgency and gritted her teeth. "I'll offer $1.10 per meter. That's my bottom line." Soo-hee hesitated. "Let me communicate with the textile factory. Please wait for my news." Lisa glanced at Daniel. "Sue, we value honesty in business. We started negotiating first, and until our negotiation breaks down, I have the right of first refusal for this batch." Soo-hee nodded. "That's only fair. Even if Daniel offers me $2 per meter, I won't sell to him." Only then did Lisa relax and leave. As soon as she was gone, Daniel hurried over. Soo-hee found Daniel very pleasing to the eye. To her, he was like a money tree. "Mr. Daniel, is there anything I can help you with?" Daniel lowered his voice. "Did that Granger agree to your price?"
Shui.
"Is he trying to take credit?" "Basically agreed." "Thank you for your help," Daniel said proudly. "This is what I'm best at. If you need anything in the future, just ask me." Soo-hee thought Daniel wanted something in return, but he just bragged a bit and left.
Shui.
After dinner, as soon as she entered her room, Principal Chen came. How did it go? Did you close the deal? Soo-hee sighed. Lisa didn't accept the $1 per meter price. Principal Chen showed a knowing expression. I told you, life can't always go smoothly, and you aren't all-powerful. Facing some setbacks is good. She insists on giving me $1.10 per meter, and I couldn't stop her. I thought $1 per meter would be fine, but it turned out to be more than I expected. Sigh, how am I going to explain this to Section Chief Yu tomorrow? Principal Chen. I'm going to bed. Is that Lisa not thinking straight? How can flawed fabric be priced so high? The plan for setbacks has once again failed. After Principal Chen left, the trading system popped up. Host, if you close this order, you'll definitely make a lot of money. Don't forget the 365 skins you promised me. Soo-hee glanced at it. Dog. Think long-term. This little money is nothing. When will I, the host, achieve a small goal? That's when I'll be rich. The trading system searched for a small goal and then fell silent. 100 million? It probably has to wear the Ninja Turtle skin for a lifetime. Soo-hee reassured it. Don't worry, I make money quickly. Besides, your skin looks great. Haven't you heard that saying? To live a flavorful life, you must wear a bit of green on your head. Not only do you have green on your head, but your whole body is green. How nice. The trading system felt something was off, but couldn't pinpoint it. The next morning, Soo-hee planned to go to the textile factory, but received a call from Section Chief Wei at the food factory.
Xiaosu, come over.
I'll have Lao Su pick you up. Soo-hee thought that was fine. She could catch a ride. So, she took Principal Chen to the food factory. As soon as they met, Section Chief Wei smiled and said, Xiao Su, the factory has approved your part-time application, hiring you as a part-time salesperson for the Magic City Food Factory, with benefits of a full-time employee. From now on, we are colleagues. Welcome to our Magic City Food Factory. Soo-hee wasn't surprised by this outcome, but still showed just the right amount of excitement. Section Chief Wei continued, the factory has decided to pay you a design fee of 1,000 yuan and an order bonus of 1,000 yuan. I'll take you to the finance department to sign and collect the money shortly. Soo-hee, she really didn't expect the Magic City Food Factory to be so generous. She thought they would only give her a few hundred yuan as a token, but they gave her so much. In fact, the factory had weighed multiple factors. On one hand, they believed Soo-hee had potential and could bring in more orders in the future. On the other hand, it was because of the instant noodle production line situation. They hoped Soo-hee could quickly facilitate this matter and sell this project to avoid affecting the food factory's development. Principal Chen felt a bit sour. He worked tirelessly for a year and didn't even earn 2,000 yuan. That little girl came to the Magic City, spent no money, and earned 2,000 yuan. Where can he complain about this? By the way, the textile factory might offer even more. Thinking of this, the old man felt even more frustrated. Despite feeling sour, Principal Chen was still happy for Soo-hee. The girl worked hard, and this is what she deserves. The exchange was also excited and even set off fireworks for Soo-hee. Congratulations, host. You're one step closer to your goal.
Shui.
To be honest, the system's self-regulation ability is impressive. I thought it would be depressed for a long time. Director Wei took Soo-hee to the finance department and handed her 2,000 yuan. At this time, the largest denomination was only 10 yuan, so 2,000 yuan was a thick stack. Soo-hee's small bag was almost bursting. Principal Chen looked at his briefcase and thought, I can fit this, but I have no money. Back in Director Wei's office, after chatting for a bit, Soo-hee said, Director Wei, I need to go to the textile factory. I'll visit you another day. What are you going to the textile factory for? I helped them negotiate an order. It's not much, just over $100,000. Director Wei. Is this girl the reincarnation of the god of wealth? They struggle for a year to get a few orders, and she's only been here a few days and already secured 2 big orders, even across industries. It's simply outrageous. After sending Soo-hee off, Director Wei immediately went to find the factory director. Previously, He was assigned a level 6 clerk salary of 43 yuan a month. Now, it's clear that it needs to be raised, because the textile factory will definitely try to poach their people. He was unaware that her salary would soon increase as she arrived at the textile factory. The guards at the textile factory not only didn't stop her, but also nodded in greeting. Principal Chen. When she reached Director Yu's office, he asked, "Sue, how did your talk with Lisa go?" "I discussed it with the factory yesterday, and if they can offer $0.9 per meter, we can reluctantly accept it. After all, that batch of printed linen has been sitting for too long, taking up space, and it might get damaged over time."
Ismail.
Director Yu, thanks to my efforts, they agreed to buy at $1.1 per meter. Director Yu jumped up. "How much? $1.1 per meter? Are you sure?" After confirming several times and receiving a positive answer, he gave her a thumbs up.
"So, amazing.
No wonder you can bring orders to the food factory. I'm truly impressed. Don't worry, I won't let you work for free. I'll fight for a bonus for you." He felt a bit regretful. In the future, the extra money could be considered a commission, but not in this era. It all depends on the conscience of the textile factory. Director Yu, let's put the bonus aside for now. We need to align our statements to avoid any slip-ups. He explained how she negotiated with Lisa. Director Yu nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, I'll handle it properly. Then I'll go back and tell Lisa, and I'll come back tomorrow morning to sign the contract." After discussing this matter, he asked, "Director Yu, do you have any acquaintances at the supply and marketing company? I want to discuss a collaboration." Director Yu, aren't you a night school teacher? What collaboration do you want with the supply and marketing company? He smiled. "Well, let me formally introduce myself. I'm also the liaison for Huaihua Commune, a salesperson for the In-County Food Factory, and County Machinery Factory, and County Textile Factory, a special correspondent for the In-County Broadcasting Station, and an off-campus tutor for the night school." Director Yu, is In-County your family's business? He slapped her forehead. "Oh right, I just got another job as a salesperson for the Magic City Food Factory." Director Yu was stunned. "The food factory wants you to work part-time as a salesperson?" He nodded. "Yes, I didn't want to at first since I already have too many part-time jobs. But the food factory was very sincere. After I helped them negotiate orders, they gave me a lot of rewards, making it hard for me to refuse." Director Yu, I feel like you're trying to hint at me, even though I have no proof. How much did they give you? He grinned. "I can't say, but it's a lot of money." Director Yu, now what business are you discussing with the supply and marketing company? If it's fabric, I advise you to give up. The supply and marketing company rarely sources from outside. They mostly get their supplies from our first textile. He laughed. "How could I poach from our first textile? Besides, the fabric from our In-County Textile Factory can't compare to theirs. We wouldn't be able to negotiate anyway. I'm planning to discuss hairpin business to make some extra money." Director Yu hesitated and said, "Does your textile factory also make hairpins? I'm not trying to dampen your spirits, but whether it's food, clothing, or living, the Magic City always leads the way. The supply and marketing company probably won't be interested in your hairpins." He smiled brightly. "I went to the department store before and saw that their hairpins aren't as nice as ours. I think it's still feasible." Director Yu nodded. "All right, since you're confident, go ahead and talk to the supply and marketing company. I'll call Director Hong from the procurement department right now to give them a heads up. However, the people in the procurement department aren't easy to deal with. Our first textile is better since we have seniority. Even if I give them a heads up, their attitude might not be great, so be prepared for that." Director Yu immediately called Director Hong and explained the situation. He thanked Director Yu and took the textile factory's car directly to the supply and marketing company. The supply and marketing company shares a building with a friendship store on Southport Road. The first 3 floors are the store, while the upper floors are the offices of the supply and marketing company. They have separate entrances. The friendship store only serves foreign guests or overseas Chinese, and domestic people are strictly prohibited from entering. When He and Principal Chen arrived at the supply and marketing company's entrance, the guards were indeed very arrogant. He mentioned Director Yu and said that he had spoken to Director Hong on the phone, which finally allowed her and Principal Chen to enter. Director Hong was a big man. There weren't many fat people in this era, so he must be well fed. Upon meeting, he started with formalities. Sue, since you were introduced by Director Yu, I should make an exception for you. The hairpin samples you brought are indeed nice, but we have a very ample supply of hairpin clips here and don't plan to look far for them. So, I'm sorry, but it seems you've come for nothing. Seeing his demeanor, He knew he was looking for a bribe and felt disgusted. While Director Wei, Director Yu, and others are trying hard to earn foreign exchange for the country, people like Director Hong are doing everything they can to be parasites. He stood up. If that's the case, we won't take up more of your time. After saying that, she turned and left the office. Principal Chen followed her out. They could hear Director Hong's cold snort from inside. Once outside the building, Principal Chen gritted his teeth. Ugh, what a scoundrel. After cursing for a while, he advised, Sue, if it doesn't work out, then so be it. Hairpins can be sold anywhere. You don't have to sell them in the Magic City. Sigh. He hoped this girl would face some setbacks, but seeing her frown made him feel quite uncomfortable. He squinted and said, You're right. It doesn't have to be sold in the Magic City. I want to sell the hairpins to foreigners. I want to create foreign exchange for an county. Then I'll make the Magic City Supply and Marketing Company beg us to supply them. Principal Chen. There aren't many foreigners staying at the Jinxiang Hotel. Are you trying to milk them dry? The key is, will they even buy it? Principal Chen asked Sue. Little Sue, are you planning to sell your hairpins to the foreigners at the Jinxiang Hotel? Sue shook her head. I tried before, but the people staying at Jinxiang Hotel are not in the hair accessory business. If they were, I would have found a way to sell to them already. Principal Chen. That makes sense. She can help the food and textile factories make money, so she wouldn't miss out on a big opportunity. Then who do you plan to sell the hairpins to? Sue pointed with her lips. The Friendship Store has plenty of big customers, even better than those at Jinxiang Hotel. Principal Chen was startled. Little Sue, don't be reckless. The Friendship Store is for foreign guests only. We can't go in. And don't approach foreigners on the street. Be careful not to get into trouble. Sue nodded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Let's go, I'll call a ride, and we can head back to the hotel. Principal Chen felt uneasy, thinking he was up to something big. Sue successfully called a tricycle using the name of Old Luo, and Principal Chen couldn't help but admire how having more friends opens more doors. Back in her room, Sue opened the trading platform and searched for hair accessories. Before leaving in county, she thought that there was no way to do foreign trade yet, so she designed hairpins and clips that fit the current tastes of Chinese people. But now that she wanted to do foreign trade, she needed to adapt to the current trends in Europe and America, even staying slightly ahead. After choosing her styles, she directly bought the appropriate materials on the trading platform and paid for custom processing. The trading platform was delighted. Thanks a lot to that fat guy, Director Hong. If he hadn't rejected the host, where would we make money? However, it was curious. Host, why don't you just buy finished products? Sue glanced at it. The materials for finished products don't match this era. If I take them out, I'll get into trouble. You're supposed to be smart. Can you think before you speak next time? But thinking uses energy, so I usually talk without thinking.
Shui.
To be fair, the trading platform was very efficient. By dinner time, it had completed the custom hairpins, clips, and headbands Sue ordered. Sue was cautious and checked carefully, finding no advanced materials before putting them in her shopping bag and heading downstairs. Principal Chen asked curiously, Didn't you say there are no foreigners at the hotel doing hair accessory business? Why are you taking them down? He didn't doubt the source of the hairpins since he had a large travel bag when she came from in county, and he didn't know what was inside. Sue smiled. I want them to help me find customers. Principal Chen. You must be dreaming. Why would they help you? Just because you asked? They entered the restaurant, and he found Lisa. Ms. Lisa, after my persuasion, the textile factory reluctantly accepted the price of $1.10 per meter. Let's go sign the contract tomorrow to avoid any changes. Lisa, fearing complications, nodded. Okay. After chatting a bit more, Suhi smiled and said, Ms. Lisa, hair accessories are my specialty. You have great taste. Could you help me check them? Lisa smiled back. Sure. Suhi immediately took out all the hair accessories from her shopping bag. Lisa, initially somewhat indifferent, suddenly brightened up. Sue, these accessories are beautiful, even better than what I saw in M Country. It's a pity I'm in the clothing business. Otherwise, I would definitely place an order with you. As they spoke, a few foreign women gathered around. Women naturally love beautiful things. Suhi generously let them try on the accessories and asked the waiter to bring mirrors for them to admire. One asked, Sue, are you selling these? Suhi smiled and shook her head. Private trade is not allowed in our country, but if you like them, I can give them to you for free. The foreign women were thrilled and quickly pulled out perfumes, handkerchiefs, and other items to offer Suhi. In simple terms, it was like a trade. Suhi politely declined their gifts, smiling. Actually, I want to ask for a favor. You're going back to your country in a few days, and you will definitely shop at the friendship store, right? Can you wear these accessories while shopping? If any businesses are interested in hair accessories, please have them contact the top textile factory in Modu, okay? Suhi decided to contact the top textile factory after careful consideration. First, private business was not allowed in this era, and contacting foreign merchants directly was too risky. Second, the in-county textile factory was not well known. How could it compare to the top textile factory in Modu? Lastly, and most importantly, there were strict requirements for imports and exports. They had to go through foreign trade companies or have import-export qualifications. The in-county textile factory had none. Not just the textile factory, but the entire in-county had none. Even if they applied now, it would take at least a month or longer due to complicated procedures. So, the only solution she could think of was to temporarily affiliate with the top textile factory in Modu. As for whether the factory would agree, she had just helped secure a big order, so they would at least give her some face. Moreover, if they were affiliated, the export earnings would be theirs, so it would be foolish to push her away. Suhi discreetly observed everyone's expressions and sighed. Honestly, what I'm doing is a bit reckless, but I have no choice. My hometown is a small county called An County, where people still live modestly. These hairpins are handmade, and they might represent a child's homework, an elderly person's clothing, or a family's New Year's dumplings. So, I want to do my best to sell these hairpins. Of course, this is just my wishful thinking. Even if you don't want to help me, I will still give you the accessories for free. Lisa was the first to smile. Sue, this is no trouble at all. Even if you didn't say anything, we would wear the accessories to the friendship store because they look really nice. If anyone asks, I'll mention you. Lisa was counting on Suhi to finalize the order tomorrow, so this small favor was worth it. With her leading the way, the other foreign women agreed too. Suhi also gave them a note with Director Yu's office phone number. As soon as the foreign women left, Daniel approached. Sue, give me a note too. I'll help you find customers. Suhi casually handed him a note, not expecting much, but just trying her luck. The next morning, Suhi took Principal Chen and Lisa in a car sent by the textile factory. Principal Chen thought to himself that he had never ridden in a car this much in his life. When they arrived at the textile factory, the contract signing went very smoothly. Suhi dropped Lisa off at the hotel and returned to the textile factory. Section Chief Yu thought she was eager to get her bonus and said with a smile, Xiao Su, we need to have a meeting to discuss your reward, so you'll have to wait a bit. Suhi shook her head. Section Chief Yu, I'm not here to talk about the bonus. I want to discuss the headpieces with you. Only then did Section Chief Yu slap his forehead. Right, I forgot to ask how your meeting with the supply and marketing company went. Suhi explained everything about Director Hong. Section Chief Yu's expression became a bit complicated. That Director Hong, sigh, if that's the case, then there's nothing we can do. In this era, supply and marketing were centrally coordinated. If the supply and marketing company didn't stock goods, manufacturers couldn't sell anything in the big city. Section Chief Yu comforted her. Your county is quite far from the big city. You could check out the capital. The consumer market there is also large. Suhi blinked at him. The capital's market is definitely something to explore, but right now, I want to focus on the overseas market. I want to establish a presence abroad first, then sell domestically, and let the local supply and marketing agencies fight over it. Section Chifu. Young people really dare to dream. Do you think the overseas market is that easy to break into? He then remembered the recent big order worth tens of thousands of dollars, and his thoughts stopped abruptly. Are there any foreign guests at the Gu Chiyan Hotel who are in the headpiece business? Have you reached any agreements? Suhi shook her head, no. Section Chifu was even more puzzled. Then who do you plan to sell to? Where will you find customers? I don't have customers yet, but that's not important. The key is that our county's textile factory doesn't have import and export qualifications, so I want to temporarily register the orders under our first textile company. Once we get our qualifications sorted out, we can export under our county's textile factory name. Can you help me coordinate this? Section Chifu. He felt like his jaw had dropped in disbelief. I mean, while there is such a thing as registration, this girl really dares to think and say such things. After a moment of silence, he said, "What if we don't agree?" Suhi chuckled. Our first textile company has a long history and is a major foreign exchange earner. It's clear that we have a broad vision and a sense of responsibility as a company. How could we possibly refuse such a humble request from our small factory? Suddenly, Section Chifu remembered the term moral coercion that Suhi had used against Yu Dandan before. However, he thought agreeing wouldn't be a problem. It was just a registration, and if there were orders, they would benefit too. Besides, there might not even be orders. Don't be fooled by how Suhi helped the food and textile factories secure orders. Those factories already had established overseas markets and some recognition. Headpieces were different. There were no export precedents for this category in China, and Eastern and Western aesthetics vary. Could she really sell them? With this mindset, Section Chifu said, "All right, I'll report this to the factory when I have time. Wait for my news." Suhi quickly replied, "You should talk about this now. I'm worried a customer might call any minute." Section Chifu. Let's not even talk about the fact that you're jumping the gun. Where does your confidence come from? Nevertheless, Section Chief, you went to report. Suhi had just helped secure a big order worth tens of thousands of dollars, especially since she helped them deal with the inventory of printed hemp fabric, which is why Section Chief was giving her this consideration. Otherwise, she would have been kicked out long ago. After more than half an hour, Section Chief returned. The factory has agreed to temporarily register your county's textile factory under our first textile company, but the condition is that you must have an order within a month. Otherwise, it will be void. Principal Chen, listening nearby, thought that the first textile company didn't want to refuse outright, so they came up with this condition. He wondered if Suhi's strategy would work. Could those foreign women bring in orders just by wandering around the friendship store? This seemed unlikely. Suhi thanked Section Chief immediately and praised him profusely. Suhi and Principal Chen had a lunch at the textile factory and then got back into the factory's car. As they approached the Gu Chiyan Hotel, Suhi and Principal Chen got out early. Principal Chen was puzzled. Isn't there still a few hundred meters to go? Why are we getting out here? I need to call Director Tian of the county food factory about the instant noodle production line. It's not convenient to talk about it at the hotel. When we get to the phone booth, please send the phone attendant away so I can speak freely. After saying this, Suhi handed Principal Chen a box of cigarettes. Principal Chen sighed internally, thinking that he was well-educated and knowledgeable, yet now he had to help someone keep watch. Despite his complaints, Principal Chen dutifully took on the task. Although he couldn't speak the local dialect, having cigarettes in hand helped him smoothly distract the old man at the phone booth. He dialed Director Tian's number at the county food factory. Director Tian hadn't been sleeping well these past few days, worried that Suhi's travel expenses would go to waste. He had just finished lunch and was still troubled by this matter when the phone rang. He picked up the receiver. "Hello. Who is this?" "Director Tian. It's Xiao Su. I'm sending my regards from the big city." Director Tian replied. "What's up? Is it that your travel expenses aren't enough?" Shuilaf. Director Tian, look at what you're saying. I'm here in the big city, eating plain bread and drinking cold water, staying in a cheap guest house. I still have plenty of travel expenses left. I'm calling this time to tell you that I've negotiated with the food factory here, and they're transferring the entire instant noodle production line to us for about 100,000 yuan. At this point, Suhi held the receiver a bit farther away, and she could hear Director Tian's shout. What? What did you say? The food factory is transferring the instant noodle production line to us? They're closing down? Originally, the plan was to get authorization from the food factory and then replicate their production line and technology. Never did they expect he would manage to secure their entire production line. He explained the current situation of the instant noodle production line at the food factory, and Director Tian quickly responded, "If they're not making money, why would we buy it back? Isn't that foolish? If they aren't making money there, we can make money when we bring it back. First, we are in a major wheat production area, so our raw material costs will be significantly lower. Second, we are close to Jingbei province and not far from the capital, so there is a certain consumer market. Third, there is a lot of room for improvement in the existing instant noodles. If we succeed in improving them, not only can we capture the domestic market, but we can also charge into the world." Director Tian silently rolled his eyes. Charge into the world? I might as well charge to the moon. This girl went to the big city, and instead of learning anything useful, she just learned how to boast. Director Tian interrupted Suhi. "Little Su, while your reasons make some sense, the food factory in Magic City has given up on this project. My small county food factory should also let it go. I have limited resources and can't afford to take risks. Besides, you've been away for several days. It's time to come back. Don't waste travel expenses." Suhi blinked. "By the way, Director Tian, I forgot to tell you that I met a leader from the Foreign Trade Department during this trip. He said he could help us secure a spot at the Sui Trade Fair. I mentioned the instant noodles project to him, and he thinks it has great potential. Since you've decided to give up, I will just persuade the county leaders to build a new instant noodle factory. Don't worry, I'll return the borrowed travel expenses to you when I get back, and I'll have the new factory's director reimburse me. The phone bill is quite high, so I'll hang up now." Wait. Little Su, you're too impatient. It's normal for me to hesitate about such a big project. You've been a veteran employee at our factory. Why are you looking for a new factory director to reimburse you? Did you just mention the Sui Trade Fair? Our county has never participated in such an event. Can instant noodles really be showcased and exported? Suhi thought. Veteran employee? When I left in county, I was still just a nominal employee. She confidently replied, "Of course. Our raw material and labor costs are much lower than those in country are. After improving the taste and packaging, we can definitely win over the overseas market." Director Tian cautiously said, "But I heard that the production line developed by the Magic City Food Factory is much worse than country ours. Can it meet our production needs?" Suhi casually replied, "There is indeed a gap, but we can have the county machinery factory help with improvements. It shouldn't be a big problem." Director Tian thought to himself, the county machinery factory knows nothing. They've never seen country ours instant noodle production line. How can they improve it? Young people get carried away too easily. At critical moments, it's up to old-timers like me to keep things in check. However, thinking about what Suhi said about earning foreign exchange made him a bit eager. While he was pondering, he heard Suhi say the technicians from the Magic City Food Factory have been to country R. I will compile their oral reports for the machinery factory to use as a reference. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers can outsmart Zhuge. Even if we can't make perfect improvements, it will still be better than what we currently have. If we can improve it successfully once we have foreign exchange, we can find a way to import a production line from country R. In any case, starting a project is always the hardest part. We need to bring this project to our food factory first to prevent someone else from stealing this golden opportunity. Please get a pen and paper. I'll tell you how to write the project proposal, and you can polish it and go talk to the county leaders right away." Suhi chatted away on the phone while Director Tian hurriedly wrote, his wrist growing sore.
Wow.
Suhi, this girl, is indeed a reporter from the county broadcasting station. Look at her writing. Anyone would think she was talking about gold bars instead of instant noodles. He also left the phone number for the Jinxiang Hotel with Director Tian, so he could call if needed. After he hung up, Director Tian stared at the words Jinxiang Hotel in a daze. Then he started rummaging through the newspapers on his desk and found a report. Jinxiang Hotel in Magic City, as a foreign affairs hotel, continuously improves service quality and has won praise from foreign guests. Director Tian's eyes darted back and forth between Jinxiang Hotel on the newspaper and the paper itself. Eating cornbread and drinking cold water? Staying in a place that costs just a dime a night? But you stayed in a foreign affairs hotel. Now, he completely believed when she said she knew leaders from the Foreign Trade Department. He picked up his pen and began writing the project proposal as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Meanwhile, he hung up the phone and paid a hefty phone bill. Principal Chen looked pained and asked after walking a bit, "How did your talk with Director Tian go? Did he agree to introduce the instant noodle production line?" Nodded. "Yes, I told him to write the project proposal and go see the county leaders immediately. Whether it works out depends on Director Tian's abilities." He felt confident. After dealing with Director Tian a few times, she noticed he was more adaptable than others of his generation, and also
less shy.
Moreover, leaders in this era want to help the country earn foreign exchange. With such a great opportunity in front of them, they surely won't miss it. Plus, with a project proposal I wrote for him, I'm not saying it's a sure thing, but it's at least 90% likely. When they returned to the hotel, lay on the bed and relaxed. After a while, she said to the trading platform, "Dog, I've spent quite a bit of money here these days. Can you get me a coffee-flavored ice cream?" Trading platform at yuan at percent. Just as it was about to refuse, he added, "Once we secure the instant noodle production line, big orders will come in. You wouldn't want to upset me now, right?" After a moment, the trading platform reluctantly handed a coffee-flavored ice cream. While eating the ice cream, he chatted with the trading platform. "Dog, remember, you have to give to get. As long as you treat me well, I will definitely take care of you in the future. I will make you the leader in the trading world. I carry the flag for the dog, who can compete with us from all directions." The trading platform's ninja turtle skin suddenly turned red with excitement. Then it proactively bought a portion of fried chicken with iced cola. As ate, she thought, "Which idiot came up with this silly thing?" The trading platform had no idea he was criticizing it and was happily dreaming about the future. Once the host has money, it will definitely buy it many skins. It will wear one and throw away another, becoming the most stylish one in the trading world every day. The next morning, he noticed that there was no call from the textile factory, so she said to Principal Chen, "Principal, there's nothing much to do today. How about I accompany you for a walk by the river?" Principal Chen quickly agreed. He felt that if he came to the city, he should definitely visit the riverside. He called a tricycle, and the two of them rode to the riverbank. Even in this era, there were quite a few people by the river. There were both locals and visitors, bustling with activity. Many cargo ships were on the river, along with some wooden boats that looked quite simple to He was not very interested, but Principal Chen was quite excited. Although he was reluctant, he suggested taking some photos. He thought to herself that it seems taking photos is a must for elderly people when they travel, no matter the era. In the end, they both took a solo photo and a group photo.
He paid for it.
Principal Chen felt it was not right and insisted on giving the money back to He. Although he knew she had earned some money, he felt embarrassed to spend a young girl's money. "It's fine. I can get reimbursed from Director Tian later." Principal Chen replied, "Little I just stood for the picture. I want to sit and take another one. Also, I didn't get a picture of the cargo ships earlier, and now that they are here, it would be a pity not to take one."
Shui.
In the end, Principal Chen happily took 2 more photos. Around noon, He found a state-run restaurant by the river, and they each had a bowl of noodles. It wasn't that they couldn't order meat dishes, it was mainly because they had good meals at the Jinxiang Hotel in the past few days. They were already quite full, and with the hot weather, they had little appetite. After eating, he initially wanted to call a car back to the hotel, but Principal Chen said, Little Sue, I've always wanted to visit Shanghai Jiao Tong University. Since we have nothing to do today, let's go take a look. Soo-hee nodded, sure. Actually, Principal Chun wanted Soo-hee to experience the atmosphere of a university. He always felt it was a pity that she wasn't attending college. Shanghai Jiao Tong University has a history of nearly 100 years and is rich in culture. Who knows, maybe after walking around, the young girl would change her mind. They took a car to the entrance of Shanghai Jiao Tong University. Although there was a guard, he didn't pay much attention. Since the family quarters and buildings were inside the campus, people had to enter and exit through this gate. Unless someone looked suspicious or was dressed very poorly, the guard would not ask questions. Principal Chun, carrying a briefcase, looked like an old professor from the school. Soo-hee looked just like a student, so they smoothly entered the campus. Principal Chun said to Soo-hee, "Little Sue, doesn't this university campus look different from what you imagined? You can actually learn a lot in college, and there are many dedicated teachers. If you change your mind now, it's still not too late. If you wait longer, you'll have to wait until next year." Principal Chun was earnestly persuading her, but Soo-hee was only half listening. She couldn't tell the old man that the college entrance exam would resume in 2 years. Seeing her indifferent expression, Principal Chun was quite frustrated. You will regret it one day. I firmly believe that knowledge is the greatest wealth, no matter the time. Seeing the old man getting anxious, Soo-hee smiled and said, "Principal, don't worry. I'll earn some money this year, and next year I'll listen to you and go to college." Principal Chun looked doubtful. Really? Soo-hee nodded. Really. Only then did Principal Chun feel relieved, thinking that bringing her here was the right decision. Just then, someone accidentally bumped into Soo-hee. A boy around 20 quickly apologized. "Classmate, I'm sorry. Soo-hee smiled. "It's okay." The boy was momentarily stunned by Soo-hee's beauty, clearly taken aback. "Classmate, which department are you from?" Before Soo-hee could respond, Principal Chun coldly said, "What does it matter to you which department she's from? You're so rude. How dare this kid try to flirt with our little Sue?" The boy thought Principal Chun was a teacher and suddenly felt flustered. His friends were nudging him, and he hurriedly ran off. Soo-hee was puzzled. "Principal, why are they running away in the middle of the day?" Principal Chun replied irritably, "Why do you care about them? We've walked enough. Let's go." Soo-hee was just asking casually and immediately walked back with Principal Chun. They ran into a few elderly ladies who were hurrying by, talking loudly. "The Nya family is causing a scene again. I heard Nya Wenjie wants to kick his brother and sister-in-law out. They definitely can't kick them out. They're clearly trying to cut off all ties. Isn't living in the family quarters 100 times better than living in a flat? Besides, Teacher Yuan's salary and benefits are already cheap for them. TSK. Nya Wenjie usually acts so high and mighty, but his home is still a mess." Soo-hee's heart stirred. "Excuse me, did you just mention Teacher Nya Wenjie from the materials department?" After receiving a confirmation, Soo-hee said to Principal Chun, "Principal, let's go take a look." "Look at what?" The elderly ladies were speaking in the local dialect, and since Soo-hee had just spoken in the same dialect, Principal Chun had no idea what was happening. As Soo-hee walked, she said, "To see the commotion." Principal Chun was speechless. "You're not even a student here. Why are you joining in the fun?" But Soo-hee had already followed the group of elderly ladies, so he had no choice but to follow. They hurried to a teaching building where a crowd had gathered. Soo-hee finally squeezed to the front and saw a woman in her 50s sitting on the ground, throwing a tantrum. "Everyone, please judge for yourselves. My sister-in-law has never married, has no children, and I, as her sister-in-law, have done her laundry, cooked for her, and managed the household. I even let my son and daughter-in-law be filial to her, so that when she passes away, they can take care of her. And now she wants to kick us out? Isn't that heartless? How can she be a university professor and teach people like this?" Next to the old lady, a middle-aged couple was kneeling and chiming in. "Aunt, if you have any complaints, just say it, and we will change it. You're getting older, and if no one is around to take care of you, what will happen if you get sick?" "Yes, Aunt, although my mom's words may not sound nice, she means well. It's much better for our family to be lively together than for you to be alone and lonely. Standing opposite them was a woman in her 40s, tall and slender, with a fair complexion, though her lips were somewhat pale, and her body trembled slightly. She seemed to be trying hard to suppress her emotions. As the crowd grew, she coldly said, "No need to say more. You must move out, or I will return the house to the school and move into the dormitory." The old lady instantly jumped up. "Nya Wenjie, you heartless person, are you serious this time? Is it just because I took a few of your old papers to the toilet? Is it just because Hua tore a few of your letters? Do you really have to be so relentless? I know, you must still be thinking about that blacklisted Yuan Xingji. He might have already died in some corner. Suhi, isn't Yuan Xingji teacher Yuan?" She quietly took out a note from her small bag, which was the same note teacher Yuan had given her. At that time, teacher Yuan told her that if she had trouble, she could seek help from the person on the note. It read, "Nia Wenjie, Materials Department, Shanghai Jiao Tong University." She had always thought Nia Wenjie was a man, but unexpectedly, it was a woman, and one who had a story with teacher Yuan. One is surnamed Nia, and the other is surnamed Yuan. Isn't this a fateful connection? Suhi put the note back in her small bag and looked at Nia Wenjie. He seemed to be in his early 40s. Teacher Yuan was definitely going after someone much younger. Of course, it could also be that this teacher Nia took good care of himself. While she was lost in thought, Nia Wenjie's voice trembled. "Shut up. Do you know that the papers you destroyed contained very important data? This affects the progress of the coding fabric. I've told you many times not to touch anything on my desk. Not only did you ignore me, but you also broke the lock on my drawer." Before she could finish, her sister-in-law, Yang Chunhua, interrupted sharply. "That's right, I was the one who broke the lock. We're family, who are you locking it up against? What data? I think you're just upset about those few letters. You want to drive us away, don't you? Are you looking for a wild man?" The more Yang Chunhua spoke, the worse it got. Nia Wenjie trembled with anger, but every time she tried to speak, Yang Chunhua cut her off. Seeing that she had the upper hand, Yang Chunhua became even more aggressive. "I'll say it clearly today. If you want us to move out, forget it. You're the one who should leave. If you have the guts, go live with your wild man." Just as she was getting into it, someone spoke up clearly. "Professor Nia, did you just say that the key data for the coding fabric was maliciously destroyed?" Everyone turned to look at the speaker, including Nia Wenjie. A very pretty young girl stood in front of them, her expression serious. She thought he was a student from Shanghai Jiaotong University. Although she found Suhi's comment a bit abrupt, she was eager for someone to interrupt Yang Chunhua, so she nodded. Suhi's expression immediately turned cold. "Professor Nia, our textile committee entrusted you to research the coding fabric, and the deadline is approaching. The factory sent me to check on the progress. Now it seems you won't be able to deliver the research results on time. Professor Nia, we signed a military order. If you can't deliver the results on time, you owe us 10,000 yuan in damages. Let's keep this professional. First, you need to compensate us for the 10,000 yuan loss. Second, those responsible for the destroyed data, which harms national research data, must be taken to the police station for questioning and prosecution. Do you have any objections?" Principal Chen. "Little Sue, what are you doing? Let's not even talk about why you're getting involved in this mess. Even if you want to stand up for justice, don't use the textile committee as an excuse. If this blows up, how will we resolve it?" Nia Wenjie was also confused. What is happening here? But she quickly realized that this young girl was trying to help her. With no other choice, she nodded. "I have no objections." Suhi immediately said, "Then please gather the money quickly, and the difference will be deducted from your salary monthly. Also, these three are the criminals who destroyed the research data, right?" Suhi looked at Yang Chunhua and the others, sneering. "Do you know what the destroyed data represents? It represents an opportunity for our textile industry to soar, a hope for export earnings. Because of your ignorance and greed, you have caused huge losses to the country. This old lady, your backside is quite precious. What you're using is not just paper, it's shining dollars. Those dollars can buy production lines and special materials for our country. You are criminals against the nation. You are traitors to the people. The onlookers, who were just there for the show, suddenly became indignant after hearing Su He's words. Several older women rushed over to spit at Yang Chunhua. Bah! You shameless old hag! Occupying your sister-in-law's property to cut her off. I've never liked you. Who knew you would also destroy research data? You're simply terrible. You come here pretending to support Professor Nia. Bah! You're all lazy and living off Professor Nia's salary. Taking advantage is one thing, but you even dare to destroy research data? You must be tired of living. Hey, I think their family might be spies, deliberately lurking around Professor Nia to cause trouble. Yang Chunhua's family was stunned. I didn't do it, it wasn't me. At this moment, who would listen to their defense? Some were spitting, some were throwing small stones, and even one old lady took off her shoe and started hitting Yang Chunhua with the sole. The scene was getting out of control.
Shui.
I was just fooling around. Why are you all getting so into it? But this was understandable. Everyone has a sense of right and wrong. Many people already disliked Yang Chunhua's family, but didn't want to get involved in others' family matters. On the other hand, people in this era had a strong sense of national pride, and with Su He's persuasive words, they quickly saw Yang Chunhua's family as villains harming national interests. Fearing that things would escalate, Su He shouted, I understand everyone's feelings, but we should let the law handle this. Can some kind people help me take them to the police station for legal action? As soon as Su He finished speaking, several boys stepped out from the crowd, including the one who had flirted with Su He earlier. Yang Chunhua's family was in a terrible state. They never imagined things would escalate like this. Yang Chunhua's daughter-in-law, Yu Shaoqin, gritted her teeth and said, The paper was taken by my mother-in-law. It has nothing to do with us. Nia Dagong, Yang Chunhua's son, quickly added, Yes, it was my mother who destroyed the research data. I didn't do anything. Yang Chunhua nearly fainted.
Bull.
It was clearly you two who said there was money in the drawer, and you broke the lock. Seeing the three of them fighting among themselves, the boy who had flirted with Su He kicked Nia Dagong. Talk at the police station. Hurry up, or we won't be polite. Yang Chunhua wanted to throw a fit, but when she saw the old ladies with shoes, she wilted. She began to plead with Nia Wenjie. Wenjie, please help us. We're family. Blood is thicker than water. You can't just watch us suffer. Nia Wenjie gave a self-deprecating smile. Family? When did you ever treat me like family? Let's go to the police station and handle this properly. To be honest, Su He was worried that Nia Wenjie would soften at a critical moment, but now she saw that this professor was clear-headed. As for why she was previously at a disadvantage, it was probably because a scholar met a soldier. Reason wouldn't help. A crowd of people rushed toward the police station, with Nia Wenjie and Su He falling behind. Nia Wenjie quietly asked, Young lady, thank you for your help.
Who are you?
Su He blinked. Auntie, I'm Zhao He.
Ni venje was stund.
Su He took out the note that Teacher Yuan had written for her and handed it over. This is from Teacher Yuan. Nia Wenjie took it, looking at the familiar handwriting, her voice trembling a bit. Is he okay? Su He rolled her eyes. He's doing great. His living conditions in our little county are top-notch. He just complains about feeling lonely and missing old friends. I was puzzled about what kind of friend he missed so much until I met you, and now I understand. Teacher Yuan really aimed high. Nia Wenjie's pale face instantly flushed red. People in this era were quite reserved. Don't talk nonsense. Xingji and I are just ordinary friends.
Shui.
No one would believe that. The fact that Teacher Yuan could give Nia Wenjie's address to her showed that he trusted her deeply. And Nia Wenjie's reaction and her sister-in-law's words were enough to prove that she had feelings for Teacher Yuan. They really were a pair of star-crossed lovers. But they should be able to reunite soon. This was also why Su He was causing a stir under the pretense of a project. Yang Chunhua kept bringing up Teacher Yuan, and she needed something more eye-catching to cover it up. Otherwise, even if she dealt with Yang Chunhua, it would still affect Teacher Nia's reputation. Right now, Everyone's attention was on the damaged research data, and no one was thinking about those letters that Hua had torn up. Nia Wenjie then asked Suhi for her name and why she came to the city. Suhi briefly explained and then said, "Sister-in-law, when we get to the institute, let's not mention the project. Let's focus on the issue of the damaged research data." Nia Wenjie suddenly remembered Suhi's plan and looked a bit complicated. She saw Teacher Yuan's shadow in Suhi. He was also someone who dared to take risks. Otherwise, he wouldn't have continued his research under such circumstances. Suhi continued, "I guess your brother will definitely come to the institute to plead for you." Nia Wenjie interrupted, "How do you know my brother is here too?" Suhi smiled because that Hua isn't around. Clearly, he is spoiled at home, so someone must be watching over him. Besides, I'm familiar with their tactics. They always play the bad cop, and when the time is right, your brother will come out to appeal to family ties, and you'll have to go along with them. Nia Wenjie nodded. This girl really had a sharp mind. Suhi went on, "When we get to the institute, your brother will definitely play the family card. Just stay quiet. I'll handle the bad guy. I guarantee they won't dare to bother you again. But we need to agree that you can't blame me later." Nia Wenjie sighed, "Xiaohe, I'm not someone who can't tell right from wrong. The family ties between us have long been worn away by them. I just don't have the strength to break free from them." Suhi smiled. "It's not that you lack strength. Your moral standards are just much higher than theirs, which is why you can't deal with them. People like them need someone like me to handle them." Nia Wenjie laughed at her words and wanted to chat more, but they were soon at the institute, so she had to hold back. The colleagues at the institute were startled by the sudden arrival of a large group of people, especially the elderly women, who rushed to report young Chunhua and her companions. Seeing the atmosphere charged, Suhi squeezed to the front and said, "Comrades, these three have maliciously damaged research data, which is very serious. Moreover, they have occupied Professor Nie's property and personally attacked her, indirectly affecting her research progress. Also, a university campus is a place for learning and cultivating talent. Yet, these three are using foul language on campus, harming the students' mental health. In short, they are guilty of serious crimes and deserve harsh punishment." The onlookers supported her. "Yes, that's right. They might be bad elements sent by enemies to cause trouble. I've never seen such malicious people. They are just like the old tyrants of the past. They must be taught a lesson to make them confess." Yang Chunhua and her companions were dumbfounded. Their legs went weak, their faces turned pale, and they collapsed to the ground. It was just a few pieces of paper. How did they become such terrible criminals? At that moment, an old man squeezed in, holding a 4 or 5-year-old boy. Yang Chunhua saw the old man and immediately felt hope. "Old man, quickly tell Wenjie that we didn't mean to. We didn't want to damage any data." Before she could finish, the old man slapped her hard. "You ungrateful woman. I told you not to touch Wenjie's things, but you didn't listen. Now you know how serious it is? When we get home, I'll deal with you." Then, he turned to Nia Wenjie and said, "Sister, my wife is a troublemaker. Please let them go this time for my sake. I promise they won't dare again. We are siblings. Can you bear to see your brother's family fall apart?" Suhi scoffed, "Sir, you're neither deaf nor blind. Why haven't you ever restrained your wife and child? Now you come out pretending to be the good guy. Have you not lived in Professor Nie's house or spent her salary? You've taken all the benefits and pushed the blame onto your wife and child. Your calculations are quite clever. Besides, this matter is not just about Professor Nie. They have harmed the interests of the state and violated national laws." The old man was furious and shouted, "This is our family matter. What does it have to do with you?" Suhi coldly laughed. "You harmed the interests of the state. Any citizen of Huaxia has the right to intervene. Not just me, but anyone here has the right to intervene. Don't you all agree?" "Yes, that's right. We all have the right to intervene. Even my 3-year-old dog has the right to intervene."
Shui.
You crowd actors are really stealing the show. The old man was both angry and scared, suddenly kneeling on the ground. "Wenjie, brother begs you. Do you remember that time when you fell into a ditch and I pulled you out? When we were poor, I saved the good food for you. Nya Wenjie clenched her fists tightly. It was always like this. These favors were repeated over and over, softening her heart. And then what? Her house was occupied, her salary was misused, and her reputation was tarnished. A favor for a favor turned into enmity. They had gone from family to foes. Old Nya saw that Nya Wenjie was silent and raised his voice. Wenjie, even if you don't think of me, you should think of our deceased parents. If your nephew gets locked up, they won't rest easy in the grave. Suhi rolled her eyes. I guess if you went down to honor them, they would feel more at peace. Old Nya. He immediately shouted angrily, You little girl, stop meddling. If you make me mad, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. Hearing this, Suhi quickly pulled over Principal Chen, the old quail. Old Nya spoke in the local dialect, and Principal Chen, who had been eating a raw melon, looked confused. Xiao Su, why are you pulling me? Suhi lifted her chin. This old man says he wants to teach me a lesson on your behalf. You should come and reason with him. Principal Chen immediately perked up. Just watch me debate him. The old man quoted classics, talking from Yao, Shen, Yu to the saying about planting trees for 10 years and raising people for 100 years, as if he were in a classroom instead of an office. The onlookers, some of whom couldn't speak Mandarin, could still understand, so Principal Chen's speech received warm applause. Old Nya's face turned red with anger, but he couldn't understand Principal Chen's rebuttals, so he just pretended he didn't hear. Suhi felt it was time to speak, so she said to old Nya, Your wife and son-in-law destroyed research data and should be severely punished. If Professor Nya can come up with a way to make amends, we might consider leniency. But you occupy someone else's property, take their salary, and smear their reputation. Why should they help you? If I were Professor Nya, I wouldn't care about you, and would lock you up to get rid of you once and for all. Old Nya was still sharp. After hearing Suhi, he immediately looked at Nya Wenjie. Wenjie, are you trying to force me to cut ties with you?
Nya Wenjie remained silent.
Suhi then asked her colleagues if we can't reach an agreement, or if Professor Nya can't come up with a compensation plan, will these three get sentenced to decades? The colleagues. We haven't even understood the case clearly, and now we're talking about sentencing? However, they had heard some things about the Nya family and disapproved of their actions, but since it only involved moral issues, they didn't want to intervene. So when Suhi asked, they vaguely agreed. This scared Yang Chunhua and the others half to death. Decades? Wouldn't that mean they'd never get out? Nya Dagong clung to old Nya's leg, pleading, Dad, I don't want to go to jail. Please beg Auntie. We'll agree to whatever conditions she has. Old Nya gritted his teeth. Fine, fine. Wenjie, as long as you let them go, I'll move out, and we'll act like we don't know each other from now on. Suhi smirked. Just saying it isn't enough. Come on, I'll help you draft a disownment letter. Sign it, and put your thumbprint. Actually, Suhi didn't know if a disownment letter had any legal effect. She just wanted to hold power over old Nya's family. She borrowed paper and pen from her colleagues and wrote a disownment letter. It mainly had 3 points. 1. From now on, old Nya and Nya Wenjie will sever their sibling relationship. 2. Old Nya's family must move out of Nya Wenjie's house within 2 days. 3. If they fail to meet the above 2 points, they will continue to be held accountable for destroying research data. This disownment letter had many loopholes, but old Nya's family was uneducated and had no legal awareness. They trembled as they pressed their thumbprints. The colleagues gave a brief reprimand and then let them go. After leaving the police station, Suhi reminded Nya Wenjie, Professor Nya, you'd better move your valuables to your office so they don't take them. Nya Wenjie smiled bitterly. What valuables do I have left? The valuable things were taken long ago.
Shui.
She didn't want to comment, since she wasn't involved. However, Nya Wenjie explained. Do you think I'm too weak? My brother was right. He treated me very well when we were young. I could attend the girls' school because he helped me hide it from our parents and raise my tuition. So I'm grateful and want to repay him fully. I initially planned to follow Xingji, but my brother begged me, saying the family was too poor and depended on my salary to survive. Plus, Singji insisted I shouldn't suffer with him, so I returned to teach in the city. But later, I don't know why it turned out like this. They became greedier and more unreasonable, and family turned into enemies. He didn't know what to say. Family ties often become complicated when mixed with interests. That's why, although she protected her family, she occasionally reminded them, I can be good to you, but I can also take it back anytime. He intentionally changed the subject and talked about Teacher Yuan's recent situation. When Nya Wenjie heard about Teacher Yuan running into a tree, he chuckled. That bookworm has done this kind of thing many times. He saw a hint of youthful playfulness in Nya Wenjie's demeanor and tone. A man remains a boy at heart, and a woman can have a youthful spirit even at 80. As they chatted, they discussed the destroyed research data, and He wondered, Professor Nya, why did you keep such important data at home? Nya Wenjie's expression suddenly became awkward.
Shui. Got it.
The research data was just a cover to hide a few letters from Teacher Yuan. So, he wisely changed the topic. You're researching coded fabrics? Can you tell me more about it? Nya Wenjie was eager to talk about anything else, so he began to elaborate. For He, these technical terms were like a foreign language, but she still managed to show appropriate admiration. When Nya Wenjie finished explaining, He said, Professor Nya, since you don't have anything else to do, I'll take my leave. Do you want me to pass a message to Teacher Yuan? Or would you like to write him a letter? Nya Wenjie hesitated but finally shook his head. Let's not write. It might cause unnecessary trouble. Just tell him I'm fine and to take care of himself. Here's some money and fabric coupons. Please help me buy a suit for Singji and some local specialties. If she could, she would love to buy them herself. But now wasn't the right time. She wasn't afraid of getting involved. She just didn't want to bring trouble to Teacher Yuan. As for the money and fabric coupons, they were from the salary she just received that morning. Otherwise, they would have already been taken by Yang Chunhua. He nodded. Don't worry, I'll handle it well. If Teacher Yuan knows the clothes are from you, he probably won't want to wear them and will hug them to sleep every night.
Nie będzie.
This child is great in every way, but she doesn't know when to hold her tongue. After saying goodbye to Professor Nya, He met up with Principal Shen, who had been waiting at a distance, and they walked outside together. Principal Shen couldn't hold back any longer and asked, What's going on? What's your relationship with that Professor Nya? Since it involved Teacher Yuan, he didn't want to go into details and vaguely replied, Professor Nya is a friend of an elder I know. Principal Shen didn't press further. He thought that besides English, he also needed to learn the local dialect. Otherwise, he would be lost in the city. Oh, right, that girl mentioned attending the Sui trade fair. The first thing he would do when he got back was to learn Cantonese. As usual, He called for a tricycle and returned to the Jinxiang Hotel. As soon as she entered the lobby, the front desk staff said, Xiao He, Director Yu from the First Textile just called. He asked you to return his call when you have time. He quickly called Director Yu. Xiao Su, I'll send a car to pick you up tomorrow morning to collect your prize. He happily agreed. If it weren't for wanting to develop in county into her stronghold, she would have loved to stay in the city. Making money in the city was really easy. During dinner, Lisa came over and said, I went shopping at the friendship store today. Although many people asked about hair accessories, unfortunately, none were in that business. The other female foreign guests also shared similar sentiments with He. He wasn't too disappointed if it worked out great, but if not, it was no big deal. The next morning, He and Principal Shen took a car to the First Textile. As they passed through the entrance, He rolled down the window and nodded to a few security guards. The guards quickly nodded back. Principal Shen thought, the factory director doesn't have as much presence as you do. When they arrived at Director Yu's office, he smiled at He and said, Xiao Su, after the factory's discussion, we decided to reward you with 1,500 yuan. This amount wasn't arbitrary. It was based on the bonuses from the food factory. He had expected something around that amount, so she thanked him with a smile. Seeing He's small bag about to burst, Principal Shen felt a pang of jealousy. Most workers only earned about 30 yuan a month, And this girl came to the city and made 3,500 yuan, enough for them to earn in nearly 10 years. After some small talk in Director Yu's office, Soo-hee rubbed her hands together and said, Director Yu, do we have any other decisions? Like hiring me as a part-time salesperson? Talents like me are rare. You can't miss this opportunity. Director Yu replied, You already have so many part-time jobs. Can you handle more? Soo-hee smiled and said, Mr. Lu Sun once said, time is like water in a sponge. If you're willing to squeeze, there's always some left. To be honest, I could handle not just a few part-time jobs, but even 88. Director Yu said, While you can handle it, we don't need anyone at the moment. Principal Chen thought, Do you think you're so special that everyone wants you? How does it feel to be rejected? I feel embarrassed for you. But Soo-hee didn't have the word embarrassed in her vocabulary. She continued to smile and said, All right, just let me know when you need someone. I'm always available. Just then, the phone on Director Yu's desk rang. Hair accessories? Oh, yes, we produce those. You want to come see them? Sure, of course. After hanging up, Director Yu was silent for a moment. He thought Soo-hee's mention of hair accessories was a joke, but now a foreign buyer was actually reaching out. Wait, how did she get in touch with them? Soo-hee was puzzled too. Lisa and the others hadn't met any buyers, so how did this happen? Regardless, someone showing interest was a good thing. Xiao Su, they said they want to come see the products this afternoon, but we don't have a production line for hair accessories here. What should we do? That's fine, just tell them the truth that the production line isn't here and that our products are handmade. I'll go back to the hotel and get some samples. Many handmade crafts exported from China are indeed made by hand, so the absence of a production line wasn't a big deal. Soo-hee quickly returned to the hotel to get some samples. Luckily, she had ordered quite a few from the trading center beforehand, or it would have been difficult. To be safe, she ordered another batch from the trading center. The trading center was thrilled. The host was truly a good person. Around 2 in the afternoon, the foreign buyers arrived. From a distance, Soo-hee saw Daniel waving at her. Soo-hee thought, no need to guess, it must be Daniel who made the connection. Daniel was truly her lucky charm. Sue, this is my friend Grant, who specializes in the accessories business. Soo-hee immediately exchanged pleasantries with Grant in English and then led him to the meeting room. The meeting room was already set up with drinks and fruit. The first textile was experienced in hosting foreign guests. Soo-hee took out the samples and introduced each one to Grant. Grant initially didn't want to come but couldn't resist Daniel's persuasion, so he just came to check it out. He didn't believe that China could offer any accessories that would catch his eye, considering the differences in Eastern and Western aesthetics, and that China wasn't focusing on this area much. However, when he saw the samples Soo-hee presented, his eyes lit up. These accessories would definitely sell well. Grant was much shrewder than Daniel. Although he liked what he saw, he didn't show it. After Soo-hee finished, he said, Sue, these accessories look good, but the technical quality isn't high, and they can be easily copied. Unless the price is very favorable, I won't consider it. Typically, a negotiation partner would offer a discount to show sincerity at this point. But after hearing Grant's words, Soo-hee smiled and said, Mr. Grant, while these accessories can be copied, we can ensure that we'll release new styles regularly. No matter how fast they copy, they won't keep up with our innovation. Additionally, we will build our he brand to create brand recognition. I believe most people won't mind a small price difference and will choose the genuine product. Mr. Grant, many buyers have already contacted us, but since you were introduced by Daniel, I will offer my best deal. Here's my price list. As Soo-hee handed the price list to Grant, Director Yu glanced at it and nearly gasped. You really dare to ask for this much? One hairpiece costs as much as a meter of fabric from our factory. Unless Grant is out of his mind, he definitely won't agree. After Grant reviewed the quote, he began to negotiate with Soo-hee. In the end, Soo-hee reluctantly lowered the price by 10 cents for each item, and they reached an agreement. Section Chifu. The cheapest hair accessories cost at least $1 each, while the most expensive ones are even $2 each. He couldn't understand why they would spend money on such useless decorations instead of buying fabric for clothes. Why not just use a rubber band? This shows a difference in perception. The US has moved past struggling for basic needs, so people are willing to spend money on clothing and accessories. They regularly hold fashion weeks and eagerly buy luxury goods, so spending $1 or $2 on a hair accessory is not a big deal. Grant said, Sue, since we haven't worked together before, I'll start by ordering 1,000 of each item. If sales go well, we can reorder. Sue he immediately showed some displeasure. Mr. Grant, you just said you wanted to place a large order, which is why I gave you the best price. And now you only want this small amount? I'm starting to doubt your sincerity. Section Chief you. 1,000 of each item? Your quote lists 16 types, totaling 16,000 items, which will cost over $20,000. Is that too little for a small textile factory in a county? Can you be any greedier? Grant felt a bit embarrassed by Soo-hee's words and eventually added another 1,000 orders for the 5 items he liked. Section Chief you. Is that acceptable? Next, Soo-hee honestly discussed the issue of subcontracting, as both sides needed to cooperate long-term and some matters should be addressed openly. As Soo-hee expected, Grant had no objections. As long as the supply quality was guaranteed, he didn't care where the production line was set up or about subcontracting issues. After reaching an agreement, he asked Section Chief Yu to have someone from the factory help draft the contract. She wasn't familiar with the foreign trade practices and rules of this era, so she needed professionals to handle it. The final order quantity was 21,000 items, totaling $31,518, with a supply period of 90 days. After both parties signed the contract, Section Chief Yu wanted to invite Grant to dinner, but Grant politely declined. Daniel winked at Soo-hee, acting like he was the hero and deserved her gratitude. Soo-hee shot him a glare, and Daniel quickly fell silent. After seeing off Grant and Daniel, Section Chief Yu looked at Soo-hee with a complex expression and gave her a thumbs up. He truly admired her. As a salesperson, he knew how difficult it was to secure foreign trade orders. It was almost like begging. But this young girl managed to do it effortlessly. Counting on his fingers, it had only been a few days, and she had already secured 3 orders. And all of them were large orders across industries. He remembered Soo-hee mentioning a part-time job and found an excuse to go talk to their factory director. After a while, he returned, smiling warmly. Sue, I suddenly remembered that our sales department is short-staffed, so I want to hire you as a part-time salesperson. The salary will be based on the standard for a level 4 clerk, which is $56 a month. What do you think? Principal Shen, who had always been cautious. She is just a high school graduate, and you want to pay her the salary of a university graduate? Now she is even less interested in going to college. What's the point? Graduates earn the same amount anyway. While he was grumbling, Section Chief Yu added, as long as you perform well, salary is just one aspect. The factory will also give you bonuses. Principal Chen felt like he was turning sour with jealousy. Coming from the same county, he felt like a useless old man. Soo-hee didn't act proud and happily accepted the offer. After joking for a while, Soo-hee said, Section Chief Yu, our county's textile factory has never done export business, so we don't understand many things. I plan to have the factory send a few people to learn about it. Is that okay? Section Chief Yu readily agreed. He was a person with a big vision and wouldn't feel jealous just because the county's textile factory secured a hair accessory order. Instead of focusing on small profits, he wanted to explore Soo-hee's potential and aim for more overseas orders. After discussing everything, Soo-hee and Principal Chen took a car to leave the textile factory. Soo-hee still chose to get off at the phone booth. Without Soo-hee needing to say anything, Principal Chen took the initiative to talk to the old man watching the phone booth. Since Soo-hee didn't have the phone number for Director Fang's office at the county textile factory, she called Director Gao instead. Director Gao was packing up to leave for the day when he heard the phone ring and picked up the receiver. Hello, who is this? Director Gao. It's Xiao Su. I'm in Shanghai saying hello to you. Director Gao was much more personable than Director Tian. Upon hearing it was Soo-hee, he smiled and said, Oh, it's Xiao Su. Are you getting used to life in Shanghai? Do you need any help from the factory? Suhi sighed, it's fine, but I couldn't finalize a deal with the Shanghai Supply and Marketing Cooperative. They wanted benefits, so I gave up. Director Gao comforted her. If it didn't work out, that's okay. You finally made it to Shanghai, so enjoy yourself and relax. He wasn't surprised at all. There were plenty of good things in Shanghai. Why would they buy goods from a faraway county? Only Suhi, this brave girl, was bold enough to take risks. Then he heard Suhi say, although I couldn't finalize the deal with the Shanghai Supply and Marketing Cooperative, I accidentally secured an export order. Foreign exchange needs to be managed centrally, and the funds won't reach our account right away. Our factory still needs to send people to learn about export trade. Sigh, it's so troublesome. I didn't want to sign this order, but the foreign merchants insisted on signing with me. For the sake of international friendship, I had no choice but to sign. Director Gao dropped the receiver with a loud crash. My goodness! Did he just hear her correctly? What did Xiao Su say? She secured a foreign trade order? Their small county textile factory is going to earn foreign exchange for the country? Hello? Hello? Director Gao? Director Gao? Director Gao hurriedly picked up the receiver. Xiao Su, is what you said true? Did you really secure a foreign trade order? Yes, really, but the order amount is a bit small, and I'm embarrassed to say. Director Gao quickly replied, Xiao Su. Being able to export and earn foreign exchange is already a huge achievement. Even if it's a loss, it's still a good thing. How much is the order? He estimated that each hair accessory could sell for about 50 cents, and with 3,000 to 5,000 at most, the total would only be $2,000 to $3,000. Not much, just a little over $31,000. Crash. Director Gao dropped the receiver again. Then he hurriedly picked it up and shouted in a loud voice, 30,000? Yes, isn't that a bit small? I also think it's too little. It should be at least $100,000 or $80,000. This amount isn't even enough to cover the gaps. Director Gao listened to Suhi's impressive talk and felt like he was dreaming. Xiao Su, this isn't a joke, is it? Are you serious? Suhi's tone became serious too. Yes, it's true. The order contract has been signed. We ordered 21,000 pieces for a total price of $31,518, with a supply period of 90 days. Since our county textile factory doesn't have foreign trade qualifications, I found the top textile factory in the city, and we are temporarily using their account. Once we complete our paperwork, we will sign the order with foreign merchants under our name. You should report this to Director Feng right away and send someone to the top textile factory to learn about foreign trade, so we don't delay production. Also, I asked a train attendant I know to bring back the samples and designs the foreign merchants liked. Once we receive them, we'll arrange to purchase materials. By the way, I designed a trademark label. You should start registering the trademark right away, and later we can look into registering it overseas. Director Gao hesitated. Xiao Su, do we really need to register a trademark? Of course. Director Gao, this isn't just a one-time deal. It's a sustainable treasure. Let me put it this way. There's a huge demand for hair accessories overseas, and the prices are very high. Right now, we are only making low-end products, but in the future, we'll introduce high-end items like pearls. These need brand recognition, so registering a trademark is essential. Director Gao listened, somewhat confused. After all, he was just a sales head in a small county and had limited experience. However, Suhi's vision was too appealing, and he quickly said, then let's do it your way. By the way, what will our trademark be called? When signing the contract, the foreign merchant was in a hurry, and I couldn't say we didn't have a brand, so I quickly said he brand. It's the character for grain. But then I thought, using this as our trademark is actually good. He originally means mature grain, representing abundance. The extended meaning of he also implies prosperity, which is auspicious and pleasant. Director Gao thought, after all this talk, you forgot to mention one thing. This is your name. However, compared to the signed order, this was trivial. Director Gao suddenly remembered another question. By the way, Xiao Su, how did you get in touch with the top textile factory? Why did they agree to let us use their account? And why did they allow us to learn about export business? The top textile factory is a leader in the industry, if not number one, then definitely in the top three. They are very impressive.
How could they be so accommodating?
He casually replied, I'm currently a part-time salesperson for them. We're all in the same family, so we naturally don't keep things separate. Director Gao. Is it that they really need people at the top textile factory? Otherwise, why would Xiao Su become a part-time salesperson so quickly? He felt there was more to it but didn't want to pry, so he said, Xiao Su, I'll go report to Director Feng right away. How can I contact you? Just note down the phone number for the Jinxiang Hotel and have the front desk staff find me. Director Gao thought it was just a small guest house and didn't think much of it. After noting it down, he hung up and hurried to find Director Feng. Director Feng, holding a thermos and a briefcase, had just stepped out of the office when he saw Director Gao rushing over like a rabbit. Director, great news, great news. Director Feng frowned. Xiao Gao, you're over 40. Can you be a bit more composed? What's the good news? Xiao Su He, has secured a foreign trade order worth over $30,000 for us in the city.
Crash.
Thud. Director Feng dropped his thermos and briefcase, then grabbed Director Gao by the collar. What did you say? Director Gao. That what happened to being composed? After confirming that Director Gao was telling the truth, Director Feng's eyes turned red. Xiao Gao, I never expected that in my lifetime I could contribute to the country's exports. My life hasn't been in vain. The older generation's love for their country is something many younger people cannot fully understand. Though they sometimes have personal interests, they are willing to give everything if the country needs it. After a while, once Director Feng calmed down, he asked for more details. Director Gao relayed everything He had said. Director Feng nodded repeatedly. I always thought this little girl, he was impressive. She truly is a rare talent. It shows my judgment is sharp. Director Gao. I was the one who discovered this gem first, okay? He conveniently ignored the fact that engineer He, who introduced He to him, was not mentioned. Director Feng continued, I'll handle the trademark and import-export qualifications. As soon as He's samples arrive, we'll purchase materials. Also, you'll lead the team to the top textile factory to learn. You must leave by the day after tomorrow at the latest. If you don't learn well, don't come back. Director Gao. Okay. Director Feng added. By the way, Xiao Su is in high demand. We must keep her. Immediately improve her compensation, matching yours. Director Gao. Okay. After 20 years of hard work, I still earn less than that young girl in a month. On the other side, after He finished her call, Principal Chen said sourly, the county textile factory must be overjoyed, right? Not just the county textile factory. The county leaders must be thrilled too. So far, there has never been a precedent for export earnings in the county, and He has paved the way. He smiled and said, I don't know if they're going crazy, but Director Gao's phone dropped several times. By the way, I need to go to the train station tomorrow morning to send the hair accessory samples and designs back to the county textile factory. Principal Chen didn't question why the factory didn't have samples and designs, as he guessed they were all designed by He, so it made sense. He was concerned. Are you going to send them? That's not very reliable. They could get lost. He laughed. I'll have someone help me bring them back, just that train conductor, Yu Zhongqing. Even if he's not around, I can use the train ticket stamp he gave me last time to make it work. In the future, if our county or the city wants to send something, we can do it this way, fast, convenient, and free. Principal Chen. I knew it. That's why you had him stamp the proof, to take advantage of it. After returning to the hotel, He organized the samples and design drawings. Then, she wrote down detailed notes and put them into a shopping bag from the Jinxiang Hotel, preparing to take them back to An County the next day. During dinner, He met Daniel. They found a place to sit in the lobby, and He sincerely thanked him, saying, Daniel, you've helped me a lot. In China, we have a saying, if you throw a peach, I'll return a plum. I can't let you work for nothing. Daniel interrupted her. You said we are friends. Helping each other is normal among friends. He thought, did I really say that? I might have mentioned it to fool Grant. Did you take it seriously? Sue, if you really want to thank me, I want priority for your new products in the future.
He was surprised.
I thought you were a good person, but you're more calculating than I expected. Priority? Everything I release will set trends. It's not just about money. Actually, he was overthinking. Daniel just wanted a polite excuse for a gift. He helped her because he thought her designs were good and wanted to show that he was capable too. As for the priority, he was just saying it casually and didn't believe he would produce anything remarkable. After considering, he said, Daniel, I can't promise you priority for all products, but I can assure you that for food and clothing items, you'll have priority under the same conditions. Daniel didn't take it too seriously and casually agreed. The next morning, took Principal Chen to the train station. The ticket office and the office area were separate. When reached the entrance of the office area, the staff stopped her. She quickly said, Excuse me, I'm looking for the train conductor, Yu Zhongqing of train number times. What is your relationship with him? I'm his niece. Principal Chen thought, you should at least make your lie believable. His last name is Yu, and yours is Sue. How can an uncle and niece have different last names? After the staff asked for his name and had the same question, she replied without blinking, I take my mother's surname. Principal Chen, that I was too naive. Yu Zhongqing was indeed at the station today, organizing his work log. Conductor Yu, your niece is looking for you. Yu Zhongqing. I'm my parents' only son. Where did a niece come from? Though puzzled, Yu Zhongqing went to the door. Seeing he was both surprised and happy. Xiaoshu, I thought it was someone else. What brings you here? He smiled brightly. Uncle Yu. Long time no see. Principal Chen. Is it okay to unilaterally call him uncle? Yu Zhongqing didn't think it was strange. He was indeed old enough to be an uncle. After some small talk, Yu Zhongqing asked Xiao, are you here for something? He said a bit shyly, Uncle Yu, I helped our in-county textile factory secure an export order, and they urgently need the samples I designed. So, I was hoping you could help me take them to the in-county train station. I feel a bit bold asking, but Principal Chen said contributing to the country's foreign exchange is important, and I thought you would be willing to help us. Principal Chen, I didn't say that. Yu Zhongqing laughed heartily. Principal Chen is right. I'd love to contribute to foreign exchange. I always thought you were special, and now you're really making a name for yourself. Can I ask how much the order is for? He smiled and said, Not much, only $30,000. It's not even enough to fill a gap in my teeth. Yu Zhongqing, can a train run through your teeth? However, he often heard about foreign trade since foreign guests frequently traveled in soft sleeper cars. 30,000 is quite a bit for a small county, but it's not a huge order. He said, Xiao, well done. But you need to keep it up. I hope to hear soon that you've secured a $100,000 order. Principal Chen, no need to wait. You can hear it now. But he didn't respond, just glanced at him. Principal Chen, I get it. You're not satisfied with just your own bragging. You want me to help too, right? He cleared his throat. Actually, Xiao helped the Shanghai food factory and the textile factory secure 2 big orders a few days ago, totaling nearly $30,000. Xiao is great, but she's too modest. If I weren't here, she probably wouldn't tell you. Yu Zhongqing was stunned. Hasn't it only been a week? He secured 3 foreign trade orders? And they're all big orders from different industries? If she keeps this up, does China even need to worry about foreign exchange reserves? He gave her a thumbs up. Indeed, age doesn't determine ambition. Xiao, well done. Compared to you, I've wasted my 40 years. Principal Chen felt hurt and increasingly like an old fool. He said seriously, Uncle Yu, you shouldn't say that. Without you, these samples wouldn't make it to in-county. Without you, how would travelers get around? And where would foreign guests go to ride in soft sleeper cars? So we're all shining in our respective fields, contributing to the modernization of our country. Yu Zhongqing was amused by His words. Exactly. No profession is superior or inferior. They all serve the people. He blinked. Uncle Yu, you can also contribute to foreign exchange for the country. Yu Zhongqing was confused. Me? Don't joke. Where would I contribute? Why not? When I took the sleeper train last time, I noticed there weren't many decorations. You could add some handicrafts as embellishments, like Aran County's willow weaving or cornhusk crafts. Maybe some foreign guests would like them, and then you could connect them, contributing to foreign exchange. You Zhongqing, that after all this, you're just promoting in county? Honestly, and county should give you an award for your efforts. However, Suhi's words inspired him. Perhaps he could report this suggestion to higher-ups and really contribute to the country's foreign exchange. The more Yu Zhongqing thought about Suhi's suggestion, the more he felt it was a good idea, and he started to like her more. Lil Su, if you need to send something in the future, just come to me. If I'm not around, you can tell others too. I'll give them a heads up. Suhi smiled and nodded. Thank you, Uncle Yu. To show my gratitude, when I return to An County, I'll give you some crafts for your carriage. Yu Zhongqing. Don't think I don't know your intentions. You just want to promote in county, right? I wonder what kind of lucky place in county is to produce someone like you. At that moment, in the office of the top leader of An County, Director Tian was chatting away. If we can introduce a noodle production line, it will definitely boost our county's economy and might even drive other industries. Right now, the instant noodle market in the country is still open. If we can establish ourselves quickly, we could become the leading company in this market. The top leader looked at the project proposal in his hand, listening to Director Tian, feeling a bit uncertain. There's no doubt this is a risk. 100,000 yuan. That's not a small amount. If the product doesn't sell, most of that money will be wasted. But if what Director Tian says is true, and the noodles take off, and county's economy could double. Just as he was hesitating, the secretary came in to report. Director Feng from the textile factory is here. He says it's urgent, very urgent. Director Tian scoffed. Very urgent? Maybe he heard something and knows that Director Tian has been looking for the top leader, so he's here to snoop around. Speaking of which, Suhi is also a salesperson at the textile factory, but now she's focused on the food factory. Thinking this, Director Tian felt a sense of superiority. When the top leader heard that Director Feng had an urgent matter, he told the secretary, "Let him in." Director Feng entered, looking cheerful and walking with a bounce. The top leader. Director Tian. Could he be drunk? Director Feng laughed as he entered. Haha, Director Tian is here too. Let's celebrate together. Director Tian was startled and stood up. Director Feng, are you okay? Ignoring him, Director Feng turned to the top leader and said, Our Suhi from the textile factory secured a foreign trade order in the big city, worth over $30,000. I'm here to share the good news and to ask about getting import-export qualifications. After all, our textile factory is going to do foreign trade, and it's not convenient to keep relying on the top textile factory in the big city. The top leader picked up a large teacup, but without lifting the lid, he brought it to his mouth and took a sip. The best county in Beliang province is Jingxian because it can export jade for foreign exchange. Other counties may not have such projects, but their economies are strong. Unlike in county, which has nothing and has to beg for relief grain every year. Every time he goes to the provincial capital for meetings, he sits in the corner and speaks timidly. Who would have thought that in county would also have a day of exporting and earning foreign exchange? He has only one wish since moving to An County, that the people can live and work in peace. Perhaps this wish will come true soon. Director Tian was feeling sour. He thought Suhi favored him, but it turns out she shares the wealth.
Ugh.
That description doesn't fit. He just felt a bit jealous. Why didn't he help their food factory secure a foreign trade order? Maybe foreigners would love to eat steamed cakes and hawthorn preserves. By now, the top leader had calmed down, removed the lid from the teacup, and took another sip. Today's tea is especially good. He asked Director Feng in detail about the foreign trade order and then exclaimed, This was also arranged by Suhi? Isn't she a teacher at the county night school? How could she help you two factories with business? Director Tian quickly replied, Suhi's other jobs are all part-time. Only our food factory is her main job. Director Feng immediately became unhappy. Director Tian, you're being unfair. Suhi has long been a salesperson at our textile factory. No, she's the deputy director of the sales department. The top leader tapped the table. All right, stop arguing. No matter which unit Suhi belongs to, she's a good comrade of an county. Director Feng weakly added, she's still a part-time salesperson at the big city food factory and the top textile factory, so she doesn't fully belong to us. The top leader. At least 80% of her still belongs to an county. Comrade Su, he clearly has a strong sense of duty. She will definitely root herself in her hometown and not be dazzled by the big city's glamour. As her leaders, you should always pay attention to her thoughts. If she faces any difficulties, help her out no matter what it is. The top leader changed the subject. Since the instant noodle production line was suggested by Su He, it should be reliable. Here's what we'll do. Director Tian, I'll hold a meeting to discuss it. You wait for news. Director Tian felt there was at least an 80% chance of success, and his sour mood finally eased a bit. He and Director Feng left the top leader's office, and they ended up in a heated argument again. As they were leaving, they ran into Director Hu from the machinery factory. In An County, the machinery factory is the biggest, even if others don't want to admit it. So Director Hu always has a good reputation among the other factory heads. He spotted Directors Tian and Feng from a distance, waiting for them to greet him. But those two walked right past him, as if they didn't see him. Director Hu came to report work to the top leader. He felt confident because the machinery factory is a leading enterprise, so the top leader treated him politely. However, just after he finished his report, the top leader frowned and said, Director Hu, I have to say something to you. Both the textile factory and food factory are making greater strides than your machinery factory. If your machinery factory keeps standing still, you'll fall behind. Director Hu was confused. The textile factory is fine. At least it ranks second in the county, but the food factory only has canned goods and steamed cakes. What big moves could they possibly make? After hearing the top leader finish speaking, Director Hu was completely stunned. What? The food factory is introducing an instant noodle production line? The textile factory signed a foreign trade order? And it was all arranged by Su He? He looked at the top leader with a complicated expression. Su He is also a senior employee at our machinery factory. She must have also discussed projects with us. She just hasn't had the chance to tell me. I'll call and ask when I get back. The top leader. Su He seems to be only 18, right? How did she become your shared senior employee? Director Hu chatted with the higher-ups and suddenly had a bright idea. Leader, I almost forgot to report to you. Before Xiao Su left, she mentioned that the most important accessory for the textile factory's headwear production is hairpins, which they use to source from southern manufacturers. She will bring back some samples from Shanghai for us to replicate and supply to the textile factory. Supplying the textile factory is like exporting and earning foreign exchange for us. No problem there. As for his earlier outright rejection of the new hairpin production line, he conveniently forgot about that. The leader nodded. It seems Xiao Su had a clear plan before her trip to Shanghai. She's a rare talent. Since that's the case, your machinery factory should cooperate well with the textile factory and ensure the foreign trade orders are completed with quality and quantity. Director Hu felt a bit sour. Clearly, their machinery factory was the leading one, yet now they had to assist the textile factory. He regretted not bringing Xiao Su on board sooner. Director Hu rushed out of the leader's office and hurried to the textile factory to find Director Feng and get Xiao Su's contact information. The reason he sought Director Feng instead of Director Tian was simple. He thought Director Feng was a good person, while Director Tian was tough to deal with. Director Feng was talking with Director Gao, who had booked a train ticket for tomorrow and needed to hand over some matters before leaving. As soon as Director Hu entered, he was all smiles. Old Feng, congratulations. I heard from the leader that your textile factory is about to start exporting. This is the first for our county. Director Feng felt very pleased. The textile factory had always wanted to take the leading position from the machinery factory, and now it was finally happening. Congratulations to you too. Old Hu, you're a busy man. What brings you to our textile factory today? Director Hu smiled. I wanted to ask for Xiao Su's contact information. She said she would call me when she got to Shanghai, but I haven't heard anything. Director Feng thought to himself, who does he think he is? Why would Xiao Su call him? However, he still signaled Director Gao to give Director Hu Xiao Su's contact information. Director Gao copied it down and handed it to Director Hu. When Director Hu saw the name of the Jinxiang Hotel, his eyes nearly popped out. Xiao Su is staying at the Jinxiang Hotel? Isn't that only for foreign guests and people from the Foreign Trade Department? Both Director Feng and Director Gao looked confused. Director Hu quickly found a newspaper on the rack and gestured for them to look. Then all three were puzzled. How did she manage that? Just then, the phone on Director Feng's desk rang. He picked up the receiver, and Xiao Su's clear voice came through. Hello? Is this Director Feng? This is Xiao Su. I'm in Shanghai, sending my regards. Director Feng, who had been sitting, jumped up when he heard Xiao Su's voice.
Xiao Su.
On behalf of all the textile factory staff, I sincerely thank you. This foreign trade order is very significant. Director Feng, you flatter me. I'm part of the textile factory. This is what I should do. Director Feng's appreciation for Xiao Su skyrocketed. Not only was she skilled, but she also had a strong sense of responsibility. After chatting for a bit, Xiao Su said, Director Feng, I asked the train conductor, Yu Zhongqing, on train number times to bring back the samples to our county. This train leaves at 3:05 p.m. today and is expected to arrive at the county station around 5 p.m. the day after tomorrow. Please arrange for someone to pick it up. Director Feng replied, Okay. He had thought it would be shipped, but it turned out she had the conductor bring it back? Wow. How does Xiao Su know the conductor? Director Gao quietly reminded, The hotel. Director Feng shot him a glare but still asked, Xiao Su, you're staying at the Jinxiang Hotel? That's a foreign guest hotel, right? How did you manage to stay there? Xiao Su casually replied, I met a leader from the Foreign Trade Department on the train, and he arranged it for me. Director Feng nearly dropped the receiver. A leader from the Foreign Trade Department? That's a level even the county's top leaders can't reach. She met someone on a train and got arranged to stay at a foreign guest hotel? This sounds unbelievable. While he was still in shock, Director Hu grabbed the receiver. Xiao Su, I'm old Hu from the machinery factory. Take care of yourself while you're away. Don't neglect your health for work. If you need anything, feel free to call me. My number is... Director Feng was almost fuming. If you want to make a call, go do it yourself. Why are you taking over my call? Director Hu didn't care about his feelings and continued to express his concern, saying, Xiao Su, your suggestion for us to build a hairpin production line was excellent. Bring back more hairpin samples from Shanghai, and I'll arrange for production right away. Xiao Su found it amusing and didn't bother to correct him about his previous rejection. She smiled and said, Director Hu, once I get the samples for the textile factory, you can take a look first. I have a new project to report to you when I return. Director Hu perked up immediately.
Great.
Xiao Su, I knew you were an outstanding employee of our machinery factory. You'll definitely think of us for good things. By the way, the Mid-Autumn Festival is coming up, and the factory has prepared some benefits for you. Remember to collect them when you return. Director Feng. You just finished celebrating the Dragon Boat Festival, and now you're talking about the Mid-Autumn Festival? Are you really trying to win Xiao Su over at any cost? He snatched the receiver back. Xiao Su, the factory has decided in a meeting to promote you to Deputy Director of the Sales Department with the same salary as Director Gao. Director Hu. I miscalculated. He wanted to say something, but unfortunately, Director Gao silently blocked him, not giving him a chance to take the receiver back. Director Feng continued to discuss the train schedule with Xiao Su before hanging up. He looked at Director Hu with a smirk. Old Hu, we've always sourced hairpins from southern manufacturers. Even if your machinery factory produces them, we won't need them. Director Hu laughed heartily. Old Feng, I know you're joking. We're brother units. Why would you go far when you can get it close by? Besides, the benefits should stay within our own, and we can't let outsiders take advantage. Since everyone is in a good mood today, I'll treat you to drinks tonight. Director Feng didn't have much to say. Even if he wanted to use hairpins from elsewhere, the county's leaders wouldn't agree. Plus, there's still Xiao Su, this shared employee. After Su He paid the phone bill, Principal Chen asked, "What did old Feng say to you? Didn't you just tell him about the train schedule? Why did it take so long?" Su He smiled and said, "He didn't say much, just mentioned promoting me to be the deputy director of the sales department at the textile factory. Can you believe I accidentally got a promotion? I'm not quite used to it." Principal Chen. By the way, Principal Director Hu from the machinery factory said he would give me a mid-autumn festival bonus. Don't you think he's a bit early with that? Principal Chen. I'm so jealous. Since it wasn't rush hour, Su He took the bus with Principal Chen to the riverside to pick up the photos taken the day before. Principal Chen was very pleased with the photos, but regretted not taking more. Since old Tian was reimbursing the costs, they could have posed in more ways. The two then went to a nearby department store. Su He promised to help Nia Wenjie buy clothes for Teacher Yuan, so she had to follow through. This time, she didn't have any ulterior motives and waited in line properly, letting Principal Chen wait for her nearby. Principal Chen was still a bit uncomfortable. Ever since arriving in the big city, Su He seemed capable of anything and enjoyed all the privileges. After a while, Su He squeezed out of the crowd with several outfits, and Principal Chen wondered, "Why did you buy so many?" "I thought the quality was good and the prices were reasonable, so I bought a few more." Principal Chen thought the money Nia Wenjie gave her wasn't enough, and she must have added her own. Although this girl was clever, she had a pure heart. That's why he was willing to cover for her, even take the blame. When they returned to the Jinxiang Hotel, Su He said to the trading platform, "Dog, help me search for production line blueprints for instant noodles from this era, and also look up the fashion trends for international fabrics this autumn and winter." Trading platform, "You're not only freeloading, but you want me to help you search too? I'm a trading platform, not your assistant." "No way, absolutely not. Dog, I'm doing this for your own good. If you keep saving energy and not using your brain, you'll end up becoming a little fool. You need to learn to think without using energy, just like me. The 36 stratagems and Sun Tzu's art of war flow in my blood, and I use them naturally. Helping me search is a good way to exercise your brain. Just think, one day you'll be the smartest one in the trading world. How cool is that?" The trading platform grew more excited, turning from a ninja turtle into a cooked turtle. The host was right. I need to exercise my brain and become the smart one in the trading world. The screen flashed wildly as it began searching for what Su He needed. Su He relaxed with her legs crossed, sipping tea and enjoying snacks, feeling quite pleased. The dog, like Su He's family, was the type that couldn't be spoiled. Give it a little sunshine and it would shine, but it couldn't be allowed to take control. A carrot had to be dangled in front of it to get it to work hard. The trading platform's search efficiency was much higher than Su He's, quickly retrieving a pile of information. Su He frowned. "Dog, how many times have I told you? Work requires thinking. Did you just give me a bunch of options to choose from? If I had that time, why would I need you? Simplify it." The trading platform hurriedly went to filter the results. In the end, Su He received the information she wanted and praised the trading platform. The trading platform felt great, thinking all its efforts were worth it. Su He organized the information she found and copied it onto a blank sheet of paper. The next morning, Su He called Section Chief Yu at the textile factory. "Chief Yu, I've gathered some overseas fashion trends for this autumn and winter from my conversations with foreign guests. I'll take the bus over shortly. However, I'll be a bit late because Principal Chen is older and has trouble getting on the bus."
Ah?
"You'll send a car to pick me up?" "Okay, that's fine." Principal Chen, standing nearby. Su He and Principal Chen arrived at the textile factory in a car. As they passed the factory gate, Su He rolled down the window and nodded to the guards. They quickly nodded back, and two even saluted her. Principal Chen. "This is ridiculous." After meeting Chief Yu, Su He handed him the organized information. Chief Yu was thrilled. Although things had relaxed a lot in the past 2 years, getting overseas information was still quite difficult. Plus, they were currently busy preparing autumn and winter fabrics, so the information Su He brought was like a timely gift. Chief Yu thought hiring Su He as a part-time salesperson was a great deal. After chatting for a bit, Su He said, Chief Yu, Director Gao, and his team from the in-county textile factory will set off tomorrow morning and should arrive the day after. Please arrange their accommodations. Don't worry about me. Just follow the factory's rules and charge the standard rates. Chief Yu. It sounds like you're hinting at me. No wonder you delivered the information so early. You were waiting for this. Chief Yu felt a bit sour. He treated the people from in-county much better than she treated him. To put it bluntly, the people from in-county were the legitimate ones, while the people from the big city were the illegitimate ones. Chief Yu was a person of vision, so he would certainly do this favor. Xiao Su, you're being too polite. You're one of us at the textile factory, and the in-county textile factory is under our name. Director Gao and his team are just like our own employees. We'll cover their meals and accommodations. Also, don't worry, I'll instruct the relevant departments to teach them about foreign trade knowledge and won't make things difficult for them. Principal Chen, acting like a bystander. Has old Feng from the textile factory struck gold? How did he get such a good employee like Suhi? Not only is she helping negotiate foreign trade orders, but she's also arranging everything for the traveling staff. Even a daughter wouldn't do that. After expressing her gratitude, Suhi rubbed her hands together and said, Chief Yu, I have one more small request. Chief Yu chuckled. What is it? Go ahead. Suhi chuckled awkwardly. I'm a bit vain and like to make a show. Can you arrange for 2 cars to pick me up the day after tomorrow? Chief Yu, sure. A capable person can make even slightly unreasonable requests that are hard to refuse. At this moment, Suhi was like a goddess of wealth, and of course, they had to pamper her. It's like preparing her wedding car in advance. In the big city, it's trendy for people with status to have wedding cars, and the textile factory's cars have been borrowed many times for weddings. Meanwhile, Director Gao and his team were already on the train. They bought hard sleeper tickets, which were specially approved by Factory Director Feng. I have high hopes for you all. If you can't learn the foreign trade knowledge well, the cost of the hard sleeper tickets will be deducted from your salaries. Director Gao felt uncertain. Although the people he brought were all university graduates and had studied English, they knew nothing about foreign trade. He had also heard that people from the big city, especially those from the textile factory, were quite arrogant and they might make things difficult for them. While Director Gao was feeling anxious, Wu Chong returned from the train restroom and said mysteriously, I saw that the soft sleeper car is guarded. I heard there are only foreigners inside. Hearing this, the young people started to chatter excitedly. I heard the soft sleeper is much better than the hard sleeper. For people in one cabin, and some cabins have only 2 people. The meals inside are special too. I heard they even serve Western food. Too bad only foreign guests and people from the foreign trade department can ride in the soft sleeper. We don't have a chance. Listening to their discussion, Director Gao suddenly remembered something. He said she met a leader from the foreign trade department on the train. That leader must be in the soft sleeper. How did she meet them? Could it be that she went into the soft sleeper car? Director Gao thought this idea was ridiculous. Not to mention even the county's top leaders can't get in. Forget it, I'll ask her when we meet. Thinking of he reminded the 5 young people, Vice Director Su must have worked hard to help you get this learning opportunity. You must cherish it. Also, people from the textile factory can be quite arrogant and may say unpleasant things or make things difficult for you. Just bear with it and don't make things hard for Vice Director Su. And remember to address her as Vice Director Su when you meet her. This was a special instruction from Factory Director Feng to show that the textile factory values her. The 5 young people quickly expressed their determination. Director Gao, don't worry. We are prepared. As long as we can learn, a little hardship is nothing. Yes, Director Gao, we heard that people from the textile factory are very proud, and they have the right to be. So, whatever they say, we'll just pretend we don't hear it. Director Gao, even without you saying it, we can imagine that Vice Director Su must have put in a lot of effort to help us get this opportunity. We won't make things difficult for her. After 2 days and nights of travel, the train finally arrived at the train station in the Magic City. Director Gao thought to himself, thank goodness we had sleeper tickets. It would have been a nightmare in hard seats. He reminded the 5 young people, the train station in the Magic City is huge, stay close to me, don't get lost. As they exited, Director Gao and the others looked at the bustling crowd and the tall buildings in the distance, feeling a bit dazed. Wu Chang pointed to a distant bus station and said, Director, where is Vice Director Su? Is she waiting for us at the bus station? Director Gao thought, Su is someone who knows how to get things done. She should be waiting at the exit. Just then, Wu Chang excitedly said, Director Gao, there are 2 cars over there and they're new. So impressive. Director Gao looked in the direction he was pointing and thought, the cars are nice, but they have nothing to do with us. We need to find Su he quickly. As he was about to look away, one of the car doors opened, and an old man got out. Director Gao was taken aback. He looked somewhat familiar. Especially that distinctive hairstyle. It looked very familiar. At that moment, the other car door also opened and a young girl stepped out. She was wearing a light blue dress, carrying a small bag that said serving the people, and wearing white leather shoes. Director Gao's eyes almost popped out. Isn't that Su He? How could she get out of a car? Su He walked over in her little shoes and extended her hand. Director Gao, long time no see. Director Gao. It hasn't even been a few days. But why does it feel like decades have passed? Director Gao awkwardly shook hands with Su He, then recognized that standing behind her was Principal Chen. He quickly greeted Principal Chen. He was puzzled. Su He was an off-campus tutor for the county night school, and Principal Chen was her superior, yet he looked like her assistant. Su He smiled and asked Director Gao, These young people must be the backbone of our textile factory, right? Director Gao steadied himself and introduced them one by one. Su He shook hands with each of them, and hearing them call her vice director Su made her very happy. To be fair, Factory Director Feng really knows how to get things done. Su He cheerfully said, Director Gao, it's hot today, let's not chat here. To welcome you, I had the textile factory send 2 cars to pick you up. Let's go, we'll take the car to the textile factory. Director Gao. The 5 young people. What happened to the difficulties? What happened to enduring hardship? Aren't we here to learn from them? We were already at their mercy, and Vice Director Su even had them send cars to pick us up? Director Gao felt a bit confused. Su, Vice Director Su, what's going on? Su He chuckled, didn't I say? To welcome you, I had the textile factory send 2 cars. Originally, Section Chief Yu from the sales department wanted to send a whole convoy, but I thought that was too flashy and politely declined. Director Gao. Su He continued, by the way, I arranged for the textile factory to cover all your meals and accommodations. You won't have to spend a penny. Also, if anyone dares to make things difficult for you, just tell me, and I'll take care of them. Director Gao. It sounds like the textile factory is yours. But he couldn't help but believe it, especially with 2 cars right there. The group, filled with shock and confusion, got into the cars. There were exactly 8 of them, which was also the reason Su He borrowed 2 cars. Su He, Principal Chen, Director Gao, and Wu Chang shared 1 car, while the other 4 young people took the other. Su He chatted with the driver in the local dialect, and the car headed towards the textile factory. Director Gao and Wu Chang were both bewildered. Vice Director Su can speak the local dialect? Principal Chen looked at their confused expressions and felt a sense of superiority. Look at how naive you all are. If you knew what this girl has accomplished in the past few days, you'd be shocked. The car quickly arrived at the entrance of the textile factory. Su He rolled down the window and nodded at the guards, who all saluted in unison. Director Gao. Oh my god, what has Su He done? Why does it feel like she's the head of the textile factory? Seeing Director Gao's reaction, Su He felt very pleased. I'm a professional at showing off. Su He did these things partly out of vanity and partly to establish her authority. Although she brought orders to the in-county textile factory and became the deputy director of the sales department, her experience was limited and she was young, so she might not have much influence. It was possible that she would end up with a nominal position, just a mascot. Therefore, she needed to show Director Gao and the others her abilities. Once they spread the word, She would solidify her position in the textile factory and in county. Her goal was not just to be a deputy director of the sales department. She planned to establish a branch factory in Huaihua commune and become its director. Looking further ahead, she wanted to turn in county into a tightly woven network. A network that could attack when needed and defend when necessary. The day the network was complete would be the day she drew her sword. The car stopped under the office building of the textile factory, and He took Director Gao and his team to meet Section Chief Yu. In the hallway, they ran into Sister Zhang from the purchasing department. After He introduced both sides, Sister Zhang politely greeted them. Director Gao was surprised. The purchasing department was different from the sales department, and they were all quite impressive, especially the purchasing department of the textile factory. What had He done? Why did this older sister greet her like she was her own daughter? At that moment, Section Chief Yu heard the commotion and came out of his office. Xiao Su, is this your Director Gao from the in-county textile factory? Director Gao noticed that Section Chief Yu and Principal Chen had the same hairstyle and thought, could they be relatives? He smiled and introduced the two. Section Chief Yu shook Director Gao's hand warmly. Brother Gao, Xiao Su has mentioned you often. I've wanted to meet you for a long time, and now I finally have the chance. And County is truly blessed with talent. These young people all seem to be outstanding. Come in, please. Director Gao quickly exchanged pleasantries, thinking that this was not what he expected at all. He thought the other party would be aloof, but instead, they were so polite. No doubt, this was all thanks to He. Once inside, after some small talk, Section Chief Yu said, the in-county textile factory is affiliated with our factory, and Xiao Su is a part-time salesperson for us. We are like family. You are at our factory, so it's like being at home. If you need anything, feel free to come to me, and I will do my best to help. Director Gao quickly returned the courtesy, and He's status in his mind shot up, almost on par with Principal Chen. Section Chief Yu arranged for someone to take Director Gao and his team to their dormitory, and He went along. Section Chief Yu was efficient and arranged good accommodations, even giving Director Gao a single room. In addition, he assigned a liaison to help coordinate with various departments. Principal Chen felt a bit envious. Look at the treatment Director Gao is getting. Picked up and dropped off, a single room, free meals and lodging, and a dedicated host. Not to mention a small county textile factory. Even people from the capital's textile factory wouldn't receive such treatment. This was not just good fortune, it was extraordinary. Once only Director Gao, He, and Principal Chen were left in the dormitory, Director Gao finally couldn't hold back and asked, Xiao Su, tell me the truth, are you related to the factory director at our factory? Because he thought that was the only explanation. He shook her head with a smile. Then how come Section Chief Yu values you so much? Was the car just sent on a whim? Was the single room just given like that? He smiled and said, it's nothing much. I helped negotiate nearly $20,000 in foreign trade orders for our factory. Director Gao. Principal Chen looked at Director Gao's shocked expression and thought, young people really have low tolerance for pressure. I'm different. After eating a lot of bitter melon, I'm now calm and unbothered. After a while, Director Gao asked, Xiao, Deputy Director Su, how did you do it? He was used to calling her Xiao Su and often made mistakes. It's simple. I stayed at the Jinxiang Hotel, where many foreign guests were. I just chatted with them during meals and signed the orders. By the way, I also helped the food factory in the Magic City negotiate a small order of nearly $10,000. I think foreign money is easy to earn. Sometimes I feel a bit guilty taking advantage of them. Director Gao. Just kill me already. I don't want to hear this. I feel like a useless person. Director Gao picked up the cup on the table and gulped down 2 cups of water to recover from the shock. By the way, you said you met the leaders of the Foreign Trade Department on the train. Didn't they sit in soft sleeper cars? How did you meet them? They needed an English translator, so I stepped in. I think my English is just okay, and maybe their English isn't that great either, but I completed the tasks assigned by the leaders excellently. The leaders of the Foreign Trade Department were very approachable, They promised to help me secure a spot at the Sui Trade Fair and let Principal Chen and me stay in the sleeper car. Oh, and the Jinxiang Hotel was also arranged by them, with free meals and lodging. Honestly, what's so great about a foreign affairs hotel? It's just a bit better in facilities and food. The food has been too greasy these days. I feel a bit nauseous just looking at meat. Director Gao wished he could cover his ears. What sin have I committed? Why do I have to hear this? Principal Chen felt a bit envious listening to Su-hee bragging. Once she finished, he cleared his throat. Xiao Gao, it turns out my trip to the Magic City wasn't in vain. On the train, Xiao Su got several foreigners to donate $3,600 to our night school in County. With a current exchange rate of 1.97 to 1, that's about 7,000 yuan. I didn't really want it. After all, this money came too easily. But Xiao Su insisted I accept it, saying I contribute to education and benefit future generations. Director Gao. Principal Chen, I thought you were a steady and mature person, but I didn't expect you to change. You've become just as shameless as Su-hee. Director Gao was tormented, while Principal Chen had opened the door to a new world. Oh wow. No wonder Xiao Su likes to show off. This feeling is just too good. When I get back, I'll visit those old folks one by one, especially old Lu from the provincial night school. At this moment, Director Lu from the provincial night school was chatting with someone. Old Chen is getting more confused as he ages. I heard he took a little girl to the Magic City for a business trip. I guess he went to learn from the night school there. Look at him. Even if he goes, he should go to the night school in the capital. I think he just wanted to stroll around the Magic City. Isn't that a waste of funds? Our night school in County is already tight on funds. Now it's probably going to be in trouble. I've already reported this to the leaders. He should be ready for a reprimand when he gets back. Director Gao is about to change the subject to avoid being poked at by the old and the young when he heard Su-hee say, Principal, Director Gao, you two continue chatting. I'll go check on those young comrades. Director Gao. Always calling them young people and little comrades. Aren't you the youngest here? At this moment, Su-hee had already wandered over to Wu Chong and the others' dormitory. There were 3 boys and 2 girls, so they were arranged in 2 dorms. Su-hee first went to the boys' dorm, then to the girls' dorm. She talked about the weather in the big city, then about foreign trade orders, and from cars to foreign affairs hotels, leaving the 5 young people completely dazzled. Deputy Director Su is truly impressive. Deputy Director Su is such a considerate leader. Young people naturally admire strength, and at this moment, Su-hee's status in their hearts had surpassed Director Gao, almost rivaling factory manager Feng. Of course, Su-hee wasn't just idly passing time. These young people would become the backbone of the textile factory in the future, and she needed to nurture them as her own. Director Gao could never have imagined that in such a short time, Su-hee had stolen his home. After finishing her chat with Wu Chong and the others, Su-hee strolled back. Director Gao, you must be tired from your journey. Rest well, and I'll come back tomorrow. Director Gao was indeed tired. Mentally tired. After leaving the dorm, Su-hee didn't want a trouble section chiefy to send her and Principal Chen back to the hotel, so she casually walked with Principal Chen towards the gate. Seeing the security guards, Su-hee stopped to nod at them and exchanged a few warm words. The guards nodded and respectfully watched her leave. The out-of-town salespeople in line were gossiping. Who is that young girl? She's so impressive. Did you see that bald old man carrying her bag? She must be a big leader from the factory or a relative of one. Principal Chen stumbled. You're the bald one. Your whole family is bald. Young people shouldn't have such poor eyesight. What a waste of my carefully styled hair. At this time, there weren't many people, and Su-hee and Principal Chen smoothly got on the bus, with someone even offering Principal Chen a seat. Unfortunately, Principal Chen's mood was still not great. His mind was filled with thoughts about being bald. Su-hee wanted to laugh, but didn't dare, so she tried to change the subject to distract Principal Chen. They chatted in Mandarin, with a slight accent from County. An elderly lady sitting behind them spoke in the local dialect to another elderly lady. Just 2 country bumpkins. They must be here to mooch off relatives. I've seen plenty of people like them. They have such thick skin. The other lady agreed. Exactly. I can't stand these outsiders, knowing nothing and being so poor. They should just stay at home instead of coming to our big city to bother us. They're always fighting for bus seats and stuff in the department stores. It's so annoying. Suhi blinked and stayed silent. Although she could easily retort against the two elderly ladies, it wasn't necessary. There are always such people everywhere. It's nothing new. The two elderly ladies thought Suhi and Principal Chen couldn't understand their dialect, so they kept going, almost saying that Suhi and Principal Chen were beggars. Suhi took out a small bag of rabbit-shaped candies from her bag and handed one to Principal Chen. Principal, have a piece of candy. Even if you're tired of it, it's good to replenish some sugar when sweating. Principal Chen only took one piece, unwrapped it, and put it in his mouth. Suhi continued, "We'll be at the Jinxiang Hotel in a few stops. The food has been too greasy these days. I need to ask them to make me some cold noodles to refresh myself." Principal Chen nodded. "I haven't had much of an appetite these past few days. Let them make me a bowl too." During these days, Suhi stayed at the hotel while he had nothing to do but talk to the old man at the phone booth. To be fair, Principal Chen had a knack for languages. He could occasionally understand some of the local dialect. Although he couldn't catch everything the two elderly ladies said, he understood the terms country bumpkin and outsider. So, he deliberately cooperated with Suhi in this conversation. The two elderly ladies suddenly fell silent, quiet as a chicken. As seasoned gossipers, they certainly knew the price of rabbit-shaped candies and understood that the Jinxiang Hotel was a foreign affairs hotel. Suhi and Principal Chen exchanged glances and started talking about other topics. As soon as Suhi entered the Jinxiang Hotel, the front desk staff said, "Xiaohe, just after you left this morning, someone called for you. It's Director Tian from the food factory in County." Since it was inconvenient to talk in the hotel, Suhi took Principal Chen to the phone booth. Seeing the old man at the phone booth smiling, he handed Principal Chen a cigarette and went to chat nearby.
Shui.
Principal Chen is impressive. It used to be him giving cigarettes to the old man, but now it's the other way around. Suhi dialed Director Tian's number. Director Tian had been waiting by the phone, even jogging to the restroom so he wouldn't miss Suhi's call. So, as soon as the phone rang, he picked up the receiver. "Hello, is this Xiao Su?" "Director Tian, it's me. Did you call me?" Yes. The county leaders have tentatively agreed to introduce a noodle production line. They sent me to the big city for further investigation, and if everything goes well, we can sign the agreement. Suhi wasn't surprised. Even if she secured a foreign trade order for the textile factory, she was still a newcomer and hadn't earned the trust of the county leaders. Of course, they needed Director Tian to oversee things. "Have you booked your train ticket?" "For tomorrow morning. I'll arrive the day after tomorrow around 10 o'clock. Xiao Su, I called you not only to inform you about this, but also to let you know that the factory has decided to promote you to Deputy Director of Sales, with the same benefits as a director. Your start date will be counted from New Year's Day, and you can catch up on your salary and benefits when you return." Suhi, the leaders of the various factories in county are really getting better at handling things. Oh, she should note down the salary dates and amounts for all the factories, so she can collect them when the time comes. Sigh, having too many side jobs is also a hassle. It's hard to keep track of all this money. Suhi's voice was slightly choked. "Director Tian, thank you for your support. I will work hard in the future to contribute to the development of our food factory and live up to your expectations." Director Tian felt a bit proud. He knew that Suhi, despite being clever, was only 18. As long as he treated her a little better, she would wholeheartedly serve the food factory. From now on, her focus would definitely be on the food factory. That was her main job. Forget about night school, the textile factory, and the machinery factory. He was good at using both kindness and authority. Once they got to the city, he would make sure to keep her grounded, so she wouldn't take him, the director, lightly. After chatting for a bit, they hung up. Suhi blinked her eyes. Although Director Tian was friendly and his words were pleasant, she knew him too well. Unlike Director Feng, who is honest, Director Tian was the type to use you and then control you. If he gained the upper hand, he would find all sorts of ways to squeeze you. Moreover, instant noodles had great potential, and she needed to hold the power to speak. So, she had to take the initiative. She couldn't be harsh with someone like Director Feng, but with someone like Director Tian, she didn't need to hold back. After paying for the call, Suhi took Principal Chen to the hotel. Principal Chen asked, what did old Tian want? Did he finalize the instant noodle production line? Director Tian is coming to inspect the factory the day after tomorrow. We should be able to finalize it then. Also, he told me some news. I am now the deputy director of the sales department at the food factory, enjoying the same benefits as the director. Starting from New Year's Day, my salary and benefits will be calculated. You've always called him Tian the Stingy behind his back, but I think Director Tian is quite generous. He reimbursed our travel expenses and increased my salary. What a great guy. Principal Chen. Even a miser would lose feathers in front of you, let alone Director Tian. The old man felt a bit sour. If he stayed any longer, he might turn into pickled vegetables. He calculated in his head. Suhi's monthly salary was nearly 400. That didn't even include various benefits. Most workers wouldn't earn that much in a year. The main thing was, this was just the beginning. He was genuinely worried that this girl would get so addicted to making money that she wouldn't go to college. At dinner, Suhi took out a small notebook and started asking the foreign guests for their opinions on the pros and cons of the little rabbit milk candy. Back in her room, Suhi organized a research report. The next morning, she called for a tricycle and took Principal Chen to the food factory to find Section Chief Wei. When Section Chief Wei saw Suhi, he smiled warmly. Little Su, I heard you helped the textile factory secure a big order. You're really impressive.
Shui humbly replied.
Although she enjoyed showing off, it depended on the occasion and the people involved. After exchanging pleasantries, Suhi took out the research report. Such reports were not uncommon in later years, but in this era, especially in China, they were rare. So, Section Chief Wei was quite surprised. Section Chief Wei, my sample size is a bit small, so it may not be representative. I consider this a starting point. We can conduct larger-scale research in overseas markets to enhance our competitiveness. Section Chief Wei nodded. You make a good point. To be honest, I had a vague idea like this, but I hadn't put it on paper yet. Little Su, why don't you just stay here instead of going back to An County? You can discuss anything over the phone. Principal Chen. Am I invisible? You're trying to poach my talent right in front of me. Suhi smiled and said, Section Chief Wei, while I really like the city, there's no place like home. My future focus will still be on An County. By the way, I came to tell you that we have some progress on the instant noodle production line. Director Tian from our food factory will come for an inspection the day after tomorrow. If everything goes well, we should finalize it. Section Chief Wei was instantly delighted. The food factory in the city was currently focused on Little Rabbit milk candy, and the instant noodle project was rather unimportant. He wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. Then bring people over the day after tomorrow, and I'll make arrangements here. Although Director Tian was the buyer, the city's food factory was wealthy and usually didn't bother to greet him. Suhi rubbed her hands together. Section Chief Wei, can you lend me Master Su and that little car the day after tomorrow? I want to pick up Director Tian. It's not for any other reason. I just want him to see me in a good light. I'm not looking for promotion or wealth. I just want more say in the instant noodle project to bring real benefits to the people of An County. You may not know the situation there. My fellow villagers are still struggling with basic food. My grandmother once chased me around the village for a whole day over a fried egg and scolded me for 3 days and nights. Section Chief Wei. Your grandmother is really strong for her age. However, seeing the tears in Suhi's eyes, he felt quite moved. Little Su, no need to say more. I'll lend you the car and the person. Also, I'll make sure to support you, so that Director Tian won't underestimate you. To be blunt with your abilities, his little factory may not be able to accommodate you. Principal Chen silently stood by, feeling for Director Tian. He thought, Director Tian, you're giving her promotions and money, but You don't know how to handle things. You must have offended her somehow. Why offend her of all people? Serves you right. If I had known, I would have taken hundreds of photos and asked you to reimburse me. Soo-hee and Principal Chen had a free lunch at the food factory before returning to the hotel. Principal Chen asked, Little Sue, did Director Tian offend you?
Not yet.
Then why? Take the initiative. Walk his path, so he has nowhere to go. Principal Chen. When Soo-hee returned to her room and sat down, the trading system popped up. Host, good news, great news. A new koi skin has been released at a special price. It's beautiful and lucky, not 99, not 88, just $9.08. Soo-hee thought it would be fine to buy one, as the trading system had been performing well lately. However, she was worried that it would become greedy, so she decided to give it a little warning. Dog, right now you need to focus on achieving KPIs. If you perform well, even if you're a little late, you'll still be the best. If you don't achieve results, even if you change skins 8 times a day, you're still just a little sprout. But since you mentioned it, I'll help you buy it. Just as Soo-hee was about to buy the koi skin, she saw the trading system screen twist into a knot. Host, I don't want it anymore. You're right. I can't indulge myself right now. I need to focus on KPIs. I finally understand why you bought me the Ninja Turtle skin. You wanted to motivate me. In ancient times, Gu Chiyan slept on brushwood and tasted gall, and now I'm wearing turtle shells. I'll keep wearing the green turtle skin to motivate myself.
Shui.
Soo-hee had a brief moment of conscience after being away from home for 800 years. It seemed she had tricked the dog into being a little fool. Dog, even if you want to work on your KPIs, you need to balance work and rest. As they say, there's a time for everything, so it's okay to relax sometimes. The exchange hesitated for a moment. Okay, then I'll take a little time each day to secretly enjoy it.
Shui, alright.
Soo-hee spent 9.8 to buy a koi skin for the exchange. Host, you are such a good person. In life, I am your subordinate. In death, I am your ghost. Soo-hee, you're so silly, I almost feel bad tricking you. The next morning, Soo-hee took Principal Chen to the textile factory. Wu Chong and the others had already started learning about foreign trade from the factory staff. The factory workers were very responsible and even wrote a simple booklet about foreign trade knowledge. Soo-hee also got a copy, and after a quick glance, she had a basic understanding. Besides, she wouldn't need to handle the business directly. She just needed to know the general process. So after finishing lunch at the textile factory, Soo-hee took Principal Chen on a bus to the Jinqiao vegetable processing plant. Although Principal Chen didn't understand why Soo-hee wanted to come here, he had gotten used to following her around. Wherever Sue went, he went too. After all, he wouldn't lose out or be fooled. The Jinqiao processing plant was bustling, with trucks coming and going. I must say, factories in Magic City were thriving in this era. Soo-hee approached a security guard. Excuse me, could you tell me what kinds of dehydrated vegetables we produce here? The guard glanced at her and impatiently replied, Can't you see I'm busy? I don't have time to chat. Hurry up and move aside. Don't waste my time. Soo-hee took out a pack of cigarettes from her small bag and handed it to him. Sir, I'm from out of town and unfamiliar with the area. Please help me. All right, seeing as you're a young girl and it's not easy for you, I'll tell you. Don't underestimate factory security guards. They know the most inside information. From this guard, Soo-hee learned that the Jinqiao vegetable processing plant could produce over 20 kinds of dehydrated vegetables, including carrots, red onions, cabbage, green peas, and mushrooms. Now Soo-hee felt relieved. These varieties could fully meet the requirements for the vegetable packs in instant noodles. However, she quickly learned some bad news from the guard. Half of these dehydrated vegetables were for export, and the other half were military supplies, so they weren't sold to the public. Soo-hee handed the guard another pack of cigarettes. Is there any way around this? The guard lowered his voice. There is a quota for domestic sales, but it's highly competitive every year, so don't get your hopes up. Soo-hee nodded, chatted with the guard for a bit longer, and then turned to find Principal Chen. Only then did Principal Chen ask Soo-hee what was going on. He didn't hide anything and explained everything. After listening, Principal Chen said, "Little Su, since that's the case, I think you should give up. The tricks you used before won't work. The processing plant doesn't have any trouble selling their dehydrated vegetables. Even if you bring them foreign trade orders, they won't help. Although you know people at the Magic City Food Factory and the First Textile Factory, they won't be able to help you connect. Even if they were willing to help, the vegetable processing plant might not give them any face." He nodded. "You're right, but I still don't want to give up. I'll think of another way." Principal Chen thought to himself, this girl is really stubborn. What other way could she think of? At that moment, He said, "Let's take a walk around the vegetable processing plant's residential area. Maybe we'll find something useful." Although Principal Chen thought this was a waste of time, he still followed He to the nearby residential area. Under the shade of a tree, two old men were playing chess, with a few others watching. I must say, even in this hot weather, these old men were really into it. He leaned in closer. Principal Chen. A true gentleman watches chess in silence, so he just observed without saying a word. One of the old men watching noticed he and asked, "Young lady, do you know how to play chess?" He smiled slightly. "I know a little." The old man's eyes lit up. "Come on, let's play a game." He quickly set up a chessboard on another stone table. The other old men chimed in. "Young lady, don't play with him. He's known for being a terrible player and loves to take back moves. No one in the whole residential area wants to play with him." That's right, old Lu not only likes to cheat, but also has a huge chess addiction. Be careful. He doesn't drag you into it. Exactly, young lady. Don't fall into his trap. Old Lu, afraid he would back out, said, "Don't listen to their nonsense. I have the best chess etiquette. If you play with me, I'll treat you to some sweet melon later." He smiled. "Old man, you have to let me go first." Old Lu nodded. "All right, you go first." He picked up a piece and moved the cannon to the 6th row. Old Lu slapped the stone table. "Good. Cannon moves to 6, a strong move. This little girl has some skills." As he spoke, he made a move. He laughed. "Old man, your golden hook cannon is impressive. Bold and open, you must be a person with great vision." Old Lu laughed heartily. "Well said. My chess style is bold and open. I don't like that timid way of playing." Principal Chen, standing by like an old quail, silently looked up at the sky.
Here we go again.
Sooner or later, this old Lu would be tricked. He just didn't understand why he wanted to get close to this old man. Could a retired old man really help her get a quota? He and old Lu went back and forth for nearly half an hour without a clear winner. The key was that old Lu often took back moves, sometimes even several moves back. Principal Chen was starting to lose patience. No wonder no one wanted to play with him. This was too much cheating. He, however, remained cheerful, and the game continued without a clear outcome. In the end, old Lu narrowly won. Old Lu felt refreshed. Thinking playing chess with he was incredibly enjoyable. This was a true match of equals. They played another game, and he got up. "Old man, I have things to do, so I can't play with you anymore." Old Lu looked reluctant. "Which building do you live in? How come I've never seen you before?" He smiled. "I'm here on a business trip to Magic City, hoping to order a batch of dehydrated vegetables. But I heard they aren't sold publicly, so I came to the residential area to take a look. I'm not afraid to admit it. I'm just hoping for a stroke of luck. Maybe I'll meet someone important." Old Lu suddenly understood, smacking his lips. "You're a clever girl, but I'm afraid you've come in vain. Although we old folks used to be somewhat important, once people leave, they forget you. Even if we wanted to help, we couldn't." He laughed. "Old man, how can you say I came here for nothing? I just got to know you as a chess friend. If I didn't have other things to do, I would definitely play a few more games with you." Old Lu also smiled. "You have a great personality, little girl. You bring joy. It's a pity I'm not strong enough." Just then, old Lu noticed a middle-aged man coming out of the building and shouted, Zhao, come here for a moment." Zhao Gang felt a bit speechless. He was over 40 and a workshop director at the processing plant, yet these old men still called him by his childhood nickname. Uncle Lu, do you need something? Old Lu pointed at Su He. This young lady wants to buy dehydrated vegetables. Help her think of a way. Zhou Gang was even more speechless. Uncle Lu, you know the domestic sales share at the factory is fiercely competitive. I really can't help with that. Old Lu glared at him. You're a workshop director. I don't believe you can't manage anything. Zhou Gang sighed. Uncle Lu, I really can't. Besides, I'm swamped right now. A few days ago, the factory's equipment had problems, and the dehydrated vegetables produced were all substandard. We have a pile stuck in a warehouse, and if it goes on like this, we'll have to use them for fertilizer. Old Lu waved his hand. All right, I don't want to hear about these troubles. Just go do what you need to do. After Zhou Gang left, Old Lu said to Su He, little girl, you heard him. It's not that I don't want to help you, but this is indeed difficult. Su He nodded. I understand. Old man, did Zhou say those substandard dehydrated vegetables can only be used for fertilizer? Can't they be used for anything else? Old Lu sighed. Those defective products are too small, and their color is bad. I heard some are even burnt and have too much moisture. Right now, with the price of vegetables low, they have no other use than for fertilizer. Su He didn't pursue the topic further. After exchanging a few polite words, she took the 2 melons Old Lu insisted on giving her and left the family compound. She shared 1 melon with Principal Chen and strolled slowly to the bus stop. Noticing she seemed distracted, Principal Chen said, You've been doing well lately and think there's nothing you can't accomplish, but not everything goes smoothly. You have to accept reality. You've done your best. If it doesn't sell, it doesn't sell. Su He vaguely agreed, still pondering the issue of the substandard dehydrated vegetables. If she could sell this batch, it would surely convince the processing plant to supply her with a batch of dehydrated vegetables. The key was, what could be done with these defective products? Feed pigs? Now was the season for fresh vegetables. Why would anyone buy these defective ones? Besides, pigs aren't stupid. They prefer fresh food. By the time she returned to the hotel, Su He still hadn't figured out a solution. Principal Chen offered a few more words of advice before heading back to his room. As soon as Principal Chen left, the trading system popped up. Host, I have thought of a solution. Su He was excited. What is it? Tell me quickly. She thought it was worth buying that koi skin for her dog. It really came in handy at critical moments. The trading system proudly shook a bit before speaking in a mechanical voice. Host, based on my search after entering the 1980s, dehydrated vegetables will be unsellable, so you just need to wait 5 more years, and they will beg you to buy them. Host, am I smart? Su He replied, you could occasionally use a bit of energy to think. No, I want to listen to you. Exercise my brain, and become the intelligence representative of the universe.
Su He thought.
She decided not to think about it anymore. After all, the production line would need to be adjusted, and formal production would take some time. She would think of a solution eventually. The next day came quickly. On the train from In County to Magic City, Director Tian of the In County Food Factory was chatting with the factory office director, Yu Guodong. Xiao Yu will arrive in half an hour. Su, he must be waiting for us already. I visited Magic City a few years ago and stayed for almost a month, so I know it pretty well. There are tricycle rentals right at the station, but I bet Su doesn't even know that. She'll probably want to take the bus, and I'll make sure to teach her a lesson. Young people, even if they achieve something, need to recognize their shortcomings. Yu Guodong hesitated. Director, the textile and machinery factories are both eyeing Su He, wanting to support her. Is it really a good idea to criticize her now? Director Tian scoffed. You don't understand. The way to manage people is to balance rewards and discipline. Just giving benefits can spoil them. Besides, Su He is motivated by profit. Helping us introduce instant noodle production lines surely has her own calculations. I can handle her. Yu Guodong saw he wouldn't change his mind and didn't say anything further. After all, although Su He was tough, she was only 18. How could she compete with a cunning Director Tian? Half an hour later, Director Tian and Yu Guodong exited the Magic City train station. They looked around for a while, but couldn't find Suhi. Director Tian checked his watch. What's going on with this girl? I told her we'd arrive at 10. Why isn't she here? Yu Guodong suggested, Director. Maybe the bus broke down or something happened. Let's wait a bit longer. Director Tian snorted. It's true that those who don't have experience can't be relied on. When we meet, I must give her a talking to. If she doesn't show up soon, we'll just rent a tricycle and go straight to the food factory. While he was complaining, a brand new car pulled up in front of him. The driver got out and quickly opened the back door, and a girl in a white dress got out.
Director Tian.
Director Yu. Sorry, I got stuck in traffic and arrived late. Just then, Principal Chen got out from the other side of the car. Traffic? Was it bicycle traffic? Wasn't it that you deliberately delayed for half an hour before coming over? Director Tian's eyes nearly popped out. How did Suhi arrive in a car? And judging by the driver's attentive demeanor, one would think she was some important figure. Yu Guodong thought, Director, you said Sue didn't know about renting tricycles, but she doesn't need to know. Who wouldn't take a car instead of a tricycle? Director Tian prepared a lot to say and even designed several ways to express himself. For example, if Suhi said one thing, he would respond with another. If she said something else, he would counter that. He aimed to block all her options. But now, he was completely taken aback by Suhi's unexpected moves. It wasn't until he sat in the car that he regained his composure. Suhi, sitting in the passenger seat, turned and smiled, saying, Director Tian, was the journey smooth? Director Tian nodded. Yes, quite smooth. I also brought the materials we discussed, right? She asked. He nodded again. Yes, I brought them. Meanwhile, Yu Guodong, sitting next to them, thought, Director, didn't you say you were going to handle Suhi? This back and forth makes it seem like you're the one being handled. The car arrived at the Magic City Food Factory, and Suhi took Director Tian to meet Section Chief Wei. After some polite exchanges, Section Chief Wei said, Director Tian, to be honest, we didn't plan to sell the instant noodle production line. Although the profits are average, the future of instant noodles is bright. Our company is large enough to absorb some losses. However, Suhi helped us a lot. Her love for her hometown inspired us, and that's why we decided to sell the production line. In the end, it's because of Suhi. Director Tian, being shrewd, understood the intention behind Wei's words. This was support for Suhi. His earlier plans to control her were like soap bubbles, all popped. The production line wouldn't just be a matter of bringing it back. They would need ongoing technical support from the Magic City Food Factory. If he wanted to ensure smooth production, he had to support Suhi. Otherwise, the Magic City Food Factory might withdraw their help. He felt both frustrated and confused about what Suhi had done to earn such respect from Section Chief Wei. But it wasn't the right time to ask, so he made a few polite remarks, saying Suhi was a great contributor to the County Food Factory and that she would definitely be promoted in the future. Seeing that the hints had been made, Section Chief Wei took Director Tian and his team to tour the instant noodle production line. Although they planned to sell it, the production line was still in a semi-operational state. Director Tian, though sometimes narrow-minded, had good skills and vision. After the tour, he realized Suhi was right. This production line was definitely a golden goose, and they had to buy it back. Next came the negotiations, and they finally agreed on a price of 100,000 yuan. Suhi proposed a few additional conditions. First, the Magic City Food Factory must provide technical support and send relevant personnel to guide the County Food Factory. Second, she wanted to talk with the technicians who went to our country to learn about their production technology. Third, the Magic City Food Factory should help connect the County Food Factory with existing instant noodle clients, so they would have a stable customer base after starting production. Director Tian listened and nodded repeatedly. This girl has her reasons for being bold. She's truly talented. Section Chief Wei was very accommodating, arranging for Director Tian and Yu Guodong to stay at the Magic City Food Factory's guest house for free. Once at the guest house, Director Tian finally asked with a smile, Suhi, what exactly did you do to help the Magic City Food Factory? Suhi replied casually, oh, nothing much. I just secured a small foreign trade order worth nearly $100,000 for them.
Director Tian.
After Su He and Principal Chen left, Director Tian sighed deeply. Why does she have to be so talented? This girl will definitely surpass me. She might even take my position as director. Yu Guodong said, Director, you're overthinking it. I don't think Su He is that kind of person. If she wanted to climb the ladder, she could just stay in the Magic City. Director Tian shook his head. You don't understand. I know what she wants. Just watch. She will eventually take my position. Luckily, I'm decades older than her, so by the time she's ready, I'll be retiring. Yu Guodong thought Director Tian might be overly stressed, leading him to speak nonsense. After all, he came to control Su He, but ended up being outsmarted. Meanwhile, Su He and Principal Chen returned to the Jinxiang Hotel in a car. Before getting out, Su He handed Master Su 2 boxes of cigarettes and exchanged a few pleasantries. Master Su felt quite pleased, not because of the gifts, but because this girl knows how to handle things well. Back in her room, Su He started packing her luggage. The agreement was signed, and she would take care of other matters tomorrow, planning to return the day after or the day after that. Part of the bonus from the Magic City Food Factory and Yifang was deposited into the exchange, while the other part was temporarily stored there to avoid losing it on the way. She organized the gifts for Su Grandma and others and, upon seeing a watch, remembered she still had a big fish on her hook. She blinked and hurried downstairs to the hotel front desk, dialing Gu Chiyan's workplace. Hello, I'm looking for Gu Chiyan. My last name is Su. On the other end, Gu Chiyan answered, Hello, Comrade Su He, this is Gu Chiyan. Su He was a bit surprised. How come you're right by the phone? I just came to handle some business. Did you return from the Magic City? In the office, Xiao Wang heard Gu Chiyan's words and slightly twitched his mouth. He thought to himself, no wonder Gu is always in the office lately, keeping an eye on the phone. He was waiting for someone to call. Just then, Gu Chiyan shot him a cold glance and pointed to the door. Xiao Wang. After Xiao Wang left, Gu Chiyan continued speaking to Su He. I'm still in the Magic City. I won't be back for a day or two. It's been a while since we last contacted, so I just wanted to call and check in. This is the hotel's phone, so I can't talk for too long. I'll call you again when I return to In County. Okay, take care of yourself, Su He replied. You too, take care and balance work and rest. I'll hang up now. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the busy signal, Gu Chiyan held the receiver for a while before finally putting it down. Xiao Wang peeked in, and Gu Chiyan opened the door. Xiao Wang asked, Gu, did you finish the call so quickly? Why didn't you chat a bit longer? Gu Chiyan's face was dark. Phone calls are expensive, so of course, I keep it brief to save resources for the country. You should read more quotes to improve your awareness. Xiao Wang. Sui hung up the phone and returned to her room. The trading system popped up. Host, is it a bit too little to only buy a watch for the rich guy? I found many suitable gifts for boyfriends. Do you want to take a look?
Shui.
Okay, let me see. Since she had nothing to do, she thought it would help pass the time. However, she ended up seeing various tools that hindered human reproduction, as well as those that promoted it. Su He, get lost. The trading system felt wronged. Isn't the mating motivation of living beings about that? It had searched a lot of information to come to this conclusion. Wasn't the gift it recommended suitable? Why did she tell it to get lost? Su He now had every reason to suspect that her system was defective. Otherwise, why was it so stupid? Darn it, could it be treating her like a lab rat? Thinking of lab rats, Su He suddenly had an idea. She seemed to have a way to deal with those defective products. Early the next morning, Su He took Principal Chen to the Jinxiao vegetable processing factory. Su He found the guard and slipped him a pack of cigarettes. I'm looking for Director Zhou Gang from the drying workshop. As she spoke, she took out her work ID from the Magic City Food Factory. The guard accepted the bribe and, seeing she was from the Magic City Food Factory, let her and Principal Chen in, even without an appointment. Zhou Gang was in a bad mood because he had been criticized during the morning meeting. It was about the defective products, and it wasn't just his section that had issues. The entire production line had problems. Unfortunately, he was singled out by the leaders and received a scolding. Just as he was feeling frustrated, the workshop's statistician, Xiao Li, cheerfully said, Director, Someone is looking for you. A very beautiful young lady. Zhou Gang shot him a glare, frowned, and left the workshop, only to see Suhi. Because Suhi was pretty, he recognized her immediately. He felt a bit displeased, thinking, why was this girl so persistent? They had already said there was no way to get a share, so why was she still chasing after him? However, out of respect for old Lu, he still politely said, young lady, are you looking for me? Suhi nodded. Director Zhao, can we talk privately? Zhou Gang was about to find an excuse to refuse, but Suhi continued, I have a way to turn those defective products into something valuable. Zhou Gang looked at Suhi suspiciously. If so many people in the factory couldn't solve it, how could a young girl from outside have a solution? However, seeing that Suhi looked serious and wasn't joking, he took her to the meeting room. He didn't take her to his office because it was located in the drying workshop, which was very noisy. Suhi handed her work ID to Zhou Gang. Director Zhao, let me introduce myself. I am Suhi, the deputy director of the business department at the County Food Factory. I haven't had time to get a new ID. Zhou Gang took a look at it but didn't say anything, unsure of what Suhi was up to. Suhi continued, let's be straightforward. I can provide your factory with a solution for the defective products that not only helps to clear this batch, but also allows future defective products to be handled the same way. My only goal is to secure a fixed share of dehydrated vegetables from your factory every year. Can you make that decision? Zhou Gang really couldn't decide, so he called in Section Chief Lu from the sales department. Section Chief Lu thought Zhou Gang was being foolish, believing everything he heard. What else could those defective products be used for besides fertilizer? So when he came in, his attitude was somewhat arrogant. Suhi smiled and said, Section Chief Lu, hello. Let me introduce myself. I am Suhi, the deputy director of the business department at the County Food Factory, and I also work as a salesperson for the Magic City Food Factory and the Magic City No. 1 Textile Factory. Section Chief Lu. What does this have to do with anything? Seeing Suhi's work ID, his attitude softened considerably. This Suhi was not simple. Being a deputy director at the County Food Factory wasn't impressive, but being able to work for the Magic City Food Factory and the Magic City No. 1 Textile Factory was definitely not something just anyone could do. Little Sue, I heard from Director Zhao that you have a way to solve our backlog of defective products. If the plan is solid, I can promise you 2 tons of dehydrated vegetables every year. Suhi smiled. 2 tons is too little. It should be at least 5 tons. Section Chief Lu's eyes flickered. That depends on how valuable your proposed solution is. Suhi nodded. I won't keep you in suspense. A few days ago, I overheard 2 colleagues from research institutes chatting on the bus. They mentioned that their lab rats and rabbits often had diarrhea, which delayed their experiments. Experimental animals eating fresh grass and vegetables are prone to diarrhea. If they eat dehydrated vegetables, it could solve this problem, but regular dehydrated vegetables are too expensive for the research institutes to afford. Before Suhi could finish, Section Chief Lu interrupted. But they can choose to use cheap, defective, dehydrated vegetables. Now that you mention it, I remember that colleagues from the Animal Research Institute had approached us about processing dehydrated alfalfa. We didn't agree because our production tasks were heavy. There are many research institutions in Magic City and surrounding areas that could easily take our batch of defective products. And we won't have to worry about sales for future defective products. He wondered why he hadn't thought of that. Principal Chen thought to himself, because you don't have her brain. He initially thought the girl would hit a wall this time, but it turned out to be a twist of fate. At this moment, Suhi said, the nutritional value of dehydrated vegetables might not be enough. We could have the colleagues from the Animal Research Institute improve it by adding nutrients like flour and soybean meal. This would enhance the effect and also help with sales. Section Chief Lu nodded repeatedly. That makes sense. Little Sue, your suggestion is excellent. Now he no longer thought Zhou Gang was foolish. He felt he truly had an eye for talent. After discussing for a while, Suhi said, Section Chief Lu, let's first order 1 ton of dehydrated vegetables, specifically carrots, red onions, cabbage, and mushrooms. I'll have our factory manager come over to sign the contract tomorrow. Section Chief Lu. Okay. Was she afraid he would back out? Indeed, Suhi was worried about changes. If it weren't for the instant noodles not being produced yet, she would have wanted to order 5 tons directly. Section Chief Lu then asked, "What do you want to do with the dehydrated vegetables?" Suhi smiled and said, "To cook noodles." Section Chief Lu. He felt he wasn't being truthful, but didn't press further. After leaving the Jinxiao vegetable processing factory, He and Principal Chen found Factory Director Tian. Factory Director Tian was chatting with some young workers in the instant noodle production workshop. The reason was simple: it was easier to get information. Seeing He, Factory Director Tian asked little Su, "Didn't you say you'd come over in the morning? Why are you only arriving now?" After thinking for a moment, he added, "I don't mean anything else. Just asking." Director Tian felt frustrated. As a leader, it was normal for him to ask his subordinate He about things. But now, she was the goddess of wealth, and he couldn't afford to offend her. So, he had to be careful with his words and not give her any reason to complain. He pulled Director Tian aside and said, "Director Tian, we need to improve the instant noodles to expand our market. I plan to add dehydrated vegetable packs to them. Our main selling points will be delicious convenience and balanced nutrition, which will definitely help us succeed." Director Tian smiled after hearing this. "Xiao Su, I have to pour cold water on your idea. Your suggestion is good, but as far as I know, the dehydrated vegetable factory in the city doesn't sell their products to the public. So your idea is only theoretically feasible and not practical." Director Tian's frustration vanished. Finally, he had regained some ground. Great. Suhi smiled too. "Director Tian, you're right. I visited the Jinxiao vegetable processing factory a few days ago, and they don't sell to the public. So, I had to think hard and help them solve the issue of selling their defective products. That's how we got 5 tons approved by their manager Lu. It's a bit small, but it should be enough since we just started production." Director Tian said, "Xiao Su, I knew you would find a way. I really didn't misjudge you." He felt a bit hit. This young girl wasn't relying on power or connections, but on her brains. Who wouldn't give her a thumbs up? However, he couldn't underestimate himself. After all, he had more experience than she did. Yes, that's right. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. He was the stabilizing force of the in-county food factory. Director Tian quickly adjusted his mindset. "Xiao Su, although Manager Lu verbally promised us the share, a promise not in writing doesn't count. I think we should order 1 ton first. Even if he changes his mind later, we can still manage for a while." Suhi smiled. "Yes, I was thinking the same. Should we go sign the contract this afternoon?" Director Tian felt deflated, like a punctured pufferfish. The stabilizing force was great, but he had no way against Suhi's cleverness. Yu Guodong and Principal Chen, who had been silent, exchanged glances, both seeing the mutual understanding of bystanders. They decided to stay out of it and just enjoy the show. After the 4 of them had lunch at the food factory, they headed to the Jinxiao vegetable processing factory in the afternoon. The guard smiled when he saw Suhi, saying, "Manager Lu has informed us. You can go in and find him directly." Suhi exchanged a few polite words before leading Director Tian and the others into the factory. Manager Lu was very polite. After signing the contract, he invited Suhi and the others to dinner. Suhi rubbed her hands together. "Manager Lu, no need to trouble yourself. If possible, could you send us some samples of the dehydrated vegetables?" Manager Lu didn't think much of it. Dehydrated vegetables are light, so asking for a pound or 2 was reasonable. He nodded in agreement. However, when Suhi left, she took away 40 pounds of samples. Manager Lu had every reason to believe that if she hadn't been worried about the weight, she would have asked for 100 pounds. Suhi had no choice. Dehydrated vegetables were in high demand, and the supply cycle took a month. She needed to experiment first. It's hard to make a meal without rice. How could she manage without samples? Director Tian fully supported Suhi's actions. There's no shame in being practical. Getting real benefits is what matters. As they exited the factory, Director Tian said, "Xiao Su, the food factory still has some production tasks. We can only split the production line and send it to us after completing them. So, Xiao Yu and I plan to return to An County the day after tomorrow. Are you coming with us or staying a few more days? I've almost finished my tasks here. I'll go back with you. Director Tian's eyes flickered. All right, Xiao Yu and I will be busy at the food factory, so you'll handle buying the tickets.
Okay.
Director Tian thought to himself, this girl is still young. It's not easy to buy sleeper tickets from the city to An County. She probably wouldn't be able to get one. When that time comes, he wouldn't blame her but rather comfort her, showing her the care of a leader. Previously, when Director Tian was in the office of the big leaders in County, he heard that Director Feng from the textile factory said he brought back samples of headwear to An County. But he only heard it casually and thought she had them shipped, not knowing she had connections with Yu Zhongqing. He called for 2 tricycles. She and Principal Chen took one, while Director Tian and Yu Guodong took the other. Once on the tricycle, Yu Guodong quietly felt like a quail. He remembered how Director Tian had boasted about knowing that there were tricycles in the city and wanted to teach He a lesson, and now this? Director Tian didn't recall this, and he told Yu Guodong later, ask the food factory people for 2 bags of instant noodles. Let's add some dehydrated vegetables and taste them. Yu Guodong. No wonder you said, why have both Xu and Liang? In terms of thick skin, you and Deputy Director Su are truly a perfect match. He was unaware of Yu Guodong's thoughts. She and Principal Chen arrived at a department store. He bought some hairpins to use as samples for the machinery factory, and then she bought 5 hero brand pens. One for Su Xiaoman, one for Su Jinbao, one for Taizhu, and one for Dogdan, with the last one for Principal Chen. When she handed it to Principal Chen, he hesitated to take it. He laughed. Who are we to each other? Not only is this pen a gift for you, but I also bought you a set of clothes before. You came out with me. How could I let you go back empty-handed? If you don't accept it, I won't take you with me on my next business trip. Principal Chen quickly tucked the pen into his jacket pocket. Everything else was fine, but he had to go on business trips. From now on, wherever he went on a business trip, he had to follow. He then went to a bookstore to buy design books for her second aunt, Chao Hongmei. Although there were many in the exchange, it was better to go through a clear path for such matters. The bookstores in the city were large, and he even saw some foreign language books. Although they were all carefully selected, it showed that the city was more relaxed compared to other places, possibly due to the many export companies. In addition to buying design books for Chao Hongmei, he also bought a dozen picture books for Su Xiaoman and the other kids. Principal Chen also bought many books, but they were for the night school teachers. Although the old man was stingy with himself, he was generous when it came to investing in education. The next morning, He arrived at the train station first to buy tickets. After leaving the train station, she called a tricycle to the city's first textile factory. Principal Chen asked, are you going to say goodbye to Director Gao from the An County Textile Factory? Yeah, but that's just one reason. The main reason is to build relationships so people don't forget me. Principal Chen. When He arrived at the textile factory, her first stop was to greet the guards and brought them many pastries from the Jinxiang Hotel. So, even though He returned to An County, there would always be her legend among the guards at the textile factory.